So Sun Probe is something that was put up by NASA.
Yeah.
They
What was
put them bitches up in the sky.
them bitches up in the sky? Is that your
Yeah.
scientific explanation?
No. The scientist's job is to explain that, not me. I'm not a scientist.
Well, then why are you making
But
a
you know
claim?
what's interesting? What's
Then why are you
interesting is
making a
you're
claim?
saying
Answer the question. Why are you making the claim then? I'm going to go to Duncan Darth
because
after
I
you.
can justify it by
Okay, then justify it right now. In this scenario, I need you to justify that a sun probe is how we know that nuclear fusion is happening on the star. Go.
yeah, I can justify it by
Yeah, go ahead and justify it. When I unmute you, justify it. You don't have to tell me that you're going to justify it. I want you to justify it. Go.
yeah, I'm appealing to scientists, you fucking retard.
Okay, so you're appealing to scientists, which you have no knowledge about nuclear fusion happening on a star. So that's it for you, right?
You're retarded. You have
Okay, so let's go to Duncan Darth. Maybe he's got the answer. Go ahead, Duncan. Are there some probes that go to the sun and figure out that nuclear fusion is happening on its surface?
I'm sure. No, the nuclear fusion isn't happening on the surface.
Okay, nuclear fusion isn't happening on the surface. When at first you said that was your claim that nuclear fusion was happening on the surface. See what we got here, folks, is people that are very confused when they think that they know what they're talking about. And I've exposed both of them. I will continue to do so if you act like you know what you're talking about. I will put you on display like I did these two people, and you will be put on display. Would you like that? Or easily answer? All you got to do is say, I don't know. And you could easily avert this. But you don't want to avert it. You want to go headlong into this like you know what you're saying. And it's up to you. You can go ahead and do that. And I'm going to expose you thoroughly. Now, you have a choice, ladies and gentlemen. You could easily say, hey, I don't know. And we can move on. We could say, yeah, we don't know either. That's great, right? Nobody knows about the things in the sky. But it's when you make the claim, that's where you get yourself into trouble, right? So let's stay away from claims that you can't back up. Fair? I'd say that's fair.
It is fair. I mean, I'm in the text chat, and people are telling me to take a chill pill, right? But we are actually trying to have genuine, intellectually honest conversation with any of you twittards that are willing to put it forward for observation so we can talk about it versus these personal attacks about you don't understand, so on and so forth. Bring forth the evidence. Let's have an honest conversation about what we're seeing to prop up your globe. Otherwise, we're just left with attacking one another. We're like chasing after you guys after like you're pooping yourselves or something in public. It's ridiculous. Activism.
Alpha said it was fallacious to appeal to authority to justify our claims, because he said like appealing to other people outside of you to justify your claims means you don't know whether or not.
Yeah, dude. Okay, Odyssey. Let's have a discussion.
I know you're spurging out. Just let me finish.
No.
But that means that he's a solipsist, right?
Okay.
He can't justify that.
Get off.
Okay, so no, I'd actually like to have a conversation with Jeezy for a quick second, just to ask him one specific question.
Yeah, do you know the difference? And then I'll unmute him.
Thank you, sir. Do you know the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence? Go ahead. Thank you for the moderation.
Yeah, that's irrelevant to the claim I just.
Go ahead. Tell him if it's relevant or not before I.
Absolutely not. The reason being is this is like, and I'm going to be dramatic for a moment to drive home my point. It's like you're in court, right? We are testing to see if something is true. Therefore, there's one side and the other side. Each side puts forward evidence. Now we're looking for evidence that is testable, repeatable. That means it's true. That means I can carry it out. You can carry it out. We can talk about it. If you have to appeal to somebody else, that is considered to be circumstantial evidence, because the circumstances have to exist in order for you to collect the evidence. Like you have to be with the astronauts as they travel to this fictitious place called space to stand on something like land in the sky called the moon. Thanks for the space. I withdraw.
Yeah, so empirical evidence is not going to be the only criteria for epistemological claims. What I'm critiquing is the epistemological claim that Alpha made, and I'm saying that his claim is that in order to justify any proposition, you cannot appeal to anyone outside of yourself. That's going to be a very skeptical approach to epistemology, and that leads to solipsism. So you just have to concede that he's a solipsist. In your example, the empirical evidence doesn't matter, because we're talking about epistemological claims. So empirical evidence isn't going to be the criteria for that. What's your response? Go ahead.
Again, if I'm asking you for direct evidence, where is your evidence of your globe that I can test for myself in order to prove your claim
Yeah,
of a
so
globe?
again, when we're talking about epistemological claims, we're not going to be referring to empirical evidence.
Okay, dude, you're not listening. Okay. He's asking for evidence. He's not asking for excuses.
He's asking for evidence. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about
Don't
empirical
be
evidence.
ridiculous, Jeezy.
I'm not
Don't be
talking about
don't be
empirical
ridiculous,
evidence.
Jeezy,
Hey,
and
stop
show
spurging
how
out,
shallow
stop
you
spurging out.
are. I'm going to talk
So
over
again,
you
I'm
by
referring
again
to rational
attacking
evidence.
somebody like that.
I'm referring to rational evidence. You fucking
Yeah, it spiraled. This is what I expected. I'm like, just get back to the computer. I'm like, I wonder how the globalists are doing today.
The hair's on fire, bro.
Yeah, it's
They're
like holy
burning up.
shit. At first, I didn't realize I took myself off deaf and mute, but I had my computer volume turned off. I'm like, huh, it's quiet. Oh wait, hold on, let me turn the volume up. Oh yeah, screeching and screaming and
And
squealing
you
like
called
a
it, man, earlier. You called it.
yeah. It's like
Nobody knows that you called it earlier. We need to rewind the tape, man, to where like 3 hours earlier.
I'll be right back, bro.
all right.
Dude.
Oh, Miggy.
What's up? What's up?
What's up, Crit? What's up, Miggy?
Hey, what's up there? It's been a while. How you
Hey,
doing?
dude.
Dude, I didn't know y'all over here hiding in this politics place, man.
Dude, you need to come over here, man. This is the spot right here.
Yeah, it's like I came here yesterday. I saw it was all packed. I was like,
You know what
"Man."
this is? This reminds me of like the server back in 2018, bro. It's like
Yeah.
it's jumping. We got enough ballers in here to last us for days, bro. Like constant.
We get to pick and choose. There's so many coming in here. We could say, yeah, you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yeah, dude, there's so much. It's just so much in here. Like you can come in. Honestly, I get tired, dude. I'm like, dude, I just fucking want to hear Crit speaking or someone else. I mean, obviously, I get my reps in, but sometimes I just want to kick back and listen.
Yeah, I've seen them. They've changed a bit, man. Nobody has evidence. Everything else, somebody told me. Everything like that, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, I see some.
The last
faces
guy
there.
was saying that the sun looks like a star, but then I went on my iPhone and I typed in the word star and then typed in the word sun. They don't look anything the same.
Dude, you couldn't say that to those guys, man. It'd make their head explode. The guy's trying to. I was like, dude, you know what? That has been, I'd say, the argument for the past 3 days that the sun looks like the star and the star looks like the sun. And I'm like, let's just have this conversation for God's sakes, man. Who thinks that?
A lot of kindergartners would fail art class with that like demonstration. The teacher say, "Listen, draw a star." And they just draw the sun. They're like, "No, draw a star. What are you doing?"
Yeah. And these guys are like, no, it's the same thing. Really? What are the similarities? Well, they don't have to be the same. Well, then they're not the same, aren't they? How are you calling them the same then? The sun is a star and the star is the sun? No kidding. Anyway, I had to get going. But yeah, it's been fun. It's good to see you back, Book.
Take care.
Yeah, same.
For the rest of the gang, catch you guys later. I'm saluting you guys, by the way. You can't see it though.
I'm always saluting you. Later, dude.
Oh yeah, you got your avatar saluting.
Yeah, dude. Firm salute. Always pay respects.
Yeah, just leave it to the room master, Crit. It's his playground, man. We're just kids in it right now. So Crit, you're the man. All I gotta say.
Suns are stars, but they've got different names.
Yeah, later, old dude.
See you later, mate.
See you.
Yeah, that was the law of identity guy bitching that different things are the same thing. Therefore, you're violating the law of identity by not conflating the two things. Like, how dare you not conflate A and B at the same time? like a star. It's got the 5 points. A star is a circle. 5 points are a circle. Like who's violating the law of identity? I'm not sure it's the flat Earth guy.
So after you figure out the shape, then what's the next bit? Like, you know what the shape of the Earth is. Do you know anything about life?
What do you mean?
Well, do you know about life?
In what context?
Well, everybody's focused on the shape of the Earth, right? Why? It's not important.
I think it was just a conversation.
Life's important, right?
Yes, brother.
What's the most important thing?
Why are you here then?
What's the most important thing?
People.
People. That was a good
Yes.
answer. That was a good answer.
Speculation
That's
is
what you
on
wanted to be unmuted
Sundays. What's the evidence you have for your globe claim? Please put it forward for us to unpack. Thanks.
Wouldn't the most important part about life is to know where you live first, so you have a foundation and a beginning point, so you can know what you are and who you are and have an understanding of that, instead of being offered what you are and where you come from and why you're here.
So who tells you what to believe? Who gives you your proof?
I think it's all a process.
Your foundation. Where do you get your foundation for truth from?
I think it
Right,
has to be
so you're a sophist. Okay, who else has something for us to examine? Where do you get your foundation from? Science, so that would be sophistry. What else do you have?
Well, what does knowing the shape of the Earth give you? What does it give you?
Them lying to us about the shape of the Earth do for them? How about that?
I don't need to.
Why are you putting it on myself, for example?
I don't have to come up
kind
with.
of get to that point of wondering why they would lie about the shape of the Earth? Because if they weren't lying about the shape of the Earth, then we wouldn't be in this room together.
Why?
We would the Earth is one thing, like I did before 2015.
Why?
So
what do they get out of lying? That's my
always
question.
need to interview a killer and ask him why he killed the person? Do you always have to know motive, or can you just skip to your foundation and see what you stand upon to understand what in fact you live on and how you live where you live? And the construction industry. How does how do all these cities, you guys all talking on computers, sitting on a desk? Workstation, or sitting to a desk at a workstation? You all have some kind of level surface in front of you?
Yeah.
Right. So my question to be is,
about that, dude.
I know that, no, but I know you're not confused, and this is why I'm asking you. If every single one of us here all has the same thing in common, which is a level surface that is within our arm's reach, I can almost guarantee that everybody's within arm reach of a level surface. My question to you is, if we all say that we see level locally where we are, which is in fact direct evidence because we're testing it right now, it's repeatable. I know this because I'm a human being just like you are, so I'm appealing to your intellectual faculties to test your how genuine you are within the confines of conversation. Question being, where does your curve show up? Where does your curve show up?
I'll cut to the chase.
For long distances. Long distances is where they show up.
How much?
You're not comprehending scale.
Hey Matt, how much of it? Matt, question. I'm located in Ontario, Canada. Where are you located?
Hey, Killian, can you give a little space for Merle, if you would, if you may? Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Merle.
Oh, I was just gonna say, just to Killian, like, I'll cut to the chase with you, man. Like, I think we've all been lied to, like, not just about the shape, right? And I've been involved in this a long time. What I'm trying to help with is help us get to the next bit, because we have been lied to. We know this, but not just about the shape.
Right.
That's
so
all.
As Crit has said in the past, the topic of the server is 24/7 flat Earth. So are we going to discuss the things that are not related to flat Earth? Or are we going to discuss the motivations for lying? Or are we just going to cut to the chase so we can try to start to show people how they can actually think for themselves? This is why understanding how you see things is so important, so that you can start to step through life, right? So I think we can agree on that point. Again, back to my original question being, if all of us have a flat level surface within our arm's reach, right? Matt's going to step forward with this idea of there being some kind of, sorry, I got a train going by. Trains, there's another interesting thing
Blues
for you.
Brothers.
However, from a standpoint of this long distance observation, Matt, what is the distance you want to claim? Because again, I'm in Ontario, Canada, and I think there's a lot of people located here, many different places. They all see level. Go ahead.
Well, we could talk about the latitude, couldn't we, and measured from Polaris on a flat baseline elevation angles.
We don't have to appeal to space to figure out what we're standing upon. Again, you asked, Matt, I believe, was asking about long distance, which again is great because that's observing the surface, right?
There's your latitude, isn't it? There's your latitude.
Say what I want to say.
Yeah.
The surface is under contention, not space. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about latitude. So that's measured using Polaris. Yeah, elevation angles to Polaris, moving away to 0 degrees, or flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Welcome to Flat Earth. It's measured like that.
Congratulations on saying nothing. Where's your measurement for Earth being flat? Do you have like a long distance measurement of the Earth being flat or something?
Latitude, my friend. Latitude.
Go ahead and post it in the chat then for us. Go ahead and cite that for us.
Hold on, Deck. Before we go to latitude for a quick second, Matt, you're going to make the statement of asking for the numbers. So do you know about trigonometry?
Yeah. What about trigonometry?
What is trigonometry?
Does that prove the Earth is flat?
My friend, are you going to walk with me through the questioning, or are you just going to jump to the conclusion and poison?
What do you mean? We're gonna question ourselves about geometry now, about basic geometry.
Hey, you're the one that's asking for the math. Let's understand how we get to the math. You're asking for the numbers. Let's understand how you're going to fundy mute me, or are you going to let me talk through my point?
If he has a distance measurement, then I'd like to see that.
Deck's not on trial right now, my friend. You're the one asking for these long distance observation. Deck was kind enough to talk about.
No, I didn't say observation, so I don't know why you're misrepresenting what I said. But
are you going to be
question for you, Matt? How do we know that the Earth is anything except to be what it represents itself to be? And as last time I checked, it represents itself to be a flat and stationary. So if I don't know if you're confused.
Because you're on the surface of the Earth.
1 second, you need to let me finish. When you're like if you're confused about your senses or what you observe, that it sounds like a you problem. I don't know why anybody needs to be telling you what the Earth is. It's very self-evident, and if you can't figure it out, it's probably a you problem. You know, you got the wrong address.
So can I respond to what you just said? Okay, so how much of the Earth are you actually seeing when you look out? You're on the surface of the Earth, right? You're 6 feet tall, whatever you are. How much of the Earth are you seeing?
You don't get it, right? It's your problem. I see flat water,
you gotta do the math
I see
on that
flat
one.
horizon, I see horizontal horizon, I see how when I use the supposed spherical model and apply it to reality that it doesn't match. Therefore, there is no other conclusion but to accept reality for what it represents itself to be. That's it, man. So it seems like it's a your problem. Again, it's literally your problem.
No, it's really a you problem.
No, it's your problem. I don't have a problem.
It sounds like your problem, Kayon Seal. You don't have an issue with skill.
I accept reality for what it represents itself to be. If you can't do so, it's your problem. It's so simple. Very simple.
Right, Clay. So can we get back to observing these mathematics and the tools even that we use to reinforce the mathematics? I'm still not done talking to Matt. Sorry,
go ahead. On the, you can use Polaris to determine your longitude. The star is by no means the brightest star in the sky and cannot help you determine longitude as it is always on the meridian. What it can help you determine, however, is your latitude. The angle between the horizon and Polaris is your latitude. Angle, horizon, Polaris, latitude. Yeah, you might as well snore, mate, because it's measured flat.
And that's the issue. So when we use Matt, are you still here?
You don't even need any math to know.
So Matt, are you familiar? Matt, are you familiar with the use of a sextant?
No, I've never used this.
He doesn't even know what an elevation angle is.
Guys, you're throwing your perspective all the time.
This elevation angle bullshit that you keep saying needs to be measured from a flat surface or whatever the fuck you're claiming is just because the Earth can appear flat when you're on the surface because it's really fucking big. So I don't know why you keep doing the elevation angle bullshit over and over again, thinking you're getting.
So how do you measure the curve?
You already failed with that plenty of times.
So we're going back to if it's too big to see it, how do you measure it?
What do you mean it's too big? You don't physically measure the Earth. You do calculations. That's how you figure.
Well, there's a claim on the table, mate. The horizon can be no more than 1.22 feet times the observer's height in feet. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, and then you throw out refraction like it doesn't exist.
Yeah. So
when you see things that are really far, you're like, hold on.
Yeah, you can't
Earth
measure
is flat.
refracted. Is it physical or refracted?
What do you mean? Is it physical or refracted? What are you talking about?
Well, if it's refracted, it's not physical, is it?
You know what refraction is? Do you know what refraction is? Go ahead and explain everyone what refraction is. Go ahead, explain what refraction is. Explain it.
Well, it's
light
not Earth.
passing through different densities, right? Yeah. And it bends, right? You know what refraction is, right?
So how does density impact your surface, Bright Eyes?
How do you measure?
What do you mean? How does density impact the surface? It's not physically like
what I said.
It's not moving.
If you're going to step forward with this idea of refraction, which is literally just atmospheric lensing, put a pair of glasses on your face and you're going to change what you see, but the object doesn't actually change. So your idea of atmospheric lensing, which is completely tied to the humidity present in the atmos when these observations are made, i.e. bending light. Yeah, okay. The idea again is we want to know about the surface. So again, Matt, I'm going to come back and ask you, do you know what a sextant is and what it does? You cannot Fundy mute and wait till I'm finished because I'm going to ask you, what is the use of a sextant? Did you refer to your Googles yet? Because the images show it.
Okay, you're throwing.
What images are you talking about? What images are you talking about?
Elevation angles, pal.
Why do you keep doing this elevation bullshit? Do you have a long distance measurement for the flat Earth? Do you have one? Do you have one?
Latitude is measured from Polaris on the ocean.
Latitude measured from Polaris. The Earth is flat because it appears flat on the surface. Like you're just dude.
Yeah.
You're flat on the surface because it's really fucking big.
Yeah, you're correct.
You're just on the surface.
Good lad.
You're learning, man.
You're only on the surface of a very big ball, dude.
How do you measure the sphere, mate? How do you measure the sphere?
What do you mean how you measure the sphere?
I've told you how it's measured flat. How do you measure it? How do you measure sphere?
You've measured the entire Earth flat? You've measured the entire Earth? You know how big it is? You don't know the shape of the Earth, dude. You don't even know the shape of the Earth.
How do you measure it? There's a claim on the table.
Are you going to answer my questions? Are you going to answer any of my questions?
It's got a radius of 3959 apparently.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. According to you, it doesn't.
Why are you gonna? How are you gonna say apparently at the end of that?
So what's the size of your flat disk then? Go ahead.
I'm not claiming the distance.
You're wasting your time.
So you don't know the shape of your. See, you don't know the shape of your planet in the 21st century, and you're not embarrassed to say that as a grown man.
It's flat. It's measured flat.
Oh, you just say it's flat.
Yeah.
Well, it's clearly not flat. There's lumps and bumps everywhere, so it's clearly not flat.
Yeah. Well, the lumps and bumps are measured from sea level.
Yeah. So it's horizontally flat then.
It's not curved, mate. You explain
boats going over the horizon? Can you explain boats going over the horizon then?
I've told you how it's measured flat. There's no curvature involved.
Is level okay? Is water level as well in your world?
Sea level is level, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's contained, right? It's contained.
Is sea level or is it curved?
It's level. So you say sea level, right? Answer the questions. Is it level?
Yes, it's level. Yes.
Okay, so it's level and contained in your world, right? Because there's no gravity. It's contained.
It's not curved, mate.
Right?
It's not
okay,
curved.
So what's going on with the tides? What's going on with the tides then?
What's that got to do with measuring a? What's that got to do with measuring a globe?
Explain it. What's it got to do with the tides?
I don't know anything. Hello. Me.
Hello. Explain. Answer my question. Hello.
Man, can you stop spiraling, dude?
Answer my question. You got level water moving around.
You're triggered since we've mentioned elevation angles and latitude coming from Polaris. All measured on a
water was level, dude.
How many times do you want to be defeated in this debate, Matt, and come back to
He's already been defeated. He's not trying to answer my questions about water.
No, you have been defeated many times, and you just keep coming back.
You have contained water moving around for no reason.
Why do you come back,
flatties, the lowest common denominator of society. This is funny as fuck.
Matt, why you keep coming back, man? You have literally nothing to bring to the table.
Matt is right. He's bringing evidence.
Listen. You can keep your delusional, vain idea of a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness. I really don't mind because people are throwing their pearls before swine right now. You're not here to learn. You're not here to change your mind. You want to live on a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness. It's your vain fantasy, man. You love probably Superman movies and Star Wars.
Slow down.
Listen.
All right,
mate,
is any flat earther willing to answer me my question about
No, man, you're a waste of time.
Absolutely not, because they'll get schooled by you. It's pretty simple.
Now listen, you're triggered because I've told you how Earth is measured flat using elevation angles to Polaris, yeah?
That's not how you measure the Earth.
Yeah?
It's not how you measure the Earth.
It's measured flat, mate.
So, about the time.
The stupidest thing I heard ever. The Earth measured
This guy is
flat.
measuring the entire Earth with an elevation angle.
Can I just pop something up real quick? Just for a second.
Yeah, enlighten us.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so he's talking about sea level, right? And he's thinking of it in a way where it's like, when you have like a cup of water, there's that level of sea, right? That's the surface, right? But because obviously, at least to the people who are in here who are globe believers, right, like me, when you see it's a spherical object, right? And there's no water going into the core, so it's going to get pulled in. It's going to be a surface kind of like level. There isn't an exact thing. It's a measurement of like how much, because obviously sea levels are rising because if like no matter what you believe, like were to rise, like icebergs dropping in, the water gets risen. It's not because it's because big icebergs are dropping in. It rises just a little bit, right? And it's not like it's easy to do that. It's a very gradual thing.
You're stuttering a lot. Level. I'll give you the definition of level. A horizontal plane or line.
It's not really I'm not really talking about.
Hey, let him speak, bro.
It's a whole different thing than what I'm talking about. It's a really different subject.
Just listen to the response.
No, but if it's a different thing, then there's no relation to what I'm saying.
Yeah, just listen to the response, maybe.
It won't have any. It's a different thing, bro.
Crack on with it then. Still waiting for Earth curve measurement evidence, but we've got none.
Have you ever looked?
Golly, man. You already confessed with your mouth what the issue is, right? You said, I believe that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, which is the short, which is the long description of your heliocentric model, right? That's what you confessed with your mouth. That's your belief. And I say, I do not believe this since there's a lack of evidence. I use the Earth for what it represents itself to be, and that's what I accept it to be. If you want to insert upon this a vain belief, a fantasy of a spinning ball, that is your problem. It is your burden to give us any proof that this is the case.
Listen, we've already explained to them about latitude and how it's measured. It's not measured on a globe, mate. It's elevation angles to Polaris, disappearing as you move further away to the equator. It appears to be at 0 degrees, the star, on a flat Earth. Yeah.
Do they measure latitudes in the southern hemisphere?
Well, the specific thing is that they have not even understood yet is that the heliocentric model is completely derived from sky observations or celestial observations. It's a sky religion, right? And it's literally the best arguments that they have for their sky religion and reaffirming constantly is about the sky to prove their sky religion. And we say, look at the ground. Look at what the ground is doing. Look at what the surface is and so forth. And then that's where the disconnect happens.
Yeah, but we don't say just look at it. We're actually showing them and telling them how it's measured that way. It's measured in physical reality as flat, mate. It's not measured as a globe.
Obviously.
Where do you think latitude comes from? Elevation angles to Polaris. What's up with you globers?
Straight lines, by the way.
So
the horizontal reference point.
The globe comes from flat Earth measurements.
Alpha mentioned something before that I want to touch on. He said, the reason UK is in dark when America's in light is because the light attenuation from the sun has its limits. What is the limit?
Well, forget that. We know the Earth is measured flat, mate. It's not a globe. Otherwise,
See?
we'd
Wait, why? Don't
See,
just be like forget.
he's fulfilling what I just said 1 minute ago. What they have from their sky religion, referred from the sky completely. In order to reaffirm it and have a proof for it, is using the sky. That's all they can do is use the sky.
Yeah.
They will never. They can't use what the surface actually, what the topic actually is at hand. They can't talk about it. They need to use sky phenomena.
It's measured flat.
Who measures it flat?
Channel.
Name me one person that measures it flat.
LiDAR scans, long distance observations over water. Water itself classifies and gives testimony in all scale, or at least of the scales that you can still perceive that it's flat and horizontal. Dude, sea level, horizontal, horizon. I mean, how hard is a little child, no offense at all, will
You
probably
like
easier understand this than
a
people who are involved in this vain belief of a sky religion, which is the heliocentric model.
Anyway, Alpha, I asked you a question. What's the limit of the sun? What's the range?
Don't you get it, man?
Alpha, what's the range of the sun?
Duncan,
what's the limiting? This light
Duncan.
attenuation. What's limiting it? Like, what's the range?
Yeah, how many times has the range changed in your model, man? How many times have they changed it in your model to fit it some kind of other thingy that they needed to cope with, right? So again, this channel is about the surface of Earth. It's not about the sky phenomena, you see. It's about the surface of the Earth. How hard is this to understand, right? And you will not change the surface of Earth by diverting into saying, or tell me how far the sun is away, while simultaneously not acknowledging how many times it was changed in your own model. Probably it's going to be changed again. Who knows? Because there's some other missing link that will show up, and they need to cope with it, and then they need to do adjustments again, which they have done all the time, especially by looking at dark matter and so forth. Bro, your model is so stinkingly inconsistent. It's insane that you guys have such a huge faith to believe in this.
So what's the range of the sun? What's due to this light attenuation? What's the range?
The range is 10 to the power of 22 light years. The inverse of the Planck's length. The shortest measurable distance of light. You invert it, you get the longest. That is the range of the sun and light.
Yeah, you can put all kinds of numbers
goes over your head because you're retarded.
You can put
no, it sounds like you just made up a bunch of numbers and, you just want to make up some things.
Exactly.
On Earth, on Earth, he said that the reason UK is in darkness when America is lit up is because of the light attenuation from the sun doesn't reach the UK anymore. I want to know what this light attenuation. What's the maximum range of this sun?
Probably best you ask him when he returns, because no one here is going to give you an answer. That's his claim. It's probably best that he backs it up. So when he's back, you can ask him.
His mic is still unmuted. What do you mean? He's not here? Alpha, you there?
Hey Duncan, are you after your question has been answered? Are you going to talk about the surface of Earth again, or is this just going to be about the sky one more time?
This is about the surface of the Earth. This is about how much of the surface of the Earth can see the sun at the same time. It's about the surface.
So it's not about the sun and the sky.
It is about the surface. Yes, it's about both.
Okay, well, he's not in here, so when he is, you can ask him.
So if it's about both,
can any of you guys answer the question?
Well, we don't appear to be, do we?
How is the sun
telling us? Can any of you guys answer the question?
We don't appear to be, do we, Clay? Thank you. We don't appear to be answering the question, dude. I'm redirecting you to the person who's made the claim, so the person who made the claim can back it up. He's not in the room. When he is, you can ask him. Sound fair?
So you guys, do you disagree with him that it's not the light attenuation from the sun that's... I know, I'm asking if you agree with his claim or disagree with his claim. That's what I'm asking.
Light does obviously attenuate through the medium of the atmosphere. I don't know the range. Maybe he does.
So, do you agree with this claim or disagree with
What,
this
that
claim?
light attenuates through the atmosphere? Of course, that's scientifically
And that's
proven.
the reason why that UK is in
Not the entire
nighttime.
reason why, but this isn't my conversation. If you want a distance, maybe he's got it. I definitely don't. So when he's back, you can ask him. If you carry on with this, dude.
I'm just asking if you agree with him or disagree with him. You can't answer that.
Can you put the question?
Can anyone
on
else
hold?
here? Anyone else that's here? Do you agree with Alpha or disagree with Alpha that
Hey,
the
if
reason
you're on a
UK
globe,
is at
you're
in
on-
nighttime when America isn't is because
So that means
Thank
we
you.
have an exact amount of 12 hours of sunlight every day, because we're on a globe that's spinning, right? So if we have any extent beyond that 12 hours, what are we doing?
Well, there is the tilt, the tilt, the wobble, the slight wobble. Therefore, more sunlight.
Whoever goes through a day and goes, oh, the globe. Gee, I better think about the globe before I get my keys and go to work.
No one. There's no one waking up in the morning that has a globe model in his hand and is like, oh, I need this model in order to
What's up, Noel?
get done with
How
the
you
day.
doing?
I mean, sorry guys,
Yeah,
that's a jump out there, but if they can't understand how it's actually measured flat level, I mean, so we're giving them evidence and demonstrating and telling them how it's measured flat. So you think it's measured as a globe? Tell us how it's measured as a globe, who measured it, and what equipment is used. Please do that.
Relative. Because a distance from
If you live on a globe, right, how was it measured? How do you get the distances? How do you get the radius?
Are you talking about like straight lines, like measurement like that?
No, your globe measurement. How do you measure it?
No, wait, what are you talking? When you're talking about like?
I'm asking for evidence of evidence of globe measurement.
But what do you mean by it's measured flat? What is that kind of it going for?
Well, when you measure to the equator from Polaris, you're using elevation angles. You know what an elevation angle is?
Kind of, bro.
Yeah. So in order to get the elevation angle, you need a horizontal plane for that. Yeah. We're using sea level.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're using flat Earth measurements. Yeah, to get our latitude to the equator.
What?
Yeah. When you stood under Polaris and it's on top of your head, that's 90 degrees. Do you know what 90-degree angle requires?
Man,
two straight
I think
lines.
That's a misinterpretation. I'm not going to lie to you.
No, it's not a misinterpretation.
I
mate.
just want to. I don't want to sound like like calling you an idiot. But when
well, you know what an angle is, don't you?
Okay, bro. Okay.
You know what an angle is, don't you?
Hey, just please let me just speak for a second.
Hey. Yeah, angles, two straight lines.
Bro.
Let him finish one deck, then we can hang
what angle is, bro. Just relax.
I know what angles are. I'm not 4 years old, right? I understand that. Please just allow me to speak. All right.
Go on.
So it's when you're thinking of, equators and like how you actually do angles, right? You're speaking of the Earth as if it has to be around the whole thing. You're speaking of it as if, they can't just like cut through the middle. You can go from the equator to the equator and just have that be how you measure. You know what I mean?
What are you talking about, Fred?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
Yeah, make it more clearer. I mean, I didn't even fucking follow that. What are you on about, dude?
I didn't follow what you meant.
End to end, right, with the equator.
End to end with the equator. Okay.
Listen, okay. At one end to the other end, right?
Of the equator.
You can just do that. You can, like, from a perspective, you can just go one side to the other side, bro, and then you got like a line, and you can just use that as
guys,
the line.
hold on, my friend. What do you mean by one side to the other side of an equator, which is a circular line? What do you mean?
You can have different sides of a sphere, not actual sides. I understand what that means. Yeah, there's only one side, with perspective.
On a sphere, mate, the equator is the line at which a Polaris seems to drop below 0 degrees of the elevation angle as you're moving further away from it. Yeah, which is an elevation angle, which requires a horizontal baseline, mate.
If you got like a line across that, you can just use that. I think that's what they're doing.
So I'm giving you plenty of examples of how the Earth is measured horizontally, level, and flat. I'm just waiting for somebody in here to tell me how I'm wrong and how it's measured globally.
Not wrong. You're not wrong. It's just people, they don't have anything to say after that. It's checkmate.
So you go one line, go to the other side. You got, massive circular object, spherical. You could put a big fucking rubber band. You put a rubber band around one side, the other side.
Making much sense, Dave. We're giving you the mic, but honestly, you're not necessarily making too much sense.
If you're intellectually honest, you'll just concede that he's right. I know it's annoying, but what he's saying is true. It's just the
Don't let it upset you, mate. Don't let it upset you, mate.
You go from one side. You go from one side. Get like a ball. Get like a ball, right?
Yeah,
you get a ball. Big fuck off rubber band. You just pop it against the side. And you put it in right dab in the middle, kind of like where the top of the bottom is.
Right.
That would be a line around it. You could just measure off that. You know what I mean?
No, because you put a rubber band around the ball. And that ball is circular, and that rubber band is now circular because it's around the outside of the ball. What do you mean you can now measure it flat? What are you on about?
You can take that perspective, flatten that shit.
No, it's not adequate. It's really not.
Listen, listen, mate, you're talking broken biscuits, mate, right? You've had a chance to talk and come up with some globe evidence, which you haven't got, right? And I've just explained how the Earth's measured flat and horizontal and level. That's how we came up with latitude lines. That's how we navigate. That's how it's observed. That's how it's measured in physical reality. Flat, horizontal, level. End of story. Bye-bye globe.
Deal with it.
Forget a big fuck off rubber band, right?
Yeah, put it around your mouth, baby.
You put it around a ball.
Yeah.
And then you like super globe it, right?
Right.
And then you pop the fucking ball.
Okay.
You push it down.
Fucking
super compressed.
There you go. I'm not going to put up with you trolling. I'm just going to repeat the same fucking bullshit again.
Oh, God help us.
So I was thinking about something. So if I had like a basketball, right? And I had like shallow thumbtacks, like really shallow to the point where, the head of the thumbtack would be, the usual size, but the actual pin wouldn't be deep enough that it would actually penetrate the basketball, because I want the basketball to retain air, because I'm attempting to demonstrate the globe model. So I'm going to take these thumbtacks. Give me a quick second, please. If I may, Deck, you had some space right on the mic, so I'd like my turn if I can for a quick second just to say, I take this basketball with these shallow thumbtacks. Go ahead, Deck.
No, I was saying apologies. Go.
Okay, thank you so much. So I take this basketball with these shallow thumbtacks and I start putting them in all over the place. And I'm like, hey, cool. So I have a basketball with a series of thumbtacks, which all of these thumbtacks are all observing a level field because they have a local to their level, right? Because the heads of the thumbtacks are in fact flat, right? So then I think to myself, okay, well, we take somewhere in the northern, quote, hemisphere that you globe guys call it, like Canada, where I am. And I'm like, flat, local level, cool. And then I'm talking to somebody over in Australia, and they're like, yep, I see flat level, just like the thumbtack itself. Again, I'm going to keep asking the question to the globe. Do you guys have any explanation as to how these two instances of level can simultaneously exist on your globe model? Or was nobody listening?
I'm listening.
I'm listening.
Thanks, Jedi. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so very much for listening. But thanks, Clay. I hear three people who know reality because I know they're talking on desks or they have side tables that show local to their level, even a kitchen countertop. But what about the globe friends? How do you possibly explain how those two thumbtacks can be observing their local level on their heads, but still exist on a spheroid? Anybody?
Which two?
Mania? Go ahead.
Which two? Which two things can?
So I'm in Ontario, Canada. Where are you located, Mania?
I'm in the Netherlands.
Awesome. Perfect. Actually, Netherlands, you'd still be in the northern hemisphere, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
According to the globe model, right? Do you have any friends?
Yeah.
Do you have any friends in
No,
the
zero.
southern hemisphere? You don't have any friends in the southern hemisphere? Okay.
No,
do you
zero.
think do you think that they're in fact experiencing a different level to you in the southern quote hemisphere?
Yeah, I mean, reality is totally different in the southern hemisphere.
Sorry, did you say you're muffled? Reality is different in the southern hemisphere, did you say?
It's totally different. Yeah.
Interesting.
In
How
the
so?
southern hemisphere, yes.
Okay, could you expound on that a little bit
Well,
further,
because
please?
you cross the equator, right? When you cross the equator, it's an alternative reality.
Hold on a minute. Could you explain this reality to me a little bit further, please?
Dude, it's like a drug. Now, we're from the Netherlands. We know a ton of drugs now. But when you cross the equator, it's a different experience, dude. It hits you differently. Have you ever tried that shit?
Bro,
Okay,
this
so
guy's a
just
troll,
to
dude.
just to
Another one.
just
Another one.
to again, so this is the idea, right? Is that we take the reality, we suss it out as to how you arrived at it. Because here's the thing, we're one race, right? Human race. That means I have the same mental faculties that you do. I have the same senses that you do. And I know for a fact, unfortunately, that if you're in the same reality that I'm in, which I hope to be because we're talking on the same flat platform, I know for a fact that you're not experiencing life any different than I am. And people in Australia, especially in the construction industry, are actually experiencing life the same as us. So again, what is it? What is the claim you're going to bring forward for us to be able to observe these simultaneous existences of level?
But it's not well, I don't know what you mean.
It is simultaneous. That means everything's happening. Let me walk on you and say, hand in the cookie jar. Everybody's hand in the cookie jar in this chat right now because everybody's observing local level. So where does your spheroid show up?
Okay, but the sun doesn't travel over the same period, over the same land at the same time.
Hey,
and that's
I
something
like
that
this.
The flat Earth. It's hard to have a flat Earth plan.
See, it's
just for the sun and the moon.
You're being intellectually honest because you just said the sun's actually moving. So now we're actually starting to gain a little bit of traction. Cool. So the sun moves above the ground, right? So the sun, in fact, orbits the Earth. Is this correct?
I'm not sure if that would work. I need to see an accurate model.
Isn't that what you just said?
A 2D model, then. A 2D model.
He did say it. He did. I heard him.
Deck, go ahead.
I'm just saying he did say that. I'm confirming you did.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that, Deck, because again, intellectually honest, right? This is the only way that we can actually walk conversations through. Otherwise, it just ends up
I'm neutral.
audio chaos. But Mania, this is exactly why I appreciate you, because there's many people here who are neutral as well, right? Who have the same senses that you do, right? And there's nobody here, if you're being neutral, observing the appeals to any kind of authorities in order to understand what they stand on. So you say that the sun orbits the Earth, which is a great start. Next question being,
I just want to see a plan. How do you say, not a plan, but a model, that works.
Yeah,
Fine.
well,
with the sun, with the stars, with the moon.
No. I mean, you can look at a map, mate, and the latitude lines. Any map.
Yeah.
And they was measured using elevation angles from Polaris. Yeah, moving away from Polaris at 90 degrees till Polaris gets to 0 degrees. That's your equator. Elevation angles, 2 straight lines, no curve involved. It's measured flat.
You're saying they're measured from the same star? That's the point, right?
Yeah, that's how you get your equator, mate. Okay. It's elevation angles from Polaris.
Okay.
How do you get those elevation angles to work out with the distance changes? One deck?
Well, as you move away, the star appears to drop in the distance. And when it gets to 0 degrees, that's when you're at the equator.
Can you demonstrate anywhere where there's a linear relationship between angles and distance, other than looking at the star?
Yeah, your latitude lines, mate.
I just said
How
without
else?
looking at the stars. So like literally anywhere
but-
else that we can look at something. Can you show me a linear relationship between
No,
angles and
that's
moving angles?
It's
Or, like,
not
just-
linear.
That's how
It is
latitude
linear.
is measured, mate.
No, it's not.
1 degree per 60 nautical miles. That's a linear
That
relationship.
doesn't work from
in the
0 to
chat.
15. That doesn't work from 0 to 15 degrees. So
From
you're
0
wrong.
to 15? It quite literally does. You just make
No, it
minor
doesn't
Yeah,
adjustments
someone
based
said
off of
this,
atmospheric
Refraction, you don't even know your own
index.
model, dogs.
So yeah, so I'm
It might
turning you
be-
down while I speak to this other guy who seems more interesting. So yeah,
I don't know who
So
I'm
between,
talking to,
like,
but
even
I
if you
put
want to
something in
talk
the
about-
chat.
even if you want
It's
to
about
talk
this
about
angle to
between-
Polaris, and they say it works on a spherical, but not a flat Earth.
So even if you want to bring up
Yeah,
0,
that's
like what
correct.
was it, 90 to like 15, you
No,
still have to explain how there's a linear relationship there.
I don't hear from you. We get the picture we want to hear from.
I know you want to pick on the new guy who doesn't know your arguments. I understand. It's the only people you can argue with.
Oh, because it's the angle. Okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah, so there's no
Yeah,
there's
I
no curves on an angle, mate. Is there? Unless you can prove that there's an elevation angle does have a curved baseline when you're getting them elevation angles from Polaris.
Does anybody claim?
Well, yeah,
that
if you're standing in
elevation angles
Africa,
have
you would
curved
see it on the.
baselines?
Well, you claim that you live on an Earth, don't you? Curved Earth.
Yeah, but does anybody claim that elevation angles have curved baselines?
Well, it'll tell you if you just if you do a little bit of research, it'll tell you how latitude is measured. It's measured from Polaris using angle measurements. Are angles curved?
Yes, angle.
Yeah, angles are not curved. Nobody on globe Earth is claiming that elevation angles have curved baselines.
Yeah, so we're using the surface of the Earth. When we're getting the elevation angles from the surface of Earth, that's what we're using.
No,
There's no curve in it.
No, we don't use the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so what we're using to measure? So what we're using to measure the surface of Earth then? Excuse me. What we're using when we're measuring the surface of Earth, not the surface of Earth.
When you're measuring elevation angles, you're not using the surface of the Earth.
Yes, you are.
So when we measure,
sorry,
Sorry,
on
go.
deck. I'll post something for you which demonstrates that yes, you do. You carry on the
Oh, that's
conversation.
just false.
Oh, it isn't. You
Yeah,
haven't seen it yet, and you don't know the authority to which
Yes,
I
I
will be
do.
citing. Do you?
The
Which
reason I
authority?
know, the reason I
Excuse me,
know,
Brenda, which authority will I be citing?
the reason that I know is because I understand the
Oh.
math and not the authority doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's not
You
math,
just made
mate,
a
it's measurement.
prediction, you
What
fucking
is
idiot.
the name of the
It's not math, it's
authority,
measurements,
not
it's
the
crazy.
reason, Brenda? Answer his question, Brenda.
Come on, Brenda.
I missed part of that. Could you repeat the question, please?
I'm just going to cite a source that will pictographically and verbally demonstrate to you that we do use the surface of the Earth when measuring elevation angles up from that surface. You've said, fill in the gap.
Well, are you done? I was waiting for you
Yes,
to finish.
I had.
Depends on the tool.
Oh, okay.
Let me
So
just
we simply don't use the surface of the Earth to form an angle of elevation.
Yes,
That's
we
just
do.
not how
I
it's
will
done.
provide that citation for
Yes,
you.
we do.
What about when you're using a spirit level? Or not a spirit level, I'm sorry,
Your
but a
audio is so
second-
low, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, keep on. We're talking about elevation angles, measuring the surface of Earth. But Brenda says we're not measuring the surface of Earth when we're measuring the surface of Earth.
No, we're
So
measuring.
talk-
We're measuring an angle.
Okay, so how do we measure curvature then?
Well, that would be a different question. But the way you
Yes,
measure,
it is. Yeah, okay, then it is a different question. How do you measure Earth curve?
So, the altitude
Earth curve
angle,
would be a-
sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line from the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
absolutely correct. You're correct.
Standing on. Standing on.
Yep, that's absolutely correct.
Excellent.
Horizontal
So we
plane
are
too, huh?
referencing, my friend, we are referencing the surface of the Earth.
That's
when we
false.
make that
That's
measurement
false.
from the surface of the Earth, because we're standing on the surface of the Earth, That is the horizontal line that you'll be measuring your elevation angle up from.
What you're doing is called begging the question, right? The
No,
horizontal
I'm
plane.
reading a citation.
So we're measuring the Earth, mate.
No, it's not. It literally says
Yes, it
not.
is.
It says, what does it say? What does it say? It says the horizontal plane.
Yes.
It doesn't say
You
the
know what a
Earth.
horizontal plane is?
You know what a plane is?
That's begging the question that you're trying to
standing on it to measure the angle.
Does it
You know what
describe
a
the
plane
ground
is?
as the horizontal plane or no?
Yeah, the thing that the observer's standing on.
Yeah, that's the horizontal plane, not the
The
Earth.
observer is standing on.
Let's just go through this then, Jedi. Just one quick one. So we'll go through the two words: horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No,
at
that's
right
not what
angles.
horizontal means.
Listen. At right angles to the vertical. Then we'll go to plane, a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie.
Yeah. The surface of the Earth isn't a flat horizontal
So
plane.
we've not got any evidence of curvature yet, mate, have we?
So we're talking about how you take an elevation angle. You do it from a horizontal plane, and then the angle from that to the celestial object.
That's correct. So the
It
horizontal
doesn't say
plane
anything
will
about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, he's standing on it. So,
No.
for example, yes. So,
You
for
can
example,
stand on the horizontal plane at the same time, dude.
We can use
excuse me,
an elevation angle to a lighthouse and know the distance between us and that lighthouse using very basic trigonometry, as long as we know the height of the lighthouse. Now, the distance between you, I haven't finished. So the distance between you and that lighthouse is a horizontal line.
That's begging the question.
No, it isn't.
Right. Also, can I just add? I mean, we can all agree, and I hope we can, because we're all adults, that horizon and horizontal are connected.
No, they're not.
So why not? How are they not?
Because they are two different words that mean two different things.
So what does horizon mean?
Wrong, Brenda.
It means the circle. A horizon is a circle around an observer. That's the
No, I'll
limit.
tell you, Brenda.
Let me finish my sentence. You asked me.
You was wrong.
You asked me. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not.
Well, okay. You 2 seconds, and I'll tell you what it really means. Go.
You
Horizon.
asked me questions, and then you don't allow me to answer.
What's the horizon?
The horizon is a circle around an observer. That is the limit. That's the limit.
No.
Just a minute. It's
no
limit of their vision.
Nope.
Circle's a two-dimensional plane, though.
A circle is just is a circle. It's not. What are you talking about?
Circle is a two-dimensional object. It is a planar object.
Yeah. No, it's not planar.
It is. It's two-dimensional.
Yeah.
So
what?
I'll just add then, Brenda, the horizon, Oxford Languages Dictionary, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. The Earth's surface, horizon.
Yeah.
Horizontal.
Yeah. In astronomy, a horizon is defined, right, as a circle around an observer, right? That
we're talking about the Earth. We're talking about Earth measurements.
Any planet.
No, we're talking about Earth measurements.
Any
being
planet.
measured flat. Yeah. So the line, it's a line. Do you know what a line is?
No, it's a circle because you can turn around 360 degrees.
This is the definition. The line at which the Earth's surface, that's the top of the Earth, and the sky appear to meet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine for that definition, right?
Yeah.
But do lines curve?
We're talking about straight lines?
Yeah. Are you saying the horizon is a straight line that doesn't curve?
It says the line at which the Earth's, and it's related to horizontal.
Well, it could be curved though, couldn't it?
The word horizontal. Yeah, can you define horizontal?
Is the horizon curved?
I've just told you what the horizon is. It's the line.
You can't answer. You won't answer. Why won't you answer that question?
I'm telling you what
Because
the
why would
definition
they
is.
call it a horizon if it was a curve?
To show that it's curved, all you have to do is turn around in a circle, and the horizon is there. Straight
That's
lines don't curve.
Counterintuitive, Brenda.
That's totally
Referencing
intuitive.
horizontal, you can have, and I will agree,
Stand on a
a
flat plane and you
360
turn
degrees
around, there's
circular vision
plane
around
everywhere.
you. Definitely agree to that. But that circle is planar. It is a horizontal plane between the interior of that circle.
Yeah, but I'm not standing at the center of the circle.
You are, if you hold on. Yeah, you are standing at the center of the circle.
No, I'm not.
If it's your horizon and you're the one that's fucking turning around.
In order to stand at the center of the horizon, which is a circle, I'd have to dig down.
No, you just have to go out to sea, get on a boat,
don't do that.
turn around.
It will
go to the
threaten
top
to
of the
lava.
mountain. Go to the
Well,
top
then
of the
go
mountain,
underwater.
turn
That's the other
around.
one, yeah.
Yeah, have your
turn around.
eyeballs at the water, right?
But in the meantime, Brenda, the Earth is measured flat.
In the
Where?
meantime,
Show me the
she's in
measurements.
center of a
Show it to me.
circle.
What is the
You're in a
source
circle.
of gravity if it's flat? Because the ocean has the same pressure.
Well, just ask
That's a
them
different
where it's
question.
measured
You're just
flat.
detouring it.
Yeah.
Right? So the problem is that they can't comprehend what a horizon is. A horizon
I am
is a circle.
comprehending it, and I agreed with you until you said you weren't in the center of the horizon and you made by turning around. Then
I'm
you
above
lost
it. I'm above it. You understand? I'd have to
I'm
dig
not.
down into the ground to
Brenda.
get to the center.
Brenda, how
So how
can you
did you
be? Hold on a minute. I just got to ask the question. Brenda, how can you be above something that you literally determine it yourself? The horizon is local to the person perceiving it. If I go
Correct.
up, the horizon rises with me. If I go down, it drops with
No.
me.
If you go up, the horizon drops.
Buddy.
How would you draw the horizon, Brenda?
It would be a circle.
Oh my god.
It represents the limit that an observer can see on
Yes.
a
Why are you
curved
being
surface like the
dishonest?
Earth.
No,
Why are you
not
being
any
dishonest?
surface. A horizontal surface, for example.
What?
A horizontal surface. It doesn't have to be curved for you to have a limitation of view.
So horizontal simply means perpendicular to a vertical.
If this was an exam and you drew a circle for the horizon question, you'd get it
Listen,
wrong.
Perpendicular.
So let me just go. Let me
You
just
get it wrong.
Brenda,
Wrong.
you was wrong with horizontal. Listen, horizontal. Let's go through it. Horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon.
The horizon isn't a plane; it's a circle.
This is
Joseph Biden runs my life.
I've already explained
horizontal.
it is a plane. That circle is two-dimensional, so the interior of that circle is planar. Horizontal in
Parallel.
Now, I will accept that the interior of a circle is planar.
Thank
the
you.
thing is
Horizontal.
that plane is underground.
I tell you what. So what's a flat surface on which a listen? A plane is a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie.
Yeah. Any 2 points on the diameter of or circumference of the circle.
Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Level is a horizontal plane. I mean, I thought you were supposed to be talking about curves, Brenda.
So Brenda,
all we're doing is talking about flat
curved.
Earth.
Circles are curved, aren't they?
Yeah. So how do you measure the globe?
Oh, from a horizontal at the observer's location, and then you construct the angle to the celestial object.
So
Sigma.
Where does a globe come into it then?
The globe would come in
the
by
middle.
making a correction for dip.
A dip correction, also known as height of eye correction, is a correction you make
No, it's
on
incorrect.
referencing the horizon to take you down to ground level.
It's a dip.
So you have a horizontal plane between you and the horizon, because as you pointed out earlier, you're above it. So when you do your dip correction or height of eye, you're mathematically putting your eyeballs or your angle measuring device, the sextant, upon the floor, referencing the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
No,
you wouldn't have a horizontal plane if you drew a tangent line to a tangent point.
Exactly.
That's just begging the question. That's begging the question.
No, it's not begging the
No.
question, because he actually talked about the use of a sextant in his answer to you, and I'd actually like to come behind him and further back him up in saying that if you didn't want to account for, that's right, dip correction, you would then use a bubble sextant, which would
Well, yeah, you could use a bubble sex. You could also use an artificial horizon. You know, put a pan of oil.
Meanwhile, guys, we're measuring angles, horizontals, horizons, and levels. Now, how do we measure curvature drop over distance? What tool is used to measure curve?
A ruler.
Yeah, really, really
Use a
long
ruler to measure curve. Interesting. I would not
Yeah.
employ you. I would not employ you to build anything.
Well, again,
I'm
so
unemployed.
This just shows like
I
your
have
lack
no
of logic,
GCSEs.
because if
You've
you have
answered your
something
own
with a
question there.
known flatness and you apply it to something that you don't
Oh.
know the flatness of.
So let me get
it
this
does
right,
not
Brenda.
line up. Am I speaking, dude? I think I am.
Your volume is low.
Oh, my
Very,
volume's
very
low. Let me
low.
just do this really quick. Can you
That's
hear me
better.
better
That's
now?
better.
Thank you. Thank you. So you
Yeah,
just
you've
get
been
something
coming in really
of a
fine, dude.
known flatness and you put it up to a surface, it'll show you immediately whether or not that surface is flat or not flat.
I don't think
It's
we
hard
can
to
do
force.
that on the Earth though. It's
Well,
very thin.
if somebody designed maybe a 10-mile long ruler, then maybe they can prove flat Earth. But they don't
Hey,
have any other source of like flatness or reference for flatness
Hey,
to
Targ
measure the
Force.
surface with.
Yeah, we do,
Force.
mate. We've been explaining it for a long time. Like all your latitude lines are derived from elevation angles to and from
One day.
Polaris.
And the other
Yes,
question
mate.
I have too, Tard
Cool.
Force.
So, hold
Tard
on.
Force, do you observe?
So,
No,
and
you
then
can
I'm gonna
hold on.
ask
I have
you-
a question. I'd like to ask you, Tard
Okay, I'm
Force.
gonna
Do
get,
you
like,
know about
bombarded
the
with questions.
naturally occurring law of water seeking its level?
Oh, I have a great
no such
video for
law.
that. I've already found a great video for that. And no, I did not hear about any like water like magically finding its own level. I just understand like second grade like science that water just conforms to the
Yeah.
forces acted upon it.
That's great,
right?
mate. That's great.
So
Yeah, that's
whenever we
fantastic.
take a look
That's
at this
fantastic.
video, I'm really glad
Listen.
that you brought that up, because when you
Yeah.
have a 3-point water level, it seems to show that water does
Yeah.
not form straight. Water seems
Listen,
to have a bit of
when
a
there's
hump
a
to it.
claim on the table that the horizon is the physical location of Earth curve, yeah, which can be no more than 1.22 times
That's
the
false.
observer's height in feet, and it's been debunked, mate.
That's
So
false.
hold
you
on.
gotta do
When do we claim that the horizon that we see is the physical part of it, right? Because we understand that there's a geometric
You
curve,
see a tangent
which
line
if I were to get a ruler out and if
when
I
you
were
draw a
to
It's in the
tangent
stretch,
line
globe
to
map,
it,
mate.
if I were
It's
to
the claim
draw,
on the table.
I'm gonna
Hold
have
tight.
a stroke if you keep over talking me, dude.
when you draw a tangent line
Yeah.
to it,
Cool.
that's
So
when you say it's physical.
yeah, we understand it's physical versus like, was it apparent, right? Because we understand that we exist within an atmosphere. So to
What was
try
your
and claim
question
that
again?
1.22, what? I don't know. I have like 3 fucking people asking me things. I get
I
distracted.
know. I've
That's
answered.
why I'm
I've
trying to only
answered.
talk to one person at a time.
Dude,
Chill
I'm
out,
trying
babe.
to be
Chill out.
right, for
Chill
fuck's
out.
sake.
Go and get some
One
noodles
deck.
and chill out. Sorry,
Okay.
mate.
One
Oh, I
deck.
think I
I have
remember
a
my
question.
question. I was gonna
Hold
ask. I
on.
think
Do a
one
joke.
deck.
Dude, I'm trying to be really polite to you. So can you say your question again? Because I think I answered it.
I'm trying to remember, dude.
Okay,
I have like.
thank you.
Okay, I cannot remember.
You
I was
don't have
gonna
to be
ask.
hostile.
I
Alright?
was
Just
gonna.
don't
I
be
was gonna ask one deck if he could demonstrate celestial navigation with the distance, like was it the distance and angles having a linear relationship with each other, which was
Oh,
how we
that's true.
established our latitude lines in the first place, which I'm really
Whoa.
glad for him to bring up. And
I've
remember
got
the
that.
latitude lines below, right? The 0 degrees, we used other star systems, we used other relationships.
Yeah.
And going with that, like that 15 degrees, right? There's a very minor change. So if he can show me how between like 90 degrees to 70 degrees can follow the same rule, or even close to the same rule as 20 degrees to 0 degrees. I'll just say that. Spoiler alert, I don't think he ever could.
Don't use 20
Yeah.
degrees to 0 degrees. We don't use that.
No, we don't
I
use that.
understand.
He
So
does
anyways,
usually
so
Fahrenheit.
anywhere between 90
deck.
degrees and 15 degrees, could you
90
show me
degrees and
any
15.
way that there can be a linear relationship between distance and viewing
Yeah,
angle?
I've got that map.
You got that map? Can you show me that map?
Yeah. Yeah, if you give me a minute, so I've been trying to interject.
Post the map.
Yeah, if you give me 5 minutes, I'll find it for you. Yeah, we've got the map now.
Because I understand that you have y'all have an Excel document which has to throw in a parent, and that it's a chart. I know exactly which one it's talking about because I am an accountant. I know how to read Excel. Y'all have a chart on Excel that literally.
Excel. It's not Excel.
Okay. What format is it then?
It's not a fart.
Thank you.
It's an elevation angle, mate.
This is going before Haversine formula.
It's not a fart.
I can find that for you.
You don't know what the Haversine is or what it does.
I do, Brenda. Don't even jump in.
You don't. You don't.
I do.
He does.
One deck. I have a question.
So the Haversine formula, which is using a curved surface to apply to a map and back, like to a flat surface and back and forth, right?
Yeah, which
So-
was developed about 70 years previous to the
So,
celestial navigation.
no
done on the
ability-
planet, so I'm going to reference that for you.
So no ability to demonstrate, like on a table or something, a linear relationship between angles and
No
distance,
evidence
correct?
of globe. No globe measurement then.
So no, here's the thing I'm going to say again. Like one deck, maybe you'll understand it this time around when I ask it. Can you demonstrate to me a linear relationship between angles and viewing, like distance and viewing angle?
Angles? What's an angle?
Okay, so this is where
Like a
we're
triangle.
This is doing that. Cube, is that you?
Oh my fucking is. Wait,
That
one deck. I
person
have to
should
go.
be-
I have a question quickly
person
before I
should
go.
be
to my actual
banned.
question.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna take that one deck as a no.
Actually, it's more of a statement, but it's like you kind of sound like grade A under A. That's awesome.
Go make your statement then.
I said it. You sound like grade A under A, and that's awesome.
All right, so yeah. Anyway, lots of good talk about horizontals, horizons, level planes. Yeah, elevation angles. Where's your fucking globe proof?
So the answer. So I'm guessing the answer from you one deck is no.
What to what? Sorry, mate. Your elevation angle measurements to Polaris.
Yeah, can you demonstrate to me a linear relationship on a flat surface of angles and distance?
It's elevation angles to Polaris, mate, using the surface of Earth. It's not.
If I were to stick up this lamp, right? Can you show me a linear relationship between the distance between?
All I need to show you, mate. All I need to show you is an elevation angle on the surface of the ocean to Polaris. That's how you get latitude.
And that shows what?
Polaris.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it shows latitude. And are latitude lines equidistant or non-equidistant to each other?
Yeah. Well, they're measured using elevation angles, which requires a flat horizontal baseline.
Are they equidistant or not equidistant to each other?
I'm not interested, mate. I'm not interested, mate.
I know you're not interested in that, but that's like a whole part of the latitude argument.
Oh,
Are
no,
the lines of
because-
latitude equidistant or not equidistant to each other? One
Stop
day.
skipping past angles, mate.
I'm not. I'm gonna get there when I get there. So can you answer this question? Are lines of latitude equidistant or not equidistant to each other?
You're skipping past the elevation angle that you've
No, I'm
admitted you
not.
need.
It goes to
Yes,
the
you
next step. You just have to
No,
answer
no,
this
we-
question.
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
You're
I understand that there is a viewing angle. One deck. Yes, there's a viewing angle. So let's take a look at those angles. One deck that we use to describe our latitude lines. Now, are the latitude lines equidistant or non-equidistant to each other?
Well, the elevation angles taken off the surface of Earth to Polaris will be horizontal and level. Not
Horizontal
curved.
and level.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, because we use a tangent, but either way.
Because
right?
we're using the surface of Earth.
But we have to do a dip correction, right? And that's only if we're using like a typical sextant and not a bubble sextant, right? If we're using a bubble sextant, we don't have to use the surface of the Earth now, do we?
Okay, that's
Hold on, so
great
hold
again.
on. If we don't use a bubble, if we use a bubble sextant,
So where
do we
is
have
the
to use the
curve
surface of
measurement?
Earth?
So how
I'm
do you
getting
measure
there.
curvature?
So I'm getting there, Chief.
No,
Can
no,
you answer
you're
this next
talking about
part?
horizontal
I will
baseline,
get there. We'll
planes,
get there.
Elevation angles. You're not
We'll
mentioning
get
anything
there.
about
We'll
curves.
get there.
You've not mentioned You've not mentioned curved ones.
Yes, I said we'll get there when we get there. Now, can you answer this one next
It's
part?
taking you long
One day?
enough.
I know. God forbid you sit down for 30 seconds and listen. Do you need some
Well,
riddling?
just-
My sixth graders I taught have a better attention span than you. So can you answer
Yeah,
this
need
next
some-
part?
Need some value.
The
you know.
lines of latitude. Do they have the same distance from each other or not? Oh,
The
fuck,
lines
you
of
can't
latitudes are angular measurements. Is it you're talking about fucking elevation angles
Yes,
again?
I
To
understand.
Polaris.
Lines of latitude are an angular measurement which we can put markers at, correct?
Yeah, and it's taken from the surface of Earth,
Cool.
correct?
Cool. So if
Surface
I
of
have
Earth?
those markers showing where lines of latitude are one deck, would they be equidistant to each other or not equidistant to each other?
So when you gathered that information in the first place from the surface of Earth, did you have a flat horizontal baseline?
This is, again, he's not answering the simple yes or no question, which is really telling for the flat earthers. The answer to this question, one deck, since you don't want to answer it, the answer is yes, they are equidistant to each other. Now, how can you have equidistant objects from each other and yet all have the same relationship in viewing angle to an object on a flat surface? Can you demonstrate that for me?
Yeah, so when you stood under Polaris at 90 degrees, you know what 90 degrees angle looks like, do
it's
you?
right above me.
Yeah, so is any curve involved in a 90-degree angle?
In a 90-degree angle? No.
No. So when you're on your boat underneath Polaris, where's the curve?
Where's the curve? Oh, it'd have to be there, or else I wouldn't have this linear relationship.
Yeah. So where is it then? Where's the curve if you're using an elevation angle?
If I'm using an elevation angle, right?
On sea level.
It's on the surface. Here, let me show you.
On the surface of Earth, yeah.
Yeah, here. It just
Your
demonstrated here in this
90-degree
figure.
angle. Let's have a look then. Post your 90-degree angle with a curved baseline.
Yeah, right there. And why would
Let's
I
have a
use
look.
it's on a curved baseline? I could just form a tangent, so it's a moot point.
So them straight lines on the globe, what are they? Are they curves or straight lines?
It depends on how you're looking at them. I mean, they're curved in the sense
Well,
that like they're following the surface of the Earth, but they're also like
so you're not
parallel to
using
each other.
so you're not using the Earth then, no? Your curved Earth.
Yeah, I'm just using a tangent. Nowhere in there.
So
do
you're
we
using a
actually, like-
horizontal. So you're using a
Yes,
horizontal
yes.
baseline on the surface of Earth, yes.
We're using a tangent, yes, on a curved
So using
surface.
the horizontal baseline, yeah.
Yes,
So welcome
yeah,
to flat
I
Earth,
agree.
yeah. Welcome to
Hold on,
flat
how
Earth.
is that welcome to flat Earth? If we understand
Well,
the
you're not-
concept of a tangent,
Well,
can
you've just posted a picture.
demonstrate? Yeah, we
Yeah.
use it. We use a picture where we have
You've
a
demonstrated
tangent.
it for.
Mhm.
You've demonstrated it for us.
So hey, yeah, guys, did you guys know that tangents on a curved surface prove a flat Earth? News to fucking me, dude.
Is a tangent curved or a straight line?
A tangent's a straight line.
So where's your curved Earth?
Right beneath our feet.
So how do you measure it?
We just talked about it. The linear relationship between the viewing angle of a star and the distance from that, like ground position.
But you're using a tangent straight line.
Undemonstratable.
But you're using a horizontal straight line, yeah?
Yes,
Horizontal
I'm
straight
using
line.
a horizontal straight line. Yes.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Again, you still aren't able to connect that point. To
Welcome
me.
to flat Earth, my friend.
I understand you're still unable to connect that point to me.
I've seen your picture. You're proving flat Earth. Welcome.
How am I proving flat Earth? Like I have a tangent.
Because you're not using any
which is straight?
curvature to measure the curve. You can't measure curvature without
yes,
showing
the
it. how you measure
relationship. The relationship that we have is only demonstratable on a curved surface. But you unable to show on a table or on a floor or even in your backyard a linear relationship between distance and angles is actually proof against the globe. Or not the globe. I'm sorry, the flat Earth. Right?
Welcome to flat Earth again.
You can't demonstrate
Stuttering
to me.
much?
Yeah, I'm
Stuttering
stuttering
like
a
a
little
muppet?
bit. I have a stutter, dude. So
Yeah.
we have this thing that you can't demonstrate in the real world, like even in your driveway. If you
You've just
even have a house,
demonstrated it for us.
I can easily demonstrate a linear relationship.
Like every time I come off mute, there's some globalist just fucking on fire. Go watch the eclipse, you dumb fucks. Like, holy shit.
Well, he's got horizontal baselines there all over the globe, measuring a curved Earth using straight line horizontals horizons.
I mean, can I just come off mute sometime without some random globalist just flipping the... Today should be your day. This is a day...
Yeah, go watch the eclipse.
Yeah, or think about it. If not watch it, go contemplate your place in the universe. You have this kumbaya moment. CNN posted an article today. The eclipse will bring us all together, heal all the wounds of the last couple of years. Set aside our differences and all just bask in the greatness and glory of the heavenly bodies. Like, why come to Flat Earth today and just flip the fuck out of all days? I mean, it's like a launch day on steroids. When Elon Musk blows a rocket up for like no reason in like suborbital height, and they come here, hey, checkmate, flat earther. I go, dude, he couldn't even get it to Hawaii. He wants to fly it all the way to Mars. Here's your day to contemplate these lunar. Where the fuck is the moon right now? The moon just vanished. It's not in the sky. You're like, where did it go? Think about that. Why can't you see the moon? Contemplate why different clouds formations are being affected. These rockets and jets. Contemplate why your map was wrong. They had to update a lunar eclipse map. Go do something else, okay? For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake already. It's like what you get, Dear Diary, day X, spiraled in the Flat Earth chat. No change. Nothing new under the sun. I mean, damn. Damn, I need a beer.
It's not that, Crit. It's like you just go, they know what we're demonstrating and explaining how we're using the surface of the Earth for elevation angles and Earth curve measurement. Yeah. And then they say, no, you're not using that. And then they put cartoon pictures up of a globe with straight line, horizontal baselines, and calling them tangents, which is a straight line. All I want you to do, Globers, is explain how the curve of the Earth is used to measure it. No one's mentioning a curve. You're all talking horizontal, level, and flat. You almost sound like flat earthers, a lot of you. Now, show us the curve. Explain how the curve's measured.
Here, look at, and all this time he thinks it's a lunar eclipse that's happening. This is how dumb this dude is. He thinks today is a lunar eclipse.
Oh my God, it's a solar eclipse, you muppet.
Cap that. That is going in the bank. That's cash money. That's cash money right there.
These space cowboys everywhere. And they can't describe how their glob Earth is measured, except by using horizontal, straight line, tangents, parallel planes, levels. They don't once mention a globe or curvature. They're explaining how the Earth is measured flat and horizontal. That's what they're doing. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I have a off-topic question. Is that a Liverpool accent by chance?
No. If it was Liverpool accent, you wouldn't be able to fucking understand it, mate.
Well, if you're talking about me, mate, I'm Manchester.
Manchester. Okay, thank you.
God.
Nearly
Here we
started
go.
the fight there.
Yeah, Merle, what do you got? I know.
I've got a Liverpool accent.
I think this whole situation's easy to sort out.
Yeah, it really is. They should ponder their model, at least today. Like, you want flat earthers to believe in the globe? Offer something worth believing in. Right now, your globe is freaking out over flat earth. No, thank you. That's dumb. That's completely stupid. To be a Karen on your model?
I mean, what? How can you have?
Looking for that article where it says we should put our differences aside. Look at how glorious the sun is. Wow! This is so heart-throbbing event that's going to bring tears to your eye. And the globalist is like, no. Today is the day to melt the fuck down.
Well, how can you have a self-replicating universe that just forms for no reason because it can?
Yeah, you lost me,
when it comes down to the roots of it, mate, we're explaining and demonstrating and explaining how the Earth's measured flat. Yeah. Elevation angles to Polaris to get your latitude, navigation. Yeah,
that's all fine. But
it's not fine. But then when you ask him to show proof of globe curved Earth measurement, they offer up horizontal fucking baselines.
But I'm well past that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I know I'm in a creation. I just don't know what created it. And I'm interested.
Yeah, how about this? Here's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bask in the headline, Science, Syracuse News. bask in the glory and the beautiful, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will bring us all together, Walter Friedman states.
Well, don't you think if people realize like it was a creation and we are all in this sort of some tribal fucking social experiment or something, I don't know.
Yeah, nothing's going to change. This event won't even work on the globalists. You've got the expert here. Syracuse head of the department, of the astronomy department, wants one message to get through to you. Just one. This 90 seconds of pure darkness will bring light to your day. And they're like, nah, that dude's a fucking idiot. I'm going to panic mode. Shields up. Red alert. How dare flat earthers disagree with that? Motherfucker, you disagree with it. This will be a once-in-a-lifetime event in the sky. The science will give us meaning to predict and understand these eclipses. But beyond that, physics takes a back seat here. This eclipse is a significant event. It's a human event. Everyone will be able to appreciate and ponder the poetic and artistic way that our universe presents itself to us. It will be beautiful, and it will bring us together. Wow!
Atheist power.
Completely bricked.
Well, I don't know. Science is scary to me on that level. It's just overstepped its mark. I just think it's one thing to observe things, right? Like, you can look through telescopes, observatories, blah, 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 right? I just think they've started to quantify what everything is, though. Micro to the macro. Like, they zoom in, and it's all like molecules and shit, right? But no one really seems to know exactly what's going on. And I'm very frustrated with that. I have been for years. So Crit asked me what I've got, and that's what I've got.
Yeah, I hear you, Myrtle.
I just see Earth confused. But I think someone knows what's going on. I just think it's been kept from everybody. And hopefully, because we inherit the Earth. It's us. It's our generation, Crit. The baton will be passed. And I just think we demand answers, right? In the future. Because it's not just the shape that's being kept from us. And everyone feels it as something spiritual going on. Whatever you want to think of that word. I don't mean religious. I just mean God stuff. If people knew that we are part of something much bigger than what we've been told, I don't think people would be as afraid of the government or all the powers, right? And if they start thinking, you don't have to have a revolution. You just got to start looking out for yourself and the people around you. It starts there. You know? You don't have to be a hero. But it's good what's happening out here, you know? Oh, respect. Anyway, that's me. Am I still here? Oh, it's just sort of, sorry.
No, I think you stole the show, Merle.
I always do this. I just think we all deserve better. I think we do. It's like we've been out here a long time, and we all know we've been fucked over. But for a long time, I sort of thought, oh, nothing's going to happen. It will. It just takes time.
The hell is this, ASMR?
What's that?
Why do you speak so low, man? Come on.
Oh, because it's late here. It's about my dad's 84, and I'm with my dad at the moment.
Oh, he's gonna whip your ass if you can wake him up, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
All I'll say is this, and then I'll shut up. If you feel like you're going through changes, like your consciousness is getting bigger, you're starting to grow, expand, if you will, just trust that that's normal, because you're waking up, and the more you awaken, the more you become aware of, and so it goes. And that won't stop. So enjoy it if you can.
Namaste.
What a great meditation to calm us all down. That was amazing, man.
Going to count backwards from 5, 4,
Namaste.
3, 2, 1. And you're back in the room.
So what's this whole like don't look at the eclipse thing? What's that all about? If the eclipse is just the moon, a physical object covering the sun, like would it be equally as dangerous to look at the night sky then? I mean, what's that all about?
I don't know. That's something to do with the UV radiation or something. I don't know what it is. I don't really get the difference though, because
yeah, I mean, what's
you look
the
at the
claim?
sun.
Yeah, like you're getting more sun by getting less sun. That would be like
Yeah, I
what
don't
they're
get it
saying.
either. I don't get it either.
Yeah, like why? Like, how could it be worse than just looking at the sun on a regular day?
And apparently, you need special eclipse glasses. You can't even have sunglasses. You need like special glasses that people have to go out of their way to buy. Like, bro, come on now. No one's gonna go out of their way to buy a special eclipse hat glasses when the eclipse don't have it.
Well,
every
they're
day.
just yeah, they're just you can look at the sun every day with those glasses. Like it's just polarized lens, but or UV blocking lens. But I mean, it makes sense under like some kind of, I don't know. It doesn't have to mean the sky is not the Earth, right? But like some kind of flat Earth like paradigm, as far as maybe there's like a polarization in the sky of two nodes of vibrational frequencies in the sky. That can make sense. Like don't look at it because it's not what they tell you. But it doesn't make sense under the current paradigm to not look at the sun because it's blocked. That would be the greatest. Like I would just like fuck up all my enemies. I'd be like, yo, dude, I don't even want to fight you. Just hold your finger up to the sun and look at it and block it out with your finger, and I'd just blind them. I think you're dead now. you die now because you blocked out the sun with your finger. Therefore, you're dead. You didn't have the special eyewear. I would just take out all my enemies this way.
Do you believe that? Like, what do you think the sun is? What do you guys think the sun is?
I don't know. Looks like a disc. It shines like a disc.
So you don't think it's a ball?
It turns in the sky like a disc. I don't know. It turns like a disc. Like the moon turns like a disc. The sun spot turns like a disc.
You think the moon's a disc?
It turns like
Don't
one.
know.
That can't be a disc, dude.
We see one side, right? But then it turns in the sky throughout the year. Like it just turns. Like it's like a wheel.
It turns? So if it turned, then you'd see a different side, right?
If it was a sphere, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it was a sphere and it turned, we would see another side. We only see one face of the moon ever. It turns.
Kind of
like a disc.
spins.
Yeah, but it's tidally. Well, it's supposedly.
Yeah, that's the
tidally
story.
locked.
What is that supposed to mean?
It means that you'll only ever see a disc. It's like, yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know what it is.
It's not even. The moon makes no sense on a flat Earth, so I'm not even gonna get into the moon.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense on the globe Earth. All of a sudden, from what you only see one side from everywhere on Earth, and it spins like a cartwheel.
Yeah, it's like if we were on a globe, Earth, right? It's like you could go to some other place and look at the backside or just the side of the moon, or like go up in elevation and be like, oh, I can see now a different face that nobody's ever seen of the moon. It's like no matter how high you go, it's the same face.
No, that's what it's supposed to be on your model, actually, because the Earth would be flat and stationary. So the thing is with the moon, right? Is we all see one side of the moon, right? We admit that we all see one side of the moon, and no matter you say the moon moves, right? The moon moves in your model as well.
It moves in reality, yeah.
Moves. So the moon is moving above a flat horizontal surface, yet it's you're never seeing it in a weird angle. You're always seeing the same face. You're never like looking up and seeing the bottom of the moon. The moon is definitely not a disc.
Those are just two truisms, like not to borrow from Gregory's truism shit, but that's just two things that are true. We move along at a horizontal surface, right? And we only see one face of the moon, no matter how far off to the side I go or whatever.
So say the moon's above Russia. Then if you would look up, you'd see the bottom of the moon, or you see the flat disk. You'd see something, but you always see the same side of the moon.
Right. There you go. You got it.
Well, yeah, it's like if you put the moon, for example, you want to print out the moon, put it in the center of a 10 by 10 square foot room in the center, and then you're on one side of the room and I'm on the other side of the room, and we draw what we see. We're going to show opposite faces of the moon.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll just be the same disc. But yeah, like on this ball, let's just do like a model, right? Like you said, right? So I'm gonna hold up a ball, right? And I'll color that side of the face of the ball red, right? And then the other side of it, half of the ball, like a hemisphere, I'll color blue. Now you're get yourself so you're only looking at the red part of the ball. Now move anywhere else. Shouldn't you see some of the blue? How come we always see red?
The thing is, okay, I know you guys probably don't believe in the other stuff they say.
Oh, it's just a ball in my hand in the room with you.
The thing is its distance, right? So the moon is significantly far away, and it's tidally locked. So you're not going to see a different orientation of the moon. But the other thing that I want to mention is I posted in the chat is the moon, if you're in the South Pole or the North Pole, the moon's going to appear different to you.
How far?
So
like
when
if
people,
I had a,
like
if I had a
flat
ball,
earthers say, hold on.
Yeah.
When people,
you're going to another point. You're going to a different point. That's why I just want to stay with your one point.
We're still talking about the moon. So you don't even need to go to the South Pole. You got to go to Sydney, whatever
I'm
it is.
just saying you got a ball in your hand. Like we got balls. We had a ball, a red ball and a blue ball. Like why are you going somewhere else?
Fine.
Okay,
what do you mean? We're still talking about
I'm just saying with the red and the blue ball.
I'm just mentioning something real quick.
We never finished the red and the blue ball. Like the half of it's red and half of it's blue. You just said, well, if it's far away enough. Can you show me with a ball, a red, half red, half blue, that whatever distance when you change your angle to it, that you won't see part of the backside of it being red or blue? Do you think just saying it's really far away solves
What do you
that?
mean see part of the backside?
So we have a ball, like a beach ball, but we paint it, we spray paint it so
Significantly
exactly.
far away from you, and you're on the surface of the Earth, right? And you're looking at it, and it's tidally
No, it's
locked.
just a beach ball, dude, that we're holding.
No, but if you're not going to add on all the other factors, I'm going to get to my point that I was talking about, okay?
But dude, tidally
again,
locked at the exact same time, right? You're talking about tidally locked, meaning it spins at a certain rate. But I'm talking about you're in one place and I'm in another place at the exact same time. So there's no spinning, there's nothing occurring. It's just there, and we're changing our viewing angle to this ball. That's it. No lock.
Well,
No
if
spin.
you're not going to add on the other factors, then there's no point in mentioning that.
There's no time.
Can I mention?
There's
Can I mention?
You're not. You're missing it. There's no time. There's no time change involved. Therefore, you don't need to add in those tidally locking factors at this point. We're viewing it at the
If you
same
don't add
time.
up tidally locking, then just stop talking about it.
Are you
I
not
wanna mention the
understanding?
pictures
What
real
don't
quick
you
that I
understand
posted.
about time not moving? Same exact time. Therefore, no spin of tidally locking required because we're viewing it at the same exact time at a different angle.
What angle are you going to view it from? How
One
far
place and another place. It doesn't matter. If I paint half of it blue.
Well, it does matter what place you
Yeah,
are, right?
that's what I'm asking you.
When one half of the world is seeing the moon, the other half isn't, right? So what do you mean?
Is that true?
I mean, does everyone see the moon at the same time on Earth?
Not everyone, but you think it's half and half?
I mean, somewhat. I don't think it's exactly half and half, but it's something. But if you look at the picture that I posted up top, right, is kind of what I want to talk about. This is more interesting than what we were talking about. Is the moon appears? People always say, flat earthers always say that we're upside down on a ball. Well, if you look at this picture, the moon appears upside down the more south you go. What do you think about that?
The moon flips upside down the more south you go.
Look at. Yeah, let me show the pictures.
Where's your picture go? So you got
repost this.
All right, so you got a ball like a disc. Well, it's just a disc because we don't want to leave out that it's tidally locked. So it's just a disc at this point because it's tidally locked. So it's just a disc. All right,
Not even flat earthers believe it's a disc, dude.
I mean, I'm making sure to include it. You don't want to leave out that it's a disc because it's tidally locked. So therefore, we only see a disc. So I'm making sure. I know you were adamant about that. I'm going to make sure that's kept in there. That we got a disc moon. And then on the disc, we mark a spot. Listen, I'm not going to go against your disc theory. So on the top of the disc, we're going to say north, pole of a circle disc moon, and then the bottom we're going to say south pole. That's step one in your picture.
Oh, so we have the moon, and so we're viewing it from the North Pole, and then we're viewing it from the South Pole, and it's appearing upside down in the South Pole. How is that possible if we don't live in a ball?
Well, you're saying the north pole of the circle disc in the sky is now opposite of where?
No, you're trying to confuse yourself. So
I can answer that
we're
question.
on the ball. We're looking at
we're
the
on
moon.
the ball.
The moon is at a decent far.
How do you know what side is the top of the moon and the bottom of the moon?
No one's really upside down, but you guys say
You have to
upside down. So
you have to demarcate the ball with the disc.
You have to
moon
keep
disc with
interrupting me.
something.
Hey,
Well, just
no
the top
thanks.
and the bottom.
Can
no
I try?
thanks. One second. I just want to add real quick that you actually write about the disk within the heliocentric model. I have an astronomy book, which I mean, at least in German, it clearly talks about the sun disk and the moon disk, or the lunar disk, and
but that's not relevant, dude. It's not
yeah,
relevant to what
but
we're
it's
talking
it's
about.
it's terms being used within your paradigm. They talk about the sun being a disk and the moon being a disk.
Okay,
So
that's
it's
not
not
in our paradigm. Okay. So if we're looking at this picture, though, right? We're on the ball. I'm just making sure it's clear. I know you're going to try to confuse yourself again, but we're on the ball. The moon is at a great distance, and we're looking at it.
But how do you know? But how do you know what is the top of the moon and the bottom of the moon? How do you know? Can we mark it with something like the top and the bottom of the moon disk?
The top is how we view it from the North Pole. The bottom is how we view it from the South Pole.
So what do we get to call the top of the moon? Just the
We're
top
just
of it?
switching orientations. It's a sphere. There's no real top, but we're going to
It's a
say the
disc,
top
dude.
is how it looks like at the North Pole.
It's a tidally locked disc. I'm not going to offend you and not say that. We're totally locked into this disc moon.
Why would we see it upside down like that on the South Pole? If the South Pole is not really
I can answer
south,
that question.
What do we look?
I can answer that.
Duncan wants to answer.
We see it upside down because basically we're just switching to the opposite side of it, so it looks upside down.
Yeah, that would only
So,
be
for
true
example-
though if the moon was a disc. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So, for example, let me do an example. Say you put a paper plate up on the ceiling, and you mark one side with a magic marker, right? Well, if you look at it from one side of the room, then you're looking at the marked side. But if you go to the other side of the room, the opposite side, then you're looking at it upside down.
No, that's not how it's working, because the moon is really high up. Even in your model, it's really, really, really high up.
Well,
So
first, we don't have
the
a
only way
model, but
people-
how did you measure the distance to the moon?
We didn't. I'm not saying we need to measure it right now. For
Well,
this
you claimed
conversation, but I-
it's really
but I
far
know it's
away.
really high up because we can go
Well,
100,000 feet and it looks really far from the distance. I can show you high altitude balloon videos of people launching up their camera up there, and then the moon looks like it's really far. It doesn't even look like it's above the Earth's surface, which you guys claim it is.
Wait, that little tiny
that's
bit of
optical.
movement changes that little bit of like height change changes the size of the moon that much, but it's really, really far away. What?
You're just talking about optical effects. You can't claim any distance.
It's optical effects. Could you
Yeah.
model? Let me just bring up some pictures. Actually, hold on.
Wait, was the claim that the moon looks big when we're standing here, but we go up in a hot air balloon, not that high, just like some high school kids put up a drone or some air balloon, and then the moon gets super small? That proves that it's really far away. Like just changing
Moon is
the
already the moon is already like
by it
small when
changing
you look-
significantly by just raising an altitude just a itty bitty bit, just tiny little bit, significantly
you have-
changes the moon's appearance. That proves.
And this
that
is the
it's
thing
far
also.
away or
This
close?
is on another image I'm going to post. This to prove the moon makes literally no sense on a flat Earth. Here's a disk Earth. Here's everybody looking at it from different positions on the Earth, and we're all seeing the same face. And then people in Australia compared to people in America are seeing an upside down moon. What are we looking at here?
Well, I just told you we're on a horizontal plane, and then we're just changing opposite sides with the moon up in the
But
middle.
how would it change?
You're
If
making
we
it-
all see the same moon, how is the moon being upside down?
I hear you, bro. Hold on a second, all right? You're making an assumption that it's a physical disk floating in the sky, that if you are at an angle, you'll see it like a slit. That's not a very good like position to be in, because like you're making assumptions about the sky that you can't verify yourself. And I'm not claiming it to be this or that, but I am saying that you're making an assumption that it's a physical disk, that if you're at the right angle, you'll see it as a slit, like holding a penny, for example. A penny is a physical object that we can all confirm we can hold in our hand. So if you spin the penny in your finger and you look at it, you can have it so that it just looks like a line, right?
Okay. What reason do we have
You're
to
making
believe
an
that the moon
assumption
is
about
not
the
a
moon
physical
that you
object?
can't verify it to be a physical object.
Well, nobody's ever
So
touched
now you're
it.
just not,
It's not
so because this makes no sense.
That's
Because this
the
makes no sense on your model.
It's not
You're just going
tangible.
to claim that it's not physical. But what
It doesn't
evidence do
make
we have
sense
of
on
that?
your model, 'cause
What
you're
evidence do we
doing
have
is
that it's
you're
tangible?
a centric model with flat
That's
Earth,
just a deflection from my question.
and that's what you're doing.
wanna
You're
know
just,
how-
you're just
Why
replacing
do you, what
one
do you have to assume that
cosmology
it's not
with another
physical?
cosmology.
Well, you need to make a positive claim. You can't prove something doesn't
I don't need
exist.
to. I'm asking you. I mean, he proposed that maybe it's not physical. So I'm asking, what reason do you have to believe that it could not be physical?
Well, first,
the
has
word
anybody?
choice of
Can you
physical
touch
is
it?
poor. The word choice of physical was poor.
So because you can't touch something, therefore it's not physical?
Yeah, I mean, is there proof that that it's physical? Can anybody touch it?
Solid.
The word choice of
You
physical
can't
is
touch the
poor.
sun. It's
If you say
physical.
it's not
I can
physical,
tell, you want to know how I know that? You want to know how I know that the sun is physical?
Did you go
the
up and
word
touch
choice of physical is
Because it emits
poor. So we're going to
radiation.
keep equivocating with this
Here we
bad
have.
word
Oh
choice.
my God, Gregory's here. God bless.
Because it physically
Listen,
interacts with the
so-
world, the sun. So it's physical.
Yeah. So the sun. So any luminary. So anything that emits light must come from a physical source. This is something that we know. So the sun emits radiation. So therefore, it's a physical object. It
How do
must
you know
be
that?
physical. Because it emits radiation. It emits light. Something can't emit light and not come from a physical source.
How do you
How
know
are
that?
you gonna
Matt
prove?
is correct on this
It must
point.
come from a
Matt is
physical
correct on
source.
this point. He's correct. Because it's absolutely ontologically absurd to say that light is coming from an abstract entity. Because if it's not physical, then it's an abstract entity. There's only two options.
No, you can't prove any of that. You can't prove that that it's physical.
Prove what?
Well,
prove
I just gave a deductive argument. I just reduced the only other option to absurdity.
So you're saying that the light comes from the sun. Okay, how are you going to vary and manipulate the sun to prove that the light comes from it?
You don't have to do that. It's not logically required to do that. See, this is an error on the part of the flat earthers. I'm one of the flat earthers. This is
Well,
an error.
you're claiming a cause-effect relationship.
No.
Yes, you are. You're saying that light is
No,
caused
that doesn't
from
mean
the sun.
continue. No, that doesn't mean continue shoving that premise into my mouth.
No, I'm just clarifying your statement.
No, you're not clarifying my position.
No,
I'm
no,
waiting for
you're
you to
not.
say, okay, I
No,
misunderstood
you're
you.
not. You're wrong. Then, and Gregory and both Gregory and Matt is right, because they're not even making claims as to when you point at the sun and say that's a physical orb in which it's emanating like, some sort of nightlight. That's not anything he said. That's what you're inferring. No, whatever the sun is, the light that we have has to be emanating from somewhere that isn't some abstract entity. Well, like just some non-physical thing. Or
Well, the light
abstract
is
thing,
coming
that
from
was the better
somewhere,
word.
but you don't know it's coming from the sun. Maybe it's reflecting off of what we call the sun. You don't know
Okay,
that's the source.
nobody's making any claims though. That's the
You
why
keep
you're
attacking
arguing
a
that
premise that
with me.
wasn't said.
I just want to point out that Elijah is wrong.
Oh, okay.
And Gregory's right.
That's self-contradictory. He said what I said, so what I said is correct. What he said is correct.
You're black. Womp womp.
Oh, knock it off.
What was that?
Has anybody here walked around the sun or the moon, like left Earth's surface and walked around these lights in the sky to verify that?
He's just pointing out that if something's not physical, then it must then be something that's abstract. It would be like saying that the horizon's not geometric. Also being like the wrong term for it, right? Because it is geometric. It's all
Does anyone disagree with what I said though, or what Gregory said?
Listen, Gregory's right. You're wrong, Matt.
Because he's using
We're saying the same thing. What do you mean?
Earth to then say that I'm going to project my experience here on Earth to say that the sun has to be an object in the sky that you can, that it's creating its own light source, which I don't agree with. I don't agree that the sun.
No, that's not our claim though. Our claim is not that it's creating its own light
Again,
source.
that's not
Our
the
claim is
point.
that
We're really missing the point very frequently this morning.
We're
We
not
also
claiming
said
that, nor we're not claiming that, nor would I even say I believe. But regardless, no one's making any claims that it has a physical location in which that thing itself is some orb or some flashlight or some kind of thing that's right there. That's like, shine. No one's saying that.
Yeah, the point right now, number one, is that light is a concretely real entity. So it must necessarily come from a concretely real source. Right? If it's not physical, then it's not concrete, and therefore it's abstract. But abstract entities don't have any particular location in space. So it's absurd to say that the celestial bodies are not physical entities.
You don't know that.
And
You don't know that those are the source. You don't know that those are the source.
There's a
You're
contradiction
still
with
missing the
abstract
point.
entities being located in space. Where's the contradiction with that, Gregory?
No, it's not. It's not a matter of contradiction. Like there's no need for all the cross talking.
It is possible for abstract objects to be located in space then.
No, stop interrupting.
Oh wait, so it's not possible. So then give the contradiction.
You don't only highlight contradictions to expose incoherency.
Okay, so wait, hold on. When you're talking about logical possibility, if you're saying it's impossible for there to be abstract objects located in space, you have to give a contradiction showing that it's
No, you
impossible.
don't. Shut the fuck up with your interruptions. I'm going to disrupt you. Shut the fuck up. No, you don't have to only highlight contradictions to expose incoherency.
يلا بالسباحة حفلة كذبة.
So hold on, just to be clear for the room, this knuckle dragging
You don't know what you're talking about. You're just being disruptive. You don't only need to highlight contradictions to expose incoherency. Shut the fuck up. You don't have any citations. You don't have any definitions. You're just being disruptive. I'm going to keep doing this until there's moderation.
but it's somehow
impossible. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just being disruptive. The only thing you need to highlight incoherency.
Okay,
am
so
I
this retard
listening
is
to
freaking
right
out because
now?
I literally
Wow.
BTFO'd him
Need
just
some
now. I just
moderation, dude.
BTFO'd.
Need some
I just
moderation.
Fucking
BTFO'd this
ridiculous. Why do people moderators go
Moderation.
slow to moderate this shit?
انت يا مفجر يا خسر
I
الله
literally
يا
just
حسن
BTFO'd
مرة.
this retard. He said it's not
Where is
contradictory,
our
but it's still
moderation,
impossible
dude?
somehow. That's
This
crazy.
is idiotic.
How is it
It still made
impossible
no
then,
sense why the
Gregory?
moderators haven't moderated yet.
Explain how it's impossible,
اسكت
Gregory.
يا الله.
Explain how it's impossible,
Hey,
Gregory. You
Gregory,
troglodyte.
just let them preach, man. Just let them preach until they finish.
Gregory, explain how it's impossible. You troglodyte. Go ahead.
يا شباب اسكت يا شباب.
Look at him. Look at this fucking sand nigger running away.
Whoa, dude, calm down, dude.
תירגע יא מטומטם.
These despicable
Stop
ass
muting
fucking
this
people in
other
the
guy.
world.
Hey, Gregory, I'll give your daughter back shot. Shut up.
גרגורי יא מכוער, סגל איזה זקן מכוער יש לך, למה הוא כזה ארוך?
Kusomak.
All right, this is not even a part of our point, dude. The original point is that
تسلم
light.
أنتم يا
Bro, nuclear
الله.
bombs don't exist, buddy. Look, if you want to prove that the Earth is
Where the
round,
fuck
go
are the
look outside
moderators?
today. Today is the
Where are the
fucking solar
moderators?
גם תפה
eclipse. Bro.
גרגורי יא מכוער.
Yeah,
Today
no,
is the
GC,
solar
GC.
eclipse.
I'm a globe earther. I'm not a flat earther. Just to
יא
confirm with you.
חנזיר, גרגורי
Yeah,
יא
you should go watch
חנזיר.
Oppenheimer
גרגורי
again.
יא
See what they did
חנזיר,
to
אל
the man who
חנזיר
created
לגרגורי.
the
Yo, where's
nuclear
the
bomb.
moderation in this
Go look at
chat,
what they
dude?
did to him. But yeah,
Moderators
Gregory's a fucking
are taking a
retard.
nap.
גרגורי
Hey,
יא
Jeezy,
חנזיר.
Jeezy, do you feel intellectually honest being such a
סתום
child
את
and
הפה,
behave so
השטויות
insecure?
המפגרות שלך, יאללה.
I can't hear you, retard.
Do you feel intellectually honest if you
We
insult
don't care
You sound
about
like
your
a drunk
stupid
gay
question.
Aryan. I don't want to talk to you.
Did we get past the
Do
flat
you
Earth
feel
elevation
intellectually
angle
honest
measurement?
Do
right
you
now?
feel intellectual because you're stupid?
He's like slurring his words. This guy's a faggot.
The
I'm a
eclipse has got these
German,
globers in
so I'm
bits,
not
mate.
natively
Well, I guess
English.
either the moderators are letting this content be
just gonna say,
churned
well,
so
that
that
was
they're
a TMS,
exposed
yeah.
to all the
Hey,
YouTube live
Gregory,
streams. This is the
Gregory,
kind of
shut your
depravity.
mouth. You
This kind of
You are a
depravity.
Nazi German or just a regular German?
Gregory,
Yeah.
you fucking
Everyone just
knuckle
mute
dragging troglodyte.
OG
Shut your mouth.
and that other dude.
Yeah, so anyway, did we get past the fact that the Earth is measured flat yet? And there's no
Yeah.
evidence of Earth curvature?
You literally eat beans and rice, bro.
Or is this what the eclipse does to the
Thank you.
globers? Must be the eclipse affecting the globers.
Oh, Jeezy, your frat brothers are calling you, dude. They need you to hold the beer pong up. Go ahead, run along, dude.
Globers think the sun's a star, for one. And the eclipse has got them all in a mess.
Wow, I hope people in the live stream are listening to this. This is what you get with Globers. Not all of them.
Globers, this is what
but
you get with
most of the
globers.
time.
No globe proof whatsoever. And when they do present globe Earth proof, it's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement using the surface of Earth, which demonstrates a flat Earth.
And you
So
get
they're
childish insults, you know.
The globe is actually a flat Earth. But they just don't realise that yet.
But it's okay. I can imagine that there's
Bro,
people.
no tanks. You're getting doxxed, you fucking fat retard. Watch this.
Wow, another Glober.
I'm in excellent shape, so you got the wrong guy.
It's now I have to be bothered with this stupid bullshit from these
Shut up,
degenerates.
Man, you guys are so intellectually honest.
Fucking nigger. Go watch the solar eclipse. It proves the Earth is round.
Guy, just because you've been sinned
I'm
against in your
also,
life doesn't give you the right to sin against anyone else. You keep this up, you're gonna perish.
Word for eternity.
This is what these people do. They're a bunch of wounded dogs that want to bite everyone else.
I'm glad it's
Yep.
come to this now. I'm glad it's come to this.
Yeah.
That
I don't
dude has
know
an
what
alt
science
account.
is.
I don't have
You
any
don't know how to
remorse
measure
for anyone
curvature.
like that. None. You've been sinned against. You're going to use the sin that you've been a victim of to sin against others? No. Fuck all that.
Well,
Well,
bless
let's just
those.
confirm, guys. Not all globers are that guy, right?
Well, bless those who curse you, right?
I've not met one glober with globe proof. Ever.
So as we were, right, the celestial bodies must be physical objects given that they have physical properties. Abstract entities don't have physical properties, including immediate light. So there's that point. The next point is we don't necessarily know the exact real location of the celestial bodies. They're very, very, very far away. And for all we know, they're just in a mere apparent position as opposed to their actual position. So there's those two different points.
the contention was, Gregory, that Matt was telling us that the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere versus the northern hemisphere, and he just couldn't wrap his mind around how that's possible. If the Earth is
Yeah, and you couldn't explain it either. I mean, I can post the images for you to look at again, Gregory. This is just how
yeah, but
you can see the moon.
meanwhile, no proof of Earth curve measurement. Let's all talk about the moon.
That's fine, Beck, if you want to.
Isn't that what he always does, or what every glober is doing? Just refer back to the sky.
They just talk about the lights in the sky. Lights in the
really
sky.
like a mental disability or something.
Lights in the sky. Look at the sun. It's a star.
Like for real, not like I'm not saying this as an insult. It's just like
no, they do.
Authentic. Why don't you talk up to Gregory then? Why are you typing in the chat saying the moon is not a physical object? I mean, do you guys say the moon emits its own light, right?
Bro,
therefore
why
it makes the moon
you
physical.
talking about the sky, bro? Why you do this every time, guys? It's so boring. No one wants to talk about the sky.
Yeah, tell us how curvature is measured, bro.
You don't like the sky, man? I like the sky.
Yeah, I like it.
I do like the sky, man. The sky is amazing, bro.
But
it has nothing to do with the topic.
Yeah, your premise logically requires that you give Earth curvature measurement. You don't have Earth curvature measurement, therefore you do not know the Earth is a sphere.
Exactly.
You like talking about the moon.
So simple, bro.
Well,
I mean,
I
have
just
no
wanted to talk about the moon.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
just
I might
wanna
talk about curvature
reaffirm
later.
your
but
religion.
I just wanted to prove my point, which is the moon makes no sense on a flat Earth, which I already proved. So yeah.
But you didn't.
Just because you have a story.
Gregory, you weren't really here during that moment, but if you were here, you can.
Matt,
the argument
I
doesn't
was
matter.
talking, and I was interrupted by you. I was about to say, just because
No,
you
I
have
was
a
talking to
story.
Gregory, actually.
Yeah, you're doing it again. Just because you have a story for a light in the sky, and just because you reaffirm it in your brain, doesn't make it reality. I can tell you the moon is doing whatever it's doing because of Superman or because of ABC. That doesn't make ABC or Superman true. Neither does it make your story true. Just because you keep on reaffirming it, just because you believe it makes sense in your mind. So again, this is just all vanity. It's all in vain. It's all a waste of time. So please don't waste our time. Get to the topic at hand. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. How's it measured? Curve. Earth curve. Simple. You should be able to just roll it off your tongue. But you can't.
I don't know,
can
man.
you?
I'm not out here measuring Earth curvature, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Well, no one's
So
measuring
you
it.
don't know the
That's
Earth
all
is
I
a
do.
ball. You just believe it. There you have it.
Of course, I believe NASA, dude. NASA's my daddy, right? That's what NASA tells me.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm very sorry for you. You have been stripped of all of your senses, you have been dumbfounded, and I'm very sorry for you. Well, if you want to stay in a cult, you can do so, you're free to do so. But yeah, I just want to say I'm really sorry for you, man. That's all.
Thank you, man. I appreciate your sympathy.
Yeah. It's not for everyone, you know? Some people just don't want the truth.
Like it's one thing to look at, like on Clay's point, it's one thing to look into the topic and be like, all right, I'm going to open up my mind and just leave and just take the evidence as it comes. But you know, if you're only looking for some sort of reinforcement of your already previously assumed belief within that evidence, and unwilling to you know, address anything else and with any kind of critical eye, then you're not really doing what you should be doing with.
That's great. It's getting stripped apart, mate. The globe's getting stripped apart. It's dying. It's dead.
When is
Well, it's hard.
when is the solar eclipse Eastern time? Is it 1:59 or 2 p.m. or something? I don't know what it is.
I think it's between like 1 and 5 or something.
Oh, the globe is excited about the eclipse or what?
Are you not excited, dude? Who cares if you're a glober or a flat earther? Isn't it something cool to look at?
Yeah, very exciting. It's like a fast version of what the moon is doing every year.
I've not seen the moon in the sky for a while.
Isn't like the moon.
Well, yeah, earlier
No,
Matt
throughout-
said that other people though on the Earth should see the moon right now. Like half of the Earth should see the moon right now, and half shouldn't.
Isn't the moon throughout the year or throughout the month changing its phases. You know, we have full moon, half moon, so on and so forth. And isn't like eclipse kind of like the same thing, just in a very fast motion? So it's very, I don't find it very spectacular. It's just as expected. You know, you have the sun is the ruler of the day. You have the moon as the ruler of the night. For some reason, the moon is going through these phases, you know, in a regular basis and a very slow basis.
But Matt believes that like half of the world has a different moon phase than another half of the world right now.
That's not what I said. That's just not what I said. But if you want to make up stuff, then you can.
Okay, then don't stop me while I'm making up stuff.
So you want to keep making up stuff? Do you want some time?
Dude, leave me alone. You gave your permission. Knock it out. Now sit back while I make up stuff.
You did say you're allowed to do it.
Make up some more things.
In due time.
Yeah, if you look at the chat, what Mr. Amish posted, this is stuff I can laugh about all day, man. This is amazing. Because I know people like you just be like, oh, wow, comics. Explains the world.
Well, the reason why they know the shadow and the umbra and penumbra is because drawings, and they were tested on it in school. Like they've never been far enough. They've never been far enough out to see the moon and the Earth next to and the sun next to each other, like the way that they're drawn out. They've only been tested on it, so then it's a belief. It's just no different than a Catholic or a Muslim or a Jew or a Christian who goes to church, reads a book, and then studies it. Like it's the same thing. They're putting faith into the authority that taught them this place before they were born. It was already developed before they were here, and you're born into it. I get it.
And the only difference I could give to like the religious people is at least they're told to like practice it and participate and talk to God and like test your model in a way.
Yeah,
there's a
Not really, actually.
Exactly. You're not, and it also
I have a
says,
question for you.
Don't trust man.
I have a question for you, AI. AI.
AG.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, sorry.
So, given my deductive refutation of the assertion that the celestial bodies, including the moon, is not a physical object, why do you keep saying that it's not? Because if you say that it's not, then that reduces you to absurdity.
No, I can say that it's not because I don't have the resources or the money to go up around and walk around, like take a ship, like a spaceship or whatever imagery you want to use in your head, to go up and to go behind the moon and then to come back. Like I can't walk around it. I can walk around my lamppost and see that the light is being created from the lamp and it's illuminating the room. And I know where the lamppost is in my room, and I made the lamppost and I plug it into the electricity that also turns on my PC or my laptop. So I know where the source of the light is coming from. It's coming from the electricity, which then produces the light in the lamp. But I can't walk around the sun and come back and say, oh, okay, the sun is creating its own light source. And this is where that light
That's
source
not the
comes
argument.
from.
The argument is not.
I agree.
the sun creating its-
What would be a more? I guess what kind of statement would you approve of then? Like which way should he word it that would work with what he described?
Well, what I was going to say to his answer is you're just describing your own ignorance. So you don't know. That doesn't lead you to the conclusion that you know that the moon is not a physical object. It just leads you to an agnostic position. So you just don't know. Not that you know or that it's true that the moon is not a physical object. And especially your ignorance is, of course, of a weak appeal compared to my deductive argument.
Okay, can I respond? Is it possible with the moon to take a picture with a camera or your phone during a crescent of the moon and to see stars behind the moon where the moon should be? If it's a physical object, I can take a photograph of a star within that space or the area of which the moon should be also. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay, so shouldn't the stars in that area where the moon is during the crescent be blocked out?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Yeah, like,
By
I
your
can,
line of
like,
reasoning,
Time out. No way.
by your line of reasoning, transparent objects are not physical, but that would exclude glass, which is obviously physical, for instance.
Time out though. You can't.
Who's calling timeout? I can't hear you.
I would challenge you to actually. I would challenge you to give some real world data on that, like a trackable star that you can see in the space of the crescent moon. I'd like to see that because I've been looking for that. I don't know if it exists.
And the Muslims seem to think it exists, but I've never seen it.
I just need to see it.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Right.
So there's that. So I'll say this again. The latest argument, AI, again, it's non sequitur, reduces your position to absurdity. Because the logic sequence basically conveys the idea this object is transparent, therefore it's not physical. But of course, you couldn't empirically detect the object if it wasn't physical. And so whether it be transparent or non-transparent, that's not a property of non-physical things. It's a property of physical things. You're kind of missing the point that you can only empirically detect physical things, concretely real things. So if it's not physical, then you couldn't empirically detect it whatsoever.
Okay, but that's great, but I don't believe it to be a physical object, and like your frustration and your angst isn't going to change my mind about it. So I hear what you're
Why are you
saying.
talking about me having frustration and angst? I resent that.
You're not frustrated that I don't think the moon is a physical object?
But why would I be frustrated? Why would I be
If
so
it has
irritated
shape,
like that?
it is physical.
It does. That's an assumption about what the moon and the sun are, because I wasn't here when they were created. They were here before me.
But you're just being incredulous. You're not being logically consistent. You empirically detect the moon, correct?
Yeah, just like we can all agree.
Therefore,
Right.
it's physical.
How do you prove something to be physical then?
Did you not follow the logic sequence?
I know, but I'm asking you from a human reasoning standpoint here in our reality. Can we prove things to be physical, like hold them in our hand?
You're repeating the question as though I haven't given you that answer. I just gave you the logic sequence. I just gave you the argument.
I'm not debating with you. I'm trying to have a reasonable conversation with another person. Okay?
A debate is point counterpoint, point counterpoint. It's a
Can we hold things in our hand here in reality and agree something to be physical?
Just listen for a moment. The debate is point counterpoint, point counterpoint.
Don't answer the question.
So this
That's
is
fine.
obviously a debate.
I can pick up a pencil. I can pick up a penny and
Because you're
hold it
asking
in my
stupid
hand.
questions, dude.
So you can't walk on the moon and prove it to be a physical object. So
That's a non sequitur.
What?
You can't. Not everything that is physical is tangible.
I don't have to agree with you.
AI, just listen for a moment. It's non sequitur. That which is not tangible does not mean it's not physical. It doesn't follow.
Exactly.
You can't touch light itself, but it's obviously a physical entity given that you empirically detect it.
Yes. Yes. Authentic, I don't know how you're not getting this, dude. Already went over it plenty of times. You keep asking questions that
Yeah, you
Gregory
didn't.
already answered.
No, you didn't.
Oh, hello. So basically,
mean no?
let's say he's having questions about this. You see, I did this in my house, right? Look at this, AI, whatever. So the light is shining through the ceiling of my house. I'm reflecting with a concave mirror from the floor, and then reflecting the light on the ceiling, right? We see these lights on the ceiling. Is the ceiling physical, right? Is the light doing something?
Hey, I just want to stop you real quick. That's a pretty good job you did. That's pretty awesome. Good job.
So you see all the different phenomena that you look in. The light doing something on the ceiling. The ceiling is physical. The light is doing something on the ceiling, right?
Sure, but it just proves our point that the light.
How
is
did
still...
you get clouds in there? On that. How'd you get clouds?
The light is physical.
The light itself causing that
The light
effect.
is coming from a physical source.
The light itself is causing a
The
shadow.
light is made out of physical particles.
The light
Yeah,
is
exactly.
kind of polarizing itself and causing the shadow itself.
Oh, that's awesome. Nice job.
Yeah, that is amazing, man. I have seen it once myself, where the sunlight was reflecting outside in a puddle of water back into my window, and then I saw it on top of the ceiling. It was pretty insane.
So this is the logic sequence, because the denial of the celestial bodies being physical objects is asinine. It's absurd. Reduces them to absurdity. That which is empirically detectable is physical, aka concrete. The celestial bodies are empirically detectable, aka concrete. Excuse me. Therefore, they're concrete, aka physical.
Yeah.
Also, there is another claim by a lot of people, right? With our eyes, during the new moon phase, we don't see the moon, obviously, right? With the visible spectrum. So, but the thing is that there is certain infrared readings and thermal readings and other type of opticals that show the moon up in the sky. That's a claim, right? So we gotta be careful about this. The moon is nowhere to be found during that time, but apparently there is certain equipment that can be used to observe that spectrum of light that is not visible to our eyes. So we gotta be careful with that kind of stuff as well.
Also, how did you get there to be like
Post that, Jimsy. Show me that.
crater?
I
How
wanna
did you
see
get
that.
to what looks like craters on that ceiling in the light?
Why is when people say significant things, people don't want to know where
I
they
don't know. I
got
was
it
already
from?
talking. I don't know what you're saying. I was already talking.
Are you guys gonna watch the solar eclipse?
Today's the
like
day.
an hour and a half.
Let me post
Oh,
it, Elijah.
I'm in Germany.
Wait.
Can you watch it with your bare eyes?
No.
Gotta go to the computer, Elijah. I'm on the phone right now.
Someone stop me if this sounds dumb, right? But I've heard this argument before. That if you're going to reduce it down to whatever you physically can't touch, whatever you can't physically see or move, I mean, you're limiting yourself massively, right? I mean, like most of history, most of your awareness is things you personally haven't done, seen, heard, felt, so on and so forth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one person was just. I mean, that's a good. I mean, that's not a bad point. But Elijah, are you hot mic or talking?
Yeah, you're hot micing, bro.
That's why I was like, is he talking? Like I was cutting him off earlier. But yeah, I mean that's why somebody was going in earlier and defining like what we call physical, something that interacts, with the world around us. So if we perceive it, therefore it's physical, because for us to perceive it, it must be, as something in physics, which is the physical world interacting, with the physical world. So the sun interacts with the physical world, therefore it would be defined as physical, in that sense.
Yeah, I know. But I meant for that argument of if you can't touch it, it's not real. That, not me, but that person.
Yeah, you're right. That's naive realism. Naive realism is self-defeating. In fact, it's so self-defeating. It's like this: naive realism, aka empiricism. It's not real if I can't empirically detect it. Okay, that includes your very senses themselves, right? We never seen the sight. We just use our sight to see, and we never seen our sight. We've never seen our scent. Never seen taste. Never seen touch. Never seen hearing. So we don't ever empirically detect the very senses that we rely on so much. So therefore, we couldn't know that we have senses. Therefore, we couldn't know that we empirically detected anything. See how self-defeating that is? That's how ridiculous empiricism, aka naive realism, is.
But to make it simpler, what's that old phrase? Like, does a tree make a sound when it falls in the forest when you're not around? Like, I mean, it does.
It's foolish.
But I mean, you have to presume it does. Otherwise, you'd have to be standing next to every fucking tree that ever fell ever. Otherwise, you're going to deny.
You don't have to necessarily presume it. You can
silly.
make that justified strong inference based on past experience.
Yeah, it's silly. I don't understand.
Yeah, so my bad. Go ahead.
How did you get those little craters on the ceiling moon? Like, what are those? Is there imperfections in the concave apparatus or something?
Let me show. It's a time 5 concave mirror. You know, the ones that people used to look to kind of see their faces on it, and like a bigger face.
Oh yeah. You flip them over and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you flip them. Yeah, one of those. So that's what it is. Yeah, the mirror definitely has imperfections. It does. So yeah. Getting ready to go outside and watch that stuff. A little bit.
So very often people, again, this is why I'm so deliberate with my choice of words and word order. It's why I'm deliberate with my rhetoric. Very often people conflate physical with tangible. Two different things. That which is tangible is physical, but not everything that is physical is tangible.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. I think the guy was obviously stopped talking. I got a crazy, more extreme one. This is a bit of a joke, but like
You act like I'm afraid to talk. Like I'm the last person in this room that's afraid to talk about stuff.
It's like,
so I go out in public and I talk about flat Earth. I've done it for 3 years. I'm the last person that would ever be afraid to share my opinion, my thought, or my ideas and get shot down by Gregory and hold my, tail between my legs. So get over yourself.
Well, hey, you do you, man. Like, it's good
What is
conversation.
happening?
Okay. We're just discussing.
I mean, just to be clear, I wasn't being adversarial with you, AI. I wanted to cooperate with you in a dialogue. I wanted to edify.
This is Matt. He's from Australia.
Yeah, I just sound like that, man. Yeah, I just sound confrontational. I'm not like this. Just
Yeah, I got no problems with you, Gregory. I totally appreciate your input in this server, and I couldn't agree with you more on the majority of what you say. And I feel like sometimes other people think that your perception of reality is troubling to them, or like they don't agree with it, or the way that you speak is challenging for them. I don't think that way. So I appreciate you. There's this, the last 10 minutes is no judgment positively or negatively against my view about your input in this room. So just to be clear on that, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. It gets mixed up when people are like, "Well, I just don't have any evidence or any belief that it's terra firma in the sky." Then end up saying things like, I don't think there's any evidence that it's a physical, object." And then I guess when you say object has I guess it would have a specific, dimensions to it. If it's an object, then it must have specific dimensions. Maybe you don't believe it has specific dimensions. Either. I don't know. Maybe it has changing dimensions due to something else. But it's really just like a pedantic thing in one way, and in one way it's something that should be understood that physical interactions are they qualify as physical.
Well, that's another common conflation also. Objects aren't only concrete matter. You can say objects in the sense of any given entity whatsoever, just a thing. You can have the objects in your room. You can have the objects of your mind, etc., etc. So when you're talking about an object, it's really one of the most vague words in English, and every word has a word like that. So you have to specify what type of object. Hence, concrete objects or abstract objects in that ontological dichotomy. Hence, my phone, that object, or my voice, that object, etc., etc. Object is just a thing. Well, what thing? What type of thing?
Are images on the phone objects? The images, the photographs, or those objects?
Mm-hmm. Now the question is, what type of object is it? Because you're talking about images on the phone screen, for instance. Well, first and foremost, it's light. Right? You see it. You see light. And then on your phone, it's the arrangement of the gold specks onto the glass, right? However specific you want to make that, right? And obviously the image is located in a particular area. The image on your phone isn't over there on the other side of the room, right? It is where it is, right? It's not anywhere else that it isn't, right? So it is an object.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, obviously.
This is a genuine. Why does the eclipse have a path?
You sound so quiet.
Oh, we cannot hear you, man.
You sure?
Yep. Your volume is max for me too.
Can you repeat what you asked, friend?
Same.
Yeah, go ahead again.
Why does the eclipse have a path?
So the sun and the moon, they transit around the celestial sphere, moving from radiant to radiant, up and down from the north apex to the south apex, towards and away from them. So if there's a transit between these radiants and the sun and the moon, the helion and anti-helion to the far sides of the celestial sphere, which is the opposite sides, and then towards each other, so that there is like a track that they're going on and following certain points in the sky labeled the radiants.
I mean, the reason I'm asking is because we get to watch the phenomena at different times depending on where you are. But I thought that everything in the sky was so far away that your position on the surface didn't really change much in the ways of anything beyond like 180 degrees.
I think that's a good point. Let me add this to that point, Elijah. I'm in Massachusetts, right? Boston. So I'm gonna have 89% of the eclipse. If I drive 300 miles to New York, to the upstate New York, I'm gonna have 100%. So that's an 11% change just by driving 300 miles. And these things are supposed to be 300,000 miles away, and I just moved a little bit, insignificant, basically, and I changed 10% of the angle of view.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something I'm thinking about. I didn't even never really.
That makes sense. I guess I'm thinking in my head in crazy layman's terms. I'm not an Einstein, right? But so you're right. I get the question. It is static. Like when it crosses over to the sun, that's static, right? So like, why does it look different? Or why can multiple states see it? So I guess a basic way would be like, it's the camera angle. Like, because like you said, if you're 300 miles that way, it's not going to make too much of a difference. But if you're 1,000 miles that way, you're only going to get 3/4 of it. So I guess it's the camera angle that you're viewing it from. But the eclipse is
No, you guys.
Well, it's
No,
static.
the angle of view. No, it's true. The angle of view is obvious. Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, why is that the case when the distance to these bodies are supposed to, like, none of that's in any other particular argument. Like we were just talking about, the other guy was saying, well, you got the red, think of the ball, the red side, the blue side. Should the people on the red side see something different? No. Right? Like we all see the same things, we all see the same thing. But when it comes to this, because of our angle on the floor, we're seeing something different. I don't get it. If we're being logically consistent, or tell me where I'm being logically wrong.
I know you guys say that the objects that we see in the sky, like the sun, the moon, and whatnot, aren't as far away as they claim they are. So, how far do you guys actually believe they are?
Well, that's not really like engaging in literally anything I said.
I'm just asking a question.
I know, but I'm already trying to, create conversation.
I wasn't.
What I'm
I
saying.
wasn't really listening to what you were saying because like your mic is like really really low. So I don't
All
know
right,
what you
so I'm
said,
just
but
letting you know that I did say something for people to respond.
I'm kind of unsure of what you're saying. Like
why?
Like I mean, like, 'cause if I'm standing directly in front of two objects that are the same size, then I'm not going to be able to see the object behind it, right? But if I'm standing a meter to the left, then I'm going to be able to see like 2% of the object behind the first one. If I'm standing 5 meters to the
If you have
side,
two
then
locally
they're gonna.
close objects, correct? But
Well,
that's
it's
not
the
what.
camera angle. Well, I
Yeah,
might not
but
understand what you're asking.
you're not. You're not, because obviously in real life, one two, but it's supposed to be the opposite for the celestial bodies. But what we see in the sky has changed because of our angular position on the ground. Completely the antithesis of everything else we talk about 364 days of the year. Gregory, you understand what I'm saying? Maybe you stepped out.
I wasn't listening the majority of the time because I was away from my phone. But I just happened to be back when you asked me that question.
So I'm saying that when the eclipse is happening, the phenomenon is different.
You got quiet again. I can hear your sound, but I can't hear
The
intelligible like
phenomena,
English.
the phenomena of the eclipse, that is happening at different times for different people because of their position on the earth. But wait, rewind. I thought that the position on earth didn't really change much in the way of angles to celestial bodies because it always had to do with curvature and our spin. So technically, moving on the earth shouldn't really have any bearing on what we see. Like, for example, like we were just talking about somebody made a reference to a ball being blue and red and being on either side, and shouldn't you see a different side of the moon or something like that? No, because of the distance and blah 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 blah. Well, because of the distance, we shouldn't be getting a different phenomena due to the angle change because it's so freaking small compared to the distance that they claim this stuff is happening at, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about the time zones.
They're seeing it happen in Mexico like hours before they're seeing it happen in New York. Supposedly because of the angular difference on your position of the earth. But your angular position on the earth means nothing as it relates to the 180 degrees supposedly that we see of the moon and no more.
I get the question now.
It's not going with their paradigm.
Do you get what I'm trying
No,
to say?
you,
Like
you
me being in
yeah, now I
like
get
why wouldn't we see the phenomena at the same time is basically what I'm asking.
Yeah,
But why the
angular
for one
changes aren't
person?
going to make
Yeah,
the phenomenon occur at various times.
because we don't live on a globe, and all the globe bullshit's bullshit.
But that would actually promote the globe premise.
The angle of incidence of the observation isn't going to have causal power on the phenomenon itself.
I guess if we're spinning, right? How do I like it? We are.
You would be guessing there, mate. You would be guessing. You're right.
This is a very underrated actually point that Elijah is bringing, and I think the point that I brought up earlier this morning is similar to what he's saying. It's in relation, so this is a good point actually, in my opinion.
I can have a go if you guys would bear with me. I think if I'm understanding now, because I feel like I fucked up, right? So you're saying that why does one person see it at 2 o'clock and the other person sees it at 3 o'clock, even though we're simultaneously looking at the same thing at the same time?
It's not like the moon. It's not like the moon is near the sun and going around it back and forward, so you can just look at it multiple times a day. The moon is passing in front of the sun once, supposedly, because it's a one physical object that is so far away. The other one is near us, right? Or actually, not near. 300,000 miles is not even near. But it's supposed to pass in front of the sun on the Earth, and that's it. But we've seen at different positions, we've seen this happening, and then happens in the next position, it happens in multiple positions. I don't know. It's kind of, and then I'm like I said, like if I drive 300 miles, I can change 11% of the angle of view, and then if I keep driving 300 more miles, I'm gonna move away from that angle, and it's gonna change 20% or more.
Technically,
the eclipse is a lunar eclipse, right? Today.
Solar.
No, solar, bro. Solar.
Well, solar. Oh shit.
Yeah.
So now you might really grasp what I'm saying, because I'm not talking about a lunar eclipse. I'm talking about a solar one. So you got the one instance where you have this alignment, right? This alignment of the three bodies, right? In this
Sun, moon,
instance, it's yes, exactly. That's happening at one time, but we're all witnessing it throughout the day at different times. But
yeah, that's not geometrically coherent.
Nothing else. But even like in their paradigm, like nothing else changes because we move, other than the angle to the stars, and that's only because of curvature. But outside of that, everything is so far away that from our perspective, the only thing that changes it is the motion. So our movement from city to city has no bearing on, for example, seeing the other side of the moon, right? So why are we seeing these different angles? Because it would have to be if we're seeing the same phenomena at different times.
If they're going to be geometrically coherent, to your point, if they're going to be geometrically coherent and consistent, then that would imply that the moon is moving with the Earth in the direction that the Earth is either rotating on its axis, spinning on its axis, or moving in lockstep with the revolution of the Earth around the sun.
I think it might be better if I give my dumbass answer first, and then someone else elaborates and says it's smarter, maybe. Because if now I get what you're asking. So yes, the eclipse is a frozen state, when it's completely covered. It's frozen in time. We'll say if it's completely covered, right? So why is it in the middle of the Earth? It's 4 o'clock, and then 2 hours, and then to the left it's 2 o'clock, and then to the right it's 6 o'clock, right? But I mean, for me, how I imagine it in my head is, the Earth rotates, and time, as far as the calendar clock, is like a human conception of being able to tell the time, right? So it's everyone technically.
Is my misunderstanding?
No, I get it.
Hold on.
That's why I said someone else can say it better, right?
Hold on.
I'm just trying to paint a picture.
Hold on.
No, wait a sec. Technically, for me, I think you're right.
I need a clarification. Hold on.
Okay, go.
Is what I'm missing time zones?
Yeah, yeah, I get it, right? So I'm saying, like,
No, I'm
so
asking you, is
technically,
that just a point blank yeah? Or
yeah, just time
so
zones.
it's
Yeah.
not, so it's happening at the same time then.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So the people at 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 6 technically are witnessing exactly the same thing at exactly the same point in time. Yes, it's just the time zone thing because of the rotation. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
never mind then.
That's what. Thank you, by the way, for shortening it. I tend to like explain things. Someone else may have a better reason.
So these are all my flat earthers?
I'm not a flat earther.
So Eli, let me help me understand. Are you talking about the lunar eclipse happening over a span of time that is an hour or more?
Well, solar eclipse.
There are a bunch of dumbasses in this fucking chat, bro. I can't believe half of you guys believe the earth is flat.
And I'm just talking
Well,
about
hello, nice person.
if I'm gonna see it at like 3:30. You know, I'm just saying someone couldn't have already witnessed it when 3:30 came. You see what I'm saying? But no, when it's 3:30 for me, someone else is witnessing it at 1. Mexico is witnessing it at like some other time. Yada yada yada. I think. I don't know. But if
Yeah,
that's the
so
case,
that's
then
why I'm.
forget what I said.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the distinction between the eclipse elapsing over a given span of time versus the eclipse elapsing at a given point in time and folks at the same present time in different time zones observing that. There's a difference.
Yeah, if it's the latter, then forget everything I said.
Okay.
Because the phenomena that we see is the phenomena that we see, right? But then the claim is that these bodies are so far apart from each other that there shouldn't be these huge discrepancies of the sizes of the things that we see during the phenomena. It will indicate to me that those distances that they claim, 300,000 miles from the moon, 93 million miles away from the sun, that doesn't add up to the math here, to what we observe in reality.
Well, don't they say the sun? They tell you the sun lights half the earth up at the same time, don't they? So if it's going to be covered at one point, then all the half of that earth will be in darkness at the same time. Ching.
Girl, you heard me earlier. I said that I'm in the East Coast and I can drive right. I'm gonna get 89% of the eclipse, but if I drive 300 miles, I can change it to 100%. 11% changes by driving a little bit, and when these things are so far away from the Earth, you know, like what they claim. Obviously, they're not.
Okay, well, so there's still an argument on the table then. Wait. Everyone in the path of totality should be seeing 100% of this phenomenon, or am I wrong?
I get it. So, if we had someone,
shut up, not you.
Okay, go.
The path of totality, like as long as you're in that, then everybody there is seeing 100% of it. But people outside of that are seeing less of it. I guess. Like, say if you're in what's below Canada? I don't know. Somewhere over there. It's a no go. Somewhere under Canada. What's over there? I don't even know. Wisconsin? Where's that at?
Well, I mean, pretty much, bro. You got the path of totality. Like you said, they all see the full eclipse, and then once you start to travel east or west from that, that whatever mile radius just decreases, right, until eventually you don't see any eclipse.
I see. Yeah, I think I still take issue with why should this little piece of land change what you see in the sky? Moving from, I mean, America's only so big.
Yeah, your critique comes down. Yeah, your critique comes down to this. You have the phenomenon itself, which can be perceived, and then you have the perception thereof. So either everyone at the given present moment, regardless of their distinct time zones, is observing the phenomenon at that present moment, or that present moment is elapsing too long than would be geometrically coherent in the globe paradigm. Because in order for the sun to be eclipsed, that supposedly the moon has to stay in front of the sun. And if that happens too long, in principle, then that's going to patently demonstrate that the moon is moving with the revolution of the earth around the sun rather than moving past the sun in its revolution around the earth.
I think in their paradigm, at the moment, supposedly the moon is covering the whole sun. Half the Earth should be seeing that at the same time. At that moment.
I agree. I don't. Why? Like, I don't see any logical reason not to agree. Like, you know, like half of the supposed whatever it is. We know it's not really the case. Whatever. Whatever it is, majority, half, whatever, can see the moon, but depending on where you are, it changes in orientation like a coin, like being rolled, not that you can see the other side, like ever. Right? So that being the case, no matter where you go, like half of the earth sees that, so why can't half of the earth see this the moon pass in front of the sun? I don't get it. What am I? Maybe I'm stupid. I'm you know how you get excited when you think about something for the first time. Could be nothing, but I just why can't at least the whole United States see it? I mean, United States is so fucking small as a territory in relation to the rest of everything else. It's not even 50% of the ball, so whatever.
Well,
And
it
I heard
doesn't
what
fit
you
the
said too,
it doesn't
Gregory.
fit
Yeah.
the globe paradigm, does it? It doesn't fit the globe paradigm.
No, it was a good question, man.
There is a large portion that's capable of seeing a partial eclipse today, like Mexico.
Also, the shadow. The shadow of the moon is what,
all
like
over the
100?
place.
My bad.
And from Mexico
Also,
to Canada, like there is a huge area that will see partial.
also this, why is it that when a solar eclipse happens, that it actually darkens? If the sun is a humongous ball of gas of an unfathomable size, and the moon is smaller than the earth, and the earth is millions of times smaller than the sun, then it would obviously stand to reason that the sun's light would envelop and swallow the moon. You can only
What I'm saying.
You mean like a pebble in the daytime?
right, or more like
So
this, like a speck of sand held up in midair between you and the sun on a clear day.
That's only if it's physical. I'm just kidding.
Yell bad.
Oh dear.
supposedly geometrically it works out. I did have a conversation with Matthew Learns prior to that. They showed like some demonstration of somebody with a smaller ball and a large No, that had to do with what the apparent size looked like in relation
Hmm.
to
Yeah,
the moon.
yeah.
But
Appeal to
I
geometry
don't
would
know
not be
about
sufficient for
the.
this.
Hmm. Well, I mean, Globers, what are you here for? Address this point now. Make us learn. Hurry up. I need to learn something.
Yeah, let me define the issue. The issue I just raised is if the sun is a humongous ball of gas of an unfathomable size, the most brilliant light source we've ever seen, and the moon being a fraction of the size of the Earth, and the Earth being millions of times smaller than the sun, then it would obviously stand to reason that the moon would be enveloped and swallowed in the sun's light rather than eclipsing it. You can
Well,
only eclipse the light and
Gregory,
dim the light if you're sufficiently close to it to muffle or suppress or hide its radiation of the light.
well, see, the rays are actually concave in that from. I mean, it's true because you have an umbra and a penumbra, right? And because people say, well, obviously, um, what was it? What was it? Oh well, in their diagrams, it's the at least I know they're not really to scale, but the way they show it, um, with the light rays being paralleled and it hitting the moon, and then all of a sudden going, you know, concave towards the Earth, making it uh not as big a shadow as it would be. I don't fucking know, guys.
Yeah, this is
When
incoherent.
you try to think of nonsense, it's like it's hard. 'Cause how do you imagine things that some things
It's
are
hard for those who are
imaginable,
trying to make sense.
unimaginable. Yeah.
I mean, you know, we might never be able to work this out, but you know, let's just make up a story to fit what's going on, and everyone will believe it.
Yeah, I believe my critique stands. I believe my critique is strong because it's like trying to block a searchlight with a grain of sand, given
Well, it's
their
just like
premises.
anything. It's just like anything. If you're taught something at a very young age, and you have no critical reasoning skills at like 5 to 10 years old, and all the adults around you are reaffirming the idea or the beliefs that you read in a book, then this is where we're at right now in 2024. Like we all grew up in the same place together, got the same education together, read the same books mostly, and now some have broken out of that indoctrination and others are unable to because for whatever philosophical reason, like they're afraid that they've been lied to for this long and they can't figure it out, but all these other people who call themselves flat earthers have figured it out. Like it just seems like a religious kind of indoctrination where government is their god, as opposed to a Christian or a Muslim believing the books that they read of a creator God. You know, neither can prove what they read in school books, neither can prove what they read in, Bible. I can't walk on water, but if I believe it to be true, then that's faith. And if I believe it to be true that government did all these extraordinary things that I was taught in school growing up that I couldn't do, and I believe that daddy government can do all these extraordinary things, and then to come to find out that the small percentage of people have just somehow figured it out, then yeah, I can kind of see why these people are mad, because they were lied to, and they put in hundreds of thousands of dollars of money into an educational system, college and whatever. So yeah, it's
It's not
challenging.
just that. It's not just that. Like they built their entire social identity. I can remember arguing against my my but she just follows the Torah. Okay. And I said, well, first of all, you should understand that the book is incoherent because when you read Genesis, nothing about creation is up in there. Why was I saying that? Because I thought I had the knowledge of the universe. That's why I was saying that. You know how many social instances there were where I was talking about what God could be, what the sky could be, what the stars are, what it would be like next to a black hole, what's inside of a black hole? Do you come out into another reality? Do we not remember that these are some of the things that we used to think about? Like, you know how much social equity people have in this belief? That's what's hard about it. That's what's hard about it. Can't
Well,
undo
AI said it
that.
was true, except his comment about the Bible.
Who, mine?
No, what AI said was true, except his comment about the Bible.
It's about flat earth religion.
I knew you wasn't gonna let that one go. So yeah.
I mean, I could use that argument. You know, it's very easy to use that argument. Oh, except your position. Oh, except your belief. Oh, except your argument. Well, yeah, that's just being logically consistent. You know, law of non-contradiction.
So what do we know about this eclipse? What's going to happen tonight? Right? The sun's
But
you're not going to
today,
be able to see the.
it's solar.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Yeah. I'm saying it because I'm in UK and I won't see it.
Yeah.
And it's getting
Yeah.
it's getting to dusk time where I am now. But so what's going to happen? The light in the sky we call the sun is going to disappear for a period of time. Do we know what's causing that?
When the solar eclipse happens, is the moon nowhere else to be found? Or is it on the other side of the world?
Oh God.
You can't make these arguments, bro. They're fallacious. You have to ask them about the measurements.
Yes, where are you from?
They're fallacious.
If the thermal energy is coming
What time does the
from,
eclipse happen?
if the thermal
It depends on where you
energy
are in the
is,
US. I'll post it in the side chat, the link, so you can
That's
look it up
Speedy
yourself.
being disruptive.
Okay, thank you. I'm in the Eastern time zone, so yeah.
It gives you exact time per city.
yeah,
Thank you, man.
if you what was I saying, Gregory? Did you hear the beginning of what I was trying to say? Forget.
I'll say it again, see if it jogs your memory. Is the moon nowhere else to be found during a solar eclipse, or is it on the other side of the world?
It's
Yes,
supposedly
I want
next to the sun.
I want the flat Earth explanation for this one. This would be amazing.
Yeah, you can stop
Supposedly
being
next-
disruptive.
It's supposedly next to the sun at an angle that you can't see the light. Oh, but what I was saying, okay. So now, if there was thermal energy coming from like 93 million miles away, and then like it's being blocked by fucking the moon, like we would fucking freeze to death in like 2 seconds, bro. I mean, we shouldn't have atmosphere. It's a whole stupid. It's just
Yeah.
no, just no.
Yeah.
No.
So yeah.
No.
So everything the sun's giving us is going to stop. Apparently.
It's going to be nighttime.
No, it's not eclipse everywhere on the world. Please
Well,
look
it
at
should
the
be
graph
half.
on side chat.
It should be. It should
I
be
say
half.
that?
It should be half the globe at the same time.
Not necessarily.
Well, the light from the sun lights up half the Earth, and the moon is going to block the sunlight for half the Earth. But that doesn't.
Oh God.
It's not. Well, yeah,
Mostly
you
you
can
will see it in the North American and South American continent. Europe will see
That's a red
it.
herring from his point. That's a red herring from his point. It's not a matter of people seeing it. It's a matter of the sun being blocked, like one deck just said to you.
Oh God.
The sun lights half the Earth up in the globe model. It's going to be blocked, so half the Earth should be in darkness at the same time, and it's not. So what are you going to do now?
Give you a basic book that you can read to understand it, I guess. At some
Yeah,
point,
yeah,
it's gonna be saved.
Yeah, it's a globe model, and the sun lights half the Earth up, and at one moment it's going to be blocked. So half the Earth should be in darkness at exactly the same time. But
Right.
that's not happening. What are you
Size of
going
the
to do now?
sun, size of the rays, size of the moon, size of the planet. Please think again before you say it, because I'm dealing with stupidity at this point. Again, simple factors.
So that's a non-argument.
Size of the sun, size of the moon,
So that's a
speed
non-argument.
of
So
the
say argument,
lights,
please.
and the size of the Earth.
No. See.
And then you have the time. And please think again. We need to go
You're erring.
Yeah, your answer is entirely incoherent.
Here's where you have erred.
All right.
Here's where you have erred. So you're saying a bunch of basic things.
Yes, because I'm dealing with toddlers. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it together.
Yeah, we're not gonna allow you to do so. Your voice. I'm gonna get on the right side of your voice. I'm gonna stop being disruptive. Stop being
Here's
disruptive.
where you've made sense. Here's where you have erred. Just because I told you said something that's basic doesn't mean that was where you erred. Making sense. No. So where you erred was thinking that an eclipse is exactly like what you would imagine with basic objects. But if you open a book, the book will tell you that the light rays that are parallel happen to go in a concave direction around the moon to the Earth. Now that right there is the exact opposite, aside from all the basic stuff you were talking about. If you block something with if you block a light source with something, the shadow is going to be at least that thing's size. We don't have the size of a shadow that's, I don't know what the diameter of the moon is, but we don't have that on Earth. Why? Because of these convergent light rays. Excuse me, I've never seen that before.
My bad. I left him on mute too long. Sorry, he left.
He's probably going to read his book.
He didn't want to engage in dialogue anyways. So. If they stay, they stay, and we can embarrass them. If they don't, then they don't. Yeah, so this wannabe scientist has a choice. Either the sun would envelop the moon, and the moon would just disappear because of the intense brilliance of the light of the sun, or all that light from that incoherent light source of that humongous gas ball in a cosmic vacuum is for some reason, without any sufficient cause, paranormally concentrating the light from the sun into a coherent line of concentration just behind the moon.
I mean, from what I understand, the moon, when we don't see the moon, that's because it is in close proximity to the sun, and the sun is so powerful, like you say, it outpowers the moon, and it's not visible. But that's something different's happening today and tonight.
Yeah, so those are the two absurd implications of their premise concerning their supposed account of the solar eclipse. Those are their two options.
Since the last eclipse, I mean, from many years, I think the last people questioning a lot of things, including this phenomena. You notice that there's been like a rampant increase of social media, people sharing information, and kind of realizing by themselves by by sharing information between each other. And now we have this event that has been promoted like a huge event that I haven't seen before, right? They kind of like turn on the machine, everybody's talking about it, whatever, right? But when you search about it, you're gonna find the propaganda machine, right? And they're gonna tell you how it works and what it is. Eclipse is gonna happen, and this is how it happens. So they had to do that because now a lot of people are paying attention and questioning the paradigm that has been given in the school system. And now when people look at it, the machine wants you to be looking at the actual phenomena, but in your mind, they want you to be thinking about what they presented before the event. They presented you with the cartoons, the globe, the moon between the earth and the sun, and that's how it works. But when you look at it with your eyes, you're not looking at the cartoon. But that's why they have to ramp up the propaganda machine. Is that a valid point? Maybe.
I am not an anarchist. This is relevant to your point. Why do I say that? Well,
I think so.
I strongly affirm law, order, tranquility.
Yeah, it's valid. Are we still talking about lights in the sky, right?
Can you stop being disruptive? Okay. I'm not an anarchist. I want law, order, tranquility, prosperity, all the good things.
Lights in the sky.
And so the reason that I and other people like me, like Gen Z, do what we do concerning these discourses about cosmology and whatsoever else is because there are some things that we noticed. There were some things that were brought to our attention, and it provoked us to be critically considerate about the matter. And so we studied, and we contemplated, and we debated, and we discoursed, and the whole nine of trying to attain knowledge and understanding about these issues.
Circle.
And
before it starts crossing in front of the sun.
Are you hot micing, Tidal?
I think he's getting annoyed, Laurie, that most of the time these globers like to talk about lights in the sky, proving a globe Earth, but we're having a good conversation. Discussing the light.
But can I finish what I was saying?
Please,
yeah.
Please.
And so we do this because we're trying to ascertain knowledge. In addition with that fact, what we noticed is a variety of wickedness, even heinous, atrocious wickedness. And academia is guilty of this, including the government institutions. So I don't want to be right about these things. I don't want to be right about anything evil happening at all. I'd rather live in paradise, of course, but we don't. And so there's ridicule coming at people like us who say what we say, think the way we think, act the way we act concerning these issues, because it's not it's not what the established culture is teaching. And it's not the orthodox, quote unquote, established culture.
Damn, dog, you're so red pill, bro. You're so base, bro. Fuck.
Okay, again with all of this disruption. That's what I'm talking about here.
Man, you red pill, dog. Fuck, you know everything, bro. Fuck, you're smarter than the system, dog.
He's still being disruptive. He's still being disruptive. Still disruptive.
Bro, you're talking to yourself. No one's even listening, bro.
So now they don't want to actually stop disrupting because they know that this is stinging their pride. This is why they do it. There's no reason for them to do it. They didn't need to do it.
What do you mean they, bro? This is you just fucking on a drunk
rant. Still disrupting for no good reason.
Land your plane, dog.
You're a great example of what drugs do to people.
You're going to be being disruptive because your head is being stung. I'm not insulting anyone. I'm not doing anything wrong to anyone. But you're being contemptuous against me for no good reason because your pride is stung. So
how's our pride stung though? I just want to know.
So you're still being disruptive.
I'm asking a question. I'm not.
You're still being disruptive.
Ask you a legitimate question.
You're still being disruptive.
I'm asking a question.
Just finish your point, man.
I can't finish my point until the disruption stops.
Shut the fuck up.
You can't if you start.
Let him finish his original answer to your question.
Finish the point until the disruption stops.
I think if I may say,
needed to happen.
Maybe we should just ignore and have a normal conversation because Gregory's just ranting at this point.
Yeah, no, not disrupting more.
Nobody gives a damn about your opinion.
Not disrupting more, right? Not disrupting more.
Speedy,
Right.
the thing is, like, they have cognitive dissonance. Like, he's in denial, and now he's just muting people. This is what they do.
Are you okay? Are you okay that
This is what they do. Every time I ask them about going to the ends of the earth, they always change the subject, and they want to
Obviously,
talk
there's
about
disruptions in this room for no good reason.
distance from the to the
Obviously,
earth.
there's no disruptions in this room for no
They
good
never want
reason.
to talk
Still.
about.
I think the disruptions are to do with the lights in the sky, sort of really putting the globe paradigm to test.
The crowd has spoken. They don't want you to finish, and
I
it's
don't
okay that you
care
don't finish.
what your disruptive carping has to say, right? What I'm saying is worthwhile saying. It's edifying to someone, but you don't want to hear it. So shut the fuck up.
Yes, I want to hear. I don't want to hear these degenerates chirping between your statements, Gregory.
I mean,
They just corroborated my point. All that. They just corroborated my point. Why, when I say these things, am I met with all that disrespect and hostility? Why? I didn't do anything wrong to them.
You was talking about lights in the sky, and it not fitting in with the globe paradigm when they use lights in the sky to try and prove the globe paradigm. So they're all triggered globers at the moment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What I'm saying was in tandem with what Jimsy was saying. So I just want to finish that finally, because it's a worthy point to highlight, because this is what's happening in the world concerning this controversy. Jimsy was talking about the fact that folks, the commoners, are using these social media to inform one another at best, to edify one another at best. And it's contradicting the dominant majority established culture, the established society. And so those people who advocate the establishment, the scientist worldview, they are insulted by us, obviously, for no good reason. Sometimes they have a valid argument at best, but it's not sound, because we're contradicting the orthodox majority of the scientism worldview. It's ridiculous. But again, it's not because we are anarchists. It's not because we're trying to masturbate our pride, just trying to find something to find something to boast about ourselves in. It's not why I'm doing this. That's not why Jimsy's doing this. That's not why Eli is doing this, etc. It's not why. So rather, the reason is we saw a problem. We saw many problems, and we want to resolve those problems. One of those problems being incoherency or empirical inadequacy, right? The problem is that what is supposedly known to be true has errors, and we're finding those errors and we're refuting those errors. And then we're continuing the effort to seek knowledge further to get knowledge of the truth, rather than just believing errors or remaining ignorant.
I'm waiting on your first paper then, Gregory. You probably posted nothing.
Right. So, have flat earthers figured out how to predict reality yet, or is that still not a thing yet?
To be fair,
not
yet. So now here the disingenuous scrutiny begins. This is where it begins.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Reality. To be fair,
don't forget, Gregory normally preaches like the gospel in a very bad way, so this is kind
don't
of
forget that this guy comes in never saying anything worthwhile saying at all, never edified anyone ever in his life.
I just want a flat earther to tell me what's in front of the sun right now, because I've watched it. It's been the moon all day. I just want to know.
Yeah. I would like all these Mr. Smiths to be quiet. Thank you.
Oh. That's all.
It's because they don't have an answer to the eclipse. It's kind of
They
fun.
don't have an answer for anything. They don't have an answer for anything. These scientists, all
so
they do every time they open their microphone to talk in the microphone.
Gregory, have one simple question. Why is there no eclipse in Europe? Please explain.
Doing in this voice channel.
I have a simple question.
You're in this voice channel. He's perpetuating to try and be disruptive in the voice channel all the time. So I am the bane to their existence. I don't give a fuck.
This is what happens when you have no predictive capability. You just blabber on and on. You actually
you just blabber on and on, and you don't say the
obvious. You're the scholar. Answer one question.
To say something in this voice channel, you just carp every time. We're waiting for you to say something worthwhile
Gregory,
listening to.
answer me a simple question.
Worthwhile listening to, not try to holler
Explain
at
to
me.
me why there's no eclipse in Europe right
don't
now.
say anything worthwhile saying
You
in this
see,
voice
he's
channel.
ignoring the
We're waiting for
question.
you to say something worthwhile listening to in this
Yes,
voice channel.
explain
And you
to
still
me
never
in a
say it
flat.
one time. You don't have any logically sound arguments. You don't have knowledge. You don't care about truth. You don't care about anything good. Shut the fuck up.
Can we calm down?
Your whole model is a post-diction, by the way, so your predictions are pretty silly. The whole model is derived from post-dictions, by the way. That's all you gotta understand.
It's derived from
you probably
what?
don't.
Can we
Your
hear
whole
about
model
shit
is a
that you-
post-diction. It's not a
Elaborate.
prediction.
Elaborate.
Yeah, you scientists only have two options. Either the moon is enveloped and swallowed in the sun's light, given that the moon is infinitesimally smaller than the sun, including the Earth, and the moon being smaller than the Earth, and the sun being a humongous incoherent light source that would, obviously, as it patently stands to reason, envelop such a small object. So the moon could not possibly eclipse the sun. Or you want to go with a paranormal miracle, a paranormal miracle worker that actually concentrates the light of the sun into one coherent stream just behind the moon. So those are your two options.
Gregory, answer the simple question. Why is there no eclipse in Europe right now? Explain that one to me in a flat Earth model. Let's see if you get you one of that one.
I don't know
What
what
the fuck does it
Gregory's
have to do with the
talking about
veracity
right now.
of my model?
I'm asking you to prove why there's no eclipse
Explain the logical
in the flat
relevance
Earth
of
model.
your stupid ass
It
scrutinizing
actually
questions.
destroys the flat Earth model
Relevance of your
completely.
stupid ass questions,
It proves the Earth is round. It proves.
He's trying to disrupt the voice
Why
channel.
is there
I'm
no
the disruptor.
eclipse in
So
now?
he's not going to win. He's not going to win. He's not going to win.
It is what
So,
it is.
Sorry, Gregory, I was just upset that the gentleman interrupted me.
Can we talk about the
Go ahead
eclipse?
and have me be
Wait,
a
actually, Gregory, he did make a good point. I want to ask him a question. So,
This is
the
just
sun is
hectic.
what you said. Like it's huge and it can't be blocked.
Everybody's just gonna keep on talking.
Look, they envision the flat Earth model envisions the sun works like a magnifying glass and selects designations of the Earth to reveal itself to.
Anybody excited for the eclipse? Is anybody excited for the eclipse?
They do not believe
His
that
microphone
everybody
is
sees the sun at
overpowering
once.
yours, Eli, even though I can't hear you.
Bro, why are there so many Mr. Smiths in here?
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna disrupt their disruptions. They're gonna block me. I'm not gonna block them.
Okay, Speedy, your explanation for an eclipse does not invalidate the lack of measured and observed curvature of the Earth. It's not about proving a model, right? I don't care what you think somebody thinks about a flat Earth model. Your explanation of eclipses does not invalidate the lack of curvature.
Because he's not even attacking, like, the sun, for example. Like, because he doesn't, he'd have to believe that the flat Earth model thinks that everybody sees the sun at the exact same time. Nobody in the flat Earth model that I've talked to believes that. And if anything, you believe that there are designated spots that see the sun. But I have a question. If I showed you a picture of a boat just disappearing off into the distance and the bottom just continues to disappear, would you then believe that the Earth is round?
Are you asking me?
Oh yeah, anybody is a flat earther.
You can make things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface with distance, and if your optic, like a camera, has a shallow angle across that surface, like put a camera on the floor and walk away from it down a corridor, and your feet will start to disappear. You'll also notice that you won't be able to resolve it.
Your feet. Listen closely.
So say it again. Come say it again.
No, I'm telling the gentleman to listen to you. You said your feet will disappear first. He's not even listening to what you're saying.
Then there's no point in wasting my time if he's not going to listen.
Yeah, and I'm also, I just posted something for him there that just debunks his boat going over the curve if he wants to look in live chat. Continue.
Yeah, Flatman can. What he posted. Yep. It's a patent refutation.
Wait, do you have an example of a camera where people's feet disappear?
Yeah.
With a camera sitting on. Okay. Wait, is there an actual thing? Can somebody show me that?
Yeah, sure.
Or are you just telling me that?
No, I can show you an image where a camera has got two ranges. One, the optic is on the floor, and the other one is raised up a couple of feet. It's on a corridor. Now, at the end of a corridor is a light. In the first image, when the camera's on the floor, you can't see the light at the end of the corridor till you lift the camera. Would you like to see it?
Are you talking about the picture that y'all posted so many times where it's just the reflection off the floor that y'all are seeing in the one image? That's so funny. Y'all are still running with that like a dog.
Gentlemen, what we are doing is
Try harder.
what we're
You're not good at it.
discussing.
Well, Yakubianite shouldn't be able to just jump in and poison the well like that. That right there is definitely against.
You can
the
do this
rules,
with a
and it should be at least a 30-minute mute. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
You can do this with a coin, allegedly.
Like, legitimately?
Have you seen? Oh, there it is. Gregory posted it.
No, we're not trying to blow past that, Zodiac. Like, is that not a thing? A 30-minute ban for poisoning the well. We can't, like, because we wouldn't let Zanuck do it. So I don't get why Yakubianite gets to pop in and out whenever he wants.
It's been done.
Wait,
Thank you.
hold on. So that picture that I'm seeing right now with the people under the dude's feet or foot,
The representation.
Is that the picture you were talking about? Because I don't think that's proving it. Especially if you're going to go outside to prove that point, rather than show me, okay, a actual level flat surface, have some dude walk away.
Wait,
an actually level flat surface.
I've posted the image of which I'm referencing. You'll notice in the first image on the left-hand side, you can't see the light that is placed on the floor at the end of the corridor. Also notice you can't resolve the individual tiles the further that you get away. Until in the second image, on the right-hand side, when the camera is raised up a couple of feet, you can see the light on the floor at the end of the corridor. Now, you said if I can show you an image of a boat disappearing from the bottom up a distance, then you'll have to understand that that optical phenomenon can be demonstrated on a known flat surface also.
Wait, so Downey, what's wrong with this picture? Or is he
just
muted?
explain it to you, and then you just ask that
Oh,
question
no.
again.
Cloud cover, but check it out if you like.
You know what? Let's address Yakubianite.
He said it was a reflection error.
This is
No,
the part
he said much more than that. You totally missed the point.
I didn't hear everything he said. He got mugged. Or, what do you call it?
Yeah, like, I do want to address that, though. Like, even though Yakubianite is... Let's justify why he can't speak for 30 minutes. So he came in basically fucking with carpet bombed the entire VC by telling you guys that was a reflection. Now, if you look at the image and you look at where it says, what is that, visible, light visible, you can see that what's in the light visible box is blocking the borders of that baseboard or that paint that's on the floor. That can't be a reflection. Okay, so he just was incorrect, and he can say he apologizes and come off mute then, or he's a liar and he's just gonna sit for 30 minutes because that's what's gonna happen when you come in and lie.
And if I may add, this part of the conversation is called explanation of perspective.
Am I allowed to?
I feel bad because I have to tell you, I actually cut out and I didn't hear anything. That's the worst part about that.
Am I allowed to speak real quick, or?
No, that's fine. That's typical. That actually has happened for the past like 6 years since I've been in it always happens when a pertinent point is being expressed to the person. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so question: Are you saying that we should be able to see the volumetric angle at a distance? Like, is that the argument that's being used rather than seeing an object that's above the volumetric angle?
Let's try this again. Jedi's pictures with that 2-picture album patently demonstrates that you can have bottom-up obstruction by a non-transparent object, the floor, and the floor be flat. Obstruction bottom-up does not patently indicate nor necessarily indicate that curvature is between you and the object being obstructed bottom up.
Okay.
That's the point.
Okay, so what is the picture with the light? The one that has the circle light and all that. That's the raised camera.
I don't know what that is, but it's a light.
Okay, yeah, I see it says light and no light on one. I'm trying to figure out, okay, what exactly is the difference that's being portrayed here?
Well, you notice
The
that you
difference
can't
being
see.
the height of the optics
Yeah.
So
on a flat
first image-
surface. Go ahead,
First,
Jedi.
that's all right. First image, left-hand side. You can't resolve the entirety of the corridor. In actual fact, you can't see what's on the floor at the end of the corridor, which is a light, until you raise the angle of the camera, lift it up above the surface, and you can see further down the corridor. And now you can see the light at the end of the corridor.
Oh, yeah, but that's what I've been saying. We're talking about something at a different volumetric angle. I'm talking about, well, if the Earth is truly flat, everything's on the same level playing field. I'm not talking about seeing the ground. I'm talking about seeing what's above the ground. And that's the issue that I'm having here.
You're missing the point again. You just conflated two different categories. It's very simple.
Can I
Objects
ask
in the
you-
distance are not only obstructed by curvature, given that there's a specific type of nature to our optics, right? It is not only the case that the boat is obstructed bottom up by curvature of the water into a water hill.
How far away
already
is the
posted
boat?
the GIF that Hadley indicates that the horizon is not the beginning of the peak of a water hill wrapped around a ball. You can have obstruction bottom up with surfaces. You can have bottom up obstruction of objects in the distance on a planar surface because of optics, angular of incidence, and angular resolution.
Well, but I don't think your argument's really supporting this because what it necessitates is that you can see the ground,
He's just
right?
gonna repeat.
Am I
he's just
wrong?
gonna
Like,
listen.
you're showing me
Gregor,
reflections off the ground, but the issue with that is I'm trying to talk about something above the ground level.
Yeah, you're being deliberately disruptive. You've exposed yourself now.
Okay.
Listen,
What?
Gregory, it was
That's
much.
absurd.
It was much simpler.
Crypto.
It was much simpler than that. No, we're talking about the object being the light.
So
at the end
yeah,
of
the light.
of the so we're not talking about a reflection of the
Can
floor.
I?
Oh, okay. That's what I was asking. Is there some? Is this a reflection thing? That's what I was asking.
No,
So
it's
you're
a light. It's
Okay.
a light on the flat ground in the hallway.
okay. I
Okay.
think I get what you're saying. I think I get what you're saying. You're saying the camera. So there's a light that's actually. What is it? Is it above the ground? I guess it's like sitting off the ground. It's not like one of the light
under the floor.
reflections. That's not what I'm seeing.
No. Light source.
Jedi can answer that. Jedi, are you still there? He can answer that probably better.
Okay, so really quick, how long is this hall? Does anybody know that? Because I'll run this test myself. It's very relevant because I'll replicate the test, and if I find that this test is actually BS, then
fine.
That's not relevant.
yeah, because I can tell you guys
Distance is not
probably
what
made
matters.
it.
That's not the
Okay.
defining difference.
The camera does matter. When it comes to light, especially, the camera does matter.
I just said the
Right,
optics.
we're gonna give Jedi the floor, guys.
No, I'm talking about when it comes to cameras
I will
perceiving
mute the
light.
fuck out of everyone if they don't shut up and give Jedi the floor right now.
It's quite simple. Would you like another 20 more videos that show the same phenomena? I've got 20 more.
Oh, there's a video?
I've
You
got
have a
20
video of this.
Yeah, I got 20.
Okay. I would like to see a video because if I see in the video, because this is what I tend to see from cameras, especially with AI.
Okay, you seem to be talking.
Why am I stopping? Hold on. I thought we were taking turns here.
Yeah, I hadn't quite finished. So there was a button there. You said that you could try this yourself. I'd actually prefer it if you did try it yourself, because then you can demonstrate.
One of the questions that you asked was, is that light at the end of the hallway or corridor, is it high, or how high is it? You know, what's the height of the light on the at the very end, right? So that was one
Yeah.
of the questions that you were asking, and so now he's gonna show you a video or something that can show you, you know, the same thing
No, dude, it's
happening.
not that
Go ahead.
difficult. Everyone has the same floor. Go outside in your hallway, look
Yeah.
at that, measure it. It's like fucking like, dude.
So you're saying as things go off into
Relax.
the distance, they seem the bottoms of them seem to disappear.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
you
called perspective.
Yeah,
Okay.
you haven't got the ability
Have
to
you ever
angle.
seen the coin, the one where they zoom out or zoom in on a coin on a table and you
Yeah.
can't see the bottom of
Everybody
the
has
coin?
to let Jedi have this like, what's the problem? He's obvious. Like, what are y'all doing?
Did you see the eclipse?
You're noticing the image, or when you have a low angle across any surface, you can't resolve the entirety of the surface, especially with distance, because the angles get narrower and narrower and narrower. You'll notice in the image of the corridor, you can't resolve the entirety of the floor as it expands into the distance. That's because those angles get so narrow that your eye can't resolve that very, very narrow angle, because it's gone past 0.02, the angle of the eye that it can no longer resolve. So you can demonstrate this to yourself. I'm not tricking you or anything, dude. Go get a camera, go get a known flat surface, turn the camera on and walk away from it.
Do you think there's an issue? Well, I'm just wondering. Do you think there's an issue? And this is actually a hole in your argument. If you have to admit, and just to note out, when we talk about levels, and we're talking about the actual, because all these buildings, they have to be leveled. And
welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, everything's got to be level.
Oh, give me 1 sec.
Thanks, Eli.
Yeah, gentlemen, my apologies. I wasn't trying to interrupt Ninja. I was just letting the Globers know we're discussing perspective here.
Yeah, and a quick update on the eclipse. So I'm starting to see the moon blocking the sun just a little bit. I see like just a sliver covering it. FYI.
You saw the moon and
You see you seeing the moon right now?
you see the moon.
No, I'm not seeing the moon. I'm seeing that.
Oh, you're seeing the eclipse. The eclipse is the beginning. Oh, okay. Close call.
No, you can't see the moon. You'll never see the moon, bro. It's the new moon. It's the new moon on the calendar. It disappears.
Yeah, no, you brought it up.
No,
Yeah,
I'm seeing the eclipse. Yeah.
No, okay.
Well, what is the moon when it becomes all black?
I don't know, a Soundgarden song?
Ah, the black hole sign. Word to the motherfucker. But I think the black hole sign's like somewhere at the North Pole, but I don't know. That might be wrong.
I was talking about black hole moon that you asked about. But yeah, you said you saw the moon, so we were just...
Oh, no, I see. Oh, god damn, it's so nice. I wish I could like live stream it for you guys, but there's too much people on the channel.
I'll give you an update from Ontario, Canada. The sun is shining bright as can be. Nothing around it, near it, at all.
Buddy, I'm in Toronto. I see it, bro.
No moon. Just
it's gonna be it's gonna be full eclipse. It's like gonna be 99% in Toronto.
Wow.
And it's about to. Yeah. Crazy sick. This is the second time I'm seeing this shit. Oh, I love it. Anyways, boys, carry on. Oh, before we carry on again, the size of the thing that's covering the sun, it's pretty much the same. Like, you can actually see it. It's crazy. Anyway, carry on. Ratio.
What is the
Okay, I'm back.
explanation for the? I know it's probably been brought
Wait,
up in
so
here already,
the
but
eclipse is happening? Where are my binoculars? I'm gonna go get a good look.
Also, when we're talking about, sorry to bring the subject back to things
How
disappearing
y'all
from
gonna
the
let me go out there with binoculars? You know I blind myself. Come on, guys. Don't do it.
I was hoping it wasn't going to, dude.
Go ahead.
I'm being safe and watching it on YouTube at the moment. I'm in the UK, so I've got no chance of seeing
All
that
right,
part.
so just to bring it back to where we were. So he asked a question, what's the elevation of the light in the hallway? And so now Jedi responded, well, I'll show you 20 videos about the same phenomena happening. And so once we get the videos, then we can actually continue that conversation. So we're just basically, once he posts all the videos, then we can actually talk about the conversation.
Well, I was, yeah, okay. Am I allowed to comment something before we go into the video?
Yeah.
Do you think it's an issue with your argument if you said seemingly on leveled buildings, seemingly things the bottoms tend to disappear when they go off into a distance?
Listen, that's not an argument. Okay?
No, I'm saying, do you think it's a there's an issue with?
It's not. Listen. Maybe you're late or something. It's not an argument.
Oh, that's not an argument.
This one guy. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's someone else. Is claiming that when things aren't visible from the bottom up, it's due to Earth curvature. So Jedi is demonstrating. It's not an argument. Demonstrating that objects over a flat surface do disappear based on your angular resolution. And so that's what we're getting videos on. There's nothing to refute. It's not an argument. It's just going to be a demonstration after demonstration after demonstration in refutation to the other guy saying that bottom up necessitates curvature, or curvature necessitates bottom up obstruction.
Okay, all I'm saying is this, guys, right? Hold on. If we live on a spinning globe, we should be able to prove 100% we live on a spinning globe. The fact that the flat Earth is the argument proves that the spinning globe is not 100% factual. All I want is 100% proof that we live on a spinning globe, and I will change. I will stop being a flat earther immediately.
Yeah, just watch the Red Bull commercial.
Yeah, Planet New Mexico.
So I don't want no CGI. I don't want no. I'm talking about empirical evidence where I can measure the
So
curvature.
someone needed a point of
So listen,
clarification, and
I
not 2 seconds after I stopped talking, this started happening.
I tried to
I don't
measure
even know if the other guy I was giving clarification
The moon
accepted and
passing under the sun,
understood
people.
what I said.
Well, I think what would be a good idea.
Is that reasonable?
It is.
Since
Oh yeah, I mean, I think actually NASA should work with flat Earth people and should launch.
Who's doing it now? Again, like, is it reasonable for the person who needed clarification to respond to what I clarified so that we're understood and on the same level of understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
So a couple of things. That hallway photo. That hallway.
You're
isn't
not
flat.
not you.
I mean, you've asked the question 3 times and he said yes twice. I don't know what else you want. The hallway photo.
He
The hallway.
He was asking
response.
Yeah, like he's asked. How many times are you gonna ask the same question?
Why do they always seem to clam up instead of speak up for themselves in these situations? Same guy that disappeared and didn't hear any word I said. Like, they always clam up when they know
me?
that we're speaking. Yeah, you.
I said okay several times.
He's answered you like 2-3 times, and you keep asking the same question.
You're muted.
Okay, what?
Wait, what else am I supposed to say?
Well,
okay to
you
what?
said is a hole in your argument XYZ. I clarified that it wasn't an argument. It was a demonstration that's demonstrating that the argument from the person who's saying obstruction bottom up is because of curvature. What are you saying okay to in that?
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're actually allowing me to give the argument because I thought you just hand waved my critique, being that, well, if people are looking in a straight distance, if anything's looking in a straight distance, and I assume you probably leveled the camera.
I heard you the first
You probably
time.
leveled the camera.
I heard you.
The camera's
I heard you.
okay.
I heard you the first
He's
time.
being disingenuous.
Wait, what? Okay.
That's why he
Okay.
started stuttering. It was like a running step. Listen, I heard you the first time. My response was to that already. Do you have an update?
No, you didn't respond to it. You hand waved it.
No, he
That's not a
didn't.
response.
No,
That's
he
not a
didn't.
response. That's a hand
It is
wave.
a clarification, not a hand wave. You're being disingenuous.
See, because
Wait,
because
because
really
I said. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it because I said argument? You said it's not an argument. It's a
what I'm
demonstration.
telling you is you're interrupting a demonstration right now with something that's wholly irrelevant right now.
I
Like
interrupted a
literally,
demonstration.
we're having a conversation with someone else. I told you they made a claim, and I told you Jedi is about to. And I just told you Jedi is about to give them more demonstrations beyond, because we were talking to someone else, and then you started saying, well, couldn't this be a hole in your argument? No, we don't have an argument. We're rebutting someone else's argument right now
That's an
while you're
argument.
interrupting the channel.
29 videos in the
Do you have an issue with saying that?
Why are we letting him do this?
That your rebuttals are arguments?
Destructive rather than being silent and listening and watching the demonstration.
I was told I could give.
Why are we letting him do this?
Yeah, we are waiting for him to be silent and listen and watch the demonstration.
Why are we letting him do what? I just got here.
He's finally silent. Either he's silent and listening and watching the demonstration that Jedi is trying to show him concerning this point, or he's not. But either way, he was just being disingenuous.
Where's the video? Where's the video?
He was just being disingenuously disruptive and pretentious, pretending to be critically considered.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
If you scroll up, the last thing that I
Yeah,
posted.
I'm being pretentious, disruptive, and so.
Hold on, let me explain. Hold on, stop. Hold on, Gregory. Let me. So this is clearly what's going on. Jedi, who is actually trying to fight for the microphone and no one was respecting him, finally got back to the point where there's someone else who made a claim that bottom-up obstruction is curvature. So Jedi is pointing out that no, you can have bottom-up obstruction over flat surfaces. He already gave his first example. The other guy started to get it. Jedi said he could provide X amount of videos more, so he was called out to do that. He's done that. While he's been doing that, these other people, 4 or 5 other people, this guy being the fourth or whatever, are jumping in to make points that are wholly irrelevant. There's a conversation literally going on right now, and they want to talk while the conversation is going on, while Jedi is trying to demonstrate something to the person he's having a conversation with right now. Why is everyone else talking?
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's
So,
bullshit.
just to be clear, guys, I did post
He
images.
posted it, by the way. He posted it in the chat.
Yeah, there's about 29
I pinged
videos
you,
now.
Fido. I pinged you.
Yeah, so if you can find it, that'd be awesome. I'm not going to post it again. So 29 videos. Now, some of them are done in warehouses, some of them are done outside on racetracks, and some of them are done in supermarkets. Now, when we have warehouse floors and supermarkets floors, they have to be made level. The reason why in supermarkets and warehouses is you can have things like trolleys and so on. So safety is going to be paramount when you've got a heavy load of shopping in your trolley and you're trying to wheel it around on a not flat surface. So for all intents and purposes, these surfaces are made to be level because you cause accidents otherwise. So there's 29 videos in there. All we're demonstrating is with a low angle, a camera on the floor, things will just start to disappear from the bottom up.
Did you see? Oh, never mind. He's muted right now. Okay. Well, yeah. While you're muted for now, just watch the video for now while you're muted, and then when you get unmuted, then you can respond to Jedi.
And the other flip side of the argument, as Elijah was trying to bring up earlier, is if you're saying that I can't see the bottom of that boat at distance because it's physically being blocked by Earth curvature, then you need to have a physical geometric horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's height in feet. So for an observer, say at 6 foot, the horizon must be at 2.9/3 miles away for that boat to be obstructed by physical Earth curvature. We can also demonstrate as well that the horizon isn't at that mathematical value. The horizon appears much further than that. So therefore, whatever the reason that you can't see the bottom of an object. It's an optical phenomena. It isn't because of physical Earth curve obstruction. Demonstrated so.
All right. I think that's good enough. We can unmute him now if you guys want to.
If there's no one else besides him.
Yeah, but I think he was the one that was in the. He was the main guy at the time that we were talking to. So,
You're right.
All right, you're unmuted. Fipto, are you there? Can you hear us?
Everyone
Yes,
other than the one asking the question, trying to make a point initially, everyone other than that person is the most chatty. It's like they just, I don't know where they go. But okay, who's next?
did someone call me?
No, it's a
No, Fipto, not crypto.
Oh, sorry.
There, Fipto, you there? Fipto, you're unmuted right now. We unmuted you. Are you there?
This is exactly what Eli is talking about, clamming up when it's the perfect opportune time for him to speak up.
All right, no worries. He'll be back. He'll be back. No worries. We'll just give him time to come back.
Hey guys, right now, like Dallas, Texas is dark there. What's causing that?
You can fucking hear, you can hear an ant taking a snooze on a fucking cotton. I don't know. I know I'm fucking up the analogy, but it's like, yo, it was like 4 of you motherfuckers talking at the same time, interrupted me, interrupting Jedi, interrupting Gregory, and
Just
now
disrupting the entire voice channel.
this is the moment that you actually respond to the rebuttal to your claim, and you guys are fucking dead fish. It's fucking hilariously despicable.
You're not answering the question though.
See, was right past what Eli just said right there.
I wonder if he remembers what the question was.
Why is Dallas, Texas dark right now?
Because the moon's in front of the sun. Do you need more of an explanation, or is that okay for you? There's a thing obstructing our ability to see the sun.
I got a question for the eclipse expert in here. I'm in the Eastern time
These
zone.
guys, it's crazy. It's like World War Z.
I'm in the Eastern time zone. Am I able to see it or no?
The Eastern
Pacific time zone. I don't see anything in front of the sun.
Because I'm literally in my patio right now, looking at the sun, and I don't see
Almost as
nothing.
if the moon revolves around the Earth and crazy, like you can't see it all at once.
Oh, come on, bro.
That's the explanation of it.
Yeah, that's what doesn't make sense to me. It's just this little strip of
That's
bacon.
why you can't see it right
Little
now. The
strip
people
of
in Dallas
bacon.
can.
Little strip of bacon.
Alright.
That you can see. It's so weird. I don't know. You fucking religious people, man.
How come
I'd rather be in awe of this thing. We're just trying to go into the warped minds of you guys to help you. Like, how selfless of us, you know? I know that sounds like really arrogant, but and right now maybe I'm coming from a place of uppityness, but it's also actually true, which just fucking sucks.
I understand why you don't believe it because you're a flat earther, but you see, people have already figured it out. The path of this, they have it up on the map. They have it on the websites. So if you're in Texas, I don't know is there anyone in this chat is in Texas right now. You probably go outside and take a picture of it.
Yeah, I'm watching it on TV right now.
Because this will be poignant to the issue. Do you believe the solar eclipse proves that the Earth is a ball?
So people like travel for this shit. Like people will actually travel to see this.
Yeah, people
No.
Do you
travel to
believe
Disney
the
World.
solar
Oh, yeah,
eclipse?
I'm waiting for the other guys to talk.
This question is going to stand. This is poignant to the issue. Do you believe the solar eclipse proves the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Why?
Because everything in our known universe is in the shape of a spear.
That's not true.
Secular, here's why. Here's the refutation. Here's the refutation. You have a baby cradle, and then you have the chandelier with a bunch of balls. So, given that the chandelier is hanging a bunch of balls over the cradle, therefore the cradle is a ball. Is that a valid logic sequence, yes or no?
Cradle. What ladle? I thought you said cradle or ladle.
Cradle.
What about the cradle? We're not in a cradle though.
Try this again. It's a very simple logic sequence. Let's see if you're going to be logically consistent with your pattern of reasoning.
It's a dreidel. Gregory, didn't you make it of clay? Okay. Okay.
So there's spheres on the chandelier above the cradle. Therefore, the cradle is a ball. Is that a valid logic sequence, yes or no?
Oh, you can see the cradle in like around you. It's not a ball.
Right, so it's not a valid logic sequence. Just says it's not a valid logic sequence to say that the objects above the Earth are balls, therefore the Earth is a ball. It's non sequitur.
Everything we've ever seen is in the shape of a spear.
Apart from a tree and clouds.
Listen.
And there are also certain. There are also
Tell us
certain
about the moon. The
asteroids.
moon is a spear.
There are also certain asteroids that don't have spherical shapes.
Why did you guys serve mute Gregory?
Party, are you a sphere right now? Are you the shape of a sphere right now? Party,
Wait, who
Pigeon?
server muted Gregory?
I did.
How do you concern trolling?
Why did you server mute him?
You're not the shape of a sphere, Party. You're not a sphere right now. So
I'm a
not
pigeon.
everything is a sphere.
I
So
am
not
a-
everything is a sphere. Not everything
Hey.
is a sphere.
Party pigeon. His analogies were sailing over your head
Okay, I'm glad, but why did you guys server mute Gregory?
because his analogies were sailing over your head. So maybe someone else can get through to you. Would you like that, or do you just want to complain?
Yes, his analogies were going over your head, man.
Why did you server mute him? That's my question.
Goodbye, party pigeon. That's concern trolling. Read the rules next time.
Thank you, Morpheus.
That guy thinks the sun is the moon. Crazy.
What? Hey, Gregory thinks the sun is the moon.
No, dummy. Party pigeon.
He's gone. All right. So, anyways, Fipto, are you there? Fipto, FIPDO. Are you there? Okay. I guess we'll just have to wait, and then never mind. Whatever.
Not just for me, but for everyone. When someone is flagrantly disrupting me, what am I to do, moderators? What do you expect from me?
You should be muted, lul.
I might be wrong on this, but I feel like the people interrupting you should be muted and you should be allowed to continue with your point.
So another quick update on the eclipse. Another quick update on the eclipse. Mr. Justin Trudeau fucking spread all kinds of chemtrails all over our fucking thing. Now we have pure cloud coverage. Chances of seeing the full eclipse at its apex are minimal, my friends. God damn it. Fuck Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, we should always mute the person that is being interrupted, by the way.
You mean the interrupter?
No. That's doesn't make sense.
Another update on the eclipse. I see clear skies in the distance. Hopefully they come overhead and we'll be able to see the apex. Thank you.
Here in south central Missouri, we're at about 90%. So, and we can't see it. Clear skies.
I already posted a photo in the side chat. I can repost it if y'all missed it. So the partials already started.
The smartest person alive has entered the chat.
I wonder if Jake the Asshole's covering this. He's probably having a field day. Pro Sanchez has several views of what's happening around the sun currently. From people all over the place, pointing their cameras at the sun to show what they're observing.
Okay, I'm back. The video that you showed me, how far away is the distance?
Jedi, are you there? You can
I
answer
showed
that.
29, mate. Which one are you talking about?
The first one in the playlist.
Okay.
I think that's the one you were trying to show me.
I showed you 29.
Okay, I can't watch all 29, man.
Okay. All of them demonstrate that on a known flat surface, like I tried to explain earlier, known flat surfaces like supermarket floors and warehouse floors that have to be flat for safety, you can make things disappear bottom up. Now, the distance, that's going to change depending on the optic that you use. Different cameras have different resolution of distances, right? Some are better, some are worse. Some of these are done with iPhone cameras and cameras that you can find on your phone. Some of it done with proper actual cameras.
Okay,
So,
I'm just asking. The first video, how far away is that distance?
No idea, mate. It's a long time since I watched the video.
It looks like if I had to use my my builder's eye, I would say that's about 25 feet, 30 feet maybe.
Okay. That's awesome.
So if I were to measure out a 30-foot distance, I'll even make it 40 feet, and I run the same test and it gives me a different result, would you then accept that as a refutation?
But I accept that you probably haven't used the same camera.
Well, probably not the same camera. Yeah, I mean, we have newer cameras.
Yes. So there's also one there that's done on a racetrack. So 100 meters. There's one for you.
Okay.
Whatever the distance, though, an optic with distance of the object in question, the bottom of that object will no longer become resolvable. Like the floor that you're looking across with distance, you can't resolve the tighter and tighter angles with distance. So the thing is you don't need curvature to make things disappear from the bottom up. However, when you suggest that I can't see the bottom of that boat, that's because of Earth curvature, then that's a very different claim. That means that your horizon must be at 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, geometric horizon 3 miles away, so that when the boat goes beyond the horizon, the Earth curve is blocking it. We can also demonstrate in this instance that the horizon isn't at that mathematical value. In actual fact, it far extends 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Compounding this point, whatever the reason that things disappear from the bottom up, it's optical. It's not physical.
Wait, are you saying based on that video? Wait, does the video say that? Does the guy say that? Because I didn't hear any of the audio.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Where are you getting these calculations from his video?
That on the basis of you saying I can't see the bottom of that boat, that's the mathematics associated with a spherical object with a radius of 1,959 miles.
Okay.
So in both instances, we can demonstrate whatever the reason why things appear to be obstructed from bottom up is an optical phenomenon. It's not physical Earth curve. Yeah, you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a curve. Of course you can, because the curve's in the way. But we can also demonstrate that the horizon isn't Earth curvature.
Yeah, so you said there would be an issue if it wasn't the same camera. Do you know what camera the guy's using?
No, I did. I haven't got a clue.
Are you saying there's no refutation I can give, even if I can replicate the exact same scenario, using maybe even stricter? Because if I use a 40-foot surface, it should be even better for his case.
Yeah, that's why I said one of them's on a racetrack, so the distance is 100 meters. There you go. Depending on the camera, the optical range, then it'll be different, won't it?
Okay. Well, I was talking about just the first video, a critique of the first video that I saw. He did it by simply putting his camera on the floor.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're ever doing making observations with either our eyes or through an optic.
Yeah, so if I provided an observation that disputed this this video, then you're saying you're willing to accept it?
Well, I'd look into it, but like I've implored you to do, and like I've implored you to do, yes, please go and do it yourself. I don't need to do it myself. You do.
I also asked when it comes to things disappearing at a distance, how much is something supposed to disappear? Let's just say if it were 30 feet away. How much is supposed to be gone with modern day science that we are as far as like globe Earth science?
Well, how big's the globe, though?
That's going to depend on the height of the aperture, the lens.
Well, the globe is like I think 130 something million feet around.
What? 130 million feet? Can you convert that down to something that we can wrap our mind around?
Okay, 224,000 miles around. That's the calculation of the Earth.
No, sir. No, not 224,000.
No, I said 24,000. I didn't say 224.
Okay. Yeah, I think you did, but okay, 24,000.
If I said 224, it'd make my case worse.
You mean 1,300,000 feet?
1,300,000 feet. No, it's not 1,300,000.
Dude,
there's no way.
Your desperation is not doing you any favors, Fitdo. Hold on. He said once he knew the distances, he was going to start recreating these things.
My desperation.
Yeah, you said once you knew
to disprove flat Earth.
Once you said you had the distances, you were going to begin your recreations. You said, "Well, my builder's eye tells me this." Well, it sounds like your builder's eye. You're going to end up flat smacking yourself and not even realizing it. It sounds like Fitdo.
So I just looked it up again. The Earth is 131,477,280 feet around.
Is it?
No, man, you're really showing.
You know what? You know what? Sir,
oh wait, hold on. When measured from the North Pole to the South Pole. Okay, so this is.
I was getting to something there. That's a very accurate measurement. Interesting. I wonder how or who came up with that very accurate measurement.
It was probably based off a picture.
Feet. That's very accurate. Wow.
It was probably based off a picture.
Probably, off a picture? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in order to get out there to take that picture, you would have to know that number in the first place, right? Right, in order to leave
you'd have to know your
orbit.
Distance. Yeah, you'd have to know your distance from the object and then have an image of the whole object.
In order to get off of the planet in the first place, to reach like a velocity that you can escape the atmosphere, you would have to know that number in the first place.
You're telling me I could send you a picture of a friend standing next to me and you could tell me how many feet away from me they are. Like, you are just brilliant, mate.
Well, I'm not the guy who could do that. Yeah, ask a mathematician who has all the variables.
No. How about nope?
Oh, you don't think a mathematician who has all the variables necessary would know the distance between you and your buddy if he had a picture taken away from the distance?
I am.
Man, I've tried this with them. They don't listen.
You never heard
Google,
of
Google Maps does this. Google Maps does this.
I'm well versed in math. You know, add the woman, subtract the clothes, divide the legs, and multiply. I'm well versed in math. That no mathematician is looking at a photo and saying that's 1 million blah 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 feet around. Like, come on, man.
Some mathematician did have to run this number.
And I'm sure he was paid handsomely to do that.
Oh, sure, probably. But I'm not okay. But you would have to say, okay. So to an extent, I can agree. Some people have an incentive.
There's no way to verify the method he used to come up with the number he came up with. Like, come on, man.
It's called photogrammetry. It's
I think. No, I mean, I think anybody can replicate this method if all the variables are known, like distance that the image was taken at.
Take a photo of the entire Earth without NASA's help. Go do it.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, that's what people at NASA get paid for.
Oh, so we weren't able to know the distance around the Earth until NASA went out there to take a picture of it?
No,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how we got this. If anything, you could have a bunch of people who made maps and measurements all across the United States and other countries, and they all just came together and said, "Here's our calculation."
Can you cite your source if that's what you believe?
Dude, I said I don't know. I said I don't know. As far as I know,
why are you
that's how it could be.
After you say you don't know, you could just stop talking at that point. You don't have to just make up a whole bunch of blovies.
How bullied do you guys get in this room?
Very much so.
I mean, like this is like bullied kid attitude. Like when I offer an honest inquiry. No, I mean I'm serious. I offer an.
Calm down, Linda. You are correct about one thing. You don't know.
Any explanations for the eclipse going on right now that destroys flat Earth?
Oh, Brenda. Oh.
Well, Brenda, how does it destroy flat Earth? 2 seconds. Would you like to expand on that, please, Brenda? How it destroys flat Earth?
I'm sorry, what?
Would you like to expand on that, Martinez?
Yeah.
How
But he was-
it destroys flat Earth?
Well, I offered a critique against philosophy. Come here.
It's interesting.
Hold on, Sipto. We're talking to Brenda right now.
So right now is actually a
We're
very
going back.
historic eclipse going on, and
I
flat
just
Earth
watched this shit.
has nothing. You've got nothing.
Sorry, Brenda.
guys are
I've
great
asked you
argument.
to, sorry, gentlemen, please. I've asked you to explain
guys are not
how
watching
it
the
destroys
eclipse?
flat Earth. How?
Okay, a lot of people talking over each other.
Yeah, the
How?
question
I just
remains
watched it,
how.
fella.
The moon comes between the Earth and the sun. That's how.
Okay. Okay, so I can put my hands between me and the light on my ceiling.
Bad girl.
Yeah, that doesn't explain an eclipse, though.
Well, let's put a ball in front of the light. We'll call that the moon, and the light is the sun. And I can't see the light, which is the sun, because the ball's in the way. Doesn't
Yeah, that's
make my
true.
room a fucking sphere.
Yeah, that's true. You're
So
right.
could you
Paul.
please? Okay, so could you please explain how it destroys flat Earth, which is your first assertion? Explain.
Because you don't have an explanation.
Just go, everyone. The sun's in front of the moon.
No, that you didn't give an explanation. You said if I had a
Doesn't
ball,
follow
I could-
logically.
You said
Sun's
if
in
I
front
had
of
to have one.
if you,
Moon's
you
in front of
said
the sun.
no. Listen, you said if
None.
you had a ball, you could put it between you and the sun. That's right. But
Yeah,
that's
so
not
the
that's
moon-
not an eclipse. That's not what
Excuse me.
The moon is full.
Said,
The moon is
Brenda, do
full
not
when it's in front
quote
of
it.
the sun. Why is
You
everyone else
actually
talking? You can clearly hear me speaking. If I hear one person speak through me again, I'll either fucking leave or fucking ban you. It's quite clear. I'm speaking. I'm talking to Brenda. Shut the fuck up. So, Brenda, I gave you the example of the moon being the ball in front of the light, which is the sun. So you said that we have nothing, but we have a moon in front of the sun, and I can't see the sun because the fucking moon's in the way. Now,
Yeah.
what do you mean we haven't got anything?
Well, I understand what you say. That's the heliocentric explanation. You don't have a flat Earth explanation.
Moon's in front of the sun.
Yeah, that's heliocentrism.
The moon is still in front of the sun.
You don't have a
No,
flat Earth explanation. You have, all you can do is repeat the globe explanation.
None of the explanation's been given for over 2,000 years, right? Before the Earth became a ball and it was mapped out on the flat plane. You do know that, right?
So you admit you have nothing. All you have is the globe
Sorry,
explanation.
we've had this argument for over 2,000 years. Maybe you didn't understand the words that came out of my mouth. We've had this argument for over 2,500 years.
What
argument? The moon gets in front of the sun.
Yeah. That's the globe explanation.
Sorry, excuse me. The Earth doesn't have to be a ball for the moon to get in front of the sun.
It does for the moon to explain an eclipse.
The moon doesn't explain anything. Try again. Use better words.
Yes, it does. Its orbit around
Use
the
better
Earth.
words.
Its orbit around the Earth explains it.
Okay. So you have an explanation where the moon's in front of the sun. We have an explanation where the moon's in front of the sun. Same thing, but you've now got a ball in your explanation.
That's the globe explanation. You need to give something different.
No, I can give you the same thing. The moon is in front of the sun.
You can't give the same thing because you
I
don't
can,
have a
because it's been
globe.
done for over 2,500 years. Well, the heliocentric model come along, Brenda. Surely you understand that.
You don't have a globe, so you can't use the globe.
Nuh-uh. Fucking shot, fucking shoes are fucking hypotheses and fucking bones are clocks. Fuck off. Right. Anyway, guys, I'm going to jump out.
So you can just cry. You can just cry about not having an explanation.
I've decided to not engage with you because you're an idiot. That's what I've decided.
I'm just saying that you keep hijacking the globe explanation to explain an eclipse, and you can't do that. You're hijacking the globe.
Maybe you didn't hear the bit where I said this explanation has been given for over 2,500 years before the Earth was a ball.
The Earth was a ball 2,500 years ago.
No, it wasn't. Not according to the ancient Babylonians, you fool.
No, the Greeks measured the circumference of the Earth.
Babylonians.
No, the Greeks, the Babylonians were wrong. The Greeks measured it.
The Babylonians were wrong. The Greeks measured it. How did they measure the Earth to be a sphere?
Eratosthenes measured.
You're going to need a flat Earth to measure those angles.
Eratosthenes measured the circumference of the Earth.
A circumference of a circle.
Stop lying.
A circle. A circle is a two-dimensional object.
Where the fuck is the containment?
You just said that they measured a circle, the radius of a circle. Which
no, I said circumference.
You said circle. Circumference of a circle. You just turned it into a ball.
No.
But you required flat Earth measurements to get those angles, to get your circle, which you turned into a three-dimensional object, which was the circumference of a sphere. But all you've done is measure the radius of a circle. That radius of the circle is the sun circling the Earth above.
Eratosthenes knew that the Earth was a globe, and he used that.
How did he know it? How did he know it?
By
Before
arguments from
How did he know
Pythagoras.
it?
I'm trying to answer you. He knew it because of arguments from Aristarchus and Pythagoras and Aristotle.
So arguments.
Yes.
Proof.
Based on observations.
What observations?
That the moon has that the shadow cast by the Earth on the moon is always curved, and the only shape having that is a sphere.
You are begging the question.
That's not begging the question.
Yes, it is.
No, you don't know what begging the question even means.
What's begging the question mean, Brenda?
It means that your conclusion is in one of your premises.
And that and your conclusion was in your premise.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, that the Earth comes in between.
No, the argument was that the shadow cast by the Earth is always curved.
There it is, right there, right there.
That's not assuming that the Earth is a sphere.
Then what is it?
You're assuming the cause of the shadow. You're assuming the cause of the shadow.
Assuming it. It's reasoning to it. It says we observe that the Earth always casts a curved shadow on the moon. The only shape
Right there
that
is
meets that.
begging the question.
Yeah,
That's not
you haven't
the
validated that.
conclusion isn't that the Earth is casting a shadow. That's not the conclusion.
No, but
That's literally what you said.
You're assuming the Earth is causing the shadow in the first place.
That's the observation. That's not the conclusion.
So you saw the Earth cast a shadow
That's
from.
what a lunar eclipse is. Yes, they
How do you know
observed.
You saw that in an orthographical view, did you?
They saw the Earth cast a shadow on the moon, and the
No,
only
they
shape
did not.
At the sky. You're
and
just
the
looking at
only
the
shape
sky.
that does that consistently is a sphere.
No, you're just looking at up. You're just looking up at the sky and assuming the Earth is causing the shadow. You're not outside
No,
the Earth.
that's
Holy
it's not
shit,
an
bro.
assumption. It's an observation. We observe the Earth
No.
casting a shadow on the moon.
No, you do not.
No.
Yeah, we literally do.
No, you just look at the sky. You're not looking at the Earth. You're looking up at the sky. Holy fuck, bro.
Of
It's that
course.
simple.
We look at the sky between the
You're
Earth
not
and the
looking at
moon.
the Earth.
It's
You're-
the empty sky between the Earth and the
When
moon.
you look at the sky, you're not looking at the Earth.
That's right. You're looking at the moon.
Right. So you're not verifying that the Earth is in between. You're not looking at the Earth, so you don't know if it's in between. You're just
Yes, we do.
assuming.
If there's a light behind me and you are in front of me and I'm facing you, the shadow that falls on you is caused by me.
So did you see the Earth cast a shadow physically when you look up at the sky and you're not looking at the
Yes,
Earth? Did you
you
see the Earth
see
when you're
it.
not looking at the Earth? Okay, did you see the Earth when you're not looking at the Earth and you're looking at the sky? Yes or no?
When I face you and I cast a shadow on you, I am seeing my shadow being cast on you from the light that's behind me.
So when you look at the sky, do you see the Earth? Yes or no?
When I look at you, I don't see me.
That's not my question. Holy
That
fuck,
I can
bro.
reason from the fact that I'm casting a shadow on you. I don't have to see me. I know where I am. And there's a light behind me and the shadow falls on you.
I give up. You guys can take
That makes
this.
perfect sense.
How can you know for sure that it's the Earth causing the shadow?
It's a reasonable inductive inference.
Reasonable, but it's not concluded, right? It's not a
Right,
proof.
because there's nothing else between me and you. Right? So I know that I'm casting a shadow on you because there's nothing between you and me. There's nothing
Do you know
between-
100%
there's,
that the
there's nothing.
Earth?
It's an inductive inference. It's an inference
No.
to the best explanation.
No, all you have to do is verify the source of the light, please, at either position.
Any light,
So
any light will do.
verify
Any
the
light.
source of the light and the position of it, Brenda. Otherwise, you're going on.
Any light. I
No,
know.
we're talking about specifically a solar eclipse. So you will verify the position of the source of the light and what is casting the shadow, or you'll go on mute.
Any light will cause an object to cast a
So
shadow,
not the
right?
sun then. No sun then, right, Brenda? Not the sun.
There's no other suns in the sky, are there?
What's the sun?
It's the light source.
It is. Can you verify its position during a lunar eclipse?
It's behind me.
Behind you, verify it.
In a lunar eclipse, it's behind me.
Verify it.
In a solar eclipse,
Verify
You can see that, right?
I don't want to
You
hear
can
your
see that,
explanations
right?
anymore. I want you to verify it.
it's behind us, right? Because we know it because of
How do you
That is
know
a
that?
baseless assumption.
Behind the
That's an
Earth.
explanation. I don't accept it. Verify it.
Don't care if you don't accept it. That's a you
Well,
thing,
you're
not a
just
me
making
thing.
a baseless assertion, and then I can do that because I don't want to do this with you anymore. This is your shtick. You're just, invincibly ignorant. It's annoying.
It's because you guys know he's right.
Oh, a new player.
Absolutely,
Great.
100%.
Can you
It
verify
is
the
called
position of the sun
circular
during a lunar
reasoning.
eclipse?
Sorry, says who?
No
Go
worries.
ahead.
Can you verify the position of the sun during a lunar eclipse? Obviously not.
Guys, you're watching this.
Nobody has that God's eye view of what is happening. Be able to say with 100% certainty that there is a three-bodied alignment occurring.
But do you think it's not reasonable?
Without
No,
verification, yes. Without verification is not reasonable.
I
right,
asked you.
right. You can believe whatever you like, but
Yes,
when
I
you
know.
make it a knowledge claim, we will hold your feet to the fire.
I know, but why don't you want to make it a knowledge claim? Why are you resisting
I
understanding this?
don't care.
You don't care about what?
Scott, we don't. Why would we want to make a knowledge claim about something we cannot verify? Are you insane?
Because you're a human being, and that's what human beings do.
We don't do that. You do that.
We try to understand the world in which we live.
And then you spread it. You make it up, you believe it, and you spread it. You don't verify it. You just trust it, and you spread it all over the place. It's like gangrene. It's ridiculous.
But why is it ridiculous? What's ridiculous about it?
Why would you want to spread something as knowledge when it's absolutely not proven or verified?
Okay, what do you consider knowledge then?
You're going to change it. You're going to move one red herring to the next. So I've held you down to that one. Now you're going to move to something more non sequitur.
Well, I'm suggesting this is what we do. We explain things to each other, and we try to understand the world in which we live, and we call that knowledge.
No, you make shit up.
Knowledge is more than that.
You make shit up. You don't verify it. You don't even test it, and then you spread it around. It's terrible. It's the worst thing ever.
Be true.
Why is it the worst thing ever? What's horrible about it? What's horrible about it? What are we doing to the world?
Isn't it better to go ahead and verify things, Scott? Why isn't it better to verify things instead of just making it up and spreading it?
Things can be true without evidence. This is like common knowledge.
Yeah, we're talking about something very specific here. Would you want to give me an example of what?
Why are you saying you need to be able to verify it for it to be
Give
true?
me an example of what you're talking about then, since you decided to bounce in here. Give me an example.
Hey, listen, old man.
Give me an example, or you can go on mute too.
Yeah, an example would be the proposition all bachelors are unmarried men. That's true without any evidence, retard. So what's your response?
Yeah, you can verify that, retard.
You don't need to do any empirical investigation to determine the truth of it, retard. And it would still
You
count as
actually have
evidence.
examples of it and can prove it, right?
Yeah, you're retarded. The point is you don't need any empirical evidence to determine whether or not it's true. You can think about it and determine whether or not it's true because of the meaning of the terms. You fucking retard.
So, obviously you're triggered.
I'm not
That's
triggered.
okay.
You're projecting.
So, this guy was in here yesterday just dropping the F-bombs and the retard stuff. Why is he still here?
That's an alt, it looks like to me. I recognize that voice from a different account. Rev, is it? Yeah, go ahead.
Scott, why is it you don't have any problem just spreading things that aren't verified, not true, to everyone?
They're right. They are verified, just not by me.
Okay, so you can tell me how NASA verified that the sun is a burning gas ball 93 million miles away.
No, I can't. I never looked into that.
Oh, but you're just absolutely taking it on faith that they did, right?
No, I have confidence that they did.
Christ is king. God is real.
It's different. Confidence and faith are different. No, it's not. That's why they have two different terms. One means one thing, and one means another thing.
Okay, how do you have confidence in that? What has NASA done that gives you this kind of confidence?
Because I know how the system works. I know how the process works. I know how people work at
NASA. What system of verification did they use?
And I don't even know that NASA was the one who confirmed what the sun is. I bet scientists did that long before NASA came into the picture.
How did they verify that?
I don't know, but I know the process by which they become.
So you know that they know, but you don't know.
Because I know the process by which they become professors, by which they become researchers.
Hey, what process was that?
Yeah, they start as an undergraduate and they study a particular subject and they get really good at it and they get good grades and they're verified by their professors.
Confidence is the fact that they have papers and letters next to their name. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard, Scott.
But that's not what I said, and that's interesting that that's what you heard.
You said they go through a program and then they get some kind of degree that I think probably makes you feel warm.
You missed.
I'm sorry, Scott. You're right. You go ahead and finish. You finish. Let me know how they got from graduate school, and then they also verified what the sun was.
But you missed a really important part about what I said that you were summarizing incorrectly.
Go ahead.
It's not the papers. It's the time and effort they put into studying materials and looking at the world. And
Well,
then
let's not
the
forget the
papers
money,
that
Scott.
and the all right,
Let's
interrupt
not
me. Go
forget
ahead.
the money. Let's not forget the money. You want to put the money in there too. Remember, they spent a lot of money, right?
It's irrelevant.
Well, isn't the time irrelevant then?
No, the time is part of the energy and effort one puts into understanding the world in which we live.
Understanding.
Something you guys wouldn't know, something you wouldn't know about.
Oh
You've never
boy.
put in the time and effort to understand anything.
Yeah, don't get triggered, bro. So here's the deal. How did any of these people with all the time and the effort that they spent verify what it is that you say they verified, or no?
I don't know how they did it. They have their ways. They have their processes by which they follow.
Right. This is a belief of yours.
Yes, it's a belief because I understand the process. I've done work in my own field. I know the time and effort I put in to understand certain fields. It was not these fields. And it's just annoying when people like you come in and say that we haven't put in the time and effort to understand anything and we're just like you.
Is that what I
We're not, we're not just like you.
You son of a bitch. Is that what I said? What did I say?
It's essentially what you said, yes.
Essentially. Oh, so now it's essentially. That's not what I said. So now you're projecting
what did
that
you
on
say?
me.
You tell me what you said, then repeat it.
I didn't say anything about this. I asked you if somebody had verified what the sun is. And you went to tell me about how much time and effort they spent to get a degree. It's totally unrelated.
No, I didn't. It's not to get to the degree. It's to understand the field. The time and effort to understand the field. The degree is just confirmation that they understand the field.
Tell me about the field, Scott.
I don't know about that field. I don't know anything about how they measure the sun.
You just told me that you understand the system. And so the system, by consequence, all of a sudden, because they went through some program, now they have ultimate knowledge? That's stupid.
Not ultimate knowledge, but knowledge of their field.
Okay, the field. In their field, they don't verify things like what the sun is?
Of course they do. Do I know how to do it? No, I don't. I don't know that.
This is just blind belief. You can say blind belief. It's okay.
But it's not blind belief. It's based on a confidence in the system that they went through.
Yeah, you've given all of your authority over to other men, and that's your prerogative. We don't do that here. We've talked about this before. You have a very low standard for evidence, and we have a high one.
Yeah? Do you believe in God?
Of course I do.
And then talking about low standards for evidence, I mean, geez. You want to, let's put out some of your beliefs and talk about your standards for evidence.
So that you all of a sudden just project that I'm an idiot, right? Because I believe in God and I have low standards. So the fact is, everything
you said you have higher standards than I do.
Yes, I do.
Based on what? Tell me about a belief that you have a high standard for.
In what context, Scott?
Any of them. Any belief that you have a high standard for. What do you know about this world?
Tell you. Let's talk about the Earth for a minute, right? So you believe blindly that other men have done the work that you probably should do to verify where you live. I, on the other hand, do not any longer believe, I do not any longer believe or hand over my intellectual authority to complete strangers, and I start to verify things about the place where I stand and live and breathe. So there's a high standard for you.
But you don't. You don't verify anything.
I've verified plenty for myself. I've actually done the observations. I've done the work. Scott.
Yeah, I heard you the other day talking about you're sitting on the plains in Colorado and look at a mountain, and all you had to do was grab a theodolite and point to the top of it and tell us what the angle is.
Did you guys enjoy the eclipse?
And what does that have to do with?
If you understood it,
Scott, do not ad hom me. What would that prove with the theodolite, please? Don't ad hom me.
It would prove the angle to the top of the mountain does not.
And what would that tell me about it?
That you would expect on a flat Earth.
What would that tell me, Scott?
I just told you. If you would shut up and listen, you would have heard
what would it. Tell me? What would it tell me?
It would tell you that the angle to the top of that mountain is not what you would expect on a flat Earth.
Really? How would it do that?
Because, see, this is the thing. You haven't done the research. You don't know how to do trigonometry.
You tell me. This is your apparently debunking of the observation that I made. So go ahead and tell me all about it, Scott.
I just told you. Some simple trigonometry would tell you the angle you're expecting from the elevation you are to the
angle in relation to what?
Oh my God, you're such a fucking spaz.
Okay, well that's the last thing you do, Scott. So angle from what?
From where you are.
Oh, so what is my reference frame, Scott?
Your reference frame is off vertical.
Oh, see, I knew you were going to go there. You're so predictable. So what is vertical in relationship to?
In this case, what you need to do is get your angle from vertical. You can drop a plumb line
What
and
is
get the
vertical
angle
in
from the
relationship to?
You can drop
What is
a
vertical
plumb
in
line.
relationship
No,
to?
this is how you
What
divert
is vertical
knowledge.
in relationship to, Scott?
See, but this is how you run away from
What
understanding
is
anything.
vertical in relationship, Scott? Too. I'll stay here all day long. I know you don't want to answer it because it ruins your entire. Yeah, see.
Black hole sun.
But this
You
is
can
your
draw a vertical line
mechanism.
without the horizontal.
You could draw a vertical line without a horizontal. Really? What's your reference frame?
Of course
Vertical
you
in
can.
relation to what? Vertical in relation to what?
Straight line.
Did he mute me? No.
No, you're not muted, Scott, but you can shut up now because you said you're going to bow out, remember?
I never said I was bowing out.
Well, we've got a new player.
Yeah, I know. People are always stepping on me. Other Globers think I don't know. I
Go
can't
go
handle
ahead,
it.
Mackie. My bad.
No, I muted him. You're next. You can tell me what vertical is in relationship to.
If you draw like a straight line on a piece of paper, is it in relation to horizontal?
Do you know what vertical is?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
Zenith, basically.
Zenith. From what reference frame?
Plumb bob.
Plumb bob is not a reference frame. You guys are fucked. You can't even invoke vertical without having horizontal. You guys are totally fucked. It's that easy.
What about this photo? Says who?
Mine? Oh, am I muted? Okay.
A piece of paper or something that looks like a piece of paper?
A
A
line.
digital.
The vertical line.
What vertical lines?
The red one.
The red one's a vertical line?
Yeah.
No, friend, that's perpendicular, you dumbass. Perpendicular and vertical are different. What is the orientation of this? In free space? No.
Vertical.
Anything? So are you looking at it on your computer screen or are you looking at it on your phone?
Yeah, it's the computer.
Okay. So what is the orientation of your computer screen?
Vertical.
So it's portrait mode?
I'm not sure what you mean, to be honest.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Your computer screen is vertical then. In relationship to what? What reference frame? Dude, this is desperate and stupid. Are you serious?
I digress.
You should probably digress out of the conversation because this is pathetic.
Okay, I'll take the prolonged silence as an opening. Let's pretend that you're right and we have a flat reference frame, a horizontal reference frame, in order to take an angle. Should we still then be able to point a theodolite at the top of that mountain and figure out the angle that it should be?
All right, I'm going to need some things from you, Scott. I'm going to tell you, you need to tell me the maximum effective range of the theodolite. I want you to give me the expected amount of drop. I want you to give me the amount of angular size change. And then I want you to tell me the amount of ocular drop that we have, and then we'll go from there.
Well, a lot of those terms are meaningless, and those are things you guys just made up.
Well, we just made up ocular drop, angular size change. We made up angular size change, Scott.
Angular size is irrelevant to a single point.
Are you freaking kidding me?
No, it's true.
What point?
The point to the top of the mountain. That's all you're taking. You're taking the angle to the point at the top of the mountain. The angular size of the mountain itself does not matter.
Is it actual height or angular height? Using a theodolite.
It's angular. Of course, what does the actual height even mean?
Well, angular height. So angular size change would be accounted for then.
No, angular size is the size of an object. We're not looking at an object, looking at a point.
No, it's not the size of an object. It's the size of the angular size of an object at distance, Scott.
Yes, I know, but we're not looking at the whole object. We don't care about how big the mountain is.
So now we don't care about how big the mountain is. That's irrelevant now, all of a sudden?
We just want to know the point. That's it.
What do we want to know the point for, Scott?
To see what the angle is.
And what are we going to do with that angle off of a flat plane?
Figure out where it should be. If that mountain has a certain elevation that we know of, and you have a certain elevation that you're standing at,
so now the height does matter, Scott.
The height's always mattered. It has nothing to do with the size of the mountain.
The height doesn't matter.
It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with the angular size of the mountain. That's, you can run away from reality, or you can embrace it.
No idea. Yeah, you can add how many all you want. You can. That's fine. Poison the well. So, anyways,
I'm not poisoning the well.
So now elevation does matter.
We want the angle of elevation to the top of the mountain. That's all we need, right?
So
it's a single point.
Terrestrial. It's kind of like terrestrial navigation, right? Where we're using a flat plane to see our distance from a certain object.
But do you see how you're avoiding just getting to the problem that we need to get to? The angle to the top of that mountain.
The Earth is curved, that thing that we're worried about.
But do you see how you're throwing
horizontal and flat? Yeah, I'm avoiding that like crazy, Scott.
But do you see how you're throwing everything in the way of just measuring the angle?
Asking dumb questions. Why don't you just get to your point, Scott?
I'm getting to my point. You can measure the angle, right?
Okay, you can measure an angle off of a flat plane.
No, not me. Could you said you can go out to these plains in Colorado and see the top of a mountain, right? You could tomorrow.
No, don't change it. The whole mountain, Scott.
Okay, yeah, the whole mountain's irrelevant.
It is, because it should be being occulted by Earth curve, dumbass.
I get you. I understand what you're saying. But do you agree you could go out tomorrow if you wanted to? That's the best you got? Make fun of my stammer? Come on.
Yes. Right now, you should be getting to the actual... You called me a spaz earlier. So tit for tat. Grow up. You grow up.
You can't.
Do you agree that you could tomorrow, if you wanted to, grab a theodolite?
He's a Toys R Us kid.
And go out.
Adult fan of Legos.
And measure
how many Lego
angle.
sets did you put together today? You got a solar eclipse Lego set to put together?
You're so weird. But anyways,
watch Simon Dan play with Legos.
How many more times you need to change the topic here, Scott?
I'm trying to stick to the topic. I'm trying to talk about the angle to the top of the mountain, and you are doing everything you can to throw everything in front of that because
Scott,
you
why
don't
is
want to deal with it.
Occulting the mountain, Scott?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, could you measure the top of the mountain, the angle to it? Yes or
I
no?
could get an angle to the mountain, yes, but I'd be using the Earth as a horizontal reference frame to do that, Scott.
Do
For
that.
112 miles, Scott.
Fine,
So that
do
means
that.
a flat Earth we're dealing with. What do you want to do with this flat Earth that we just measured, Scott?
Fine, do that. Use Earth as your horizontal reference frame, and then measure the angle to the top, and tell me what angle you would expect.
Okay, and why would I expect an angle after I've taken all of the ocular drop and the angular size change and then the maximum effective range of the tool? Then what should I have? What do you think?
That's what I'm wondering, if you've ever bothered to figure that out and
Of course,
do the
I don't
actual
have
math.
a theodolite numbnuts.
You can
I don't
rent
use
one, I'm
theodolite.
sure.
I'll tell you what, Scott, you're there in California. You can do about the same thing, can't you? You got some mountains nearby.
Well, but other people have done this who I trust. That main surveyor guy has done it.
Yeah.
Main
That's,
surveyor guy has published.
that's Doofus Manfred, by the way. The guy who got banned from geos for like H bombing and N bombing and whatnot. Well, a professional.
Right.
Quite the professional.
I don't think the main surveyor is Doofus, but I could be wrong.
Well, if it was, I'll just say, okay, hold on a second. If it is, that change your view of him or not?
No. All I care about is the research he published.
Is anybody like observing the eclipse phenomenon?
Yeah.
How is it like? What is it like?
Well,
there's a channel.
I just posted 2 pictures I took.
In case you don't know, there's a channel, Eclipse channel watching party that's right below this one. It's got like 5 people in it. Okay, so like they don't. If you really care about watching the eclipse, go there.
Oh, okay,
maybe?
you're right. It's actually above.
You can scroll in the
above.
chat. A lot of people have been posting pictures, including myself.
If you really want to do this sort of like, hey everybody, what's the eclipse doing? Yay! So you can be here with like 41 people talking about the flat Earth, or the 5 people talking about the eclipse.
Right. This could be like a jump to an interesting topic, like what is the nature of the phenomenon, right?
Yeah, then you would go to them and talk. They're the ones talking about the eclipse right now, like Sky Magic. So you could go to a Sky Magic channel and talk about Sky Magic.
Sure.
Or
no, just
hey,
just
here
making
talk about
conversation.
flat Earth, man.
But there was a conversation going on that you made conversation over.
I apologize.
It's all good, bro. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
We're talking about how angular size doesn't matter. The limitation to the theodolite doesn't matter. That's stuff that flat earthers just made up.
What is the limitation to the theodolite? Where's the limitation come in?
Well, you're the one that brought this up, Scott.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just wondering why you haven't bothered to take a theodolite and look to the top of the mountain. If you're curious about this topic, if you're really interested.
Listen to this. If I have a 25-foot tape measure, am I going to use that to tell me how long a football field is?
I could use it, sure. I can give you a damn good accurate measurement of that with a 25-foot tape measure.
You can't move, Scott. You're stationed.
Oh, I can't move. Okay.
Nope.
No, that would be a problem then. It wouldn't work.
Yeah, it would be a problem, right? So if there's a maximum effective range with these tools, why would you use them outside of their effective range?
Why is it a maximum effective range? I mean, what is it about the tool?
Maximum effective, dude. All tools have limitations.
What is the limitation of a theodolite?
I'm asking you. You brought it up.
I'm saying there isn't one.
Oh, you're saying there isn't one. Can you manual and tell us how far you can effectively use a theodolite, or maybe go talk to a surveyor. In fact, bring a surveyor in here. I don't want to talk to you anymore, Scott. You don't know anything.
Well, I know more than you do, and I know you're running away again.
I've asked you something, and you have yet to answer any of them, especially the maximum effective range of the theodolite you want me to use for whatever reason.
I answered that question.
Okay, and what is the maximum effective range of a theodolite?
There isn't one.
There isn't one. But there isn't a maximum, so you can use them infinitely.
Yes, you can use and look at a star. You can measure the angular elevation of a star from your current location. Yeah, and that thing's light years away.
No, that's
Yeah.
not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I need you to get me a citation that the maximum effective range is non-existent for a theodolite, please. You can use them at all distances.
Why couldn't you?
I want you to get me the citation. I don't want you to reverse a burden. I want you to get me the citation.
I know, but this is just you again trying to run away from reality, and we can't know things.
Go ahead and prove your claim, and yet you refuse to do it.
But this is
You don't even have a claim.
But this is you, says who, just saying we can't know things.
No, that's not what I said. I'm asking you, since you said that we have no maximum effective range of a theodolite, it can be used at any distance. I want you to prove that.
Yes, I know. And you're going to make me prove everything, including that I exist, before you will accept simple facts of reality.
Now you're running away. Once again, another red herring.
Stop
It's not a red herring. It's what you're doing.
Right, yeah. So now it's about me. Now it's an ad hom. So you're going to get me that citation while you're on mute. Who else was deciding to bounce in here and play White Knight? Who's the White Knight that got triggered and decided to bounce in?
I spoke, but it wasn't on the topic you guys were talking about.
Someone was really upset that apparently Scott was getting interrupted from all of his red herrings and ad homs and non sequiturs.
Oh, in the chat, I see Felix said it was Waz. Waz, you there?
No, it wasn't me. That was from earlier conversation.
Oh, okay. Someone else.
Well, I got things to do. I'm going to go on mute. You guys have fun.
Have a good evening.
So, flat earthers, according to Scott Mackey, made up angular resolution. A made up thing by flat earthers just to confuse artists about perspective. Right, Scott Mackey? Oh, let me guess. I straw man you. You didn't say anything about artists.
I think he's muted. He's server muted, so he can't respond.
Oh, I didn't know that. There we go. Scott Mackey, did you say that flat earthers made up angular resolution, angular size?
No, I would not say something stupid like that.
So,
but it's interesting. That's what you guys always hear. You always hear things that people don't say. But go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to go back and watch the stream. I'll be back. If you're wrong, will you stick around and say that you're wrong, or will you run?
Yeah, but make sure you get the if I said anything near that, make sure you understood the context in which I said it, because I did not say you made up angular size. I
Well,
say
if
you
you
may.
said it,
Yeah, I possibly said it was irrelevant to the topic at hand, and that you guys bring in all these other factors into things that don't apply. I might have said something like that, but no. Did you make up angular size as the concept? No.
Oh, that's
All
weird.
right.
I
That would
heard
be
you say
stupid.
that as well.
I'll be back, Gaslighter.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, he definitely said that. I mean, I
Yeah,
remember.
it doesn't matter if he said it. 'Cause people can misspoke or clarify what they mean. It's like, oh, you said X, Y, like somehow we're the police and the government. Everything you say will only be used against you. Nothing will be any sort of charitable. It doesn't matter what you tell the government. It will always be twisted in the way to be used against you. No, it's not like flat earthers aren't like NASA, okay, or the federal government. What you say here is given some charity as long as you're providing charity back, a two-way mutual respect. Until you just be like a complete clown, it's like, yeah, just have fun with this guy until he triggers out.
Sorry, guys. I've been listening here and there, but I was observing the eclipse through my welding helmet. Pretty interesting shit. I just observed from my balcony. I was thinking, I gotta drive somewhere. No.
So everybody here is familiar with the idea of motivated reasoning, right?
What's your motivation?
What reason?
No, I'm just wondering if we're all familiar with the term, right? Motivated reasoning.
Motivated reasoning.
Yeah.
This should be good.
No, no, it's not else.
It's like talking about jingoism, things like that. You're motivated to believe your country's doing the right thing because it's the best country in the world.
Kind
I
of,
mean,
yeah.
you're describing anchor bias by a different term, really. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's basically a type of cognitive bias.
Yes. Exactly. And I assume you guys think us globers are motivated reasoners, right? We want the Earth to be a globe, and therefore we only see the data. We do confirmation bias to only see what
Yes.
we see, right?
No, I would say quite the opposite. Like here's a good quote right here that should resonate. A lot of people who say globe tell you guys not to do that, but you do it anyway. You're motivated by your own egotistical pride than you are to any sort of model. You're not a globalist. You don't give a shit about the globe. What you care about is that somebody disagrees with it. So here's Dr. Freeman. He's the astronomy department at I don't know, some Ivy League school. I missed I'm not sure why I saved it. So he says here, he says I use stargazing and the phenomenon like the upcoming solar eclipse to demonstrate to students how advancement in astronomy over time teaches us a valuable lesson. The development of our capabilities as a people. As scientific advancements are made, society has come to comprehend the sheer brilliance on display during a total eclipse. This will be a beautiful, a once-in-a-lifetime event in the sky. Science gives us the means to predict and understand eclipses. But beyond that, the physics will take a back seat today. The eclipse isn't a significant scientific event as much as it's a human event. Everyone will be able to appreciate what happens today in a poetic and artistic way. The sheer beauty that it will bring all of us together. So here you've got this guy, Ivy League school, astronomy department, saying use today to unite people. Use today as a to find common ground with your fellow man. And the anti-flat earth globalists triggers even harder than they do on launch days. They couldn't even take the day to think about the beauty and artistic way the universe sort of does its dance in the sky. So you want flat earthers to believe in something you don't give a fuck about. You can't even take the day to reflect on it. The afternoon. You couldn't even, right as it's happening right now, you're in here arguing with flat earthers. Wow.
Okay.
So your motivated reasoning is you just think it gives you the ability to punch down at people you think are lesser than you. You big internet tough guy.
That's how you see this happening, huh? Interesting.
That's why my goal here, and a lot of other people's goal, I just want to see, can you bring one of you guys back to humanity? Once you've dehumanized the other based on what you've determined to be wrong thing, are you recoverable? Or are you just lost forever?
Kurt,
go ahead. No, I was done.
I was just going to say, I was thinking that earlier, like, we're sitting here yelling at the top of our lungs, fraud on a massive scale, they're lying, CGI, over 1 million a day from each state. And as time progresses, they will realize we are correct. And they've been standing there going, yes, take our money. We love homeless people on the street and hardworking families kicked out because they're behind on their mortgage and inflation rates increase. Yeah, space. Like,
okay,
once they realize they're wrong, how can they go, oh, you know, like, I don't know, just fucked.
So let's get back to this dehumanization. Let's get back to this dehumanization thing. You think we dehumanize you guys?
Yeah, what do you think Flurman means?
I just, you think, and so when you guys say that NASA and all those men and women who work at NASA are just lying or stupid, you don't think that's dehumanization?
Yeah, isn't that explainable on the flat Earth model? Nothing new under the sun.
But no, it is a dehumanization.
Let's follow it. Let's use it. Let's use it that as dehumanization. Just calling somebody a liar when all people lie. So inside your worldview, if you say somebody's lying, you've taken away. You just didn't say they're telling you a fib or they're lying to you. The information they tell you is false. Inside your worldview, that is, you've taken away their humanity. Sure, let's follow that.
Okay.
Let's follow that logic. Okay. Which model does that match?
But it's not the question. The question is, are you dehumanizing all those men and women?
Let's say we are. Yeah, flat earthers dehumanize. So who's the bigger flat earther? The globalist or the flat earther?
Who's the bigger flat earth? The flat earther would have to be, because they're flat earthers.
But they're just following. Yeah, and they make inside their cosmology and their worldview, dehumanization based off wrong think means you're a liar, which means you're no longer human. Yet you guys will do exactly the same thing. No change. Nothing new under the sun.
Who are we calling liars?
Flat earthers. They're liars. You're telling lies about.
No, you're incorrect. You're not liars. You believe what you think. I believe you guys all believe what you say here. I wouldn't call you a liar.
I'd have to correct you and say it's not a belief, it's a knowing, it's an understanding, it's a knowledge of where we are. And we were once in the shoes of, we went to the moon and space travel is a thing. And, homelessness is a thing too, but we are going into space. So it's not a waste of money. But now fast forward, for example, it took me a 9-month journey to realize I was lied to on a massive scale. And I am not on a spinning water ball in space. So once I came to that conclusion, my thought was, shouldn't, before we're wasting money on space travel and going to the moon or whatever other claims they're making, shouldn't we kind of fix the problems here first? Like bring an end to some wars that have been happening for far too long and conflicts and etc. Have some empathy for each other first and then maybe focus on space. How about that as a thought?
But this is exactly my point. You just said you realized you were lied to on a massive scale. And that requires that the people lying to you on a massive scale, you're kind of dehumanizing them to accuse them of that, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Whoa, hold it.
How is it not?
Full reset. A full.
Fuck up, Linda. Okay? Just because there are people working at NASA thinking they're telling the truth, and I'm saying they're misleading people unknowingly, it still makes them a liar. It doesn't change the fact that they're just compartmentalized and told, build this piece, it's going on the space.
They're not lying, they're just continuing a deception.
They're doing a job. They're doing a job. They think they're part of something bigger than themselves.
Lying is
but
intentional.
They don't go home. That's because they don't go home and in their off time actually question shit and look at reality. Try to find curvature of the earth or detect motion of the earth moving. I jump out of airplanes as a hobby, as a civilian, okay? Imagine an airplane trying to land on a runway that's in motion. That's just silly.
But do you see what you did there?
What did I do?
You just assumed that you knew more than the people who built airplanes. Because you said something is silly. No, you said trying to land an airplane on a runway that's in motion is just silly.
That's right.
Assumes that you know something that other people don't.
What do you mean?
Because I can explain it very easily to anybody who wants to understand why that's not a problem.
You can give me airplanes landing on moving runways. Okay, go.
Well, as long as all the movement's consistent, the movement of the air in which the airplane is flying is moving along with the movement of the ground, there is no problem whatsoever.
Oh my God.
You are fucked.
Fuck, dude.
But this is what I'm talking about now. You're about to say something which is going to dehumanize me, right? Go ahead, say it. You know you want to.
As if Scott doesn't understand that he's dehumanizing the guy who just talked about jumping out of an airplane by implying that there's no way that he could possibly even be smarter than somebody who designs airplanes. So once again, you're accusing people of that which you're guilty of, Scott. Oh, by the way, listen to the video. That context, the pretext that you were talking about, it was silence.
What video?
The one that I just clipped.
But the difference is between the people I'm talking about have spent their lives studying things and understanding things that the rest of us haven't taken the time and effort to understand. They know a whole lot of things I don't know.
And did you not hear when I explained to you, it took me 9 months to come out of my cognitive dissonance and realize I've been bullshitting you on a massive scale?
I heard that. And in 9 months, you decided that the world was lying to you, right?
So have the rest of you who are still believing growing lettuce on the ISS for the 45th time is a good thing for mankind.
Well, but let's go back to what you said. You said it took you 9 months to realize that all these people were lying to you.
Research.
Is that correct?
Yes. What's wrong with that? I'm admitting I didn't take time to look at it and question things, and I did a lot of research. And I saw Globers pouring water on fucking oranges and saying, obviously the Earth is
solar eclipse.
It doesn't stick to the orange.
We had totality.
I got a phone call, guys. I got to step aside.
But I had to look at Globers doing dumb examples like that and be a critical enough thinker to go, you know what? They're just pooping on anybody questioning this.
You gotta go ground it all the way back down.
Somebody's hot miking.
Larry, you're hot miking, Larry.
Cool and everything.
Thank you. Sorry.
No worries, thank
She's
you.
doing really good.
So, I had to look past all the ridicule and laughter. And, I had to risk, and I have lost friends, and I don't speak to family members. In fact, last night my niece was here. As soon as I told her that I think I found a good place where I can express my views and ideas, being flat Earth, she totally cut me down. What? No, it's not flat. We're on a spinning ball and what? She didn't want to hear nothing. It's like she totally disregarded me from there on out.
It's like you don't want to hear anything either.
My own
Constantly
niece.
interrupt.
No, I've heard your boats going over the curve. I've been listening to your stuff for years. I've been in this server for a while now. You know how many times if I was paid $5 for each time a Glober said, I'm going to go out and get proof of Earth's curvature and come back, I'd have a nice little tidy sum right now. Because they leave and they never come back with any proof of Earth's curvature without a fisheye lens, that is. I mean, a fisheye lens, I can get it from my 15th floor balcony. I can show you Earth's curvature. If I want to be disingenuous. If I had no problem with NASA taking over 1 million a day from each state, I could perpetuate the bullshit.
I'm not asking you to perpetuate anything. I'm just asking you to have an open mind, Not be so closed off.
Believe me, the mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work unless it's open. Remember me, I told you as a civilian I'd jump out of planes for fun. There's no curvature. There's no movement of the Earth underneath it. Imagine how difficult it'd be for us in a competition to land on a beer cap if the Earth was moving as we're coming into the ground. It's hard enough controlling ourselves to zero in on that target and land as close to it as possible to win a competition. Like, think, man.
I get where you're coming
What
from.
about
with that.
aircraft carriers?
Aircraft carrier, planes land on aircraft carriers.
And
I'm just saying, like, I get where you're coming from. Like, I understand your perspective. I'm on your side. I'm not your enemy.
No, I know. I'm just saying, a plane can land on an aircraft carrier. That doesn't have anything to do with the rotation of the Earth and shit.
Don't they got to camera planes with a big fucking wing so that they don't crash?
Yeah. It's the angle of
the carriers are in motion though.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, but the plane's lining up with the carrier in the same direction and landing on the, like, come on, man.
Why can't they do that with a runway on the Earth?
Because there's two different reference frames, okay? Two different reference frames. One of them is moving at 100 miles an hour, whichever direction you want to say, east to west, or west to east in this case. The other one's going perpendicular to it. Two different reference frames. Unless you want to say that the Coriolis effect doesn't exist and everything's moving together, which debunks all the claims about pendulums and hurricanes and stuff. You pick your poison. Does the Coriolis effect exist or does it not exist?
Right. And to add on to that real quick, and then you can answer, but that would be like them, at least if they intentionally built all airports and air strips all the same, in reference to the spin of the Earth, which they don't, then you could have a valid argument about them landing on a spinning ball.
Yeah, but you're
my
right
answer to
about
the
that.
Coriolis effect is yes.
But
so
do you even
different
think the
reference
Earth
frames?
exists? Like, does the Earth even exist?
I'm saying yes to the Coriolis test being existing in something that can be observed and tested. Yes.
Who asked if the Earth exists? Who was it?
So you can hover in a helicopter 3 to 5 miles off the ground and just wait for your destination. Can I do that?
I can drop a ball out of a plane and it's deflected to the right or to the left.
I don't think you understand
with the wind. Okay, but I'm asking you a question though. If we put a plumb bomb,
I'm not going to answer. It's a really retarded example, and you know why it is.
So I can't drop a plumb bomb.
I gave you a better example.
Helicopter. Have it within that frame of reference, and I can't just wait for my destination.
My example is.
All right, you're gonna wait for the question. You're gonna answer the question. You're not gonna talk through him. Try it out.
You can go fuck yourself.
Well, they're 2-year-olds. Once
Goodbye.
You failed.
Bro. Like, I'm just trying to understand your Coriolis effect. Cornholiolios effect here. Like, if it works in one way and it doesn't work in another way, it's like just adding refraction and saying that's how curvature is calculated. Because we just add more refraction to it. It doesn't make any sense. So, simply, I'm 5 miles from the ground. We drop a plumb bob from the helicopter down to the ground within, let's say, I'll give you 10 feet. Okay, within 10 feet, stay within 10 feet, hanging the plumb bob from the helicopter. If I wait 4 hours, I should be where? LA? Japan? Like, how long do I got to wait until I reach my destination? So that plumb bob and that circle should eventually disappear. I shouldn't be in that circle 4 hours later. Right or wrong?
I'm not even sure what you're arguing over. The Earth doesn't even exist.
You beat me to the the red microphone.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I just don't understand what he was LARPing about with the helicopter. It's kind of weird.
I'll explain it. Let me change headphones.
Like, imagine, how about this? Imagine playing golf and then having to calculate the rotation of the Earth with your shot.
Possible.
All right. Mic check.
We hear you.
Your mic works. We can hear you.
All right. So the question about the helicopter, it's not my favorite one, but if the Earth is spinning under objects in motion, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, the football being kicked in the field goal, and the game was either won or lost because of the Coriolis effect. If that is actually happening because the Earth is just like the model, where there's axial rotation, then technically you could get in a helicopter or a balloon, which I like to use Felix Baumgartner because he went up 128,000 feet over a period of 3 hours. Now, if the Earth is rotating underneath him, you know, at about New Mexico, it's not 1,038 miles an hour like it is at the equator, so let's say roughly 700 miles an hour. Then he should have landed 2,100 miles away.
Inertia.
So what about the inertia of the football?
Well, that's neglected due to friction closer to the surface of the Earth.
Friction. It's neglected. So the neglection makes it more.
Correction. Let me clarify. I'm saying with the field goal, because you mentioned the field goal part, I'm saying that when you mention the Coriolis effect, that would only be applicable at a certain height above the surface, whereas with the field goal, there's the frictional component. Frictional force is greater towards the surface of the Earth, so that's kind of neglected.
So Coriolis turns on and off is what you're saying. Gotcha.
No, it depends on elevation. Depends on altitude, elevation component. How greater you are
Do
above the
snipers
surface. Now,
account for it or not?
I'm sorry.
No, we do.
What was your question?
Do snipers account for the Coriolis effect or not?
Snipers?
Snipers.
Like people that shoot, like sniper rifles, people that snipe?
Yeah.
Does it account for the No, not necessarily, because I mean it depends. Actually, no, it does depend. It does depend, because if we're talking about like snipers in like Afghanistan, like at the fucking mountains or some shit, then
Motivation and drop. There's no Coriolis involved. Thank you.
Okay, so we got a disagreement. Moving on. The point is that if the Earth is spinning underneath objects in a separate reference frame, the non-inertial reference frame, the Earth, is going to be spinning underneath it and moving away. So, if Felix Baumgartner landed 2,100 miles away, we would have to pack up and leave. But he actually landed 80 miles away. But get this, in the other direction. So there must have been winds moving him 1,080 or 780 miles faster, 80 miles faster than the spin of the Earth.
We don't use non-inertial reference frames, though. In science, we use inertial reference frames. That's like the thing.
Apparently, you don't know about the Coriolis effect, so I'm gonna stop talking to you about it. Do some research.
What would you say, like, your genuine purpose of being here, Brendan, is?
Garners different perspectives and have constructive conversations.
What evidence would you need presented to you to, like, move closer to the goalpost about flat Earth and not what we're taught?
I would actually, believe it or not, similar to what the gentleman just mentioned regarding that Baumgartner example, except testing that in an inertial reference frame as opposed to a non-inertial one.
Did you say scientists don't use non-inertial reference frames?
No, I'm saying do what they did with the Baumgartner effect, but use that in an inertial reference frame. That same idea, test that in an inertial reference frame as opposed to one that's non-inertial.
Okay, the Earth is the non-inertial reference frame that's moving in your model. The atmosphere would be the inertial reference frame that's not moving. That's what it was tested in. So again, please do some research.
But the Earth is inert. You got it flipped. You got to flip it inverse.
No, I don't.
That's how I'd be convinced if you inverse that to like what it actually is. And then,
well, if the Earth is inertial, that means it's not accelerating, therefore not spinning. So I'll take that.
Straw man.
That also means no Coriolis.
I'm not straw manning. No, I'm telling you what I would need to do. That's what I would need to have presented to be convinced. He asked a question, I give you an answer.
So real quick, let's say, how high would you have to be then to experience that? Because I would, for me, just real quick, I would think I would have to be, I don't know, let's say, for example, a few thousand miles from the surface of the Earth, maybe even 4,000 miles to see it in its entirety, to then see it spin where I'm not connected to it anymore. And I can't do that.
I would, you know what? I would concur with that. I think that's a pretty good range of testing. Sure. Maybe about 1,000, maybe on the lower end of that range, about 1,000 miles.
Okay, so if you didn't experience that, or with whatever resources or mechanics that you wanted to use, and you didn't see that observation, then what would you? I'm not just like trying to further along the thought of, okay, let's see that it confirmed that the Earth was stationary and not spinning. Then what?
Well, for me, I wouldn't have to necessarily like observe it because there is. I do concur that our eyes can be deceived on many things, but something that could be, if it could be, quantitatively analyzed through that experiment, if that can be measured, then yeah, some form of measurement would be satisfactory to me. I don't have to necessarily like see it, the bear shit in the woods,
I'll post something for you so that you can learn. Hopefully, you'll take a look at it.
Is it fair to then suggest other circumstantial evidence or observations into the bucket of calling these different marbles? We put a marble. Okay, so we got that down. We put that marble in the flat Earth. Now we have another marble here. Water, when contained, lays level and flat when at rest.
Mm-hmm.
The shorelines contain the water from the oceans. Thus, the Earth is flat.
Are you saying if that's something like that I could get behind based on the current line of thinking?
Obviously, we would have to disassociate ourselves with gravity. So yeah,
sure.
Water, when contained, lays level and flat when at rest. the oceans are contained by the shorelines, thus the Earth is flat.
But then I can get there. I can meet you at that. But then it's like, okay, what about the sun and the moon? And I know then you have to factor in their influence, but like, how do you explain that part then?
But we don't want to talk about the sky. We don't want to talk about the sky because that's not important to what we need to observe. We just just to continue this conversation, we just verified that the Earth is not moving, right, from the previous marble that we put in flat Earth. Now we're concluding that our observations with my cup of coffee, my pool outside, my hot tub when it's not bubbling, and the lake down the road, water when contained lays level and flat when at rest, almost like a mirror. It's mirror-like. It appears to be like a mirror because there's no wind, it's calm. And we just verify the Earth isn't spinning. So, assuming there's waves and various things that go on with the ocean, but overall, water when contained lays level and flat when at rest. The ocean is contained by the shorelines, thus the Earth is flat.
So then if I agree 1,000% with that, right, then the next thing would be, okay, so how do I then correlate that to what is currently observed as of right now? I mean, I look up, I see a very bright yellow thing in the sky. How does that influence my Earth?
Yeah, you'll have plenty of time to figure out the reverse engineering stunt they did. Just let the server topic sink in.
But that's the only like barrier that I have to becoming a flat tard is how do I then, okay, I agree with that, right? Under that model, yes. I mean, that clearly makes sense. But then, beyond that point, how do I then make that applicable? Well, not necessarily applicable, but how do I factor in external, I don't want to use the word force, but external things such as like the sun and the moon?
Yeah, so we'll put that marble over here. So we got two marbles in the flat Earth bin. Earth is stationary, not spinning or moving. And water when contained lays level and flat when at rest. So we have oceans which cover land. So like think about like you have a large lake. I have a lake here in Minneapolis, and I picture the circumference of that lake as being the outer edge, I guess, because water has to be contained. Otherwise, it just goes crazy. So it's level and flat when at rest. So we put in like some styrofoam. Let's say we put in some styrofoam continents in the middle of the lake. So you get to put in your North America, somebody will put in Mexico, and we'll have all of our continents lined up in the lake. So I would suggest to then think of a flashlight. Let's even just say 50 feet from the ground, 100 feet from the ground. We could do whatever we need to do in reference to that, but we would put the flashlight in such a way where part of my continent, Thailand, is over here, and your continent, North America, is over here. So I put the flashlight up high enough to where you can't see my flashlight, but I can see the light from that flashlight over Thailand. So I would suggest that the sun is small and local and not what we're taught 93 million miles away or further away. So that's where I would feel people get most confused is they think, well, the sun being the light source would then cover the entire flat Earth. And so from perspective or using artistry in a way, that then you would be able to try to conclude that the sun has to be small and local because one part of Earth experience light and another part of Earth experience darkness. And so to further that, the North Pole, we can agree, I'm sure, that a compass always points north. And circumnavigation would be from Thailand to North America, going in east or west direction. That compass is always going to point north. So then, using this visual, we're still on the lake, and we have all of our different. I'm sure you've seen the projection of the AE map. I'm not saying that this is correct or not, but I'm just kind of using this as a frame of reference. That then you would go from east or west, whichever direction we chose. Let's go west. So now we're going west, and that compass is always still pointing north, and then it's going to go in a circular fashion where we're using the center, the North Pole, as a frame of reference with the compass, which is a mechanism that we could use so we don't get lost, because it's always going to point north. So I would suggest that that's the sun and the moon's orbit around Earth. They may or may not, I'm just suggesting, have a relationship with the North Pole, which is why they always have a specific height and distance for them. And so they're the ones that are circuiting over what we previously confirmed, that the Earth is stationary, and the sun and the moon and the luminaries are the ones that are moving and not us. So to get to your, well, what are the lights in the sky for? I would suggest that they're like a clock. The constellations have a certain time period to them. The moon obviously has a time period to it, and then the sun has a time period for it. So whoever created this place is just using the luminaries as a calendar for us, as us being simple-minded humans, to what would create this place, in my opinion, is just a giant clock. Why that is, I don't know. So that we don't live forever, so we have time, so we have like, imagine if the sun just stayed out all the time. Would you ever sleep? Would you ever feel the need to sleep? So that's why it goes away, so that we can sleep and we can regenerate. Like, imagine staying up for 3 days in a row and then going to work. You know, obviously that's a difficult task. That's why we have night and day, so we have to go to sleep. So does that kind of, you know, I'm not saying that this is for all flat earthers. I'm just saying, like, this is my perspective of what I've learned, having then previously known about the heliocentric model, having been taught what everybody's taught, the majority of people, what they're taught. And now I have that information, and then I'm bringing it into the flat earth concept. And so I'm able to compare the two. And I feel like that's where a lot of flat earthers have come to the conclusion of, okay, Earth is stationary and flat. Earth is stationary and not spinning. There's no detectable curvature because water, when contained, lays level and flat when at rest. And then so thus the sun and the moon have to be local and small. So why they're telling us all of these things and kind of getting us starting off in the wrong starting point, I'm not sure. We can, you know, conclude all these different things, but the motive is not important. What's important is what they're telling us about what we live on. The Earth is spinning. The sun and the moon the moon's rotating around this ball that we live on, that is spinning at a particular, to them, detectable degree of spin, 23.4 degrees, which creates the seasons, and thus we're attracted to the sun at a particular point, the Goldilocks zone, in between two other planets, you know, Mercury and Mars. And then we have the sun that's moving at a certain speed inside towards a great attractor, which is connected to more gravity. And so that's why when I discuss this with people, it's hard, I get it, but you have to disassociate yourself from the term gravity to then say why water would lay level and flat when at rest. So it's not sticking and clinging to the exterior of a shape. Thus, that's spinning, because if we experience, you know, a tennis ball that's wet and we spin it, the water is going to beat off of it. And we could do that for so long, for such a period of time, hook the wet tennis ball up to a drill, for example, and we could all get wet with the water, but eventually if we do that long enough, all the water from that tennis ball is going to evaporate or be beaded off from the spin. And so then they conclude and they teach us on purpose that gravity is the force which holds the water to the earth. But we can't experience that, and I can't go high enough, like we were saying before. I want to go high enough to see the earth spin. So I can see that. Like, I want to see God's creation, in my opinion, God's creation. I want to see our great creator's creation spin in a 24 to 48 hour period so that I can have in my heart, I can conclude that in my heart. But for me now, that doesn't make my heart comfortable. Doesn't make my heart comfortable to think I have to be so far away to see the earth spin in a 48 hour period and then come back and be like, wow, okay, wow, I live on a big giant beach ball. And so I haven't been able to do that. So I have to rationalize with myself. Do I want to give my authority and my reasoning over to other people I've never met before who have their own motives to deceive me about where I live for future plans about why things are happening? You know, for a lot of people, a lot of flat earthers would conclude that there's going to be a fake alien invasion and they're going to be like, oh yeah, these aliens from another planet are here from like Independence Day. You know, or all these other science fiction movies about aliens invading Earth. That would be my conclusion of why they have come up with the heliocentric model and everything, because they want to disassociate themselves from possible other lands that might be here, or other people who have always been here, who are manufacturing the idea that outer space is real to deflect from who they are.
No, that's not true.
So.
Yeah, I was just yeah, that was a good like little synopsis of your point of view. I appreciate that, man. Yeah. I was just trying to film the eclipse, right? And you know, I'm holding the camera there. I got the camera up, and it's like, you know, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sun moves out of the camera, you know, moves out of it, right? And I go, all right, let me move the camera back over. You know, I zoom in on it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's gone. It's out of the view again. Then somebody, I said, you know, I showed it to somebody. Said they said that's the Earth moving. Unbelievable, how like far gone people are in their heads. Am I echoing? Reverb. Turned on the reverb.
What's reverbing there?
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what happens when you hold your phone up to the eclipse. Did you catch anything I was saying though, or no?
Who were you talking to?
Oh, okay, yeah. I was just saying that I was holding the I had my camera and I was recording the eclipse, right? And you know, I'd hold it up to the sun, and you know, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, it would go out of view, right? Like, because the sun would just move out of view. And then I said, all right, I'd move the camera again, I'd set it back up again, and then 5 seconds later, you know, once you zoom in enough, it's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, it moves again, it's out of view. And then I showed it to somebody, and I said, you know, you believe they say that's the Earth moving, not the sun? They're like, yeah, it's the Earth moving. It's crazy. People are crazy. You're nuts.
Yeah, man. What can you say? I did post 2 interesting, well, picture images. You want to check them out? Sure, how the globe is just gonna defend this one in the side chat. Talks about the solar eclipse of this year. have
did you
yet
see it? Did you
have
see
had
the
yet
eclipse?
to hear anything from any globies. I've been reposting this 3 times or so.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you
None,
see it with your
not
eyes?
even one globie answered or rebutted this. That's very interesting.
Is that always the case though? That it went the it's just in this one, or this was just caught the one time it went the wrong way?
I haven't checked out the cases, but it doesn't matter. It still debunks the globe in this case, in this instance. How does this even work on globe?
I mean, it's cool enough, you know. It's just I don't know. It's,
No.
Cam, no. You have nothing to say. You
Like,
just,
haven't you seen
just making noise in the background.
the sun is going in front of the moon?
How do you know it's the moon?
Because it's the circle. Didn't you see it?
No. How do you know it's the moon?
Because the moon is not anywhere else. It is above the sun.
You don't see it before or after. So how do you know it's the moon?
Yes, you can see it before and after it goes away.
No, you cannot.
Stop the cap.
Don't fucking lie, man. Don't be a fucking deceiving globie.
So did you see it or not?
You don't see the moon.
No.
You see something black covering
Like
that fucking sun. You some black thing, whatever that thing is. It's not the
Did
moon,
you see
man.
the
You're not
black
seeing the
thing?
moon before or after.
So like, okay, so
Is the moon black?
It's very bright, right?
Is
So
the moon
it
black?
makes it, huh?
Where does the moon go after the eclipse?
What do you mean? It is still there, but
No, it
it
disappears.
is not. It's not covering the sun.
What do you mean it's not covering the sun?
So like,
Do you see
only
the moon
when
after?
this happens, it's
Can
very.
you show?
It is very rare that it happens. Not a lot. Not a lot.
Very rare. Okay.
So you know, like, it does not happen most time. Very rare.
I
I don't
appreciate all
understand.
that information that you don't really know about, and you're just stating. That's pretty cool to just state things.
Yeah, he's
No.
a
Everyone is looking at it.
chanting priest. He'll just say whatever.
Like, I try to look at it with my eyes, but it hurts because the sun is still shining. Yes.
Oh, really?
I have
Yes.
I have the solar filter on. I took the solar. I put the different UV filter on. I didn't see the moon. I mean,
Yeah, isn't it
So-
funny that it's so rare, but
Yes.
it's the moon? Yeah, isn't that kind of funny? Doesn't that raise a red flag for you? Such a
Yes.
rare event, yet the moon is always up there, right?
Right. Yes, because even when it moved to the side, it's still there. Like what you're saying is still there, but it's not able to be seen once the sun comes back out.
Yeah, there's no. It's been told to you 15 times, but yeah, there's no moon prior to or after the eclipse. All you see is something eclipsing the sun.
Yes, I'm saying that's the moon.
Your chant is noted.
So
How do you know?
are not saying
Other
that
than what you've been, listen. How do you know that's the case? And what
What
does
do you
that have
mean?
to do with the price of rice? Anything? How does that prove that the Earth is a ball?
Well, no one says that, but I'm saying because you ask about the
So
eclipse.
this is completely off topic to the server, but there is a solar eclipse enthusiasm room that popped up today. I was just wondering if you were going to bring it back to the topic, but I guess not. Thank you.
but
Yes.
it's the moon. But it's the moon. Definitely moon.
No, it's not the
Help
sun.
us get to the Earth being a ball from a solar eclipse.
So because this is both balls, like both of them are rounded. Yes, right?
Okay, if you go into the forest and you're bird watching, does that mean you're a bird?
No. What do you mean?
Okay. So it's just basically you're just reifying the story.
No, because you can go
This is
outside
the
and test it.
explanation that makes sense to me within the outer space mythos. Therefore, it's real.
No, because you can test it yourself.
Pray tell.
Like you go outside and you look at the sun, it's like round, you know?
Yeah, are you saying round and ball are synonymous?
Well, yes.
Oh. So you have two balls in the sky. How does that help you determine what you're standing on?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really tell you. It just says that this is probably what's happening.
That's it.
Ben.
So no way of verifying it's the moon. Yet we claim it's the moon. No matter what.
I mean, if
How
it's
do you
not the
verify it's the
moon,
moon? How do you
because
verify when
where
you don't see it?
else the moon is not anywhere else in the sky besides in front of the sun. That's why I'm saying
Yeah,
that.
but you're assuming that.
No, because it is not
How do you
anywhere
verify
else in the sky.
Yeah, but you don't see it. Do you understand when you don't see it?
Like, are you talking about new moon? Like when there's no moon at all?
Before the eclipse and after the eclipse. You don't see it at all. It's not there.
No, it is there.
Yeah, there's not even a
glasses,
up next there.
Wearing the glasses
you at
helps
least-
you see it.
Do you at least concede that you do not see the moon?
No, of course you see it.
Okay, what does it look like?
It's round and it's white.
You don't see the white moon during a solar eclipse, dude.
You see the
maybe
you believe that you see the effects of the moon.
Can I
How
maybe
do you
clarify
mean?
this? Can I maybe clarify this? So, what color is the moon in the sky?
It's like it's white.
Okay, and what color is the moon when it's in front of the sun during an eclipse?
Well, it's the same color.
No, well, what do you see?
Well, it looks darker because it's like the sun is
So
not
you're
shining
not
on it.
seeing this. Okay, Cam, you're not seeing the same thing, are you? So for you to assert that thing A is thing B is a claim that you now need to prove. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I know, but I was telling you the
Okay, so
proof
how are
is
you going to then? Because you've been having a conversation with these other guys, right? And that you're talking past each other. How are you now going to prove that that dark circle is what we normally see as a light circle?
how will I prove it?
Yeah, how are you going to prove that?
Well, so when it is not in front of the sun, it looks white, right?
No. You're just reasserting the thing that you're claiming. I want you to actually prove that that's the case.
Yes, so if I take like a flashlight and I shine it on the moon, it's still white, even though it's in front of the sun, right?
What?
That doesn't prove anything. I want you to prove your claim. So you're saying that thing A, which is a white circle, is thing B, which is a dark circle, in a specific circumstance, right? I.e., during the eclipse. How are you going to prove that to us?
Well, it shows it when you go outside, like you can look and see like it's not white this time, it's black, right?
No, again, you're just reasserting the thing that you're already claiming. I would like you to prove that this is the case.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean. Like it's not an illusion. Like what are you seeing?
Well, no, what okay, so there's an alternative
Like,
hypothesis.
are you seeing the same one as
You're
me?
not going to talk over me, my guy. I can tell you that right now. Do not talk over me. So there's an alternative hypothesis here.
Ashraf,
Dude, why are you talking over me? Right. So there's this alternative hypothesis that the dark circle in the sky that causes the eclipse isn't the moon. So it could be something else. How are you going to disprove that hypothesis? By proving that it is in fact the white circle that becomes the dark circle during an eclipse.
Looks like the moon just debunked you guys.
so the moon is not usually that color, but Mercury,
No,
for
that's
example,
what I'm
is
saying.
also in the sky, you know? Like the planet Mercury is also in the sky, but it didn't cover
He's
the
not
moon.
getting it.
It didn't cover the sun
I know
because
that
it's
you're,
too small,
I
right?
know that you can claim that this is the case. I'm not asking you to repeat your claim for the 10th time. I'm asking you to actually prove it.
Well, like you want me to show you, like show the pictures, right? This will prove it.
Fine, show me a picture.
In the
Yeah.
moments leading up,
Can you
in
give
the
the
moment,
image permission?
no, I don't know that we can do that. I don't know. We'd have to request it. It's a
Oh.
thing where you have to earn, you have to spend time in the server to earn the rank, which gives you that permission. Usually, in the moments leading up to the solar eclipse, right before it begins, right? Can you see the moon?
Yes.
They can't.
Dude.
He
Yes,
can, dude. He's got the
That's right
glasses or
there.
something.
Let's see that picture.
Huh?
No, I forgot. You don't have the. Yeah, not only do you not see the moon, there's not even a silhouette of the moon as it approaches. All you see is the beginning of the sun being eclipsed.
No, that because it's the moon. That's what it is.
Bro,
brother.
if there was pictures of it, dude, nobody would be arguing with you. Like if there was like clear evidence, you wouldn't be like trying to make the point to you. You're just like I don't know, unable to comprehend it.
Cam, who told you?
I don't know.
Who told you this, Cam? Who told you this stuff?
Told me about the eclipse.
Yeah, that it's the moon. Who told you this? Did you come up with this on your own, or?
No, I didn't come up with it, but like well, we learn about like in school, like 5th grade probably.
You didn't go to school, Cam. What do they teach you? Why can't we see the moon during an eclipse? Because we can't see the moon. That's the point. You're saying we can, but they teach you in like 4th grade why you can't see the moon during, right before, during, or after an eclipse. Why do they?
Well, then
What's
why
the
can't you
reason?
see it? I don't understand why.
Don't you remember your schooling?
New moon
Do you not
phase,
remember your
dude.
schooling?
It's in the new moon phase where we can't see the side of the moon that's facing us because it's the other side of the moon that's illuminated by the sun. So to say that you see the moon before it eclipses the sun is fundamentally retarded and against your own model.
So you're saying you can't see it, right?
Yes, you definitely can't see it because it has to be and can only be in the new moon phase.
Yeah, they teach that in 3rd
Oh.
grade, Cam. 3rd graders know this.
No,
Don't
the
see
new
it,
moon
do
is
you?
where there is no moon at all. Like it's 0%.
Yep. So for you to say that you can see the moon before it eclipses the sun is, like I said, against your own model. We don't see the new moon because it's the far side of the moon that's illuminated by the sun. So you need to take that back, mate, because you're just wrong.
You won't understand that though.
All you have to tell a glober or like somebody who hates the flat Earth idea is that listen, follow your model, and this. So yeah, you know what? That is what I've always known to be true. Then.
Cam, is it fair to say that the sun illuminates the moon?
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, who told you
That's
that?
not what your model says. That's not what your model says.
Like
that is what his model says.
I know, but maybe I could trick him out of it. Let's just see how
like
corny he is.
sometimes you can see it, sometimes not, because of it disappears sometimes. Yeah.
Why does it disappear?
Like the moon, some parts of it is gone, and then.
And that's just reasserting what you said. I asked why.
I don't know.
It's the holiday. To repeat the claim over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. So this is why I haven't.
By the way, Cam.
Sorry, go on.
Cam, if I just tell you what my opinion is over and over again, does that make it the truth at some point?
No, I guess not.
No. So then why are you doing that? Like you're just when someone's like you're saying claim X, and then someone's saying to you, how do you know that? Prove that, and then you just say claim X again. You understand? That's just a waste of everyone's time, right?
Yes.
So then why are you doing it? Like, just have a proper conversation, man. Like, when you make a claim, and then I say to you, like, for instance, how do you know that the dark circle and the light circle in the sky are equivalent? Then you just reword the same claim again. Like, don't do that, man, because that's just a waste of everyone's time. You need to actually engage with what's being said to you.
Yes, right. So are you saying that you said that it's not the moon?
No, I'm asking you to prove that it is the moon.
Well, I can say that it is if you're saying that I can't see it, right?
This is the point, right? Is that you're making a claim that you can't prove. So obviously we're going to say to you, well, prove it, right? Knowing that you can't. But I'm just waiting for you to admit that you can't prove it, right? And then we can actually start to have an honest discussion.
No, what do you say I cannot prove? Like, which part of it is saying I can't prove?
That the dark circle in the sky is equivalent to the light circle in the sky, like I've said 500 times.
Yes, it is. It is the same. Yes.
Please tell me that was someone knocking him and not doing the same thing.
Just don't do that.
No, I'm talking to you about the sun and the moon, right? But if you don't believe that it is the sun or the moon, then you are have bad eyesight or something, because maybe you didn't learn about it in school.
You're just insulting me because I'm not believing your claim. That you're not proving anything.
Well, I mean, but I don't feel like you need to do that, right? Because you're just making a problem.
What? You don't feel like I need to do what?
Like, you just need to not fall into that and just understand what's being said to you and just take that,
What, just believe what you're telling me? Why would I just believe
yes. Like, why is it I'm not wrong here?
You haven't
He's not
proved
wrong,
that
just
you're
trust
correct.
him.
So why would I just believe you?
Because this is what everyone says.
Why is that relevant?
So you are trying to make it wrong, but it's not. Like, this is why I have a problem with people with transgender, always making stuff up.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm asking you if you can actually prove your claim, and you can't. And I know you can't, and I'm waiting for you to admit it.
Admit what? There's nothing to admit. Like, if you don't think that it is that's your problem.
It doesn't matter. Belief is not relevant to this conversation.
Well, of course it is. Like, are you not believing that it's real?
Wow.
I actually think you've got a fundamental problem with thinking. And I don't mean that as an insult. I just don't think you've actually been taught how to understand philosophy. And that's your issue here. Right? When you make a claim, you have what's called a burden of proof for that claim, right? So that would be even something that's true. So if I say to you, grass is green, okay, I'm claiming that grass is green. Cool. You can say to me, prove it. And I can do that. I can go outside, pick some grass, and then bring it to you and say, look, grass is green, right? So, but that doesn't require your belief because I can prove it. Does that make sense?
I would argue that it does require the belief.
Does that make sense? Yes or no?
No.
That doesn't make sense.
What? No.
Oh God.
Because you have to believe it. You have to believe it, yeah?
No, you don't. I can just provide evidence.
But then you have to accept that you have to believe it in the evidence, right?
But the evidence stands on its own merits. That's the point of evidence.
No.
Yes.
You're making this up. I'm telling you that if they bring the evidence, then you believe it. Then you believe it.
You're making it up.
You don't think evidence stands on its own merits? That's the point of evidence, my guy.
I really hope there's a language barrier. Otherwise, this guy's an
idiot. No,
Yeah.
he really thinks this.
Fuck me.
Cam, I hope you realise that we're not denying something is happening, right, during a solar eclipse. Something's definitely occurring. You can see it, right? But there's a story that you're giving us that goes along with what we're seeing. You're trying to explain what we're seeing. You're not
Right.
just describing it, you're giving it cause. Saying, this is why it's happening. And we want the evidence for why you're saying it's happening.
Oh,
What's
right.
the reasoning behind why you're saying that's what's happening?
Let me look it up.
No, you shouldn't need to look it up. You should already know.
Okay, it says here, the solar eclipse occurs when the moon passes between the Earth and the sun, blocking
Oh,
our view
God.
of the sun as it passes.
You're just repeating the claim again, but this time from a website.
Well, yeah, that's why that's their explanation is what I'm saying.
How do you prove the
Yeah,
claim?
but again, doesn't matter who claimed it. It matters that it's a claim.
Yes, but
We
now
had
I
this
ask,
conversation earlier. Someone was saying, "Oh, I claim it," and other people claim it, therefore it's true. That's retarded.
I mean, I that's what I just trying to like tell you like why it's happening, but that's whatever.
Still trying for
We
you.
know what the claim is, my guy.
Do you know what proof of a claim is, Cam?
Huh?
Do you know what
Like,
proof of a claim is?
like yes, provide evidence.
Yeah, could you provide evidence that that's the moon crossing the sun, please? That's what we've been asking you for the last 20 minutes. Not just repeating a claim.
I know it because Wikipedia says so, isn't sufficient.
So like yes, the sun has blasting its light, and then the moon moves in the way, so we can't see the sun anymore, right?
Claim. That's the claim. That's not the evidence.
I just can't. It's cracking me up.
So like because I'm not in the way, that means I didn't get to see the entire thing. It was like a half, I think,
Dude.
maybe.
Shush. Just shush. Without repeating the claim, can you prove with evidence that that's actually the thing that's happening?
Yeah, like why would it not be that?
No, that's asking me a question. Why wouldn't it be? I'm asking you to give positive evidence. Can you do that?
Yeah,
Did
like
you know,
outside, just
did
look
you
at
know
the
that
sun
the
of
cause,
the
the
side.
cause of the eclipse is actually space squirrels? Why
What?
would it not be space? Yeah, why would it not be space squirrels?
Well,
I mean, why wouldn't it be?
because this is not the right answer.
There's no evidence of space squirrels.
Right, there's no evidence.
No, big.
So because there's no evidence, we don't believe it, correct? We don't accept
Well,
something with no evidence, correct?
yeah.
Okay, so now I want evidence, so not belief, not claims, that the dark circle and the light circle are the same.
I never said that. They aren't the same.
No, you actually did say that. That's been your claim all along.
Oh, well, I changed my mind. It's not the same.
Okay, so the moon doesn't cause eclipses. Okay, thank you.
No, it doesn't. It's because the sun is causing the eclipse, right?
The sun is causing the eclipse. How does the sun cause an eclipse of itself?
That's a claim that
It's
no one
called
makes.
solar eclipse. Solar sun.
Yes, so how's the sun causing an eclipse?
Because the sun is being blocked out by the moon, right?
Okay,
Well, you
so
won't
can you show with evidence that that is the moon crossing the sun so we can't see the sun?
I mean, it's gone now, so no, I can't.
Okay, so we can't show it.
Can't you see it
No,
live?
it's too bright outside. It's outside of the moon now, but the moon is
but when it
outside of the sun now. So
dummy, please. I'm being patient with you, and so is everybody else. Fuck knows why. But can you, without repeating the claim, show me evidence that that is the moon crossing the path of the sun? Don't tell me, well, it's already happened now. It's stupid.
No, not right now.
How would you then, if it was happening right now, how would you demonstrate that that was the moon crossing the path of the sun?
Because the moon's not anywhere else.
How do you know?
Because you can't see it anywhere else.
Okay. Why can't you see the moon anywhere?
Deliberately at this point.
Because it's not anywhere else but in front of the sun.
How do you know that, being as you can't see the moon? You don't see the moon before it crosses the sun, do you?
Are you like not getting
You
this?
don't see the moon before it crosses the sun, do you?
It's there, but you can't see it. Yeah.
Do you see the moon before it gets in front of the sun?
No, because it's too bright.
That's all we needed. You do not see the moon before it crosses the sun, do you?
No.
So how do you know that that's the moon that's crossing the sun? If you don't see it.
Because now all of a sudden you can see it with your eyes. Yeah.
No, I just see a dark circle. Why is that the moon?
But if you like walk in front of the headlights of a car, I don't know it's a you, but I know something in front of it, right? Yeah.
No one's denying that there's something in front of the sun.
Yes, you said
Your
it's not the moon.
Your claim that it's the moon, and we're asking you to prove that. And we've been here for nearly half an hour. And apart from you repeating the claim several thousand times, you still haven't done that.
I mean, I can't help you if you don't think so.
You definitely can't help me if you don't give me evidence of your claim. That's very true.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so you have no evidence for your claim, apart from a claim. Hasn't got any evidence.
No, I said the evidence, but you don't believe the evidence, so I can't help it. Help you.
Said the evidence. We're waiting for that.
I mean,
If
I
you
can't
said
make you
the
believe.
evidence, we could have
Like,
gone
if
on and
you
actually
want to
discussed
believe it, that's
that.
your problem.
It's not my problem. It's your problem.
No, I believe it. You don't. You're like
Doesn't matter what
denying
you
it.
believe.
How about
You're
how about
You
denying
could
this?
believe in a spaghetti monster in the sky. You can do what you like.
How about this? Cam, do you know what's the difference between an explanation and proving the explanation? Do you know what's the difference between
No.
those two things?
Please don't.
Uh,
He doesn't know.
Wait.
Like, you explain it. You mean you give reason? Yeah.
And yeah, what's the difference between giving reasons and proving reasons? What's the difference between proving reasons and explaining reasons?
You just explain it, right? Yeah.
And okay, what's the difference? You know that proving and explaining are different words, right? You know that proving and explaining are different. They're different words, right? You agree? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, different words, but they mean the same. They're a synonym.
No.
Synonym. Yeah.
No. They're very, very different. Extremely different.
Can I give an example?
Go ahead.
So the guy who said that we should wash our hands before we go deliver babies, right? He was a doctor telling other doctors, right? These are learned men, not cavemen, that after you dig in the dead bodies and the cadavers, go wash your hands before you go to the pregnant mothers and deliver the baby. Well, he explained to them that this is right, and they explained to him that this is actually right, and that he was wrong. Well, guess what? Two explanations can be opposing each other. Just because somebody's explained something doesn't mean that it was right. So guess who ended up being right? The guy who said wash your hands. Even though the doctors explained that no, you don't have to wash your hands after you dig in a dead body. You can just go deliver the baby and everything will be fine. But now we know different, right?
Best option. Cam, did you hear what Larry said, Cam?
Yes.
Okay, can you repeat
Hearing
it
and
back to
understanding
us?
are very different things.
I can't no, I can't do that.
Okay. But you agree that proving and explaining are different. So can you try to think of an example of proving something versus explaining something? Can you give us an example just so we understand that you understand what we mean?
I'll try. Like, if I explain to you that uh, that that she is a girl, then I explain that she's a girl because she has she's female, right? She has female part. But if I give you proof, then I show you that she's female parts.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, you probably have to show it these days. Yeah, because like there's people who can act like women and walk around and talk like women now. You got to
That's
be like,
lies.
prove it,
That's
woman.
lies. I'm telling you, by God, this is wrong with the world. You know, they want to make something. They want to make it hard for themselves. You know, they're going against
Finally, we
everything.
agree on something.
Go ahead with your point, Cam. You were really onto something. I interrupted you.
No, someone just needs to simply explain that they are a girl. They don't need to prove it. They can just explain it.
No, that's the problem. They can say it, but they are not telling the truth. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So that's the same logic as when you say, "Well, I know that the white circle in the sky is the dark circle in the sky because I've explained it," right? But you've just said that you can't explain. You need to actually demonstrate that, correct? So we're asking you to demonstrate instead of explain.
Yeah, I know, but I'm sorry.
So how are you going to do that?
I can't do that for you because it's done already. That's what I said.
No. I'm not asking if you claim that other people have done it. I'm asking you to do it.
No, but I'm saying I can't because I'm a human. I can't. I don't have control over it. You know.
It's not about controlling it. It's about demonstrating it.
Then no, I can't. I can't do it unless you wait for the next one. That's what I'm telling you.
You couldn't do it during the next one either, though.
I mean,
I have it recorded, Cam. I told you I recorded it. So can I just like just hit play and then it'll pop up?
Oh yeah, you could do that.
What are we looking for?
All right, so I'll just hit play and then I'll see it. No, still don't see it. Got rewind and play. Hit play again. No, it's not there. Not there this time either. Third time, then I'll see it.
Oh yeah, have you seen it?
What's it?
I'm telling you, it's. I believe it's the moon. I believe it's the moon.
Yeah,
Well,
but no
your
matter how
belief
many times I keep hitting
doesn't
this play
matter.
button, I don't see it. You said I just had to wait to see it again, and I did it again, and I still don't see it.
I mean, yeah, I know. Like, that's what I'm saying. I can't. If you don't see it, then that's fine. That's your opinion or whatever.
Not opinion.
Is it an
not
opinion? Not
belief.
seeing something's an opinion? Or is it just not there?
I mean, you think it's not there, but I do think it's there.
No one cares about your opinion or belief. We're asking for demonstration.
But that's what it's all about. Like,
No, it
if
isn't.
I show you something, you have a responsibility. If you wanna take it as reason, evidence, believe it or not. Like, that's
Not
what
about
it is.
belief. This is
Yes,
like the
it is.
50th time I've said. No, it isn't. I don't have to believe that grass is green. I can just go and demonstrate it.
That's what I'm saying. If I show you the grass is green in my hand, then you believe it. You believe me.
No, you just demonstrate that the belief isn't relevant.
What's green?
Oh God, please don't do this. He's already struggling with basic concepts like demonstration.
It's green because you said it's green? Because you were here before me and you said this is the color green. So now you claimed it as your own. Now you can always say that that particular hue is green.
Yes, this becomes like how they change the meanings of things. You know.
So back to demonstration. If I claim that grass is green and you say prove it, I can do that, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So how are you going to prove that the dark circle and the light circle are the same object?
Well, they're not the same.
No, you are claiming that they are the same.
No, one is the sun, the one
Yes,
is
you
the
are.
moon. Those are not the same bodies.
No. The dark circle in front of the sun is the same thing that's the light circle in the sky normally. That's your claim.
What?
Right?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, the
Yes,
moon
it
is the
is.
light circle. The moon, when illuminated by the sun, is the light circle. You also think that's the dark circle that crosses in front of the sun. So the light circle and the dark circle are the same thing.
No, that's not what I said. I said,
yes,
look, the one that's bright, the one
How
that's
are you
bright
denying your own claim
every
now?
time
Oh my
is that's
God.
the sun. The sun is the one that gives off the light. The moon doesn't have any light.
Until it looks like a light circle when it's illuminated by the sun, when it's a full moon, for example.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
then
so
that
that light
circle,
circle.
that's the one we're referring to. Okay, cool. That thing crosses the sun and causes the eclipse, right?
Yeah.
So how are you going to prove that that's the case?
I told you because it's nowhere else in the sky.
No, that's not proving it. I've already
That's
given
what
you
the
an alternative
astronaut.
hypothesis there.
If you take a telescope, look everywhere else in the sky, you won't find it
No,
in
I've
front of
already
them.
given
In
you
front
an
of the sun.
alternative hypothesis. It could be space squirrels. Why isn't it space squirrels?
What?
Wait
What
till
are you
this guy
talking
learns
about?
about the Stellanellian lunar eclipse. I don't know if he's there
Do you
yet.
know anything about philosophy, man? Like generally, do you know anything about philosophy?
So this is not philosophy. This is science.
Yes, it is. Goddamn, you say just nah to everything, and then you have to just be bludgeoned into just agreeing with what's basic and obvious. It's really, really tiring, dude. This is philosophy, obviously, and you don't understand burdens of proof. Now,
No, I'm not.
why
It's not
isn't it
philosophy.
space
I'm not
squirrels?
saying it is. It is like it is. There's
Oh,
no
God,
way
you
that
just
it's
want to
not.
say no to everything now. I'm out. I'm done. You guys have fun.
Like it's not my problem if you don't believe in it.
It's belief.
It's not about belief again.
Yeah, belief is for religion, kid.
I am religious. Are you? You are atheist people. You are not even believe in God.
Belief
You are
I'm not an
godless.
atheist.
You are
Belief would
godless.
be
Not an atheist.
acceptance. Belief would be acceptance without evidence. You haven't given that evidence, so we just have to believe your story.
I mean, yeah. If you believe it, if you don't want to believe it, that's fine.
Yeah, so belief is acceptance without evidence. You provided no evidence, so we would have to just believe your claim without evidence.
No, I'm saying I give you evidence, but you don't
What
accept
evidence?
it.
We
You
haven't.
don't.
Like, it's been 40 minutes now. We're still waiting for the fucking evidence.
Well, I can't show it to you now because it's not happening.
We've done that. Man went back on his camera, but he recorded it and we played it about 3-4 times. You said we'd have to wait until we see the next one. He replayed it and he still didn't see the thing that you were talking about. If you were talking about
What
anything
video?
at all,
He
you
hasn't
have
showed any
given
video.
no fucking evidence.
He hasn't showed any videos. He just said that on his mic. He doesn't play any videos.
Okay, what would I have to look for in the next eclipse?
He's lying. He's lying. He's lying.
No, he's not. Now you're accusing somebody of lying.
Well, have you seen the video? Have you seen his video?
Okay. Could you provide evidence?
What evidence do you have for his video, huh?
Excuse me, Cam. Your time here is going to be really short if you speak through me. Can you provide evidence that he's lying? Or are you just going to make a claim that I have to believe?
Yeah, I have evidence that he's lying. He didn't show it to me. So I not believe it.
Give it to me. Give me the evidence.
Go outside, look at the sun.
Oh, good lord.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
Worthless person, you.
You don't even believe in the sun, right? You're just
No, I can see the sun.
You don't believe in the sun?
I can see it. It heats and illuminates. I can see it.
The problem is, guys, that the sun that we observe in reality, right, from reality, the sun he thinks that is the same thing as the cartoon he draws, and he believes the
It would
sun
be
is.
really funny if he was trolling the whole time.
So the sun
he's not,
we
we know.
observe in nature is not the same thing as the sun presented in your imagination in the cartoon globe stuff. It's not the same thing.
What a joke.
I've got a Ferrari in my garage. Do you believe me, Cam?
What?
I've got a Ferrari in my garage. Do you believe me?
Yeah, I mean, you might, I don't know.
How would you know that I had a Ferrari in my garage?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't been to your house.
Like, oh, so you'd have to go to my house and physically see the car in my garage, correct?
Yes.
You'd actually need the actual evidence of the claim.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you get that, but you don't understand the conversations that's taken past for the last 45 minutes? I don't get it.
Because, like,
Because
you have no knowledge of what's going on here. You just say it's not. You don't know.
we're asking
It might be a unicorn. Just think it might be anything.
45 minutes straight. No one said, nuh-uh, yeah, we're just not believing the claim because you've provided no evidence.
Yes, but why don't you prove to me it's not the moon?
Why do we believe it's the moon in the first instance?
Well, I mean, hello, where else is the moon? I don't see it. Like,
Yeah,
can
you
you find
didn't
it for
see it
me?
well before and well after the eclipse. Look, it's not crazy to infer it, right? Because we know that solar eclipses happen at peak new moon, and we know that peak new moons tend to coincide with the sun's position. But we do not have definitive evidence that what we are viewing is actually an occultation of the sun by the moon. The moon could be somewhere else nearby.
I mean, what's your evidence for that?
Well, we don't have positive evidence that is definitively the moon that is blocking the sun. So, we remain neutral.
Oh, so you said like you don't know.
Right. We don't know what is occulting the sun.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah, we can infer it. Everybody infers it, right? I mean, people say I have no reason to infer otherwise, and fine, but you can't prove it.
I don't see the problem here. I mean, I don't see the problem. Like,
of course you don't.
Like, you just don't believe what they say.
Now, Cam, that you know that everybody on all sides of the argument agree that you can't see the moon. Why do you think it's the moon? Or why
like
do you
I
think
said,
you can't see the moon? Those are the two things you can go for.
you can't see the moon. You can't see it. It's because when it goes apart from the sun, it's like too bright for it. Yeah.
The sun is too bright for the moon to be seen.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's why we don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we definitely don't see it. That's good. I just want to make sure we still don't see it.
That's not even true within the heliocentric model. It's got fuck all to do with the sun being so bright that we don't see the moon. We see the moon during the day sometimes. It's got fuck all to do with the brightness of the sun. Like I explained to you earlier, the reason why we don't see the new moon is because within your model, the sunlight is illuminating the far side of the moon. We get to see the darkened portion. It isn't illuminated by the sun. You fucking idiot.
Okay, so what? I don't understand.
Have you ever seen the moon during the day?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not the brightness of the sun then, is it?
No, the sun is hitting the moon, right? So it's making it bright, light up, even in the daytime. So, but whenever the part of the moon goes away, then it's not.
Please
You
tell
can't
me
see
you're
it anymore.
Please tell me you're trolling, because you can't be this thick. Please, Cam, just
Do you
tell me you're
understand the
trolling.
difference between a correlation and a causation?
Correlation is like you draw the line between the two things, yeah?
Yeah, so you have two events that are occurring, and one may be accidental or incidental to the other. You don't know for sure if one event is causing the other.
But
they just happen to happen
So you
at the
don't
same
know
time,
if
right?
the moonlight is caused by the sun, even though it coincides with where the sun and the moon seem to be positioned.
Actually, that's not even true.
Well, moon
So
tilt
the globe
illusion
actually
aside, yeah.
Yeah, well, the globe actually has an excuse for this, but we won't confuse
Yeah.
Cam with that.
Or for what? For the moon in the daytime or something else?
No, the moon terminator illusion. So the lit portion of the moon doesn't always line up with the sun. But I don't want to go into that now because Cam won't understand
Right.
any of
I
the
mean,
arguments
the
anyway.
globe model, it might be a straw man against the globe to say that they can't explain it.
Oh no, that is how they explain it. They call it an illusion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they can model it out, right? I mean, they've done this with perspective and using and invoking the vast distances and scales of the solar system. And they blame our, puny, incomprehensibly small size and position on Earth that's limited is the reason for the illusion.
Yeah.
But I think they can model it out in 3D just fine.
I don't know about that. I've never seen it actually done. I've heard it claimed, but then I've heard lots of things claimed. So.
Well, regardless, I mean, this is a case where you have two events that are coinciding with each other, and one may not necessarily be caused by the other because we can't test the moon. We can't test the sun.
Exactly. And it's like pulling teeth with these guys, man. It's like, oh, claim X. Oh, have you got evidence? Oh, yeah, claim X. Yeah, about the evidence. Oh, yeah, claim X. Okay. 45 minutes later, you're still trying to get evidence for the claim that was never provided. I don't know, man. Like, what goes through these guys' brains when they're doing this stuff? Like, do they not realize that they haven't provided evidence? I just don't get it.
They think it's stupid to ask for it because they think they don't need it.
Yeah, I guess so. It doesn't even bother me if it's the case. Like, even if that is the case, it doesn't really affect my belief one way or the other. But surely knowing the truth is worth, like, whatever the truth is, it's worth knowing for its own sake, right?
All right, so since it's just you two talking, who believes that the illusion excuse is valid?
No, I think it's nonsense, personally.
I mean, does it? How about you, Amish? You've seen it demonstrated, you said?
Which Amish?
The real Amish, please stand up.
The real Amish? I'm real Amish, yeah, I'm the real Amish. All you other Amish answers are just imitating. Sorry.
I think he might have dropped out.
Yeah, no, I think the moon terminator illusions, it's just, again, it's appealing to the same claim that you live in this huge, vast universe. And they talk about there not being any context clues, which is why it doesn't line up, but then that doesn't explain why it does line up sometimes, right? So why would it line up sometimes and not line up sometimes? And it's like the refraction excuse as well, where the refraction excuse only ever comes in when their worldview is challenged, right? So the illusion is only ever relevant when the light isn't lining up, but then the light often does. So then how do you explain that, right? So they just they've got this like trap card, like a Pokemon trap card or whatever that they play every now and then, but it doesn't actually have a logical consistency to it.
And the evidence for that is when you say, oh, well, I love it when you guys say refraction, because now that you've invoked refraction, you can't never tell when it's actually showing us that the Earth is flat or showing us that it's a globe. So you can no longer claim that you have a geometric horizon. And they go, nuh-uh, that right there tells you that they're cherry picking.
Well, if they're claiming that it's an illusion, right? The moon, seeing the moon's orientation, we're talking about where the sun's position at sunset is, and then you can see this, phase of the moon in the sky. They're claiming that that's an illusion. Therefore, that's also refraction, right? Because that's the only way they have illusions in their model. So it's refracted moon positioning.
I don't know that they would call it refraction, but certainly, and yeah, I mean, also it's not necessarily necessary to happen at sunset. But regardless, yeah, I mean, the rest was more or less accurate. You've got this kind of, you've got the relationship between the sun and the moon, and your viewing angle between those two, right? So often the where the sun is shining from lines up to where you'd expect it to on the moon, but often it doesn't. And so they just say, well, there's no context clues in the sky, get over it. Right, that's basically the explanation. Which doesn't explain why it does line up sometimes. Because if you were missing those context clues, then it would never line up, right?
Yeah,
But
no, I see an issue with the sun. I mean, the moon in the sky during the day, and the position that we can all go out and sometimes see the position of the sun, see where that is, see the moon, see the phase, and it doesn't line up. Yeah.
Basically, what it boils down to is, like we were talking about the truth earlier, and it's important just because it's the truth. And that's because, like, if you're going to go with the non-truth, then you have to always keep up with the lies and the contradictions. So that's why the truth is so freaking important. And with these models that they present, there's always a contradiction, like the Eratosthenes 90-degree parallel rays and the solar eclipse. Like, they can't have it both ways, and if they don't admit that, then they're just being dishonest.
Yeah, exactly.
Like just for instance, I'll be staring. I'll have the moon and the sun in the sky. Right, I'm looking at both of them. I see the moon is a half moon or something. Let's say. But so now the sun is supposedly 93 million miles away, right? Then the moon is closer. The sun so then would be shining on the back and maybe hitting some of the side if you're standing to the side. But I'm standing where I'm standing, looking straight up, seeing the face because it's facing me. Therefore, it's the face of the moon illuminated with the sun in the sky. That makes sense. I don't know. Doesn't work for me too easily in that way. Huh? Is that Earthshine? I don't know. I just imagine a demonstration of somebody standing with a really far away spotlight, and then another person holding, I don't know, whatever they want to hold, a piece of paper or a square or a ball. And somehow the light from the faraway thing is going to wrap around to the face of it, hit it, so that I can see it illuminated. Is that what's occurring? Yeah, because it would be like, so that the part of the moon and that half moon that's not showing perfectly aligns with the other half being the face that we always see. I guess if the sun was coming from the side of it, let's try to work it all out. It just kind of reminds me of that video where the guy's on the boat and he goes for this camera to the left and he's like, there's the sun, there's the camera to the right, there's the moon, but I think they're 180 degrees apart from each. Well, maybe, I don't know.
I would just like to say that cucumbers are amazing. And I do remember one time, now that I think about it, hearing someone on the internet, she said, they got pickled eggs and pickled cabbage, and how come they don't have pickled cucumbers? So those are the people we're dealing with.
How come we don't have pickled cucumbers?
That's what she said.
I liked like a few years ago. I think they have it now. I was like, somebody should make like pickle flavored chips. I think they have them now, or maybe they've had them for a while, but they're new to me. I know cucumbers are pickles, by the way. Pickles are cucumbers. I wouldn't knock her. Like, people making mistakes and dumb people and silly people. They make life worth living. Like, saying things like that.
Watching a video on this illusion thing. So yeah, the same perspective so far.
How'd it go? You guys still alive?
No, we're all dead.
I'm sorry, what?
How's it going, P Mac? You alright?
Yeah. See. A little bit drunk, but I was a bit worried about the eclipse, you know?
Nothing to worry about, mate. Well, unless you haven't got Jesus on your side, I guess.
The one fucking time. Total eclipse of the heart. It's so funny though. My dad, I was talking to you, Jedi, with the Jedi. He's like, "You right, son?" I'm like, yeah, Dad. He just decided to go to bed. He's like, "What's happening?" I'm good. I'm good. You're right. Yeah, yeah. Checking in on people, make sure everything's all right. You know. He says, "You watch the movie?" I go, "Yeah, watch the movie." Yeah. Sound like a movie star or something. I don't know. It doesn't sound like my dad. I think something changed during the eclipse.
Hello?
Oh well.
Why is it so quiet in here?
Because nobody's talking.
Nobody wants to talk to you.
Are you guys watching the clips? Okay.
I was joking.
Right.
Just a movie anyway. Nothing is real, like really real. We're just watching a movie, you know. America is in darkness right now, but that's just because of Joe Biden. That'll change.
Excuse me, you said Dark Brandon incorrectly.
I don't know what now.
Well, his name is
Yeah,
Dark
Dark
Brandon.
Brandon.
That's
Yeah,
the
sorry
darkness that
about
you
that.
saw today, Dark Brandon.
That's for Brandon.
Dark Brandon is real.
Scary. I can describe America in one word. Who are you? No.
Talon, what is this shit that you're saying about it's real? Like, are there people telling you that the eclipse isn't real?
Yeah, the case of the moon isn't real. I think they
The
were
moon?
joking, though. I think they were just joking.
No, that's the straw man that people from your side like to say. Flat earthers they'll tell you it's not even real.
The eclipse isn't real?
Yeah, that's the straw man, anyway.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, everybody went and saw it, so it's real. You can just see it.
Yeah, no, we know there's something occulting it.
Well,
But
how do you think they knew when it was happening? How come everybody knew exactly when it was going to happen?
that's what's funny about that is they didn't know exactly, did they?
No, they did. No, literally exactly right on time.
No. They had it all worked out, and they had to readjust their calculations in the week leading up to it. Like they use the Saros cycle. That's what they use. The Babylonian Saros cycle from 30,000 fucking years ago. That's what it says on NASA's website as well. That's what they use. Doesn't give you exact time and exact location. It gets you close, but that's about it.
Yeah, my kid was just bitching because they were like, oh, the internet said it was going to be fully eclipsed at we would get our maximum at this time, and I was telling him, I said, listen, that part's over. The internet was wrong, had the time wrong. It's now uneclipsing, whatever.
No, I watched it. No, I watched it from the moment it started to when it ended. I saw it exactly correct down to the second. Like,
that's weird.
On the readjusted calculations as it got closer, right?
No, they didn't. No, nobody changed the time. I looked it up like a week ago. What time was? Well, I mean, like even a month ago. It was years ago. They said what time it was.
Years.
Yeah.
Prove it.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be today in 2017.
Yeah, and so did the Babylonians in fucking 30,000 fucking years ago. They knew it was going to be today.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
They were flat earthers and they had a good understanding of how shit was working.
I don't see how flat Earth would work in this situation.
They were flat earthers and they predicted today's eclipse 30,000 years ago.
No, I don't think they were flat earthers.
Of course they were.
The Babylonians?
Yeah, they all were.
They didn't.
Everybody's a flat earther, man. Just get on board. It's reality.
I'm a glober.
The heliocentric model is maybe 500 years old max.
And it's not used for predicting eclipses.
I think the widely accepted one is only like 80, 90 years old, probably.
80, 90. Are you sure?
Eclipses debunks the globe. Easy job. Easy.
Wait, how? How is that possible?
I mean, how?
Yeah, how does
Just
that
look
debunk
at
the
it.
globe?
Just look at it.
I did. I went and looked. I saw a round curve. I saw the moon pass between the sun.
There you go. Now you look at it and you say, look, Earth is not a globe. Easy.
I saw it on time. Came exactly when.
No, look, man, it doesn't.
Yeah,
I don't quite understand Gemsy's argument here either, but I don't think the eclipse debunks the globe, but it definitely doesn't debunk flat Earth either. It doesn't prove anything about the Earth.
Hey, listen, bro. Shut up. You know how they claim that the moon is 300,000 miles away, 3,000 miles diameter, right? And then the sun behind it is 93 million miles away. So I was on the ground and I was able to see 89% of the totality of the moon occulting the sun, right? And then if I was able to drive 300 miles from here, just 300 miles compared to the, and then from if I drove 300 miles, I was able to change 11% of the angle of view to 100, from 89% to 100%.
Yeah, that's actually pretty similar to where I'm at. So like we were supposed to get, if you were at say the Wisconsin-Illinois border, you were going to get like 91%. They were saying.
I had 94% in Chicago.
And then if you were to drive, like for me, I don't know, just Appleton, Wisconsin, which is like from that border, it's like a 2 hours drive, probably north from there. Maybe 2.5. Yeah, it was down to like 85%. 85%
So
versus
Lou,
90%.
Lou, that's what I'm trying to. I'm not addressing you, Lou, because I think I want to hear what you gotta say. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm able to change this huge of a percentage, an 11% by driving 300 miles from objects that are that far away. Don't Glober say that they are so far away that you cannot notice any changes. Remember your argument?
You're trying to get into the shadow. That's what it's a shadow being
The
cast.
shadow is only 100 miles. The shadow from this 3,000 miles object radius, this object that has not radius, a circumference, right? It has a circumference of 3,000 miles, and it's just casting a shadow that is 100 miles. And I can change the angle of view of this object that far away. I can change a huge percentage of it just by moving a little bit on the ground.
Well, I mean,
what do you think, Lou? Does that make sense? No?
I mean, in their model, the moon, however, is, only, like 30,000, like, 30, what is it, 38,000 miles away, something like that.
No, 300,000 miles away.
Yeah, no, but that
238,000. Yeah, 238,000. He's just saying 300,000.
Which in their scale of things is pretty local still. But so I don't know. I don't want to argue for that, but I'm more wanting to stay consistent with the way that when we as flat earthers tell Globers, like, if we're trying to prove anything about the earth, we're not going to do it by looking at the sky. I wouldn't then turn around and say, hey, the eclipse proves a flat earth.
No, Lou, but no. I'm not making claims that proves anything, but their claim is that these objects are so far away that you wouldn't be able to notice any changes. Remember? They're so far away.
That's what they say about, like, the sun and the stars, especially. Like the sun, of course, we see it making changes throughout the year and throughout the day, but like I think that's their claim more about the distant stars.
Listen, I mean, it doesn't tell you what the Earth is, right?
They claim, Lou. I don't know why it's like become a big thing, because it's just being flippant, because that's what Globers say, right? They say dumb shit like the eclipse proves a globe when it doesn't. So it's just being flippant, dude.
Well, what can you explain what we saw today when we looked at the eclipse?
Observable phenomena.
Shadow in the sun.
Yeah, you saw the sun being occulted.
We observed the sun being occulted for some minutes by a dark object. Yeah, that's what we saw.
But no, by a perfect circle. Because my brother and sister were in totality, and they sent me pictures of a black sun with like a little ring, an umbra around it. Because that's what it is.
Look, for all I know, the sun is just like a little hole poked in the sky. I don't know if it's being occulted. But yeah, it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, Lou. But the argument was not that it proved the shape of the Earth, right? But their claim is that they have parallel sun rays that should then cast a 2,000, 3,000 wide, diameter wide shadow onto the ground with a moon a specific size and distance from us. So it does, it would be like the same thing, in my opinion, at least, saying that, well, any kind of deviation from level would be some sort of change in elevation slope. There is no change in elevation of a zero level line, therefore it's not, so it'd be like the same type of thing. So their evidence is that, or their claim is that there's parallel light. So anything that shows that it's not parallel would then debunk their claim. Right? So it's not parallel light if the shadow is only so small.
It's very simple.
Can someone
100-mile wide diameter shadow on the ground of a fully eclipsed or occulted sun that we're saying?
Can someone make the recalculation people are talking about?
The calculation?
The
recalculation. It comes down just to a very basic idea that you can never cast a shadow smaller than the object itself that's casting it.
Yours. Yeah, I just demonstrated this like 3 days ago to somebody in person. I was just showing them. I had like my AirPod case. I'm just showing them. Look, this shadow will never get smaller, no matter what. It can get bigger, like if you put it at an angle, etc.
Yeah.
Can never get smaller.
Right, and so if the sun, even if the sun is massively like much larger than the moon, because of that distance that they claim that to the 94, or was it 93 million miles away. They're claiming that those light rays are coming in parallel, and so the shadow would have to be the same size as or bigger than the moon itself. However,
you can have parallel rays and it be the same size as the moon, or you can have divergent rays and it be a little bit bigger. But we don't get that; we get smaller.
Right now, if they claimed divergent, I could see an excuse being, well, the sun is so much larger, but then they'd have to be claiming divergent rays to claim that. So all of a sudden, their argument flips to divergent rays for this case, like a special pleading fallacy.
Yeah, but Talon, he had a stopwatch, so he measured the rays with his stopwatch to the second.
I had a clock. I knew like it said 12:51 a.m. 12:51 Central Time. So I went out there and like I looked up, and when I got like before 12:51, the sun was a perfect circle, and then like I looked up at 12:51, the eclipse started. I could see the little nub of the curve of the moon begin to get in the way of the sun.
Well, you're assuming it's the moon.
Not
you didn't see the moon. You didn't see the moon, though.
Yeah, I can safely assume something that we've confirmed over thousands of years.
Look at that argument. I mean,
ontological assumption.
What if it's the moon? I mean, that doesn't change the shape of that doesn't make the Earth a globe.
One of the moons between
the moon getting so one light getting in front of another light. So the moon light
shadow
getting in front of the sun, another light doesn't prove the globe.
When I started saying about what you're seeing in the sky, like how I don't see how it proves one or disproves one or the other, is
so we see the moon every night.
We don't look at the sky to prove the ground that we're on. If you live on a flat Earth, it's quite possible that the things in the sky are all like the moon and the sun are spheres, or even if they were disks and one is occulting the other. In either case, it still does not prove anything about the Earth.
Good thing, man. I don't disagree with that, but would you say that it does, or would you say it does? You can't disprove the claim that they have the distances and sizes, etc.
So I mean, no, it's just common sense because we see the moon.
I would call it proof. I guess
we see the moon.
You could make a claim, or you could make an argument, and try to use that as evidence towards it. But and I mean, it's kind of hard for me to say for that because obviously I disagree with sizes and distances of the celestial bodies compared to their model. Anyway, I think we've already.
Can we even get a circle, shadow of a circle on the surface of a globe?
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
What?
We can
take a laser pointer, take a laser pointer and point it at a basketball. Boom. Point on the globe.
A laser pointer?
Yeah, right. Or take a shine a bright light on a basketball and then stick a golf ball. Put a golf ball between the basketball and because this is how we know that it's a ball that's doing the eclipse because we see the moon every night and then going around and around in circles and then a random time. I mean, not random times, but then specific times during the day, we can see the ball that we see normally at night get in the way of the light source that lights up our planet during the day.
It may look like a circle, but if you were to go measure it, if you were to measure this thing from the center of it, I mean, or measure it, would it be a circle?
If
So you
it's,
could
if
take
it's, if
the,
it's
well, you would
hitting,
then,
if
so we
it's
could
hitting at
then take a
90
scale
degrees,
model.
if it's hitting at
You could
90
scale it
degrees, it would
down.
be a circle. It would turn into more of like an oval shape if it was. So like at solar noon, it would be a circle, but at solar, you know, at any other time, it would have to be oblong.
As it slides around
I
the
mean,
side, it elongates.
right. So then it wouldn't be a circle even, right?
At
It's
solar
still
noon,
a
it would be.
circle. It's
At
just
solar noon, it would
lying
be.
across obliquely.
Talon, are you saying you saw the moon before and after the event today?
Correct. I'll see the moon tonight in the sky.
And you saw
And
it
he saw it
during the day?
a week ago.
And then, like, yeah,
You're
so,
not-
I mean,
you're not
that's it.
gonna
There's
see it
that's the
tonight.
only thing.
So it
it's
disappeared,
called a
right?
deductive. It's a deductive argument. There's the only thing in the sky. That
Yeah,
could
it,
be
You're not
it
going to see the moon
disappeared.
tonight.
So it's the moon.
The eclipse does only happen on a new moon, isn't that right? Which means nobody on Earth is going to see the moon tonight.
Or you think nobody sees the Earth?
So,
Nobody sees the
so
moon.
to the
tonight?
shadow on this
During a
script
new
wants to
moon,
follow
nobody on
down.
Earth sees the moon.
He's just going to say, "I'll see. I saw
No,
it 2
he
weeks
doesn't-
ago, and I'm going to see
listen,
it 2 weeks from now."
He
or
doesn't
after.
know the model. He fucked it up.
I didn't fuck anything up.
Yeah, you
Hey,
don't
So
see the
you
moon.
see
It's in the new moon
you see the
phase.
moon during the new moon?
No, I mean I saw the moon during the eclipse.
No.
What,
No,
do
you
you think is causing the
Sure
eclipse?
you did.
During a new moon.
Yeah, I saw this big ball. Yeah, the
During
moon, the moon's shadow.
during a new
Yep.
moon. During a new moon,
All right.
because that's the only time a solar eclipse happens. So Crit's correct. You don't understand the model.
Yeah, but what am I seeing during the eclipse, heretic? The moon.
You don't
No,
know
you didn't see
that.
the moon.
You also,
Yeah, I
you
mean, I
also
can. What do
said
you mean? I
were
can
gonna
see the big ball
moon
right in front of
tonight.
the sunlight.
You also said you were
No,
going
you
to see
can't.
the moon tonight,
Yeah.
which
Okay,
proves
there's an
that you
eclipse.
were just talking
Alright.
shit.
Go ahead and
Yeah,
tell me
you
what
want to see
this
the
big
moon
black.
tonight.
Tell me what that big black circle is, and tell me it's not the
Yeah,
moon.
well, that's the question, isn't it? That's the question that you're
the moon.
asserting is the white circle and the black circle.
What do you mean? The
We
light
gotta.
is the sun.
I think, guys, real quick, I want to address the my community, the flat earthers and stuff. This is a tricky one though, because we have the visible spectrum, what we can see with our eyes, but then we have above that we have kind of like the ultraviolets that we can see, and then below that we have the infrared. So in that spectrum, apparently there is some research that claims that they can see the moon in outside of the visible spectrum of our eyes. So
During the
that's
new
a
moon.
tricky. That's a tricky thing. That okay, we cannot make claims. No, you can't see the moon. But remember, visibly with our eyes, yes, correct, we can't see it. But then in infrared,
Well,
there
no,
is some
Jonesy,
reports.
if you're
and-
saying that's true, why haven't we been presented those pictures? In fact, now you should be presenting those pictures, like whatever this through the ultraviolet.
So there is a tracking of the celestial bodies, right? And then there is thermal, electro-optical, radio, infrared. So there's a bunch of these equipments that are used. And
Hey, guys,
then
hold on. Like Jemmy's, let's not get away from this. Talon said he will see the moon tonight.
yeah, with his eyes, which is, I mean, I want to see that.
He
I'm
doesn't
saying we
know
can see the moon.
model.
Whether or not I can see the moon doesn't matter. It's like there's plenty of
You
people.
said you
on
were
the
gonna
planet
see
who
it
see the moon.
tonight. So yeah, that's.
Because again,
I
we
would
said
like
earlier,
to see that.
we remember when we said we. It's
You
like no,
do
people can see
not
the moon.
know. You
Whether or
do
not I
not
see the
know
moon
the
doesn't matter.
model.
I saw the moon during the
You
eclipse.
you will not see the moon today.
I already saw the moon today. Already did.
Okay, Talon, answer this. Do you see the moon during a new moon?
What? No, 1% illuminated, so you'll see it like
0%.
If yes or no, during a new moon, the day of the new moon, do you see the moon at all?
What? During a brand new moon?
Brand new moon.
Brand new.
What if you want to call it, Brandon?
Yes or no?
He's reset. He blue screened them.
Yes or no?
No, you don't see a moon in the new moon. Is that what you guys are all agreeing on? Are we all
You don't
okay,
see
so
the moon
where's
on
there?
the new moon. Okay,
Okay.
next question.
Can we
Does
still see the
solar
moon?
eclipse? Does solar eclipse only happen on a new moon?
I don't know. Does it? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe go to Google for that one.
Yeah,
Don't
you
even know
don't
your own
know the
model.
model.
Okay, so let's say it does.
No,
Only
not
on the new
let-
moon. Well, let's say it does. Then I guess to complete the logical sequence here, you did not see the moon today.
You need to think about this. He's coming in here asking all kinds of questions on content he thinks he has the answer, and he's dead wrong. he doesn't even pass basic shit here. It's like kindergarten level astronomy. This isn't like high school or college 101. This is basic shit, like the moon phases.
He answered the moon phase question.
No, he didn't. He said 1% illuminated. He didn't know that the lunar.
He said no after that.
Hey, Crit, real quick. You were the first person I heard mention the recalculation of the eclipse times. Do you have like an article for that or something?
Yeah. Yeah, didn't I DM it to you?
I'll be honest, the only DMs you give me are like screenshots.
Yeah. This is the best part right here. Yeah, on the 7th of April. So this is the best part. Like, if you don't trust CNN, a lot of the people all reported on exactly the same stuff. So what they do is, like, NASA puts out a press release, and then people just publish it. Sometimes they publish it word for word. Sometimes they change some of the words. So you get to kind of like look up all the stories from all the different sources, see how they all reported somewhat of the same thing, but also look at their differences too.
Yeah, I only found one source, and it wasn't this one.
Yeah, so use that one then.
Well, no.
So don't use it then.
Well, because the source I found, I'm hoping is not the source you're referring to.
How about use you as a source? Did your map calculation update or get changed at all? Or you don't? Or you didn't have one? Did you have one?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be a problem then.
It's exactly why I wouldn't use me. So this was a CNN thing?
The one I posted was a CNN thing because I thought it was kind of funny because the graphic they showed wasn't even the correct eclipse path. They showed like an older one, like the 2017 one, if I recall right. I'll have to look at it again. So this is it goes to tell you that you guys think like somehow they predicted the complete path, the time, the date, everything perfect down. I've heard you guys say to the millisecond. They weren't even correct the day. The day came out, they're like, oh yeah, it was wrong. I wonder why.
Oh, Craig, can you say that again for me, please? I missed the beginning of it. They were wrong today with the time of the eclipse. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the path and the time they were off.
Really?
Well, this is just talking about edge effects, like how fuzzy it would be. Basically, just who would be within the umbra or penumbra.
Were they wrong with the timing as well? Did I hear that?
Yeah, I have to like exactly word for word, but it was like a lot of it had to do with what Matter of Fact told them was saying that they weren't exactly sure where it would be visible from and which area, where would experience total darkness. Like it shifted, if I remember right, quite a bit south than it really was planned.
Oh wow.
Well, this says NASA's not changed its predictions, but the space agency advises that there is some uncertainty involved in mapping the eclipse's path. Quote, calculations that use slightly larger radius for the size of the sun yield an eclipse path that is slightly narrower, said NASA spokesperson, blah, blah, blah. This difference would only affect cities on the very edge of the path to totality, where blanket predictions are different regardless. A few city blocks one way or the other could mean 2010 or 0 seconds of totality.
Okay, but let's get back to what you were saying earlier, Talon. You said that you're going to see the moon tonight.
No, Talon's done, dude. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
And it's a new moon, bro. Like,
yeah, he doesn't know.
He's just being a troll, dude. He's going to be like, I looked at a picture of the moon tonight, so therefore I saw the moon tonight. I looked on the internet and found a picture of the moon, so I saw the moon.
Yeah, that's basically it. No Tanks nailed it. Like, so he can see the moon right now. He'll just flip open the Google image of the moon, please. Yep, I can see the moon.
Yeah, brand new moon too.
Yeah, so you've got a moon that they tell you 0% illuminated, that you cannot see it. And Talon's like, I see it. You do, because he didn't even realize the answer they were giving him was the same answer flat earthers gave him, but he not on it because he's got a condition where flat earthers have to be wrong. Always. Anything a flat earther says is wrong. Like, it's one thing to try to talk. What it goes to show you is it's not on us for why they don't understand this shit. They don't understand anything at all. Nothing. These guys are completely bricked in every sense of the word. You could sit there and tell them straight up facts read exactly from NASA's website. Like a robot just reading exactly top Google searches, and they won't get it at all. It proves it's on them for why they don't understand things. It's not, you can't understand something for somebody. They're going to have to understand it themselves first. Like they'll tell you, it has to go to show you too. They'll come here and say, I've debunked the flat earth. You're like, you did? What is that? I don't know. So you don't even know what flat earth is, and you debunked it. Yeah. Well, how did you do that? Lunar phases. Do you see the moon during the new? Do you see the moon at the new moon? Yeah, I saw it on YouTube. See, it's got to the point. Why ask these guys anything at all? They don't even know their fucking name. You hear it sometimes. You'd be like, "Hey, dude, like, user X." They say, "What?"
I'm shady.
Talon, who in your life do you trust the most? Do you have anybody in your life that you trust? I don't know if are you server muted or?
Yeah, he is server muted.
Okay. I was going to ask him if maybe you could text it in chat and just let me know who you trust, and if they were to go flat, would you then become a flat earther because of what they were able to convey to you? Because maybe like what I say or what people say in this room is just abrasive to you and like what your understanding of reality is, but like knowing somebody in your life who you trust and they came to the same conclusion that we do, and they kind of like didn't believe the things that you believe or you thought you knew them because like you guys were buddies and like you had same in common interest, like then would you consider this?
If it was groupthink approved, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Isn't that to the state of mind he's already in?
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm new to you. Maybe I'm not new to flat Earth. I've been in the community since 2017, and a lot of people know who I am. But
I want to know if Talon could ever like admit to somebody like that he knows, like, hey, I learned something new from a flat earther today about the moon.
Yeah, he'll never admit it. He'll say the flat earther told me something wrong about they fucked up lunar phases. You're like, really? What'd they say? He won't even get it right. Like, you go tell the tale. Like, I learned basic 5th grade lunar phases from a flat earther today. I thought I was so smart, and they're so stupid, but I thought I could see the moon and the new moon because of YouTube. And you're like, damn, dude, so you go in there and you argue with them, but you don't know anything about what you're talking about?
He just learned that the eclipse only happens on a new moon. He just learned that from a flat earther.
Just today, yeah.
Tell anybody about that.
Like, how are you this dumb with heliocentric model? Basic facts. And come in here and argue that the world's heliocentric. And you don't know anything about it at all. It's like when that Jay Leno, that I'd like to bring up, Jay Leno jaywalking, where they were asking people some heliocentric questions. Like, what planet is Earth? in the solar system, like 1, 7, 8, 12. Virtually people answered everything but 3. It's like that's what Talon's like. If you just gave him just a basic heliocentric model quiz, 10 questions, like where's the moon during a new moon, and multiple guess. You don't see it. You see it on YouTube, whatever. I bet he'd brain fart all 10 questions. 0 of his other 10.
I think you might be exceptional in that case, though. Like, I mean, I might be charitable with the Jay Leno thing and say that they probably cherry picked the dumbest answers out there for the sake of comedy.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of people who have a general working knowledge of it, and they pick the people who are just so far out there, but they answer like they're confident. That's like the funny part. They're like the people out there who are like they don't know anything about it. And instead of just saying, you know what, I don't know. I guess I'm not going to guess even. Then I won't make myself look like a fool. I should know this. Like one of the girls does do, like the cherry picked one. She goes, you know what, I should know that answer. And they're like, why would you know? Why should you know that? I'll work at a planetarium. And then Jay Leno's like, whatever guy's like, damn, dude, you're. Yeah, you probably should.
I thought Third Rock from the Sun was a pretty funny show. That's how I learned the Earth was the third planet.
I mean, you might have to correct Talon again. Now he's in the text chat saying the moon is in the same place it always is. It never moves. I mean, he doesn't know his model again.
Holy fuck! If Lou was here, he's got that the time lapse from the drone he did.
He thinks.
Oh, I'm here. No, I'm definitely here.
Oh shit! Sorry, dude. I thought I looked. I heard you earlier, and I looked, and I thought you were gone. I didn't see your name.
Yeah.
My bad, Lou.
I was just talking like 30, like a minute ago.
Yeah, I know, and I went to look to see if you're here because I was going to say to post it, and then I for some reason I missed you. My bad.
No, it's all right.
My God. There's too many people.
It takes me a minute to dig it up, and then it takes a good 20 seconds for it to frickin' show up in the chat because it's such a big file.
Yeah, so here's a second thing you can learn from a flat earther today. Talon. That's for Talon. So first you learned what the new moon is, and now you're gonna see how the moon moves through the night sky.
Really doesn't understand his own model, does he? He's asked the question: is it a new moon everywhere?
Holy shit!
Yeah,
I'm like tabbed out. I got to screen cap these.
It's like when we
This is
see
too
a
good.
full moon. Will it be a full moon everywhere? Yeah, as the moon moves around the Earth, it'll show that for 24 hours, then it will change, and then it will change. Yeah, everywhere. I'm not seeing the crescent moon whilst you're observing the new moon in America, and somebody in China isn't observing a full moon. What the fuck are you talking about, Talon?
Yeah, look at what Lou posted. This will help you.
Is the moon moving in this video? In this time lapse?
The moon isn't a waning crescent right now. You saw it today. It wasn't a crescent then. It was a new moon. Crescent will happen maybe tomorrow night, maybe the night after. You should probably look at the Jewish calendar so you can figure out how the moon is used to depict times of day, month throughout the year. You really need to educate yourself, man. How many things is that you've learned from flat earthers today? 4 or 5?
Yeah. I was just commenting on that earlier, Lou. But yes, I mean, thanks, Jedi. But I was just commenting on that earlier. I was trying to record the. I wasn't trying. I did it. I recorded the eclipse, and you just can't even keep it in the camera, long enough because it just zooms right out of it. It just moves.
Not a new moon. It's in a new moon phase. You guys are just fucking wrong. All right, I've got to read this again. It's not a new moon. It's in a new moon phase. So it's a new moon then.
What does that have? What's the difference? Somebody point out the difference.
Yeah, no. Should we take him off mute so he can actually say these things?
Yeah, could you? It's
okay.
hilarious. Thanks, man.
Give me 1 second. I got to tab back in. Okay, there you go, Talon. You're unmuzzled.
Yeah, we're arguing about nothing. Like, yeah, you're right. There's new moon is now. Then obviously I'm
Who's
right.
right?
That the moon
Did
is the
you
reason
learn?
why
Did
there
you
is an
learn that
eclipse.
from? Did you learn that from me
It's
when
a
I
waning
when I first
crescent.
told you
Like we're
that?
talking about like tiny percentages of what. Like, is it like literally like a zero? You know, like no moon at all or a waning crescent? But and then also I wasn't sure. Well, no, because I looked it up. No, when I first looked it up, it said waning crescent, and then you guys were saying new moon, but it's really new moon phase, and then it's waning crescent, and then I wasn't sure because I looked up. I didn't realize that it is the same moon phase for everybody, no matter what hemisphere you're in.
What's funny about
And
that,
so,
Talon,
like,
is
I was
even
looking.
have to look
I was
up
initially
what
trying to
phase
see
it
if
is.
Australia had the same moon phase because I wasn't sure if that was a
fuck
thing.
See,
So when I
Talon,
looked up,
I didn't have
I'll
to
tell you.
look
I'll
it
tell
up.
you what
Oh,
I.
no.
Well, just let me finish because
Hold
you
on, just pause a second. Let me get this up. I didn't have to look up what phase the moon was because it was a solar eclipse. I knew that it was a new moon phase because there was a solar eclipse today. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah, that's fine. But I wasn't sure if it was the same everywhere on the globe, and so I looked it up in Australia, and it said waning crescent. So I was like, oh, does that mean that it's different phases? But then we obviously got to the part where no, there are no different phases. And so by the time I had a chance to correct myself because I had misinterpreted what I had originally looked up, thinking that waning crescent meant something different from new moon when it's the same.
No, I mean I
literally the same thing.
understand, Tom. A lot of like Globers come, not you, but like new to the thing Globers. They'll come in, they'll say, no, everybody has a different moon phase because we live on a globe. That that's how it would work. We get different moon phase.
Well, we're still
That would make
so.
sense if you
What
lived
I was
on a
trying to
globe.
say is, yeah. So it's interesting. Well, I mean, so the point still stands that we're
But we don't have
using
that.
the moon as the key object for the eclipse because that's the only thing that we see in the sky at night. And so just because the moon, it's a new moon, and so during the day, it gets in the way of the sun. So we see it during the day.
And you were taught that today by who?
No, I mean, that's what it is.
It's just what it is.
That's
He
like-
didn't learn that.
We're
from
trying to
me.
make
He
sense.
didn't
Of,
learn that. What it is.
we're trying to make sense of an eclipse.
No, we've made sense. We at least knew the facts surrounding it, and you were just educated on those facts. Who taught you those facts?
Okay, so you
It sounds like
you
you're
agree.
trying to make sense of
So
it.
you agree
It
with the
sounds like
facts that-
everyone here has a pretty good idea of what's going on, and you're kind of figuring this out today.
No, Tora. We're just discussing it, Tora. So you agree that the eclipse is the moon
Yeah,
getting
what are you
in
trying to figure
between
out?
the sun and the earth?
Well, yeah, but hold on. You talk about syzygy. You don't even know what you're talking about. So
What
if
can
you're
we say?
saying that the Earth, yeah, well, we are doing it right now. All right. So how does looking at an eclipse prove the geometry of the Earth? You know, an oblate spheroid. Can you detail the
All the
method by which you can
rotations.
rotations of what?
Yeah, like the eclipse rotations, the moon cycles, sun cycles. We're rotating
Okay,
around the moon.
cycles. Okay, so cycles prove geometry.
Right. So it's all about trajectories. So we're on a specific object, and there's all these other objects around us, and we can see where they're all going. And so when we're hit with a specific shadow by a specific object, that's obviously means we're a part of this solar system of objects all.
Well, I understand that you're
spinning
claim.
around the sun.
That's your claim that you think that you're on something called a solar system, but that
Yeah,
doesn't
we're in the solar
necessarily follow. So yeah, but that doesn't necessarily follow. So if you're saying we're in a solar system and this is happening and rotations and all kinds of things, you haven't substantiated anything you've just said. You're just making this large claim that has a lot of attachments to it. So you haven't provided evidence.
Well, okay, so the evidence right now is what I saw with my own eyes. I saw Alpha. I saw the eclipse today with my own eyes.
Talon.
Yeah, Talon.
So you talked about. You guys were just talking about cycles, and you went from cycles to solar systems, like with skipping everything in between. So how do you define a cycle?
Cycle, like rotations, like
Any kind of cycle.
like a bicycle. There's two cycles of a wheel spinning in the circle.
No.
Yeah.
Dude,
No,
come
that's
on.
good. That's good. That's good.
Wheels
actually.
or cycles, any rotations, like spinning
So
circles.
a circle, like a circular path, is a cycle, right? Like something that comes around again, right? Does that necessitate a sphere, or could it be a 2D circle, like an actual circle instead of spherical movement?
Could be both, but I mean, when you're spinning, you got
it could be both. But you're claiming that it's only the one that you were jumping and omitting the circle for some kind of spherical geometry.
Yeah, so far he named a bicycle wheel, which is a circle. He named like the laundry, cycle of the
laundry. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
thank
circle.
you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Like so yeah, what we're trying to figure out right now is how you're extrapolating geometry from looking at an eclipse. So can you tell me, please, how we know the Earth is an oblate spheroid by looking at the eclipse, which is a natural phenomenon? Go ahead and tell me how we can tell the Earth's geometric shape from that. Go ahead.
It's geometric shapes in the sky that we're looking at,
and that's not what I'm talking about. You see how you diverted? I'm talking about the thing you're standing on. How do we know and it is a geometric shape? By looking at the natural phenomenon of an eclipse.
Natural phenomenon of eclipse. Deductive reasoning.
When you look at the sky and you see an eclipse, right?
Yeah.
How do you know the Earth's a geometric shape, like an oblate spheroid? How do you know that?
Because we're a part of it.
No, don't tell me your claim. Where a part of it is not giving me the numerical values that I need to know how you measured or either extrapolated any type of numeric values from the Earth being a geometric shape. You didn't do that. You're just restating your claim, which is not evidence of you knowing the Earth's a geometric shape.
Well, that's what we're thinking about. It's what shape it is.
No, we're not thinking about it. You are.
Shapes.
What I'm asking you to do. We're not. Listen, Talent, what I'm asking you to do is when you see an eclipse, I need you to tell me how you know from the eclipse that the Earth's an oblate spheroid.
Because I'm extrapolating the idea of geometric shapes from what I'm seeing.
Ideas are not evidence, sir. They're imaginations of men like you.
No, I didn't I didn't imagine the eclipse.
Yes, you did.
Eclipse glasses.
No, I'm not talking about it. Listen, hold on. I'm not talking about you imagining the eclipse. I'm saying what you extrapolated from looking at the eclipse. The imagination that we're on an oblate spheroid, that's what I'm talking about. Not looking at the eclipse. So how do you know we're on a geometric shape, like an oblate spheroid? How did you get that from looking at the phenomenon of an eclipse?
Understand? Well, I mean, I wouldn't. That's a silly question because you wouldn't just
no, it's not silly.
think that.
It's not
I would
silly
take the information
you guys come in
that
here.
I have.
No, let me explain.
Then,
you guys come. It's not silly, Talent. You guys come in here and say that the Earth's a geometric shape via the eclipse. So I'm trying to get to. Okay, that's fine. You look at the eclipse and you're saying things about it, but I need you to tell me how you know the Earth is a geometric shape by looking at an eclipse. That's what I want to know right now.
Because I see the geometric shape in the sky. I see a round ball in the sky, and then I see a round
Are you
shadow
standing on a round ball?
in the round ball, and so I'm like, look at all these balls.
Are you standing on a round ball?
And so I'm like, I must be on a ball because I see nothing but balls.
You must be.
Sorry.
So you must be on a ball.
Sorry, Al,
Go ahead.
this is weird.
Go ahead, Jedi.
This is weird because for thousands of years, people have looked up and observed a solar eclipse. Now, we all see the same thing. So what is it that you're seeing that makes the Earth must and can only be a ball? Where people who saw a solar eclipse for thousands of years didn't think the Earth was a ball then. What were they missing? What info have
They were
you
missing
got?
flight because I have the ability of airplane flight. We invented it 100 years ago in 1903.
No, dude,
1910, I think.
We're just looking at the eclipse, dude. We're just looking at the eclipse and not getting on airplanes.
Yeah, so I mean, we've flown around the world a bunch of times, so we know it's a ball.
So
and
something
when we
else
see the
then.
eclipse,
So it's
part of the
something
ball.
else then. So when you come in and say, I observed the solar eclipse, the Earth can only be a ball. That's not because you've observed the solar eclipse. You're now going to be talking about something else.
Right. That would be a bad faith argument to say that I'm just trying to make. I'm extrapolating because again, I'm just extrapolating one. I was extrapolating something I already know with more information, seeing it personally
so
live.
you need more information. Okay, so you can't say that just by observing a solar eclipse, the Earth can only be a ball.
If I wanted more like specific information, then I would just.
You're not going to. You're just going to breeze past that point. You're not going to address what I've said. You're not going to take back what you've claimed.
What more do you want?
I wanted you first to answer Alpha's question,
okay,
which would have been helpful. But you were just saying no, the eclipse, and I see round objects in the sky, so I must be on a fucking round object. I point out to you what I pointed out, and now you're gathering other information by going on airplanes that doesn't necessitate looking at a fucking eclipse.
Yeah, Because I can make ontological assumptions with
With
limited information.
confidence, it goes, yep.
Yeah, I would make, like I said, I can make ontological assumptions with limited information.
Ontological assumptions. Are you listening to yourself, Talon?
Yeah. Do you know what
This is
that
the
means?
most ridiculous thing anybody can do. Yeah. So you're making assumptions. The key word here is assumptions, right?
No, the key word is
So when
ontological.
you say, no, it doesn't matter. You can't look at something in the sky and say, I'm standing on the thing that's like the thing in the sky. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to tell us how you know. You have to tell us how you know you're standing on the thing that you say that you are. As a matter of fact, you would say the evidence of the solar eclipse tells us that we are. So we're trying to get to the part where you're telling us how you know that's the case. And you're not doing that. You're just saying, well, I'm making all these assumptions and they're ontological assumptions, but still.
Right.
Because I don't care how you dress it up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you dress it up, Talon. If you're not giving us the evidence that the solar eclipse is telling us how the Earth's a geometric shape, then you have nothing at all. Neither does anybody else sitting in this room right now. So what? Everybody does. We all see the natural phenomenon of an eclipse. We all do.
So you saw. So what did you see? Did you see straight? Did you see flat, or did you see curved?
It doesn't matter. What matters is how did you get to globe from looking at that?
Oh, but
Because all I saw was curves.
That we all have the same thing going on. So he just learned that.
Yeah, because we're living a curved life.
Well,
we're living in the fucking skies, when like literally the heaven and earth, when the heavens above me.
He thought that Jedi
circles.
had a full moon in his sky because he's in the UK.
Our globe lord. It was our globe lord showed himself today and was like winked, did a little wink. Was like,
yeah, all right. You don't know how to control yourself. You're spiraling, dude. You're spiraling out, and we don't need that. We need somebody who can say, "Hey, I looked at the eclipse, and I can tell you the geometric shape from looking at the eclipse." We need that guy, not you. You're not the guy, dude. So let somebody else come in here and provide evidence that looking at the natural phenomenon of an eclipse gives them the understanding that we're on a geometric shape. That's what I want to. That's the person.
So
I want to
what geometric shapes show up on an eclipse?
Yeah, your time is up. That's the.
Well, why don't you answer my question? But you didn't even. You didn't begin to address.
You did not substantiate
reality.
the Earth being a geometric shape. You did not substantiate the Earth being a geometric shape by looking at an eclipse. You didn't do that.
Right.
Did you?
What was the geometric shape of the eclipse?
That's the eclipse. Those are other things. Those are other things, not the Earth.
No. Just have a seat for a moment.
It comes back to this.
I'm muted, Talon.
How to determine where like those other things. You haven't been able to give us that.
Sorry, guys. I just muted Talon for a little bit. I'll unmute him here in just a second. I want to see if there's anybody else in here. If not, I'll just unmute him again. But he's just spinning everybody's wheels. He doesn't give the answers that needs to be answered, which everybody probably wants to come in here and say, the Earth's a globe. I looked at the natural phenomenon of an eclipse. And we're like,
Talon
okay.
is a good faith interlocutor.
So what?
What?
Yeah, I would like him just to be intellectually honest with himself and just be honest and let us know that he got the conclusions of the whole imagination in his head from school books. You know, you see the school book cartoons written out of Umbra, Penumbra.
I would like the Talon show to not be promoted at this time, so we could like do what Miggy's talking about and see if there's anybody else to reach out to.
Yep.
So hijack the place all day, and we'll let him continue, I suppose, if there's no other option. But let's just try at least.
Yeah, that's my only point.
At the end of the day, he was being honest, wasn't he? Because he said he was making assumptions. So
my goodness,
that was listening.
Brian,
he's categorically erroneous assumption also because it wasn't ontological.
I mean, it is a special day, so it's going to be a little challenging to get away from the eclipse today. Tomorrow, I'm sure we can move on from it, but
no, I'm talking about Talon, not the eclipse.
Oh.
Talon said that the Earth is a ball because he looked at the eclipse. Very quickly demonstrated that that's not the case.
Right. The books, science books, a third grade science books tells you how the eclipse happens and why, and I could see why he would come to that assumption, but he hasn't done anything himself, and he can't provide anything.
Is there any new glober here who's not Talon? They tend to clam up when you ask them that outright. kind of have to be more subtle.
You have to let them kind of creep in here instead of putting it out there like that.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, before I forget, I talked to Republicans this morning, and I told them about this channel Heretic. So I was like, we need a dedicated Rumble bot in here. So I'm going to see if we can work with him on the back end to kind of get that going, so we can have a dedicated Rumble bot. And it's going to be 4/24/7. Nobody's going to hold keys to it. It's just going to be 4/24/7. So it's all of ours, you know.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah. No, but you've been doing a smashing job keeping the integrity of this channel. So props to you, man.
Thanks a lot, man.
I don't know if there's any more ballers in here. I think the only ones I see are names that I seen Bad Boy in here, but he's not going to open up his mic.
Nah, never. Eggy bread bun. Eggy bread buns. Have we spoken to Eggy before?
Yes. My mic's bad.
It's actually quite good. I've heard worse.
You've already spoken to me before. I think I come in on one occasion. I was pretty chill. We talked about, I think it was about the whole. There's like a Humber Bridge in Hull or something we spoke about ages ago about, geometric things. I think obviously the eclipse is a very hot topic at the moment.
Yeah, I think I remember.
I think a problem earlier with Talon or people like that is not a problem with him himself, but I feel like in terms of the discussion was, I don't think we were properly defining terms. I feel like it makes it harder for other people to follow along. Like, for example, when he stated ontological assumptions, for example, some of the people in this chat may not know what ontological means or what he meant in that case, right? So obviously we know what assumption means, and obviously a lot of the flat earthers here would obviously make sense, that would hone into that. But understanding what he meant by, like, the ontological assumption, for example, might have been helpful, right? You know what I mean?
Well, they couldn't have meant something that's intelligible or categorically correct because it was a category error. The question of whether or not there's a shadow on the moon is not an ontological question.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't completely defending his point. I was just saying, I think, like, defining terms.
No,
is
you're
important.
right. You're right. Yeah, we need to know what one another mean. You're right.
Yeah. I haven't really come here with any debate points or anything like that. I come here to just listen, to be honest, but I just thought it'd be helpful.
I remember you now in the conversation that we had before, man. So welcome back to the channel. It's good to see you again.
It was quite a while ago. But yeah.
Yeah, there's a few names in the chat that I don't recognise. So if anybody's got any questions or points that I'd like to raise, we've got the normal rat. Who's the normal rat? Welcome to the channel of the normal rat. I don't think we've had the pleasure before. Sean's in the house, or Sean, however you pronounce your name. Welcome to the channel. I think that's about it, guys.
What up, the normal rat?
You guys, obviously, of course, you guys claim to be science people, right? So the question I have is, let's say when Talon mentioned about, I can't remember the buzzword they used was theory, right? People said imagination and theory. You guys are scientific, right? So when it comes to, like, if someone says a theory, if you can test that theory to a certain extent, you guys would agree, right? Or just like the scientific method of agreeing with a theory, yeah?
As long as the theory comes with hypotheses that can be repeated and tested, then yeah. So scientific method,
cool.
That's cool.
Cool. So like that hypothesis, for example, was we don't have to go over this too much because obviously we're trying to move the topic a little bit, aren't we? So just like he sees the geometric shape, sees a circular shape, move on to another circular shape. So he tries to say that the circle I'm on, he says it's like never mind. You know what I'm about.
I don't think that's a scientific question, though, is it?
Probably not. I mean, unless you can test it. Yeah.
Yeah, and looking at other things and saying, well, the other things that I'm looking at that appear to be spherical move are like the thing that I'm standing on. What you would have to do in that case was to measure the thing that you're standing on. So you could prove that the thing that you're standing on is like those things in the sky that are spherical and move. You'd have to measure curvature and you'd have to measure movement.
Yeah. I think that's kind of why we ended last time as well, and about using curvature over great distances becomes significantly harder. I think we discussed that last time. You talked about even
what does that
smallest-
mean? What does that mean? Using curvature.
No. What I mean by that, we had a discussion last time about, like, let's say over a lake, right? The shortest distance of curvature. Let's say like
distance of
based on
curvature.
any of the Earth. I'm saying, like, let's say no. Okay, anyway, I'm maybe coming with
The shortest
premise.
distance between 2 points.
No, what I meant was people come on here. Well, the end of my conversation kind of ended last time. We were talking about what other sites do. They put curvature percentages of the Earth, right? Stuff like that. And we were doing basic tests of that, and people have done basic tests of that over very short distances, over, like, let's say a big desert, right, or a big lake. And people say, "Oh, you can't see the person on the other side of the lake," and stuff like that.
You're saying checking for curvature on the surface of a lake.
I'm just saying it's difficult.
Doesn't
mean
learn
it's not
anything?
provable.
The last time you were here, did you learn anything? Did you go away and think about it, or what?
Oh man, yeah. It's been about a couple of months now, I think. It's been a while, but been working, doing other things.
Yeah, how's that going?
It's going fine, man.
Yeah, everybody knows that the shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying over a lake we measure between 2 points we measure not the shortest distance between those 2 points on a lake.
I would say obviously we try and measure the straightest line we can spirit level wise, but that spirit level is, or just level is to I don't even know. Like, the Earth is not.
You don't even know what.
The Earth is round.
I'm saying it's not, like, completely.
Like what are you measuring? Curvature?
Yeah, sure. I just think it's
Where?
like I think it's difficult to do, but it doesn't necessarily make me a flat earther.
People measure a change in, like, elevation or a curve or a slope all the time, like every day.
Mm-hmm. Like the curvature of, let's say, a roof or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But have you measured the curve of the Earth?
I just think it's like it's so microscopic compared to, like, the Earth is like.
What?
Yeah, the Earth is huge.
Yeah, but this is just a straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line at any distance.
Mm-hmm.
But have you measured
That
the
would
curvature?
be just a level line, straight line.
Oh, thank you, Captain Obvious.
Well, I don't think he's saying we can't do it. I don't know. We do it all the time. People do it all the time.
I didn't say we can't. I didn't say we can't do it. I'm not trying to be Captain Obvious here. I mean, that's the point of these being hypotheses, right? People put obvious questions in as hypotheses, and they end up being very difficult to prove. Some of them. Okay.
Yeah, but how did they do it in the first place? Think about it.
Doesn't a sphere or a ball have defined measurements to it? So shouldn't we be able to measure on an individual basis, not having to have government or any authority figure do it?
But the Earth is not. The Earth is not I don't think it's an irregular. It's not a regular sphere. Though. It's an irregular sphere because it's very at certain points. It's very, like, inny and outy, because of the equator and stuff. It's very, like, bent.
It's a fucking belly button.
Valley point. I'm saying like it's like a very it's like a moldy pear, you know, it's got a bunch of random.
Yeah, but you should still be able to
moldy
measure curvature over the distance of that oblate spheroid now, right? And there's only 30 miles difference between north and south circumference and east and west circumference. There's only 30 miles difference. So the mathematics isn't going to be that far out. Still going to be roughly 8 inches per mile squared. We should be able to measure that, shouldn't we?
Yeah, but he said, how would you go about measuring that? I mean, you first have to establish like a straight line, like a diameter or a radius. These are all straight lines.
Yeah.
Isn't it in front of you? Shouldn't you be able to?
We do it all the time. We always
just seem like a cop out to say, well, the Earth's an oblate spheroid, so what? So we can't measure curvature then? Eggy?
Yeah, it's a difficult process, but
I came in
process.
I came in with the preliminary that I do believe it. I'm not a flat earther, but I do believe it's very difficult to measure the curvature of the Earth. I don't think it's some simple thing to do.
Yeah, you don't have to caveat every time you speak and say that you're not a flat earther. We get it, dude. Like, this is the 100th time you've already said that. Like, you don't have to keep saying it.
All right.
I like the prerequisite of this with no curvature.
I just like the room. I just like the room to know. Okay, I'm not a flat earther. Okay, do you guys get that? All right, I'll say it again as soon as I start speaking.
I got that. Man. I got that.
Yeah, just so you guys know, I'm not a globe earther, but I will make sure to remember this and just remind you of that every time I chime in. Okay.
That's good. I appreciate it. You should do that again, actually.
Hey, Lou, you as not a globe earther, could we measure the deviation from a straight line anywhere in reality? Could you do it?
Well, yeah, you just have to have an established straight line and measure down or up to whatever, you know. Yeah, as a carpenter, I have to do this on a pretty regular basis, you know, but I need a good straight edge, some kind of a reference.
Yeah, a physical object.
Eggy, he does it all the time. See, it's not hard.
A massive physical object that is curved must have a curve to it.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily. I mean, have to be physical. I could shoot a laser too, and establish, you know, level with that laser and measure to the marks that I've made based off of that laser. Yeah, the marks, I guess, are physical, but I've used photons of light in order to establish that on a rotating, like, gyroscopic laser.
Wow. So the Earth could be round.
I wouldn't say that. I don't know where you got that from. But yeah, I have to have something that's an established baseline, an established level, or just a straight line. If you're dealing with a sphere, it doesn't even have to be level. I just need something that's straight so I can get a tangent to it, and then I can measure the deviation from that straight line down to the arc. Like, let's say I'm running siding over the top of an arched window, you know, like a half round window or something like that. Like, I have to be able to cut my pieces and not waste product. So yeah, I have to take those measurements and I have to cut that piece and try to get it right the first time. The more
So curve can be flat, or
what? No. Well, I mean, if you could think of it that way, but it wouldn't actually be.
Come on. It's a physical object, bro. It's a big, massive physical object, big fucking curve on it. Measure that flat, go.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you're okay, like, let's say I'm trying to cut a trim piece that, like a window surround for that same half round window, like an arced window, right? And I need a piece that's 7 1/4 inches that frames out the perimeter of that window. Well,
oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, right. So I'm going to put a trim piece around it, right? Like, well, Well, now essentially, like the globe idea of it is like they're saying that at any point along that window, 7 1/4 inches is they're calling that a line. They're calling that horizontal. They're calling that level.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not. You know, it's just equidistant. It's equidistant from the window, right? You could think of it if you were standing on that window. You could think of it as being level, but no.
Come on, Lou.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
Perfect, bro. Do better, bro. Do better.
Honestly, beyond the Earth's curvature on here in this VC, I'm actually interested in how flat earthers think about like how we see space and stuff like that. I think that's interesting to me. Like how, from a flat Earth perspective, like what changes from like let's say just the government kind of NASA or UK NASA or China NASA, whoever. What changes from the globe narrative in terms of space?
Everything.
Everything.
Well, you comprehend that I also used to think the Earth was a globe. Can we have that same frame of reference? Is that I used to have an understanding from the school teachings that the Earth is a ball and the solar system and outer space and Star Trek and Star Wars. So I have that, and then being offered new information and allowing parts of my emotional attachment to things to let go of that. Now I'm where I'm at now. So I have no emotional attachment to gravity or how gravity creates solar systems over a certain period of time.
Or that gravity is the reason for why the whole thing exists in the first place.
I guess one thing is to understand if we're talking about how space changes when we understand that the Earth is flat, it's probably good to remember that all of the sizes and all of the distances to these things in quote-unquote space are based upon the radius of the Earth. It's called the cosmic distance ladder. The first run of that cosmic distance ladder is the radius of the Earth. The second run is the size of Venus. And that's the size of Venus is said to be having the same radius value as the Earth. So when third run, when Venus transits the sun, we can then start figuring out distances to the sun. In actual fact, this is what was done back in the early 60s to figure out the distance to the moon. So everything changes when the Earth is flat because you don't have a Venus value to the Earth.
Yeah, the transit of Venus is very, very big.
Yeah. That transit of Venus being the same radius value as the Earth. So everything with regards to the size of the sun, moon, and stars, and distances to sun, moon, and stars, is all based on the radius of the Earth.
Wow.
Okay, interesting.
Or something else. I agree.
For the record, Jedi is he's not a globe earther. You forgot to say that, Jedi.
Oh, shit, sorry guys. Yeah, Jedi here, flat earther. I go.
Yeah, you got to continue the eggy bit, so you gotta stay. So
I just like to say before I say anything.
that's true.
I'm not a woman.
So what do we got here? What happened? I went AFK for a little bit. What was that?
Don't touch shit, bro.
Hey, someone's hot micing. Okay, so yeah, did town ever figure out what the moon phases are? Did they ever figure out, what the difference between a solar and lunar eclipse? Do you ever connect it to the ground, or is it just nothing new under the sun? Complete meltdown.
Yeah, as far as Talon goes, he will not concede that he learned anything from a flat earther. This is all stuff that he knew. He just had to look it up. It's just what it is. It's just what it is.
He knew it already. He just had to look it up.
Yeah, we provoked him.
He didn't hear it from a flat earther, but he didn't learn it from a flat earther. It just is what it is.
he was going to look it up this whole time. It just happened to be while he was in the chat with Flat Earthers that he looked it up.
At the same time, they were talking about exactly the same thing. Yeah, because look at he's claiming 20-0. Like he got 20 victories, 0. Man, what's the point in having something like this around at this? Like this is like this reminds me when Kosho said when you ask him like, dude, you never concede anything, and he's like, I won't even concede that I don't concede. Like, wow, dude, what good are you? What's the point of even having you in this discussion? Just to annoy people until they get sick of your shit and boot you out, and then think you won the internet for the day? They're your whole purpose in life.
Yeah.
Well, these are the types that can't play a video game without putting in cheat codes because they just can't stand the fact of losing.
Yeah, I
that
don't
works.
know if that would be true with anybody else, though. It's the fact of just giving any ground at all to any flat earther ever. That's the thing. You know, you put him in a game and he might concede a loss, but not in this game. Nah, he will never concede to a flat earther.
I think it's because there's so many little battles, isn't there? There's so many wars. If you think about it, like you can fight on you can argue in so many different levels with globe and flat Earth, from like say horizons, sunsets, eclipses, like a gazillion different random arguments you can have. There's like a bunch of them, as you probably know. You probably argue them all.
Doesn't prove fucking flat Earth, bro.
Keep in mind, if someone concedes that the Earth is flat, that would bring a certain level of responsibility upon them that they didn't have before. And I think some people may run from that sense of responsibility.
Yeah, that's probably what.
Well, it's
Have the
also
derangement.
For me, when I learned about this back in I would say 2016 is when I really kind of like committed myself, I guess, if you want to talk about it in the religious sense or whatever. But I felt an overwhelming feeling that I needed to tell other people about this, and maybe for some people, like, it's just not, they don't want to have that responsibility because the responsibility could be too much, and maybe they're just not allowed or ready to acknowledge that things are different than what they were told or taught, and so it's just easier to live in where they're at right now. Well, yeah. I think a better way to say it is they're allowed to, but they convince themselves that they're not allowed to.
What's interesting too is like if you start connecting it to other broken worldviews, and you see a reoccurring theme. It's always, it's not what he's about, it's what he's against. It doesn't matter if he's got it completely wrong. His opponent or his adversary is more wrong, subjectively.
His being wrong can be justified as right, or he can justify being wrong because he believes he's right. Anything that he says, no matter how wrong it is, can be chalked up as a win for him in his 20-0 freaking tally that he's got going on, because he's fighting against a flat earther who he disagrees with. Just in the grand scheme of things, like just flat earthers cannot be right.
It's like Alabama.
Why makes something up or is completely wrong? He's still right.
It's like the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Like how they're a dominant team. Yeah, everybody wants to play there, and then they play against these cupcake teams, like these FCS teams at the beginning of their season. They count that as a win. It's like you guys just destroyed what in grade value would be like a D+ team, and you're an A+ team.
No, but I always knew there was something wrong with the shape of the Earth, stars, and the way they work, and light, and all that kind, correct. And then I kind of realized, I thought that my first compunction was to tell everybody about it. And then I realized very quickly, don't, because they're not ready for it. It's just, why would you? I mean, you're shifting the whole paradigm. You're taking somebody from what they believe in and is very comfortable with into something completely different. What's the point?
But there's implications. There's implications to this worldview of a globe, right? You can't trust your senses. You can't trust. You can't trust your eyes. You can't trust reality as it presents itself to you. It must be something else. You have to lean on somebody else.
No, you can. You can. You can trust reality. You can trust your senses. You can.
No, what he's saying is that's the implications that this globe model presents. Like everything that you see and experience presents itself one way. However, you cannot trust yourself, your senses. Like you can't trust anything because they tell you it's otherwise.
But you can trust that. Yeah. It's so weird. It's like evolution gave you the perfect set of senses to expertly navigate the world, avoid danger and whatnot, and you can't trust them.
Danger.
No, then they give you seriously like all the fakery, which we probably don't really necessarily want to get into right now. But like, so many of these globers will look at the videos or the things that are pointed out in space, and granted, it's not like the really, really hardcore ones, but a lot of the guys that come in, they'll be like, yeah, I don't really trust NASA. I don't believe the government. I don't, I do, like I have seen fakery in space, but I just don't think the Earth is flat. Like that's one hell of a middle of the road to fucking play. Like you're going against all of your senses. You don't trust NASA, but you still believe in the globe.
Yeah, it gets to the point where you can say, well, yeah, sure, reality and the Earth and water, etc. It presents itself as flat, but I identify it as something that it's not. I can now. I'm the arbiter of, according to what I perceive and how I want to perceive it, and I can re-identify what is into something that it is not. So it can affect your life profoundly to believe in this.
Yeah, I think it's an ego thing, man. It really is. People are operating in ego, man.
Evil, yeah. Evil's just
ego.
What is not good.
There's no way I could be that fucking duped.
Yeah, the thing too is like today is even it's even more amazing about the event today and how they should be able to use it. You'll use the event to reflect on heliocentric and what it means. But they can't. They don't give a shit. It doesn't matter if it's an eclipse or a rocket launch or a moon landing or it crashed on the moon. None of this stuff matters. The only thing that matters in their world that they think somebody is wrong on the internet.
It's so low level. Like they don't
require.
Their burden of proof is so low. Like they really don't care as long as whatever it is reifies what they believe in, or their space fantasies and stuff. It's the same argument. Like with this eclipse, it's the same argument as things disappear bottom up, proof globe. Like they could never consider another reason why things are doing that. Like, and we can literally like show you, through demonstration, like that we can manipulate. Like that's technically, I mean, that's science. Like we can use real science and show you how this can be done while we manipulate, an independent variable, like how things can disappear bottom up over a flat surface. They will not listen to it. They don't care. They shut their ears and their eyes. They just say things disappear bottom up, proof globe. When it comes to the eclipse, they don't care how it happens. They don't care when it happens. They don't care the circumstances surrounding it. Like, they just say eclipse, proof, globe. Like, it's so fucking low level that it's ridiculous that these guys come in here getting so much airtime and thinking, and so, the most ridiculous part is that other globers listen to them and they think, yeah, that guy's the smart one. That guy's the smart one. The one who just got fucking schooled by fucking flat earthers on like 5 different points.
That's true, man.
We had a guy in here the other day claiming he knew the Earth was a globe and this and that, and then his first proof for I believe he brought up was NASA and whatnot, and then his second proof was that he had seen it from the Concorde with his own eyes.
Yeah, who is that keeps saying that?
But it was like, would you not lead with what you saw in real life before NASA?
Yeah, is that AT who does that, or is it? Am I getting it wrong? Because he did the same thing. Like told everyone he took the Lake Pontchartrain photos on the rowboat with a 10-foot ladder on top of it.
I mean,
okay.
They're like, bro, you're so dumb, man. I can see your curvature from my fucking airplane, man. My airplane window, man. You're so dumb.
Bro,
just
like Talon hint. The quotes, the Globers said there would be an eclipse, and then there was. Are you quoting a flat earther here? Or are you saying that that's your proof, like your reason that you believe that the Earth's a globe is because the Globers said there would be an eclipse and then there was? Because again, do we have to remind you that the Babylonian flat earthers 30,000 years ago are the ones who fucking predicted this? Your mic was jacked.
Like, so stupid. Like. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody, or anybody actually comes out with it goes, you can't actually.
The Babylonians would be Globers today.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know that's a fallacy. I don't know the name of it. That one sentence could be like 3 or 4 different fallacies.
I don't even know why I'm still sitting here trying to convince people of what I believe or what I know, when they don't want to. So what's the point? Like, seriously, bro.
Yeah, no, there's no point in telling. I mean, once they've picked it, once they've chosen, they've chosen. You know, they may say, "Hey, I'm neutral. I haven't chosen," but they have at some point decided that the evidence that you provided was not convincing, and so they made their choice. Just leave them to it. Why do they come in? You're not really looking to argue with them. You're waiting for somebody to come in. I would imagine, right? You're not looking to argue with the same person. You're waiting for somebody to come in who's like, "Wow, okay, yeah, that's interesting. That seems like it has more evidence than this strange theory that would be antithetical to all my experience."
Look, man, I'm just watching the freaking things Talon's typing.
Right.
Like, Crit, when you call people bricked, like, this is real bricked. Like, authentic intent. You don't know what people actually believed 2,000 years ago. You know? Sure we do. Civilization goes back 10,000 years. After we were just talking about a civilization that predicted today's eclipse 30,000 years ago.
Don't so funny.
Well, I mean, that stuck out to me too, Will. I don't know if 30,000 years record is accurate.
Yeah. I mean, that's subjective. Like whether they really know. Did the Babylonians really exist 30,000 years ago? I don't know if they have the timeline right, but we do know that they were very old, and we do know that they're the ones that came up with this cycle, and we do know that their cosmology was that of a flat Earth.
So how do we know that?
I guess I would have to look a little bit more detail into their like the the thing. Wait, hold on. See, this is knowledge firsthand. Do I know? No, I don't know because I'm not the one who freaking studied them and did the what do you call it when you dig shit up? Freaking starts with an A.
You're not archaeologist or?
Yeah, I'm not an archaeologist. I didn't do like Babylonian archaeology or anything like that. I don't trust carbon dating. So like I said, time is off. But we do know as long as the writings are correct, like they're which was off of based. I believe they used that. What was that language or that type of writing? It was where it was pressed into clay tablets, which was only figured out. Yeah, cuneiform. They use cuneiform tablets. Cuneiform tablets, and we only like broke the code on how to read that like in the last like 20 or 30 years or something like that. So yeah, how much we know for sure if we really broke the code, how much of it is fabricated, all of that. I could see where you could cast doubt into those things. But if you like there's sometimes when you're debating something or talking about something, you have to at least take the accepted knowledge and just use that as a premise. And so the premise is the same premise that the globers and the globe archaeologists and the freaking historians that they use, says that they were 30,000 years old and that they were the ones who came up with the Saros cycle and that they predicted the eclipse. That's NASA will tell you that is the cycle, the Saros cycle made by the Babylonians 30,000 years ago that they use to predict eclipses today.
I don't believe that shit.
Let's talk about more important stuff. Dogecoin. Do you guys think it's going to go up to $1?
Yeah, shut up.
What?
So for the person saying 30,000 years ago, I think you need to shave a zero off of that because the Babylonians were about 3,000 years BC. Just a slight correction.
Yeah, that's possible. I might have that off. Yeah, I might have that off too. But it's quite possible that I added a zero. Either way, it does suck though. Thanks for pointing that out. It does suck if I have that wrong. That I've repeated it so many times that it's a little bit embarrassing. But either way, it's ancient. I might be thinking of like Babylonian or I'm sorry, I was saying Babylonian, like Sumerian. I think they claim the Sumerians were like 30,000 years old or something like that.
I think that's correct.
Or all West Asian neighbors. But this is what happens when we don't have a historical landmark, when we don't have a standard, when it's just left up to humanistic rationalism. Humanistic rationalism is insufficient for all endeavors.
Hang on a minute.
So the earliest writings that we have record of are from 3,000 to 3,500 BC.
Or 6. I think it's 6. Is this 6? Pretty sure it's 6.
Yeah, roughly 6,000 years ago. Yes.
You said 3, bro.
I said 3,000 BC. So add 2,000 to that.
Oh, my bad.
Well, Sean, I don't see how it's not possible. I'm not saying that it is a fact, but if I were to be part of a certain ideology or bloodline or people, why wouldn't I create current writings or data to then be interpreted incorrectly at a later date to deceive the people in that civilization I don't see how it's not possible. I'm not saying that it couldn't be true, and I'm not purposefully trying to gaslight you and make you afraid and doubt all history books. But it's not completely out of the realm of possibilities for the people that run the show today to have purposely created writings or information 2,000 years ago to then be presented today as fact, when in fact it's wrong to mislead the people today.
It's a truism that is logically possible, but it's very unlikely. Not everything can be fabricated to the point there's no distinction between the counterfeit and the authentic, especially with the issue of anachronisms. For instance, with the pseudo-Isidorian decrees, which is what the Roman Catholic Church appealed to in the medieval era for centuries, including the medieval era, to try and justify its supposed Roman supremacy, tremendously anachronistic. There are things that are mentioned in that document that did not exist at the time in late antiquity in the 4th century. So it's really, and especially the further back you go from your present point, the more difficult it is to fabricate a credible, let alone authentic, seemingly authentic historical document. The more likely you are to commit anachronism.
Is there any possibility your mind could be wrong?
Say again, I didn't hear that.
Is there any possibility in your mind that you could be wrong?
Can anyone else hear him correctly, clearly?
No,
Is there any
PMAC, you're
possibility
quiet.
that you might be wrong? He said.
Is there any possibility in your mind that you could be wrong? I don't know how else to say that.
There's plenty of things it's possible for me to be wrong about, possible for me to commit an error about, sure.
Yeah, right. So, are you always right? Do you know what happened 3,000 years ago or 6,000 years ago? Do you believe you were there and you know exactly what happened?
Well, which one do you want me to answer? You said like 4 questions.
Did I? Okay, sorry. Is there a possibility in your mind that you could be wrong?
Yeah, I can commit an error.
Good. Okay. Well, at least you're honest.
Hey,
Yeah,
I mean, do you usually meet people that believe they can't commit an error? Is that what you asked?
Infallible. You imagine someone who said they're infallible, and they also
could you
claim
imagine it? Because we have a ton of Glovers who like Scott Mackey says he's never wrong. I'm wondering.
I could be wrong about the globe.
Yeah, they have excuses. It's a moving target. Like you debunk them what they say, and they just shift. Well, that's not what I really said. What I said was, and you debunk them again, and they just shift the goalpost again, just repeatedly, over and over.
What have you actually done so far?
What's that?
I said, what have you actually debunked so far?
Or learned.
So, yeah. Well, how about? Did you see the moon today?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yeah. See right there. Do we have to debunk this again?
Debunk what?
Oh, jeez.
Do you
I think debunk might be the wrong word, though. Like, debunk might be the wrong word because it's like, we're not making the claim that it is or isn't the moon. It's just that he hasn't demonstrated that it was the moon. That's the problem. It's not debunking.
He says he saw the moon today. He says he saw the moon today. Nobody saw the moon today. It was a new moon.
Do you know that it was a new moon today?
Wait, so you're telling me that two separate, like, what?
Separate. Okay, when did you see the moon today?
I see it all the time. It just so happened that it went in front of the sun today.
And where was it before
did you
that?
see the moon or did you see the sun?
I saw both.
Hold on, Lou. Where did the moon go? Where was it prior to going in front of the sun?
It was not in front of the sun, and then it moved in front of the sun.
And where was it prior to that?
In the sky.
See, look we got to debunk this again. This is crazy.
Wait,
this is nuts. It's a new moon. You will not see the moon at all.
What? Could you actually see the moon? Like, so maybe you have to give it a qualifier. Like, could you actually see it, or did you have to infer that it was there?
Well, the thing is, we know that the moon is a physical object. Like, I
No,
can.
no. Just answer my question. Did you see the moon, or did you have to infer it?
No, I saw the moon. Because only physical
He was
objects.
helping you out of
Only
a hole.
physical,
What did you do that for?
only physical
Yeah,
objects
he
reflect
gave
light.
you a shovel to dig out, not dig deeper.
Only physical objects reflect light. So I don't know what you're trying.
Okay. This is fucking painful.
This
You
is
guys don't
hilarious.
actually think
This
there's
is
a new
hilarious.
moon every month, do you? Like a new moon comes in.
Yeah, every
It's not a
28
phase.
days. Yeah, we get
It's
it.
not
Yeah.
like a new. That's the same moon
We,
every
we
month.
were teaching you about this like an hour ago, remember?
Right, but you guys are saying like the new moon means that you can't see the moon, but you can still see the.
It's called New Moon, dude. It's literally the name of it.
No,
The
you
phase.
cannot see the moon. You saw the absence of the sun. That's what you saw during the eclipse. You saw a part of the sun missing and inferred that it was the moon. You did not see
Yeah, I want
the
to hear
moon.
from the, I want to hear from the guy who said physical objects they reflect light. I saw no light, therefore I saw the moon. Good.
Yeah, I mean, like, where do you
Everything
go?
except the point, right?
Yeah, that's not the point. The point is, he was wondering what was debunked today. You said to him, yeah, you didn't see the moon. He said he did see it. How many citations will this take, do you think? How many documents? How many links before he figures out today was a new moon? You did not see the moon today. Like, in his worldview, he didn't pay attention. He thought he saw the moon move across the sky, eclipse the sun, and then move away, and saw it move the other direction. I mean, how do you work with that? Someone who's completely ignorant of what they think is true. Then you debunk it, and you show, no, dude, this is even if globe, this is what you saw. And he's like, nuh-uh.
I live on a different globe, not a flat Earth globe.
His own personal globe.
Yeah, I don't live on a flat Earther globe. Like, I'm not going to learn the globe from a flat Earther. I don't live on that globe. I live on my globe. One where I saw the moon, even though I didn't.
So, would you say that if you looked at the silhouette of a person, would you say that you saw a person?
That's a good question.
Building up to we already know what this is building up to. You're building up to the weak inductive inference that it was a shadow. You did not see a shadow. You did not see a three-body alignment.
Groundhog did.
Yeah, you did not see a three-body alignment, so that a shadow is cast on the sun or the moon. You did not
Greg,
see that.
Are you willing to answer the question?
Look, just to answer his question.
I am willing to answer the question. I'm just adding
to answer
commentary
your
first.
question. If you see the silhouette of a person, you do not see the person. No.
Or how about this? If you walk into a dark room that's completely black, and there's a person standing in the room that you didn't see, did you see the person?
Does a bear shit in the woods?
That's what you're comparing it to.
I only asked this.
You did not see the moon today. It was not illuminated by the sun at all. 0%. There was no light.
So I just mentioned this because I think we're kind of quibbling over the difference between a silhouette and the person itself.
A silhouette is not a silhouette of somebody. Is not the person. It is a shadow. That's
agreed.
Agreed. Right? Okay.
Yeah, I agreed. When the person says that they saw the moon today, I think the long form of that is they saw the silhouette of the moon.
No, but they keep on doubling and tripling down, saying that they saw the moon.
Yeah, but guys, okay, can honestly though, can the Globetrotters just have their one day today to be spurting?
No, this is not like Globe Celebration Day.
It can be. It's only happened once every 6 years.
Well, hold on. So the person who said they saw the person who said they saw the moon, if they're still listening, would you change your statement to say that you saw the silhouette of the moon?
Okay, I think Brandon.
Silhouette of something. Why would it be the silhouette of the moon? Why not silhouette of something?
Here, let's do this.
I can understand. It can be inferred that it is the moon, like the silhouette of the moon. It could be inferred. I get it. If it only happens during a new moon, like their explanation kind of about it does sort of work, but again, it means nothing about the Earth that we're standing on. It's just an inference about an alignment of the moon and the sun to your specific place that you're standing at that time on the flat Earth. It doesn't disprove the flat Earth. It doesn't prove a globe.
Yeah, totally agree. It's just an inference. I think too, since we can see the Earth's shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse, then it stands to reason that if the two astral bodies were in a different order, that the same shadowing effect would occur.
The inference is a weak inductive inference. No, you did not see a three-body alignment so that you could see the Earth shadow cast on the moon. No, you didn't.
Well, there is no
what?
Earth shadow. Yeah, that's a lunar eclipse. Like that
You
you're
can't see the Earth
talking
shadow,
about there.
dude. You live on Earth, you silly goose. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there is no Earth shadow involved in the solar eclipse.
Oh my gosh. Another assumption that you live in this like three or multiple body celestial solar system cosmology.
Okay, can we at least
Yeah, the Earth
can you
is
at least
the Earth.
concede this?
The
Go
Earth is
ahead.
casting a shadow on a light source, not a ground,
No,
not a surface,
not
on the
on
light
solar.
source itself. Yeah, great job.
That's
Genius.
the explanation. That's the explanation for the lunar eclipse, not for the solar
No.
eclipse.
He's saying that about the solar eclipse. He's saying that about the solar eclipse. Yeah, the object's going to cast a shadow on the light source. Yeah, great job.
No, yeah, that's in the solar eclipse. It's the silhouette essentially of the moon over the sun.
Moon moves.
No, I get the idea. No, I know their paradigm. He got it wrong that badly because he was appealing to us casting shadows as though that's what's happening with the solar eclipse.
No, I never said that, Greg. I said that during a lunar eclipse, we see the Earth's shadow cast on the moon. And so if the Earth and the moon are in like switch places, then now it's the solar eclipse and we see the moon in front of the sun.
Okay, so when we were talking about the solar eclipse, why did you mention the analogy of us casting shadows?
As an inference, we were able to infer that the moon can get in the way of the sun because we see the Earth get in the way of the moon.
That's just the sun casting a shadow, dude.
We weren't talking about the lunar eclipse. We were talking about the solar eclipse. And then you appealed to an analogy of us casting shadows.
I'm drawing an inference from what we observed.
You're missing the plot. You already said that.
I'm drawing an inference.
To the refutation. This is why people like you get muted. You just go in circles over and over again. After you're refuted, you just repeat the same point again. We heard you.
Oh, we had Cam earlier repeat the same claim for probably about 45 minutes. And he thought that just repeating the claim was evidence for the claim. Just 45 minutes. These guys just don't understand.
Well, so can we at least concede the fact that what we observed today was a circle moving in front of a circle?
Yes, we would all agree with that.
Okay. So then therefore that circle could then be applied to the spherical Earth because we're the same as everybody else.
We can apply anything to anything. That's a weak inductive inference.
Right. But like, I'm just trying to like, on the flip side of the token, right? I'm trying to then say, all right, if I saw a circle on top of a circle, then I'm flat.
Brendan, do you even know what he means when he says that?
The weak inference? Yeah, like, do you know what that means?
Well, I know it's an insult to my intelligence, but I'm asking you this.
No,
when a
that's
circle,
not what it's intended to be.
Tell me what that
at all. Not at all.
Can you just tell me what that means, please?
Pride is stung, but it wasn't an insult against you.
It hurt quite a bit.
I can tell by your answer that you didn't actually understand what he'd said.
I did, because I said I was offended.
No, because it wasn't an offensive term. So what does it mean? Lou, Brendan, what does it mean?
What does it mean?
Yeah, what does weak inductive reference mean?
It means it was a weak argument.
No.
You're almost there.
I know I'm right. I'm always
specifically, what does it mean?
I already said it.
No, it doesn't mean that.
Your answer's not sufficient. You did not appeal. This is what it means.
It means the conclusion is not likely.
No, this is what it means. It means that you appealed to a body of empirical data that does not strongly indicate. It is nowhere near being a strong indication of the phenomenon being the way you're describing it or the way you're explaining it. You didn't see the moon in front of the sun. So to appeal to the possibility of applying this explanation to the phenomenon is a tremendously weak inductive inference.
It might be more helpful to actually define like inductive and deductive reasoning and logic.
That's fair. Induction.
He might not really get the difference between the two, like know the actual definitions of those.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, you don't even necessarily see something go in front of the sun. You just see the sun's light begin to disappear in an odd shape, in an odd way. Like it's seen, and you could interpret it as like a circular disc being put over another bright circular disc. But I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that's what's happening.
Yeah, this is a matter of how strict and raw are we going to be with our empirical detection. A lot of people are stuck in a belief system through which they interpret the empirical data. So people need to acknowledge that about themselves and actually be strictly honest about what they see directly. So induction, in contrast to other arguments, induction, very simply, you're appealing to a greater or lesser quantity of particulars of various quality to generalize.
But can we say so here? We have meteor and so on, a black body in the front of the sun. So we are talking about something that is in the front of the sun. Yeah, sometimes the moon can be in the front of the sun, and it might also be somebody else that's in the front of the sun in all the time. Are we saying that the moon can be in the front of the sun? Yes, because that is absolutely that we are saying on a flat Earth. The sun goes faster, and it can absolutely be behind the moon. Sometimes.
I should just shut up.
And all the times we cannot have a black body also.
Fuck I'm talking about.
I'm talking about.
Okay, Rich Adams. Thanks, man.
Chill out, Gregory.
The moon can be in front of the sun.
Chill out, Gregory.
No need for that, Greg.
So what are we talking about? Is something in the front of the sun, or is it something else?
I mean, imagine being that butthurt.
It looks like something is in front of the sun, and it can happen on a flat Earth.
That's an inductive inference. Like,
well,
you don't know that for a fact either, even.
Well, something that lends that credence, right, is that only a portion of land or Earth, right, is in darkness, like for that period. That it kind of is an indication that it is occulted. It is being blocked by an object, right? Because if it was some natural process of the light source, the sun naturally just losing its light in that formation,
right? Yeah, like
that way.
For some reason on this day, the sun just has a bite taken out of the side of it. You know, like when you're not in totality. You know, like or whatever. Like, yeah, or it presents itself differently to you depending on where you're standing and shit. Like that would be a little bit asinine. But this is inductive reasoning. It's not deductive.
Then I will also say we know the moon has been beside the sun, and you get this eclipse, anyways. So we know it's not the moon all the time. Maybe sometime, but we know the moon has been beside the sun in the same time it's happened. Are we agree with that?
It requires assumptions. You have to assume that the moon is closer than the sun, and as long as you're comfortable making that assumption, then it could be inferred that it is the moon going in front of it while it's on its new moon cycle. That You cannot see the moon, yet it's there. And like that. Yeah, it makes enough sense, but it's when the problem is, like, the whole reason we're arguing isn't even really that. It has to do with these guys and their dishonesty, their inability to say out loud that they did not see the moon. They saw the sun and it being occulted. They did not see the moon.
They can't be honest about what they saw. And the topic even is better that you've got astronomers like who have post these amazing write-ups, these poetry things about how it should mean to all this stuff, and they ignore it.
But what I was trying to say, the moon has been visible beside the sun, and the eclipse happened anyways. Many times that has happened, and that is known. So you have to admit, am I right about that?
Just put a huge ass fluorescent, golden arches, McDonald's sign on the moon for us, and then we can be certain.
Well, it's funny too, because I guarantee you, anybody who says they saw the moon today will also say that well, maybe I should reverse this. Anybody who tells you that they see curvature of the Earth will also tell you that they saw the moon today. Guaranteed.
Didn't you debunk it like earlier? You show them citations inside the globe model. They did not see the moon today, and they just reset. Yeah, they did.
So I have another kind of fun question. You know how they are working on invisibility cloaks? So if you were looking at an invisibility cloak and you're seeing what's behind it, would you say that you are looking at an invisibility cloak, that you saw an invisibility cloak, or no?
That's a good point. Well, not if I didn't know it was there.
Smirking at just the ridiculousness of it too.
Well, we've all seen videos and images of these cloaks. Like, they exist. They've been light around them. So when you're looking right at it, would you say that you are looking at an invisibility cloak? It's an easy question.
Yeah, so it should just be answered that I believe I saw the effects of the. I believe I saw the effects of the moon, not the actual moon. I mean, that would just be.
Just press him on his wannabe analogy. What do you think your point is?
Well, my point is, there's two ways that you can interpret seeing something, right? It's either the light rays bouncing off of that thing and hitting my eye, or it's looking where the thing is.
Let me put it this way. Not seeing something is never seeing something.
Well, again, you have to define what looking at something means. Does looking at something mean that light rays are bouncing off of it into your eye?
Is that phrase unintelligible to you? Are you asking that question because it's unintelligible to you? You can't ascertain what that means? Or are you just being dishonest with pretended scrutiny?
I'm not sure what question you're referring to.
Why don't you just answer the question?
Not seeing something is never seeing something.
Well, okay, so
yeah, I would honestly say that I'm not looking at the invisibility cloak. It would appear to me as if I'm looking at what's behind it. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I think some people would say that they are looking at an invisibility cloak, even though they can't see the cloak.
Those people would be.
Okay, so we're equivocating the phrase "looking at." Is that right? Because that's what we're doing.
Yes.
Yeah. So stop. Right? Are you visually detecting the invisibility cloak, or are your eyes looking in the direction where it's located? The point isn't, are you looking in the direction that it's supposedly located? The point is, do you see it? Do you visually detect it? No, you don't invisibly detect. No, you don't visibly detect the moon in front of the sun.
Well, yeah, so when people say today that they saw the moon, what they're actually saying is that they were looking where the moon was supposed to be, or what was allegedly. And you guys seem to be mocking them and laughing at them, but I mean, that's not really a difficult leap to make.
Well, if there was more of a distinct, edge profile, like it had a big chunk missing out of it or something, that would be pretty good evidence to say that it is the moon, right?
Well, in close-ups of the total eclipse, you can actually see some of the craters on the profile side shining through.
Did you begin talking about the lunar eclipse again?
No, I'm talking about today's.
I don't know why I got banned on there, dude. Somebody help me get unbanned on Rage Cage.
Yeah, take that to a different channel, okay?
No, they troll the worst. That's why I wanted to be in there.
Okay, then just take your talk to them in DMs or something. You don't need to do it here.
We're not.
No, they'll get me banned for harassment or something.
Just
No,
out of
you can
curiosity, though.
Go back to the eclipse topic.
Yeah, no.
I'm
Where
gonna
you're saying
disrupt
that you
here.
see craters from the moon during the eclipse, if you say there's pictures of that, please post. Curiosity makes me want to see that.
Sure, I'd be glad to. One second.
Yeah. No, and again, it's not a globe earther here, but you know, it doesn't fucking matter if that is true or not. It's just not an image that I've seen. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, just one sec. I actually took a high-res photo of totality. I'm posting it here. Just give me like 10 seconds.
What's your what you know at the when you see pretty much like a crescent-shaped sun, why are the edges of it like little daggers? If you got the high-res stuff.
There you go. I just posted it. So you can see in the bottom, probably like around like 5:30, you know, on a clock face.
Yeah,
you can see that.
You see a
that
dent
little
at the top and at the bottom there.
Yeah, exactly. So that's actually sunlight shining through a particularly deep cavern or crater.
Well, hold
on the moon, and
If
so
that's-
those are
if
actually
that's
photons.
If that's a sphere with a crater in it, then there should be a wall blocking you from seeing that dent right there.
Why?
Because a crater makes 360 degrees, like it. So, like, unless the light
Yeah, that's
is
like a
shining
chip.
through the freaking dirt.
That's like a chip out of a cookie, man. That's like
Yeah. That's a bite out of a cookie, not a freaking dent in a freaking sphere.
Right. So I think you're assuming that the crater is exactly
stuck out to me
profile
as
in this
well.
thing, but
think
it's
Mike
not
was saying
exactly
the crater
profile. It's a little
is-
closer
That
to
little crater would have to be the entire
the-
diameter of the moon, or the chord of the moon at that position of a sphere. That crater would have to be like 1,000, you know, like 1/3 of the width of the moon.
All right. Well, if you would prefer valley, if that helps you understand better, then we can use the word valley.
That's the Grand Canyon of the moon. All right. I mean, that's what it would have to be. It would have to be, as well, it would have to be deeper in the center, and a little shower on the edges to have that perfect moon chip.
So if that is indeed the case, and photons are bouncing out of that hole into our eyes, then according to the way you guys define seeing something, photons hitting our eyes, we are actually seeing a piece of the moon right there.
No, you're assuming that the moon is in between the sun and us, right?
I mean, he just proved that the moon is a
For the
solid
sake of
disk.
conversation, I'm fine with conceding certain points, like just for the sake of conversation. Not that it is, but like, hey, let's go with it. Let's go follow that train of logic, right? And like you're saying, so if this is the moon, a spherical moon in front of the sun, and that's a crater, then why are we seeing a profile like that? Because a crater,
let's call
would
it a
have
valley.
upraised edges all the way around it.
Let's call it a valley, just to not use ambiguous language.
Even a valley is no different than a crater on a sphere. It's
so. With that being said, like let's even just humor this because it is humorous. Where on the moon
I like
could
that
you
picture.
show me the moon? Okay, show me an image of the moon because we always see the same face of the moon, right? So show me on the moon where this valley or this crater is on the illuminated full moon so that we can put it over a transparency on this dark object and compare. Is that fair enough?
That is fair. However, I think most really high-res images that we have of the moon probably come from sources you may disagree with. Would you be okay accepting a picture from NASA as an example?
Yeah, I gotta see this, man.
Can you stop factoring in what we will or will not accept in your attempt to argue? It's really annoying to have to explain that.
Stop being so charitable and trying to understand their position. Jeez.
No, it wasn't a matter of him trying to understand our position. It was a matter of us trying to understand his position, and he requires an argument, and us believing his argument has no bearing on his argument. That's why it's called an argument.
Yeah, just follow their script.
Yeah, just keep carping because you don't understand logic.
Nobody's even hand waving what he's saying at all. We're like respecting it and saying, awesome, let's see more. What's going on with this guy?
I mean, way to miss the point with belligerent, passive aggressive ignorance. Way to go! Congratulations, you're such a genius.
Greg, you are
I mean, we're being pretty chill in this. Like, there's a couple guys getting triggered because flat earthers are asking questions. You know, they're saying, "Oh, just accept it, accept it." Like, no, go fuck yourself. We're just trying to dig into this, make everybody question everything that they think that they know, figure out what they believe and what they know. You know, if you're assuming that little that indent where the light seems to be shining through, if you think that's a crater, think about that. Does that make sense if that thing is a sphere?
Wait, Gregory, do you know that it wasn't the moon that caused the eclipse today?
Do I know that it wasn't the moon that caused the eclipse today?
You got it. Good job.
Okay. Given that I didn't see the moon, yeah.
What's the
Given
argument
that you
for
couldn't
that?
see the moon today, yeah.
What's the argument?
That's the argument.
Well, you were calling me out for not knowing logic, and then you called that an argument?
Yeah. So now just
premise one, I didn't see the moon.
Let's go. I'm ready.
Yeah. What's
Say
P1,
the critique.
Gregory?
I can't wait to embarrass him. Please go.
What caused it?
Wait, why are you telling me to go? You're the one making the argument, right?
No, say the critique. I just said the argument.
You haven't said the argument.
You don't realize that I just said the argument is patently indicative of your ignorance. So go ahead. Say
Premise one, all you said is I didn't see the moon.
You don't.
Premise two, still no moon. Conclusion, not the moon.
You messed up. You failed to steel man. So yeah, I successfully steel manned your question. You failed to steel man my argument. So I'll say it again. I'll say it slower. So just stop talking because you got my argument wrong. So let's try this again. Given that, right? You should have caught that part. Given that I didn't see the moon, and given that you wouldn't see the moon, given that it's a new moon today and you don't see new moons, and if it did cause the eclipse, then we could see the moon. Therefore, the moon didn't cause the eclipse.
What? Given that you didn't and shouldn't see the moon today.
What do you mean? But we did see the moon. It covered the sun. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, right? This isn't
But, like, we
sound.
did see the moon, though.
For some reason, they're confused.
This isn't sound.
Like,
I asked for a sound argument.
Yeah, they're condescending. Yeah, they're condescending because there's an insufficient substitute for logically sound argumentation. So they have to save face. So let's try this one more time. What part of the argument did you not understand?
The second premise.
We didn't see.
What was the second premise?
I didn't get it. You just said given that you
didn't get it.
You didn't
Right,
and
so you don't
shouldn't see the
understand
moon today. We didn't see the moon.
Yeah, a lot of people doing this.
So you don't understand the premise. Somehow you think you're smarter than me.
I don't think I'll make any.
For some reason you think you have logical warrant to condescend down to me.
Gregory, if you're really going to stand by like this argument saying that it cannot be the moon because you didn't see the moon, He's right.
But you did see the moon, though.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
But you did see the moon, though. But you did see the moon. Right there.
You might as well just stop. I did not say that. So just stop with that premise.
Gregory, what caused it if it wasn't the moon? Like, what caused the eclipse if you didn't see the moon?
So we're gonna zip past me refuting him. Are we done
Even
with him?
someone on your side realized that wasn't refutation.
Gregory, what caused it if it wasn't
misinterpreted the argument also, like you. So I
Ev-
refuted that.
apparently everyone did. So
explain your
maybe that's on
argument,
your
Greg.
side.
Apparently not carping. Yeah, swear God, carping, spreading out. Yeah, carping, spreading out.
Do you know
how
that's the question that he asked you, though. Whether or not that's what you said, that's the question he asked you.
I know what question he asked me, lunatic. I repeated his question perfectly.
Gregory, what do you mean you didn't see the moon, Gregory? Gregory, what do you mean you didn't see the moon during the eclipse?
Well, I didn't mean the antithesis, right?
Oh my dude!
What if I didn't see the moon? Do you not understand?
So like you saw the eclipse, right? Like you saw the sun like disappear, right? You know, like behind like an object.
I didn't see it with my naked eyes. I've yet to see footage also.
Okay, so you didn't see the eclipse. Is what you're saying.
Okay, dude, you don't have to repeat.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
You don't have to repeat
This is
yourself.
so indicative of Gregory's mindset. The fact that there's been live streams of this all day, and I haven't seen any footage of it, it's just hilarious.
Yeah.
It shows how disingenuous and uncurious Gregory is.
Notice how he's trying to, notice how he's trying to infer that there is no footage when I didn't say that either. So he's just a terrible interpreter. That's his problem. It's not that my arguments are weak.
I quoted you exactly by saying you didn't see any.
That's why. His interpretation skills are god awful. That's why he's having a problem.
You always have perfect logic.
Maybe your conversation. Wait a minute, but like you're the common factor. You know, like maybe your conversation skill
I'm not
like
the
just a bit
factor.
stupid. You know,
No,
no one
because
here
I
is
speak the
understanding your
same way
argument.
to
You're the
everyone.
only one. You're the only one.
No, you're not gonna teach
no one
me
here. Three
about my
people
rhetorical-
do not understand.
You're not gonna teach me about my
It's not
rhetorical
because
skills.
you're a
I'm gonna teach you about my
It's
rhetorical
because you're
skills.
just
No,
fucking
no,
stupid. You
stop
are
trying to give me
stupid. You are
rhetoric
a clown.
lessons. You're not the
I
guy.
am superior to you.
You're
You
not
are
the
a
guy.
clown. You are
You're not the
stupid.
guy
You are
to
a
give me
flat
rhetoric
earther.
lessons. So just
You
shut
are
up.
stupid.
You're just being disruptive again. So you're distracted from the argument that I was concentrating on with no hypothesis.
Yeah, I was not doing you bitch ass up, man.
Yeah, so all you're doing is just distracting. You're not adding anything worthwhile listening to. So as
You're
you
not
were,
adding like why
I
you're
said the
speaking.
argument,
You're not
and
adding
Noel
anything.
has yet to
No one
actually
understood
correctly
your
refute
argument.
back
No
to me.
one understood.
So he's still persevering to try and condescend to me and trying to stop me in a debate because he's irritated that someone who's a flat earther can actually articulate himself the way I do. Too bad, grow up. So no, as you were still trying to master my argument. Are you done with it?
Master your argument.
I didn't say anything about your argument, Greg. That was somebody else.
No, null.
Gregory is having a schizophrenic attack right now.
Greg, I am null, and I did not say anything about your argument. That was somebody else.
Oh, you sound very similar to someone else. Not bad. So who was asking me about the argument?
I am asking.
Your worst nightmare,
Yeah, we're all
Gregory.
asking you about the argument.
Okay,
Gregory.
another cacophony that's not
Gregory, if a
intelligible.
lot of people
the
don't
person
understand
who
your
was
argument,
scrutinizing me.
Gregory, if a lot of people don't understand your argument, maybe it's just that the argument wasn't,
Yeah,
you know,
maybe,
like
or maybe they're just god awful at interpreting.
Maybe it's
Also,
not because of
just
Everyone
maybe.
is except for you, right, Gregory?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Because now we're talking about
What's more likely? What's more likely?
Okay, hold on. Let's get it under control. Hold on.
Yeah,
guys.
thank you.
Calm down one at a time, okay? So there's the main crux here that no flat earther cares what a globalist interpretation of this event was. You guys don't even care about your own interpretation. You care that someone else, a flat earther, has a different interpretation that you asked for, then as they try to explain to you, you just spaz
But
out.
they didn't though.
Thank you, Chris.
They didn't explain it though.
So which one do you want? Do you want the
They
flat
didn't
earthers
explain it. What are you
version?
talking about? They didn't explain anything. They just said, "No, I didn't see the moon. I didn't see the moon." Like they didn't explain their argument. What are you talking about? What the fuck? They didn't explain anything.
Spurg.
Yeah, so Gregory, adding to the
He wasn't
voice-
making an argument in the first place.
Alright, guys, when the
Actually,
moderators.
what's really funny about that is before it got all like this, I was saying that you could infer that it is the moon and that it would have no basis on the shape of the Earth itself. I was willing to grant you and give you, just for the sake of argument, that it is the moon, and that you could infer it because it only happens at predictable certain times, like during the new moon, when we would not expect to see it otherwise. So through inference, you could say that that is the moon. But the problem has been for an hour now that some of y'all keep on saying you saw the moon instead of inferring it. You can't accept that as a fact, but that's literally what I just looking for you to be honest and truthful. That's it.
Now, I have a prediction. They're going to whistle past the point and say a red herring. Go ahead, prove me right or prove me wrong.
Gregory, I have a question. Just like a quick question. Do you believe that the solar eclipse actually happened, or do you believe it's all fake? Because like I have
Hold on.
What did I say? What did I say? Was I right, lunatic?
But like, can you like actually like it's a yes or no question, dude. Do you believe it actually happened?
My friend, 2 seconds.
Why do you avoid questions so much, dude? Just answer the question. Do you believe it happened? Yes or no?
We're not going to answer that. You were given the opportunity.
Gregory, do you believe the solar eclipse happened? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. You need to be removed from the room, dude. I'm trying to help.
Yeah, just relax, for fuck's sake. If you want, you got questions, and you want answers.
Okay, and he's answering
so
my question. He's just like dodging the question.
Do you want to? Would you listen or not listen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so ask the question and put yourself on mute and listen.
Do you believe that the solar eclipse happened, Gregory? Yes or no?
My goodness me.
Not going to allow him to distract from lunatic's point.
I mean, look, it's fucking fake, dude. Everyone that was able to see the solar eclipse today. It's a really stupid fucking question, and that I would assert.
Yeah, but it sounds like he's denying it, though. It sounds like almost.
Still talking. Lou broke it down for you. Who gave you the opportunity? Gregory made a prediction, and then unfortunately, you proved him correct by deflecting from the point and asking a really stupid question. No one here thinks the solar eclipse is fake. What do you even mean by fake?
Was in like seeing the moon.
Right.
Yeah, did like Mr. Burns put a big thing up in the sky that blocked out the sun? Or?
Right.
I mean, because like I'm not like
You see how they're still doing it? Not addressing lunatic's point.
It's just like Gregory. I think you know like what we're implying. Can you explain how the solar eclipse happened?
See, they're still doing it.
Around. See,
look, you're inconspicuously.
Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Abide by the rules that you actually enforce. Thank you.
Abide by the rules. Okay.
He did this for you. He gave you, that could most probably be the moon. He explained why he gave you that. Don't understand why you're coming back to this point. So let's say that was the moon passing in front of the sun. What the fuck has that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Because
what do you mean? Because the optics in the sky. No, wait. Because the optics in the sky can help us predict like the shape of the Earth. Yes, it absolutely can. You saying, oh, the shapes in the sky cannot like help us predict the shape of the Earth is just stupid, dude. It's a co-mechanism.
Amazing how insulted you are that we don't believe a cosmological deduction that is not yours.
Like the space. The objects in the sky have nothing to do like with the shape of the Earth. Yes, they help. You're not explain. Like that's how people 1,000 years ago, discovered because they looked at the objects in the sky.
I mean, if we disagree, it's all good. I'm not gonna be like pissed about it. This guy's like tilted.
I'd like you to tell me how a solar eclipse predicts, because you used the word predicts.
Because if the Earth were flat, then the
predicted what your sentence was going to be.
Because if the Earth were flat,
let him answer now.
If the Earth were flat, then the heliocentric model wouldn't make any sense because the Earth is flat. Like it wouldn't make any sense. So, like on your world,
that's phenomenal.
Explain how a solar eclipse.
Logic sequence at all.
Oh my fucking god!
Explain that for you.
No, wait. Explain how. Explain how in a flat world how a solar eclipse. Explain how in a flat.
He said moon.
No, he did not. No, he did not. He did not give it.
He did.
No,
flat Earth.
He did. No.
To be the moon.
Yeah. No, I literally said.
Okay, but how? Like does the sun move up
as a spherical moon?
How long is this going to go on?
Listening. Lou went through this. He gave you the moon, and let's now prove the shape of the Earth with a solar eclipse. You went to if the Earth was flat. No. I want you.
What do you mean? What the fuck? That's if the Earth were flat, that would
act like a crowd, are you?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Every time I try to engage with you, you spurge through everything I'm saying. It's like some kind of adult-ridden child. You want Atterol or something?
Neurotic Tourette's inflicted.
So how do we prove the shape of the Earth with a solar eclipse? The floor's yours.
Because the objects in the sky can help us determine. Okay, because
How?
if the Earth were flat, the heliocentric model wouldn't make any sense. So, like, if the
Well, there
Earth
you go.
was
It doesn't
flat,
make sense.
you have to make
Welcome,
like like your own prediction or your own illustration.
Dude. So, sorry, I realised you're muted. Solar and lunar eclipses have been post-dicted for over 3,000 years without any geometry involved, ergo the Earth being a ball. So I want you now to prove with a solar eclipse that the Earth is a ball. Off you go, floor is yours. Whoever muted him, take him off mute, please.
Who was it? What user is it?
He's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, am I allowed to speak?
Yeah, dude, just relax, okay? Like,
Me?
try to, just all globalists in general.
I wasn't.
Yeah, they're freaking out. Today is.
I wasn't freaking out. I just
today is like their day, like globe celebration.
Guys,
day.
like I said,
They're
like I
"How
said
dare
before,
you?"
like I said before to Crit, Globetard Day comes like once every like 30 years. So
like I've been trying to like not interrupt anyone, and I guess I'm not trying to freak out on anyone. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
All right, man.
No, I appreciate
You're
that. God bless you. You're cool.
Man, fuck that guy, right?
So would you like
Tell
to
us how you
prove
really
with a
feel.
solar eclipse that the Earth is a ball, or would you want to move to something else? Because we've given you the moon passes in front of the sun. Okay.
I would wait. Who is the other?
It wasn't him talking, but when somebody said, "Hey, can the mod unmute him?" He was on mute, so he got unmuted by like accident. He wasn't having the conversation.
Yeah, he was. I thought this was the guy.
Gamma, are you the guy?
Debating very intelligently, but hey.
You're not the guy, Gamma.
No, he's not. Put him back
in
on
the
mute.
last 5 minutes.
All right. So
No,
nobody
the
wants.
guy now cannot be the guy that we were just talking to. The other guy was way excited to like a level
Wait,
11.
I know. I just admitted that. He was
This guy's
way
at,
more
like, a level
flamboyant.
5.
Yeah, I know.
The other guy was at a
What are we
level
even
11.
talking about now?
I have no idea.
All right. So anyone?
I'll ask.
Pretty
I'd
sure
like
we
to
mean to
ask.
be. We're talking about Gregory, right?
I'd like to ask: does a solar eclipse, any eclipse, right, tell you that Earth is a sphere, or does the sphere
Yes.
Earth tell you what an eclipse is?
Yes, to your question.
Would you like to expand on that? Yes.
It wasn't yes or no, dude.
You cannot answer a simple question.
So what's the point of even asking these guys?
The simple
anything?
question's a yes or no. I said yes.
It wasn't a yes or no. It was like, does the globe tell you it's eclipse, or does the eclipse tell you it's a globe?
You can correctly identify the nature of the question. You have the nerve to condescend to others.
To the first one. To the first, not to the latter. To the first.
Okay.
So the eclipse. Okay.
Yes, wasn't that good.
Can I hop in with a
Yes,
few
you may.
inferences?
That's
We
all
can
I had
make
to
some-
say. Yes.
Okay, great. So we can infer some things, right? If we know that the moon can be in front of the sun, then we can infer from that the sun is farther away than the moon.
Okay.
Does everybody agree with that?
Yes.
I don't know. I guess
We can do that. I would say if something's in front of the sun, that's
Okay,
something
great.
that's probably closer to us than the sun is, because it's between the two. Okay.
Good. So we can infer that. Also, we watched the moon move in front of the sun, block it, and then move away. So
You did it. You did it again.
Hold on.
Again.
You watched.
We're
God
we're
damn it.
assuming it was the moon. We're assuming it was the moon.
Why?
So we can that's what you gave me.
Who
Why
did
do-
give him
you
that?
said-
We're assuming it's the moon.
Passes in front of the
How
How do you
sun.
know
Yeah,
it's the
you-
moon is the moon?
Ontological assumption.
Somebody just told me, let's assume that it was the moon. What
'Cause it's a
can
nice
we
story.
infer?
Tell your
What can we
kids.
infer about the shape of the Earth from that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to help you get there.
Awesome
So assuming
stuff.
it's the moon, we know that the sun is further than the moon. We also know that the moon rotates at a faster speed than the sun does from our perspective, right? Because we see it move in front and then move away.
Not
You agree
according
with
to
that?
Talon. Talon said it stays in the same spot in the sky, doesn't move.
Well, and actually,
just talking about
as far as inferring about the Earth, I don't think. I mean, maybe I misheard or maybe I missed that part, but it's not about inferring about the Earth. The question was, what can you prove about the Earth with your inference of the solar eclipse being as it's told? Where
Yes.
you have the inference that it's a spherical moon and a spherical sun. How
Yeah,
does that prove
I'm
or
talking-
disprove?
I'm talking my way through it. I'm
So
talking my way through it.
It wasn't about inferring about the Earth. We want proof about the Earth.
I
Through your
understand.
inference.
I'm talking my way through it. So we've established that the sun is further than the moon. We've also established that the moon is moving faster than the sun from our perspective through the sky, right?
What?
And that you don't agree with that?
No, it's late every day. Moves
But
slower, doesn't it?
Because
yeah, so moon moves slower across the sky. This is where we get the thing about the tortoise and the hare. They're referencing the things in the sky, the sun and the moon, where the hare
from
is
our
the sun,
perspective, the
which
sun
moves
is
faster, and the tortoise is the moon, which moves slower. So on that point, I might have to disagree with you.
But you would agree that from our perspective, the sun appears to be staying still and the moon moves in front of it.
No,
Absolutely not. No, the sun does not appear still, ever. No matter where you are on Earth, no matter who you are, no matter what cosmology you believe in, it never appears still.
Okay, so you think that the moon was still and the sun moved behind it?
They're both moving, dude.
They're both moving.
Holy shit, we could be looking at a debunk
I was just telling you guys earlier when I recorded the eclipse on my camera, and I zoomed in. Right, it would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sun would move out of view. I'd have to keep chasing the sun all the way down, moving real fast. It's ridiculously difficult to follow the sun or the moon. Yeah, to follow the sun or the moon with a camera is very difficult. You have to have to do it with a hand would be like the steadiest hand in the world on a tripod even. Like it's very difficult. Like that's why actual what are they astrological photographers or whatever the fucking field is that people do this. Like they have to program. They have these very expensive tripods that they program them to very slowly and steadily follow and trace
that's fine.
The bodies because they're constantly moving, and to get a steady view of it is next to impossible.
Okay, let's just forget about that. Let's just focus on the sun is further than the moon. Now, from what I've heard,
based on what?
Because we are assuming that the moon got in front of the sun today. So based on that alone,
if you look inside that, this is how the eclipse actually happened.
No, could we just let him finish?
He's just working through the logic sequence.
Sorry, guys.
Can I just finish my point?
Yeah, go ahead. How about this? Just go all the way through it.
Imagine believing in flat Earth while we're encountering an eclipse, like right now.
Here's my final point.
Null hypothesis.
Yes, thank you. My final point is, if we can see that the sun is further from the moon, I have heard from other flat Earth defenders that the reason why we can no longer see the sun after it sets is because it gets too far away. However,
that's only one of a few. It's not the only thing that causes that.
Talk, dude.
That's not the only thing that causes that.
No, yeah, see, this is you guys love to say because you love to pretend okay, well, what is it? Just give me one thing, and that's going to be your answer. No, it's a multitude of a few different things that causes that type of disappearance. Like one has to do with.
We're going to finish null hype's logic sequence eventually.
Okay, yeah. So the only point I'm trying to make is if the sun is further away than the moon, then there should never be an instance where we can see the sun, but we can't see the moon, right? Because the moon is always closer. Would you agree with that?
Like these are trolls and idiots. They're never going to agree with you.
No, well, no, that's not even logically consistent.
Yeah, can you restate that one? If the sun is further than the moon, what should happen?
If the sun is
what
further
he's
than the moon,
effectively saying is that you should never be able to, because the moon's closer than the sun. If the sun's gone too far to see, then sorry, if the moon's gone too far to see, then the sun must also have gone too far to see. Right?
Correct.
However, they're not always in a line, are they? So no, that's not the case.
Well, again, I'm just echoing what I've heard the flat Earth model is. That both the sun and the moon are technically above us.
You're supposed to be following a logic sequence of yours.
I'm trying to go along with your with your logic, right? But your logic is illogical because
Okay.
they very rarely line up.
Okay, great. So if it were ever the case that they fall out of alignment so much so that the sun is closer to us than the moon, then does that not happen?
Dude,
You're
okay.
saying
The
that they
sun
fall
is
out of
closer
alignment.
to us than the moon.
You've got two circuits going on above your head, right? So you've got the sun circuit and the moon circuit. And every now and then they line up according to you. I don't even think that this is actually true because you're taking a globe cosmology and applying it to a flat Earth and then saying explain. Just let me finish. You're saying explain the globe on a flat Earth, which doesn't make any sense, right? But even if I was to accept this, it still doesn't make sense because they don't line up virtually ever. That's why the eclipse is such an interesting phenomena.
I agree. And if that's going to be your counter, then my only follow-up question would be, is it ever the case that the sun is closer to us than the moon?
No, I mean, look.
Who knows?
Nobody's
who
ever made a
knows?
claim like that anyway. Like,
Don't even say no, man. Lou, you're
I don't really need to say no. I shouldn't say no, but like,
who knows? The answer is who knows. You don't know, and we don't know.
Okay, great.
No, we
Then
observe
I am
it.
done with my logical progression.
Therefore what?
No, he said he's done.
Ah, I didn't even get any of that then.
All right.
Never been proven. Since the sun is.
Can any of you idiot flat earthers demonstrate to me how in this diagram, if you have two different circuits for the sun and moon, how they can overlap and have an eclipse?
Can I just point out something very quickly just before someone responds to him? You have to be the biggest idiot in the room to come into a room and call everyone else idiots when they can just mute you. So do you want to maybe take your attitude, dial it down a notch, and ask your question again?
You're flat earthers. You're stupid.
No, he just attack us. He's just an assailant. There's nothing more.
You're asking to get. I know I shouldn't have said that. I apologize, and if you'll please unban me in the future, I'd appreciate it, and I'd appreciate a second chance. Just say that, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, no, that guy's he's the dumbest guy in the room by a country mile. Come into a room,
exactly.
Come into a room, insult people who can mute him, and then expect that he's not going to get muted. I mean, imagine how stupid you have to be.
Yeah, be a better person, then you'll get uncensored.
An idiot, the idiot you're speaking of, coming in and doing that.
Anyways, besides that garbage.
Yeah, I didn't really catch no hypothesis. Is whatever he was laying out there. So I'm just trying to figure out where he even got this idea about the sun being closer than the moon. Like nobody's ever claimed that. Not that it couldn't be the case, in some kind of a framework, but I mean, I think at best people have said that they are equally distant, but the sun moving closer than the moon. Nobody's ever tried to come up with any type of a framework for that, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, so my logic there was just that when I've asked before, where does the sun go when we observe it setting below the horizon? I've only been told that it gets too far away for us to be able to see it any longer. And so my logic was about the distance between us and the sun.
Yeah, well, that's the same answer that you get for why anything disappears in the distance. So why ships disappear bottom up, why the sun disappears bottom up, why the moon disappears bottom up against a flat surface. It has more than to do with just too far. So, and too far isn't really very specific either. So too far covers a multitude of things. One of them being perspective, which I think maybe you get. That's probably where you're thinking, but so it has to do with angular size and distance, and disappearance against a surface, and what your eyes can actually see. And then on top of that, it also has to do with atmospheric occlusion. So, the medium that you're looking through. When you're looking along the surface, you're looking through the densest air. and it's not completely transparent. You know, it's translucent. That like if you have a foggy day, it reduces your view. And even if it's a clear day and you're looking through a great distance, it's not perfectly transparent. There's so refraction is a thing. Atmospheric lensing is a thing. There's a lot of stuff at play. We're not just here imagining a world in a vacuum, or in a some kind of like computer simulation. You have to put it in all of the variables that exist here in this dynamic system.
Sure, yeah. So I would just say if both the sun and the moon are always above us, and we know that the sun is further away than the moon, we know it is therefore bigger than the moon, it is clearly brighter than the moon, then I would never expect to be able to see the moon and not the sun. Or sorry,
Well,
to
I
see
would
the
say
sun.
we don't. When it comes to distances, we don't know for a fact any distances, or any sizes, or any intensities, because the intensity would come from the distance, and it would also take knowing the medium that the light is trying to travel through.
Yeah, I agree.
When it comes to sizes, the moon and the sun could be almost exactly the same size, and have the moon pass in front of the sun. If one was just slightly farther than the other one.
This was all assuming that the eclipse we saw today was the moon passing in front of the sun. If that is true,
but
then we can infer some things.
It's just we don't try to make claims to things that we can't prove. We'll give everything the opportunity. We'll discuss anything openly in the realm of possibility, but we're not going to just say, well, like when you say we know this, and we're going to assume this, and we're going to assume this, and we're going to assume this, and can we agree on that as a known? No, we cannot.
So have we concluded this point of dispute?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have anything else to say.
Hey, I got a question for you. What reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? Well, I would say that we are able to predict mathematically with great precision exactly when the moon is going to rise, when the sun is going to rise, when the solar eclipse is going to happen. We can predict all of that stuff mathematically. We predicted the solar eclipse today. And that mathematics that we're using, it includes the Earth being a globe.
No, it doesn't.
It also
That last bit is just tacked on. The whole statement with regards to the maths is correct, and then you've just tacked on this bullshit that's not true.
But it,
why
but
have
it
you done
also
this?
includes that the Earth is a globe, and we can demonstrate that because everything that we observe in day-to-day life is predicated on the fact that
So
these values and constants.
you understand that his statement that you're now justifying, that the maths works, therefore the floor is a ball, has nothing to do with what you're about to claim, which is that we can demonstrate it in other ways. Right? You understand that these are completely unrelated, and so therefore what you're saying doesn't have anything to do with what he's saying and is a waste of time. So
That's
can
not
you
true.
actually? Well, no, it is true, and I've just demonstrated how. So
Why
can
can't I
please
finish my point?
demonstrate how the maths proves what
Can
he
I?
is saying? You're not letting me finish. Can you please demonstrate how the maths proves what he says it's proving, or put yourself on mute while he does that?
Would you like to go, other guy, or?
No, go ahead. I'm actually about to leave the gym, so it's all you, man.
All right. So you obviously admire Stalin because you like speaking over people, but that's
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
Confused. Sorry.
Would you want me to explain it, or do you want to just take that back?
I'll take that back. You can explain.
Thank you. Carry on.
But you can, or what were we saying? We were saying things in the sky can prove that the Earth can prove the floor,
No,
right?
he wasn't saying that.
No,
He wasn't saying that.
you were saying that that's what he was saying. So
No, I wasn't saying that he was saying that, and he wasn't saying that.
getting gaslit right now.
Are you capable of following the conversation?
Not after you interrupting my point, I guess. I would have to go back and watch the live stream to figure out what I was trying to say.
Dude, you've been wanting to get unmuted for like 20 minutes. You get unmuted and you're offering nothing, dude. Like,
Here,
what the fuck?
I can take over if you'd like.
No, soon as okay.
I can take over if you'd like.
No,
okay.
It wasn't things in the sky, therefore the plausible. He said that the maths works, therefore the plausible.
And
right
there you go.
So
that's a very different.
Therefore,
that's a very different statement, though. That's a very different statement.
Okay, so if we have all of these mathematics that we can use to predict eclipses and all of that stuff, if we put a pencil to a paper and we draw all of those things out, and we see, oh look, there's the moon, it's now visible. We draw its path, and mathematically we can confirm that the paths we draw are accurate because it appears when we're expecting it.
You can't confirm it, you can reaffirm it, and that's it.
We reaffirm it. So we draw the paths of everything that we see in the sky according to these same mathematical principles. And one of those principles is gravity.
Oh,
another one is that the Earth is rotating. And another one is that the sun
Great
is the
how
center.
he just glazed over that and was like, yeah, I can reaffirm it. Like, that makes it a fallacy.
So let me explain. So this is a fallacy of division fallacy of composition and fallacy of division, for those who don't know, is either attributing something to that belongs to the whole to a part of something, or something to a part of something to the whole of something. In this case, he's conflating all of maths with geometry specifically, right? We all know that geometry is a part of maths, but that doesn't mean that geometry is maths, and doesn't mean that maths is geometry. So when he says stuff like the maths works, originally he was talking about how you can predict eclipses mathematically via a cycle, via a algorithm, right? Which isn't geometry. So we're having to now listen to this garbage about how these two are the same when they're not.
Definitely not.
Well, here,
You just started the categorical conflation.
So we draw all of those.
But it's amazing that I have to point this out. Why can't you just not make this stupid argument in the first place?
So here, we draw all of the paths of those things
Just
on
ignores
paper.
it. Just ignores
and
the
then,
critique. This is
then, hold on.
No, man, you're just going to ignore the critique. What? Like, I just said something to you, and you're just going to fucking ignore it. It's frustrating.
We draw all of this out on paper, and then we look at it.
No, shut up. You're just going to ignore it again. If you're not gonna have a conversation, just go away. I'm done with these idiots.
Can I?
Are you going to address what I said?
That wasn't my argument.
Okay, so no one wants to address what I said. Why do we have these conversations?
I didn't even know what you were saying. I was too busy doing something. What were you saying?
Jesus Christ.
He was explaining the fallacy of division.
Right.
And how geometry and maths are the same thing.
But I can predict literally everything about these things in the sky and relate them to the Earth, and how these values and constants in these equations can predict the speed at which objects fall.
Nah, man, I'm not doing this. You guys,
how does that work? How does that work?
If you want to have a conversation with us, then you actually have to address what we say.
Can you address what I just said? Because I'm not. That wasn't
my
argument.
What I just said, so I have absolutely
that wasn't
no
my
reason.
argument.
No, but why should we respect what you say when you don't respect what we say?
I am respecting what you're saying.
You're not.
You're not respecting what I'm saying, obviously.
Both you and the other guy haven't addressed what I just said and refused to.
That wasn't my argument.
Doesn't matter.
What?
This is the conversation that we're having. Neither of you are prepared to address what I've said. It's pathetic.
I guess it would be more respectful if you could keep a conversation flowing and address what's being talked about instead of just gish galloping and changing the conversation left just constantly, which is what you guys as a team do.
Yeah, how about Gamma? How about this? Just tell Flat Earthers all about Flat Earth. Say you debunked it. Take the prize. Take your booby prize, and just go reflect on the solar eclipse. And don't ever look back. Don't ever just leave this place and never return. Does that sound good? Is that a way to fix it?
Like go to Mars.
Yeah. Yeah, just
Why are you saying
mentally,
this exactly?
physically, or
Is this your
spiritually.
way of thinking that you're winning or something?
No, just so that you can cope with people out there who disagree with you.
I'm
Just
not
say
angry
you
right
won
now.
the internet.
I'm not angry right now.
No, it's not that you're angry. You just don't give a fuck what anyone has to say. Like people have given you multiple feedbacks, and you're not even listening. You don't care. So if
What
you don't
are you
care,
on about?
Look, this is the narcissism that literally
How much
almost
longer
all
with this?
society
How
freaking
much
has.
longer?
Like,
What are you on about? I literally
How much
didn't
longer
even.
with this?
I wasn't with that guy's
I'm
argument.
going to
I let
explain
him
what
take
it's
on.
all about.
I'm not
I'm
with
going to
that.
explain what it's all about. This is, and you're not alone in this. This is unfortunately like almost everybody that I know in real life. Like all of my family, all of my friends. You can be talking about something and they can't focus. They can't pay attention and they can't talk about the same thing you're talking about. They're just zoning out and not listening to you, waiting for their moment to speak. That's what you've done, and that's what is disrespectful. Please just try to focus on the conversation.
it's a high caloric, low nutrient diet. He's basically fueled on Mountain Dew and Doritos. There isn't enough nutrients to keep the brain functional.
I'm just going to unmute these two, and if Null Hypatheus doesn't specifically talk about my critique of his position, then I'm going to ban him. Just saying.
Ah, good.
Would you like me to repeat my critique?
I believe you accused me of committing the decomposition fallacy, correct?
The fallacy of division, but yes.
Yes.
The
Okay.
decomposition fallacy.
Sorry, I called that the comp fallacy. Okay, great. So,
Yes.
and making sure I understand your critique, you were claiming that I was applying the math we use to predict eclipses to the shape of the Earth. Do you believe that that's what I was doing?
No. When you were using language earlier, you were talking about maths and you were talking about cycles and the mathematical prediction of eclipses via an algorithm, via a cycle, which has nothing to do with geometry. You then later on referred to geometry as if it was the thing you were referring to earlier.
Okay, great.
Sense?
Yes, I think I understand.
Yeah.
So
one
now,
of them is purely conceptual and one of them exists in some kind of physical model.
Yeah.
They're
so
both conceptual, but you understand what I'm saying.
Right. I want to talk about the actual geometry and motion of objects in the sky.
I understand, but you can't predict those things based on geometry. You do it based on maths.
Okay, geometry is mathematics.
That's the conflation you made earlier that I critiqued.
Okay, so geometry is not math according to you?
I didn't say that either. Why is this so hard?
I don't understand your critique then.
I've already said all of this. How are you missing this? I've already said all of this.
If I use geometry, then I'm using math, right?
Right, but geometry as a whole isn't maths as a whole, is it?
No, it's a subset of math.
Fantastic. So why do you think I mentioned the fallacy of division again?
Well, the fallacy of division...
The cogs are ticking. The cogs are going.
The fallacy of division claims that a part of the whole does not behave the same way as the whole. So you're claiming that. So you're claiming that geometry doesn't work the same way that math works?
I'm claiming that geometry isn't maths as a whole, which is obviously true.
Nobody's saying that geometry represents all of math.
You can use math in physics. Physics, okay, in the scientific method where we describe a phenomenon that we see in reality, you can use math to help to describe what you see, but it is not reality itself. And the same thing would happen for geometry. Like the math, you can come up with formulas to a math in order to describe a shape, but a shape is not math.
Yeah, that wasn't really my point either.
How many times are we going to repeat that this is a categorical conflation to him?
Yeah, I mean, Gregory, do you understand? You get my frustration, right? I think this is a simple point.
Well, so my original point, and please just try not to accuse me of a fallacy before I finish this. My original point was that if we take everything that we can predict and we draw it out, we draw everything out, then the only way all of those things work and continue to, you know, be predictions that we can make is if we are all rotating around the sun. It's the only way.
I mean, that's a claim.
So what's your deductive argument for it? Please say it.
That's applying the mathematics that is in front of us, drawn on paper. The only way it works is if we're rotating the sun.
Okay, you're begging the question. You repeated your conclusion to support your conclusion.
Before the heliocentric model was developed. The math that you're talking about, the predictions, which are postdictions, are based on the Sarah cycle, which doesn't involve any geometry. You don't have to be in the solar system and the Earth and the ball to make these postdictions of things that have already happened. We can use the Sarah cycle, and I can tell you what eclipses are going to be happening in a couple of months' time, next month, next year, and a decade's time.
I have a prediction. He's going to whistle past the point with the red herring. Watch.
No, I'm not just talking about eclipses. I'm talking about literally everything we see in the sky, like Mercury going into retrograde, as an example.
See, did it again.
Okay, show the modeling that accounts for everything we see in the sky simultaneously. Just go ahead and post that.
You can just Google.
No, it's your claim. You fucking do it.
You can Google heliocentric model.
If it's that easy, then you can do it and post it for me.
So, do you want a video or an image? What would you like?
Yeah, just do the task. Stop asking questions. Just do the task.
Whatever am I gonna find? If I Google heliocentric model, what am I going to find?
Just do the task.
Well,
you just need to do the task.
So, Greg, we're over Discord, right? So it's not like I can just reach into a box and show something to your face.
Okay, so whatever it is, the modeling that accounts for everything we see in the sky that you said that you have, post that.
Okay, so you want me to find you a video of the heliocentric model?
No, whatever it is. Whatever it is you said that you have, the model that accounts for everything we see in the sky, just post that.
Okay, I'll go get you a video.
Great.
Yeah, you see how we had to go through that circle like 3 or 4 times until finally just goes to go do the task. Go
hey, Greg, you need to be more precise.
No, just get the thing that you said you have.
What is the heliocentric model? I mean, since I've been doing this since late 2016. I'll call it 2017. I've never seen the heliocentric model the whole time.
I should just shut up and actually ask myself the question:
This Rich Evans guy is cringe as fuck.
He's so cringe. Like, could you imagine being that ass hurt? You can't walk straight.
He's hella If only I could rename him to Cringe Evans.
That's crazy.
So what's funny is when you go to Google heliocentric model, like it's going to refer to the Helios, the sun, being the center of the solar system, and that's it. It doesn't talk about anything else. It doesn't talk about any other stars other than the sun. That's not so your heliocentric model doesn't explain all of the things that you see in the sky.
Well, they don't even believe heliocentrism.
I posted the heliocentric model for you there, lunatic.
Yeah, they don't even believe in heliocentrism anymore. The sun isn't the center of the universe in their paradigm.
Right.
It's the great detractor. Yeah.
So the truth actually is that their model is non-existent. They have a multitude of different models that they pick and choose from depending on the argument at play. And those models don't fit with each other.
This is their paradigm. It is such a silly instance of a child just exaggerating. Right? There's just billions and billions and billions and billions of planets and stars and all this other stuff. And it's billions and billions of years. It's just an exaggeration. It's just a very exaggerated cosmic pluralism.
So all the astronomers are just children then. Interesting.
No, I've Googled heliocentric model and I haven't actually found it yet. Got a wiki link. Right here.
Yeah, though they're definitely just children still. They all miss their moms.
All of
They all
them.
need hugs, and they like ice
All of
cream.
them. Interesting.
Yeah. They all miss their mommies.
So all those
Let's see.
scientists who
Mackie says
spent
another
their
vein
lives
word no
looking
one
into
follows me
space
to.
are just children.
Yeah, I
All right.
cited one
They
today that you should listen to, and
they
you
all
didn't.
eat. They all snack on the food like at the grocery store before they purchase it. Yeah.
You know what
Hey,
we
Scott,
said.
I dare you, Scott.
What Greg said about how they don't even go by a heliocentric model anymore because Helios, the sun, is no longer at the center. Absolutely true. So that's why you guys have your Big Bang model. That was like what was meant to represent like more of everything in totality.
Sure. We agree. Big universe. Complicated. Lots of stuff moving out there. It's hard to explain it all in one simple little model.
I mean, they're just children. What can they do?
Oh, so you don't have a model? Thanks.
No, we have a model. Sure we do.
You just said that you need more to explain it because you can't explain everything in one model.
It's hard to explain
Yeah, so
all the
you have an
motion with
insufficient
one
model,
model.
Yeah, so you have an insufficient model.
Not sufficient enough to predict where every planet is going to be at every second.
You can't explain everything, so it's not sufficient.
What are people referring to when they say the globe model, Scott? What are people referring to when they say the globe model?
Okay, first of all, I've never heard anybody ever use that phrase in real
Never?
life, the globe model. No, maybe here. But you go out in the world and no one ever talks about the globe model. If they talk about the Earth, they just talk about the Earth.
I mean, the globe model. The globe model.
In a world where there's supposedly a model.
The desktop globe, like that. That would be your globe model, right?
Well, like I said,
the model of the globe, yeah.
go on the world.
World. Given what you just said, there is no model or not a sufficient model. Thank you for your concession.
Hear what you want to hear, disregard the rest. Very good, Gregory.
You literally just said it cannot explain everything, necessarily implying that it's not sufficient.
That's
So you don't
not
have
what
a
I
sufficient
said,
model,
though.
even if you have a model.
Hear what you want to hear, disregard the rest. Great way to go through life, man.
I've got to be honest with you, Scott. That's kind of what I gathered from what you said as well. That's why I jumped in. Got a model, but it's not necessarily sufficient.
A lot of stuff.
Well,
a lot of things up there, very complicated. Hard to explain it all. Yep, that's what you said.
The model of the galaxy, or the model of the universe explaining how the galaxies form is very, very complicated. And it's very different from explaining the solar system, but it's based on the same principles of gravity.
We were talking about the heliocentric model. So that would be the solar system, Helio being the sun.
Sure.
Yeah, so we were talking about that. Why
we got that.
Why you've gone off to galaxies and shit, I don't know.
Well,
anyways, whether you talk about the solar system we supposedly live in or the galaxies, you said that it doesn't explain everything, so it's not sufficient. Thank you.
Because the Big Bang was brought up, and that's why I went to the universe.
Yeah, so you don't have a sufficient model.
Had Lunatic not brought up the Big Bang, they said needed to replace our heliocentric model. I wouldn't have mentioned it, but I trying to have a conversation and respond to what people say, like you guys always tell
so you
us
don't
to
have a
do.
sufficient model. Yeah, we know.
Why are you being so aggressive? You're an asshole.
Look in the mirror.
He needs it.
I don't know what's your problem, dude.
It gives his life meaning.
Here it is again.
Let him do it.
I mean,
Let him do it.
there's just no necessity to be this like arrogant and aggressive.
Yep.
Let him go, man. Let him go. He needs this.
I have a dare for the Glovers in here.
But what he said is not wrong. That's exactly what I said. You have no satiant model. You're willing to pick and choose between models depending on the argument, and you don't have one. They don't fit with each other.
But they do.
But you just said that they don't explain everything, so you don't have a sufficient model.
You were raped as a kid, weren't you?
What the fuck is he on about?
That's over the top, man.
I'm just being honest.
That's over the top.
Sorry.
Not necessary, man.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You're wrong. Shut up.
All of it.
Wrong.
All of this globalist degeneracy. That's what you get. That's what you get from scientism.
There's the intellect of the Globers, everyone.
Gregory,
Oh man.
are you
Someone summoned
familiar?
me.
Are you familiar with Paul Feyerabend?
No, I've never heard that name before.
Really?
Fire Robin.
Feyerabend. Okay, well you're a genius. Who said that? Which one of you said Feyerabend?
That was me.
Okay, so you're aware.
Philosopher of science. I like his stuff.
No, I do like his stuff too. I have his copy of Against Method right here.
Yeah.
And so, but I think that when we're talking about, I think what he's getting at about the heliocentric model, I think he's taking a Feyerabend kind of approach to it, and he's saying that the paradigm shift from a lot of these like models that we have, maybe not necessarily the heliocentric model, but when we have these paradigm shifts, and
no, they're not paradigm shifts because you guys accept and.
Well, let him finish the point. Hang on. Let him finish the point. Let him finish.
Well, we have we're on the surprisingly, I'm a big fan of Feyerabend, and even though I call him Feyerabend, but I would typically very much agree that a lot of the paradigm shifts that have occurred throughout history and the history of science aren't exactly justified. And when you get into the conversations that Kuhn has and that Popper has, it seems rather hard to justify a lot of the adjustments that we've made from our scientific principles through some of the Iron Ages and some of the transitionary periods, like when we were transitioning from ideas such as like alchemy, chemistry, and I do think that there's a monkey wrench that gets thrown into the system, and I think that the heliocentric model does provide an argument to be made, especially if you've read Feyerabend. There is an argument to be made about the heliocentric model being something that existed outside of the typical scientific system bubble, where there wasn't these principles of science that were regulating a lot of the knowledge that we were acquiring, and yet one of the most important pieces of knowledge is that we've acquired that the heliocentric model isn't necessarily true. It came about by an individual who did not follow the scientific processing. And so to some extent, there are people out there that can come about great proofs without having to follow the systematic rules that the scientism, quotations, forms, and that these elites of the academia form. And so, I mean,
we don't disagree with any of that. Like when you're talking about celestial bodies that we can't go and visit, there is no science that can
let him finish.
Yeah, I mean,
we're on the same page.
Patience is being tested, but let him finish.
We're on the same page. I mean, I'm not a flat earther per se, but I hate scientism as much as the next guy.
I'm not a globe earther either.
That's fine. I don't really have an opinion on it. I just generally don't like scientism. People who are too affirmative in empiricism or the scientific method, I find to be anti-religious and arrogant. But that's just me.
Yeah, there's plenty of critiques to be made against scientism.
Yeah, we're on the same page. You were just being a jerk, so I just had to put my.
I was being a jerk, was I?
Oh, come on.
Gregory, I'm sorry. I usually just let it happen, but dude, you do kind of have this kind of piss in my freaking water freaking feel about you most of the time. Like you need to somehow freaking try to relate with people a little bit. But we're not going to get all into that.
No, Gregory's fine.
So
you could tell.
I got a criticism for Gregory. Gregory, you need to turn your microphone down a little bit.
So
thanks for that, Lou.
So Sir Walter Hill, as someone who's
you can tell the flat earthers who are effective by how vehemently the globalists attack them, and you can tell the flat earthers the globalists aren't scared of by who they invite to have them talk on their servers and make mods and stuff like that. I'm not going to call them all the names, but just look around. You look around, you see a reoccurring theme of which flat earthers get called out as bad people, horrible individuals. I mean, you just saw it today. There was not a mini raid, but a few people from Gem Pandas came in here to purposely just go after authentic intent. You know he's an effective speaker. I mean, I've heard his name before. I've never talked to him. I just remember people referencing him. But he shows up on a server, and the globalists follow him there. You know he's an effective speaker. They're trying to silence him.
What is your point?
My point is that when someone says, oh, Gregory is X, Y, and Z, and he's a problem with flat Earth, they're telling you he's not the problem. He's a boon. Thank you, Gregory. You are a boon to flat Earth. Don't change a bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I've also known plenty of people who are like that. That it just turns out that you have a certain character about you, and you do it your way, I'll do it mine, and we can tend to actually work together, kind of like in a good cop, bad cop type of a thing, like, and actually work with these people that we're talking to. But yeah, you're consistent. That's for sure, and I think that's what they're complaining about.
Yeah, you get the more aggressive Gregory when you behave like Scott, like Mez, like Jekyll. That's what you get.
Well, when you get everything wrong, we're going to tell you you're wrong.
Yeah, sophistic disruptiveness. Yeah, that's the kind of Gregory you're going to get. Anyways, any arguments to prove that you know the Earth is a ball? Anyone?
Yeah, we can go back over the 15 degrees per hour that we never finished the other day. Because it always gets diverted for some reason. People run away from that.
No, we did. Watch. Yeah, notice you're about to interrupt me. See? We did. And we concluded that it was self-defeating. And you were being ambiguous. So, number one, you tried to make the baseless assertion that we're inside the center of a circle, rather than the sun orbiting above the face of the Earth. That empirically inadequate premise, with that weak inductive inference, where you tried to make a non sequitur deductive conclusion with an inductive argument. Yeah. And then with this issue about 15 degrees per hour, where degree necessarily involves angles, which necessarily involve two straight lines, including that straight baseline, and you're trying to get this angle of elevation up from the Earth, necessarily implying that the Earth and the surface of the oceans are planar, and you couldn't get an angle without two straight lines intersecting at that point, and especially with the zenith, being vertical to your position, and vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, necessarily also implying that the thing which is vertical to, which is your position on the face of the Earth and or oceans, is a horizontal plane. Yeah, that self-defeating appeal to degrees and measurements for degrees. Yeah, we concluded that thoroughly.
And so was all that to say we can't measure the degrees the thing moves across the sky?
No, way to miss the point again.
Sorry.
Well, all I need is the 15 degrees per hour. Can we do that?
Sorry, Scott. Do all things move
we're going to
across
go through the circle
15
again?
degrees per hour?
What's sorry? He talked over you, Jedi. Can you repeat that?
Do all things move across the sky at 15 degrees per hour?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so we know that the sun, moon, and stars move differently across the sky. Sidereal day, the sun takes 24 hours. The moon, 24.8 hours, as opposed to the background stars. They move differently as well. We know this, right?
The moon moves slightly slower because it's orbiting.
And the stars move differently to the sun. So which out of the three?
No, the stars move essentially the same, don't they?
No, the background stars.
The stars do themselves, but isn't that kind of contradictory to like your model? If some of them are closer and some of them are much, 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 much farther, like okay, I guess like if you assume like this whole radius thing and like then I'll just stop. It's just that the parallax,
you caught yourself, didn't you?
There is no parallax in that. They
I know.
They move
We
as
agree.
a blanket together. They move as a blanket together.
I agree. There's no parallax, which means we are spinning in the middle of them. Yep. Otherwise, there would be parallax. You caught yourself. Good.
So geocentrism.
Okay. Not everything moves across the sky at 15 degrees per hour. That's just the sun, isn't it?
No, it's everything.
Apart from the moon, 24.8 hours, sun, 23.59. Different speeds.
What is the moon? Like 15 point? It's because it's going west to east from day to day. So it's increasing. It's going a little faster than 15 degrees per hour.
It's going from east
it's going
to west.
slower.
Which is okay, so
I think the moon goes west to east.
No, it goes from east to west. Sun, moon, and stars go from east to west.
No, over the course of a day. Talking about over the course of a day.
What about the eclipse?
Or days.
Just confusing.
An earthquake. Have you ever observed the Earth move?
Literally every
Do you guys see that we're moving away from the 15 degrees per hour thing, though?
Answering my question.
I know, because you want to move away from this 15 degrees per hour thing
No,
that you guys
never
can't deal
observed
with.
it move. Have you ever observed the sun move, Scott?
I can point at it at one time of day and wait an hour. I could point at it another time.
Yeah, that would be an observation of it moving. You observe the sun moving. You don't observe the Earth moving.
No,
Well, but the point is those two different pointers are going to be 15 degrees apart from each other.
Scott,
For the most
would
part.
could you assume when it comes to the parallax thing, it would take one of two assumptions, and both would be equally true. Would you agree that you could either assume that we are moving and that they are stationary, or like they being the stars, or that the stars are moving together and we are stationary?
Well, but they'd have to be moving together in a very particular motion, right? They'd have to be rotating around us.
It's a simple yes or no. Like do you agree with that dichotomy? It's one or the other, right?
Correct. But it's more than that. And this is what I find you guys often do. You go to these general answers and you move away from the specifics, because the specifics are the critical part.
Dichotomy, Scott.
Whatever. All right. But it's a very specific motion they would have, right? Because there is no parallax over the course of a night.
Right. And that would be true if they were moving together.
If they were moving, if they were moving around us with us at the center of some kind of massive sphere, right? With depth, the sphere itself has depth, and the farthest stars would have to be moving at a greater tangential velocity to maintain the same angular velocity as all the other stars in the sky, right? So the close stars are moving slower tangentially than the far stars to maintain the same angular velocity. Right?
Imagine they're all fixed to something that you can't see and test for. Imagine, again, like the arms of a clock. You know, like that minute hand is moving at the same speed no matter what. But if you want to measure it tangentially the way that you're saying, yeah, sure, it would be more towards the outer edges. However, if it's fixed all along that minute hand.
Yeah. But are we stipulating that there is depth to these stars and what these stars sit in? Or these luminaries sit in? Or are they at the same distance from us?
We don't know that they're even physical at all. Like, it could just be like we don't know anything about that.
But you brought up parallax, and I'm wondering if you brought up parallax because you were assuming there is depth to this firmament.
No, yeah. I bring up parallax when, because when we argue this, we have to always insert ourselves into your model to try to discuss it with you, right? Like, if there is a distance, and then there should be parallax between the distance of the stars. So, like, a close star should appear to move much faster than a far star, but they don't do that. They move together.
No, that's what should happen, like the latter, not the former. We don't expect the far stars to have parallax, not if we're spinning in the middle of them.
All of the stars, all of them move together.
Yeah, that's exactly what we'd expect to see if we were a ball sitting in the middle of a big universe and spinning around, and everything was relatively stationary relative to us. But
well, in fact, along with when you watch like time lapse, like the one that I took with my drone and that it's been posted many times. I posted it earlier tonight. Not only does, as far as if you're going to look at that through parallax, like the stars move all together perfectly, but even the moon moves only ever so slightly faster than the blanket of stars as their backdrop. They move, the moon and the stars almost move perfectly together throughout the night sky.
Isn't the moon falling behind them? Isn't the moon falling behind a little bit?
Which suggests that the moon is only a little bit closer, honestly.
But the moon's falling behind, right? Because
No, the
every
moon
28.
goes faster through the sky than the blanket of stars behind them.
You sure?
Yeah.
I'm trying to imagine this. I've never really looked, but I know if you go out the same day at the same time every night, and you look at the moon, it's going to be further and further east each day. Is it not? Am I remembering this wrong? I've done this a few times.
I'm not talking about doing a time lapse throughout the month. I'm talking about doing one through the night. The moon moves faster through the sky than the stars, but only ever so slightly.
Okay, but you're agreeing that no matter where you are on the face of the earth, that you look up and then you get for any amount of time, the celestial bodies are going to move over your head at 15 degrees per hour, right?
15 degrees is, I mean, yeah, on this construct laid out of latitude and longitude based off of observing the stars, you know, like it's like kind of another reification fallacy, really. But yeah, I mean, they move at, you know, in 1 hour they move 15 degrees. Yeah, that's about right.
So how do we explain that? Or do you care to?
That's it. You see it explained just like that. You see it move, and that's what it moves. Duh. Like what do you see something move? So it's not that. It's actually you see something move, but it's not moving. That's what would be the explanation.
Instead of it moving 15 degrees in that hour, it's you turning 15 degrees in that hour.
That's the part that needs explaining.
No, but I would say that the only way that can possibly is if we are at the center of that circle about which they are spinning.
Yeah, no, it's basically it is a geocentrist type of worldview to be a flat earther. Yeah,
but they can't be kind of orbiting above our heads, right? In a
why not?
Because
Wait, hold on. I got to correct you there. Technically, it would be more accurate to say orbiting a point in free space. Nothing orbits above something. Technically.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I hesitate to talk about your model because I hear you guys all the time say you don't have one. I don't want to assert you have one, but I've seen attempts where, you know, it's kind of the snow globe thing where the stars are rotating around the Earth.
See, people
and
like
that's not what you were saying, right?
No, look, like when it comes to the actual extremities of the actual Earth, the ground, and all that stuff, it could be independent from the motions in the sky, like the you know, and like I learned this when people started talking about, like, which I don't necessarily agree with. I don't like to discuss it, but when they talk about like Earth pond and multiple suns as being a possibility and shit like that, like just this kind of frees your mind, opens your bookends a little bit. So like, what if the Earth is bigger? What if it's oddly shaped? What if it's what if the sun is offset over the top of the Earth? The sun could still move in a circular path over the flat Earth, and there could be much more flat Earth besides what we map under the sun.
But now we're moving away from the 15 degrees per hour thing. Are we just going to let that sit and
No,
not
the 15
address
degrees
it?
per hour is only a mapping of the sun and the stars and the moon. But it doesn't say anything about the Earth itself if this is the case, that it's happening over the top of a flat plane.
Well, but if it were moving over the top of a flat plane, not everywhere on Earth would always get 15 degrees per hour.
It would be, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, try to draw that out. It doesn't work.
It would still have to be, it would still have to be centralized. It wouldn't necessarily have to be everything, but it would have to be centralized still.
And we'd have to be at the center of this sphere, the celestial sphere, right?
No, look, for all of our worldviews, the way that we map things and everything, we do it based off of the sun and the stars, the sun, moon, and the stars. And if you do that, you're automatically going to think that you're the center. You know, but like this is what I was saying about, like, even though I don't want to go there, but like, let's say you did have a giant plane and there was 2 suns, or there were 3 suns, or there were 4 suns, and 3 or 4 moons. You could have independent Earth ponds over the top of this plane, and each one would think that they are the center.
Yeah, sure. But as I've gone through my life, I have never come across a reason why I want to consider that possibility. Why would you?
Oh yeah, that's all. That's more for Sunday type shit. But what I'm saying is,
Logical thing right there.
What's a logical thing?
Psychological thing. Like you're just saying, you just literally stated I couldn't accept X to be true because personal internal reasons. That's basically what you just said.
That's not at all what I said. Interesting, that's what you heard, but that's not what I said.
So,
repeat what you said.
Look, if we live underneath a sun that warms the Earth,
Uh-huh.
and that sun makes a revolutionary turn, a 360-degree turn over the Earth, and that heat from the sun is what keeps us from freezing.
Uh-huh.
Then our little Earth pond would be, for all intents and purposes, the only one and the center. Okay, but not necessarily the overall truth.
I'm still wondering if you have in your mind any kind of geometry of this system.
Well, it requires assumptions that the sun is making a perfect 360-degree circle. And that could be false. It could be a little bit oblate. You know, I could throw all the shit that you guys tell us about your model. You know, like I've got an oblate freaking path of the sun instead of an oblate fucking Earth, and instead of a freaking oblate path around the sun. You know, like it's where it's not a perfect. You know, where we get a little farther and a little closer to the sun. The sun gets a little farther and a little closer to the Earth. You know, like I can reverse every single one of your claims and make it equally true. That's what's brilliant about this whole thing.
I don't think you can. But I'd be willing to listen to you try.
Shoot. Which one do you think I can't do that with?
The 15 degrees per hour. I don't think there's any other.
I've already done that. I've already told you, instead of the Earth spinning at 15 degrees per hour, the sky is moving at 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, but that only works if it's a celestial sphere spinning around a spherical object. Otherwise, the 15 degrees per hour just does not hold up everywhere on Earth.
Why does the object have to be spherical?
It's the only way the 15 degrees per hour holds up. Otherwise, you have different angular rotations in different
can I run
places.
a needle over the top of a record player at 15 degrees per hour if I wanted to?
What's the evidence of the Earth being flat?
It's observably, measurably, and practically used.
How? Another globe here. That's my cue to leave. All right.
No,
nice talking to you,
dude.
No,
Why,
another globe here.
Mackie? Why? Why would you say that?
Well, because I got to go home anyways. But
okay.
I was just carrying the room until another glober showed up.
But it's not your cue to leave. That's your own
you're
criteria.
backing out because you just recognized, like, yeah, of course you could do that on a record.
Okay, fine, I'll stay.
Yeah, it's not like someone's going to set
you
your
can't do it on a
criteria for
record.
you.
You can't do it on a record. I mean,
No.
what do you mean by that? Talk to me. I'm listening.
All right. Could imagine the needle that stays stationary, right?
Mhm.
Is on the record, and it's what's making it play. You're saying that the record. Now this is a flat Earth where the flat Earth turns, and the sun stays stationary, or the stars stay stationary, right? But no, I could easily flip that on its head. What if I just moved the needle at 15 degrees an hour around the record?
Then you don't have a 15-degree angular change for everybody on that record. Not
You
even
don't need
close.
to. You're only reading.
No, but that's exactly what we're talking about. We have a 15 degrees angular change, angular velocity of every celestial object for everybody on the face of the Earth at all times. And you can't do that on a record.
I don't know. I get. Maybe it was a bad analogy. I'm not quite getting what you're saying.
Maybe a clock with hands would have been a better description, maybe.
Well, I already tried that one. That's the thing.
Well, but a clock with hands, you still have to be at the center of it, right? If it's up on your ceiling, for example, and you're looking at the edge of it, not everybody's reading 15 degrees per hour.
All right, so you're saying like it would be more like the arm of the needle would have to be the sun the entire way. Like,
And we have to be at the center, yes.
we don't have to be at the center. You could be anywhere along the record.
But you won't observe 15 degrees per hour change from your position. The only way that works is if you're at the center of the circle.
What would you observe then?
You would observe increases and decreases as the thing gets closer to you and further away from you, which always happens when you're not at the centers. Your angular velocity would change throughout the day fairly dramatically. You know, just think of something on the ceiling, right, of a warehouse or something, and you're in the middle, and it's way down away from you, right? It's 100 yards away, coming towards you, and it's going at a fixed speed. The closer it gets to you, the faster the angular velocity is going to be. It starts out, the angular velocity is really slow in relation to you. The angular change.
Maybe it would be better to actually analogize it instead of a record to like a CD, because the lens, like, it's a laser that reads it, right? Now, what if you were to pick the laser up and it were to instead of it being such a focus beam, it's more divergent, like it spreads out. You know, so it's instead of a laser, it's a weird analogy, I guess. It's too many ifs.
Yeah, well, it's the same problem, right? If you're sitting on the CD.
But if it was more like a flashlight, right, where it spreads out a lot, and it's a little bit farther off the CD, yeah, I mean the same thing would work whether it stayed stationary and I'm just gonna back off. It's a stupid analogy. Too many what ifs and not really that relatable.
Well,
might as well just ask the new guy, you know, why does he think the Earth is not flat?
Yep.
If he's still here, whoever that was.
Oh, because the Coriolis effect. I shoot long range. I'm a sniper, and I have to correct for Coriolis effect.
All right, throw that in there. Let's do it. What we'll do here is we'll show a model, demonstrate it, and then we'll randomly change a variable in that model, and then see if it still holds true.
Yeah, like shoot to the north or the south or the east or the west.
Or we'll just like double the size of Earth, increase gravity, add some wind resistance, stuff like that.
Wait, Craig, I think you're getting just a tiny bit ahead of yourself. It'd be simple. The first step would be to simply ask him, do you have a scientific experiment to demonstrate this cause and effect relationship?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Like Gunworks shows how it works.
All right. So, what is the independent variable in this experiment?
It's whether you shoot to the east or the west, or the north or the south.
So wait, hold on. But isn't the independent variable supposed to be the cause?
The rotation of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. So would the independent variable be the rotation of the Earth? Yes or no?
No, it's the direction you're shooting.
So the direction you're shooting is the cause of the Earth, the bullet to spin, blah blah blah, not the rotation of the Earth.
Well,
I guess the rotation of the Earth.
Okay, yeah. The bullet leaving the barrel and being in the atmosphere then releases it from the system, and then so it's going along, and so it's
okay. You're gonna just hold on, buddy. So you're claiming that the cause of the bullet doing X is the rotation of the Earth, correct? Am I following you?
No, I'm saying because the Earth is spinning, when you fire the bullet and it leaves the barrel that was also spinning, and like the barrel's attached to you, you're spinning with the Earth, and then the bullet leaves the barrel. Now it's just exited that system. It's just in the atmosphere now, and depending on which way the Earth is spinning, the bullet's going to go a little to the left or a little to the right or a little higher or a little low.
Yeah, so X, Y, or Z, whatever. Fine. So again, all right. So let's just say you're shooting at one direction. Let's just talk about one direction. All right.
Yeah.
All right. You're saying the bullet's doing X due to the rotation of the Earth. Affirmative.
Right. Let's say you're shooting north.
All right. No. Stop.
Yeah.
Don't give me a speech. I was asking for affirmative. All right. So this is a cause and effect relationship that you're describing, right? Correct? Yeah. All right, so a cause and effect relationship can be demonstrated with a scientific experiment, correct?
Yeah.
All right, and the independent variable would be the cause of the effect, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know about. There's no independence or variables.
All right, let's just talk about cause and effect. So you're saying the cause. Let's just say this: the cause is the Earth spinning, in what you're saying, correct?
Yes. Oh, yes.
All right. Let's stop. Let me just move forward from there.
Yeah.
So if that is the cause, and you're saying that that's the cause, my question is: can you demonstrate that that is the cause by removing the cause and observing X not happening, and then put the cause back into place and observe X happening to demonstrate
you
that
just stop the Earth from spinning. Yes, if you just stop there, you just or you just shoot
you
south
can't do that,
instead of north.
right? But you can't stop the Earth from spinning, right?
Stop the Earth from spinning. Yeah.
and then start it again. So in other words, as I've just demonstrated, you can't demonstrate the cause and effect relationship. You're only asserting it. You're only saying it.
It works on every planet.
I think you can demonstrate it by changing the angle, because you direct different depending on.
Well, but he's saying that you have to remove the actual Earth from spinning in order to show.
Why do you have to remove the cause to be able to validate a cause-effect model? Total bullshit. That would negate all of science.
I mean,
there's a negation.
The guy
on the
is
table?
arguing for flat Earth, I think.
Is there negation on the table?
Well, it's like
all of science is
negated.
negated.
Gravity. Like if you're like, hey, gravity, I'm going to show how gravity works, or you would say buoyancy or whatever. Let's just pretend that everybody believed in gravity for a second. This is pretend. Okay, then you can't take away gravity to show that gravity exists. Gravity just exists.
Yeah, so it's unfalsifiable. That's why gravity is pseudoscience. Right. It's unfalsifiable.
All models fall to that proof-dependent arising. No such thing as a purely linear cause, i.e., like effects don't proceed from causes. The notion that effects proceed from causes is itself a model. So do you have an issue with models? Because I would throw away your watch, your microwave, and any other electronics you've ever owned if that's the case.
Like turn off the internet, go hide in the cave.
Not if you're relying on gravity to navigate that cave.
Then you can't even go to the cave.
See what this guy's point is. What is his point?
The point is that flat Earth duration
and the bullet goes to the west a little bit when you shoot towards the north.
I know you've already stated that, buddy. But but it's pointless to state that again because you're saying that is caused by the rotation of the Earth, and we've just pointed out that you can't demonstrate that that is caused by the rotation of the Earth. So
I didn't
don't bother
argue
repeating
that.
yourself,
I'm just
okay?
asking, do you understand that if you shoot to the south, it goes to the east a little bit? You know,
that's just
kind
another
of,
phenomenon.
I'm not in denial about that, dude. I'm just pointing out that you're not demonstrating the cause and effect relationship you're stating. The cause and effect relationship you're claiming.
I know, I'm trying to be nice and you're trying to be nice. So, like, how would you explain that the Earth isn't spinning if that's, like, because the bullet does go to the west if you shoot to the north. It goes to the east if you shoot to the south. You know, like, how would you explain that with a flat Earth model?
I would say two things. One, possibly unknown variables, but
Hold on. I'd say
the bullet is rotating. I don't know if you realize that, but the bullet is rotating.
It does it with right hand and left hand twist barrels. It's the same thing. The Coriolis
so like
is
that's
the same.
kind of the first most obvious thing. The damn thing is spinning as it's moving through the air. Like I think that's kind of the most obvious cause.
Right, but it is true that right hand twist barrels go to the right for some weird reason, and left hand twist barrels go to the left. Just
not a weird reason. It's called the
It
magnet.
is weird. It's weird because like because they're spinning. Like you would think they go straight.
Why would you think that they would go straight if they have that type of force that's been thrust?
I don't know.
They're being channeled and spin in a certain direction. So obvious, like if you like, it's the same way like when you hit a tennis ball, right? When you're playing tennis and you put spin on it, what happens to the tennis ball? It spins the way that you put the spin on it. You know?
This is really high end from a class, and the instructor told us that the reason that the right hand twist barrels go to the right is because the bullet's falling into the air and falling onto some air and grabbing the air more on the bottom and dragging it to the right.
It's the same thing.
You know what the weird thing is? We've spoken.
Yeah, it's the same thing with any. Yeah, it's the same thing with any. Yeah.
Right hand twist barrels and left hand twist barrels.
Hey, do you know that snipers that have come in here and advocate for the position of being a sniper don't say that they account for Coriolis in the field? I think your
mic is wait, hang on. Your mic is so dog shit. You shouldn't even be allowed to speak. I'm sorry, but like that is just the way that it is.
No, he's right. Actually, you sound like you're in the shower. Like
I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, come on, man. Like, anyway, somebody else go.
Hey, while we're talking about this silly ballistics nonsense, does anyone know if bullets that tumble, do they move to the left or the right? You know, not spin.
I've never seen them go left or right.
Not bullets.
They just keyhole. They make it like a line in the target, and they keyhole the target, and they go like you hear. They start to buzz.
No, like a musket actually, where there was no rifling to, they would actually, they would go like a little left, then a little bit right, then a little bit up, then a little bit down. Like they do like that's what made them inaccurate.
Far more accurate when they're spinning. So
yeah, but you get more consistency. But depending on the rifling, now because you have a right twist, it's going to veer towards the right. It's called the magnet.
Like a cold barrel, and you shoot like 5 shots. The bullets are going to hit the target, and then the next one, as the barrel heats up, it's going to go up and to the right and make a little banana shaped hole. In
if you were to totally just remove recoil, is that what you're saying?
You don't even have to worry about the recoil.
There's no recoil.
It's the barrel heating up at that point because it makes it easier, and it just goes a little higher into the right with right hand twist. And if you have a left-hand twist barrel, it goes up into the left a little bit.
Like, dude, it's the same thing as like throwing a frisbee. Okay, like I used to play a lot of disc golf. I used to play a lot of disc golf. I like to throw right-handed forearm, which means I threw like you would normally throw a frisbee with my right hand. And every single time I could make it arc it and make it curve towards the right if I wanted, but I knew for a fact every single time as that thing died off in velocity that it would, they call it fade, it would fade to the left. Like, and if you do the same thing with your left hand, it does the opposite thing. It fades to the right. And if you throw with the opposite spin, where you go instead of forearm, you go sidearm, right? Like now you're putting the opposite spin on it. So now instead of it fading to the right or fading to the left, it fades to the right with my right hand.
Yeah, and I think those in the right hand and left hand twist, they don't have anything to do with like flat Earth or not. Like they're just, it's just
it's the same shit that happens with a bullet. It's the same shit that happens with anything that's spinning through the air.
The Coriolis effect accounts for the motion of the bullet at long distances. Nothing to do with the frisbee. The question is, how does the flat Earth model account for the exact same effect?
Yeah.
No, actually, it does have something to do with the frisbee. It's the same.
No.
effect. The same effect is actually at play.
Nah, because the whole thing with the sniper shit is that it's not like it's not over. I'm pretty sure it's not over short distances that you have to account for all these things. It's
really
after
far.
it's after a certain distance that you have to account for all these things.
No, and that's the same thing with the frisbee. That's the same thing with the frisbee.
That's why you don't have to make all these like. That's what. I assume to the eye, right, if you were to shoot a bullet at a really long distance, right, the way that the bullet like travels does not seem like it's like a it doesn't seem as natural maybe per se as like if you were hitting a tennis ball and you see the tennis ball curve. Like that makes sense in your brain initially. You're like, okay, I see how this works. But the bullet is a lot more complex for you to be able to understand.
Mind-boggling when you go and actually correct for Coriolis and it works. It's like, what the hell? Because it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, because yeah.
No, it is relatable. It is analogous to the frisbee. So, like with the frisbee, when I put a lot of spin on it,
Sniper won the debate.
when I put a lot of spin on it, it does one thing. As its rotation slows down over time, and say let's say I throw a really far shot on a drive, right? That thing starts to slow down, and it starts to it has another effect. That's what we call the fade. It fades left, even though you put right on it. You put right on it, but at the end, it fades left. And you can use this when you start to understand this. Like, I don't need to teach you guys disc golf, but like you can actually purposefully put an S turn on your frisbee to try to make it through a tight wooded freaking course. Like you can actually, and the same thing would apply to a bullet. As it's losing its velocity, it will do something in its fade.
I'm sorry, your frisbee thing is all just air resistance, nothing to do with the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, none of it has to do with Coriolis. None of it has to do with Coriolis. On either
Coriolis
case,
effect is the only thing that accounts for the corrections and the bullets being different across different angles. You're not going to get that same thing. You're not going to have to correct for the Coriolis effect.
Nobody corrects for Coriolis while shooting. Nobody.
Yeah, we do. At extreme long range, past 800 yards.
All right, what's the formula that you use?
Holy shit.
Usually just a click.
A click is the formula?
You just go one click. Because we don't
you are
shoot very
so full
far.
of it.
No, we don't
You
shoot
are just
2,000
making
yards, 3,000
false,
yards. We shoot like 1,200 yards.
baseless claims, yeah? Just false, baseless claims. You're full of it. I can't even listen to this garbage and these claims anymore.
He's probably going to say he puts curvature into consideration too, huh?
We just add a clicker.
Yeah.
Take off a click.
He probably hasn't even.
That's called assuming for the fade, as I was just calling it.
There is a formula. I mean,
He probably hasn't even held the gun
formula
before.
But it's always
Probably
a click.
never
It's not
even
like
held
two
a gun.
clicks.
It's
It's
all
one
about
click.
Who never held a gun?
the guy in here telling us about Coriolis for snipers.
Yeah, no, because I don't claim to be a long distance sniper or anything, but I've definitely fucking held guns. I'm not really very good with handguns, but I'm actually really good with shotguns and rifles. I used to work at a gun club when I was a teenager. I freaking started out. That was where I first started being around guns and using guns. But I worked at a gun club, and actually I'm like a fucking natural with a fucking shotgun and rifle. My first time shooting a rifle, very first time, on a 50-yard range, I had an M4, and I shot like a quarter sized shot pattern at 50 yards. My very first time.
Beautiful. Yeah, any shooter knows Coriolis is bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty reasonable to
hover in a helicopter and wait for your destination below you after an 8-hour period. So how is the Earth spinning below me if all of these things aren't taken into account? Would it make sense to correlate, kicking a field goal in a football game to shooting a sniper rifle to then hovering in the air with a helicopter?
I mean, I think that it's like the bullet after like a shot. I'm trying to be like really simple about it. It's in the air for about 4-5 seconds, I think, maybe. And it's only moving about 6 inches in that 5 seconds. And it's going really fast, but it's moving about 6 inches at like 900 yards or 1,000 yards. So your helicopter, it probably would move that far. 6 inches every 5 seconds. That's not very far.
But they don't observe that. Nor with a hot air balloon or any other aircraft.
Yeah, I wonder. Like maybe
It's because
that
it's
has
not
something to
spinning.
do with the
You
wind.
wonder. I'll tell you. You wonder. I'll tell you. It's because the Earth isn't spinning.
Well, why do we have wind then?
The wind is just high pressure moving to low pressure.
Did you know? Have you
That's
ever looked
weather.
up the tide tables, like the moon
Okay,
affecting the
hold
tides
on,
of the
hold on.
oceans?
Your response to that was seriously, why do we have wind then? I'll tell you.
Yeah.
The sun moves above our heads. And as the sun moves above our heads, it heats up certain areas of the earth and at other times doesn't heat up other areas of the earth. And as some areas of the earth get more heat while other areas of the earth get more time in the cold, that's how high pressure
If
and
the
low
Earth was
pressure
flat, then why would those areas change? If the Earth was flat, why would those
Listen,
areas
he's
change?
exactly right. The wind has nothing to do with a rotating Earth.
No, I get it. But like, if the
It's
Earth was flat,
convection
wait,
currents
hang on.
and heating and cooling.
Hang on.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about like certain pockets of the Earth are heated up. Okay. If the Earth was flat, right, then why would there be parts that are hotter than others? Because surely it would just be an even distribution of heat all the time. No?
It's not an
No, that would require a sun that stayed stationary over the flat Earth that never
Okay,
if it
so
never moved.
I don't understand. So the flat Earth model is the sun still rotates, but only in a 360 degrees around.
The sun is smaller and more local and moves over the top of the Earth, heating up local areas at one time. So as one area gets hotter, another one cools off when it's in the dark. That heating and cooling creates your winds.
Okay, yeah. I assumed that
pressure systems are right.
No, I assumed that I don't know if I don't really understand the flat Earth model, so I just assumed it was still like a fucking like I don't know, it's just a still sun,
Yeah, sun obviously
yeah.
moves, but the gentleman came in inside to ask about fucking winds, and that's just high pressures moving to low pressures.
Yeah.
Well, what about the moon and the tides? Like high tide and low tide is twice a day, every day.
Do you know? No, it's not. Some places don't have any tides at all. Large bodies of water out in the deep ocean. There are also some seas that don't have any tides: Mediterranean Sea, Caspian Sea, Black Sea, Dead Sea. There are also areas that. What else? Oh yeah. Do you know what a tidal node is? Probably never heard that term before, have you? So maybe, hold on, talking through me. That's not going to help you understand. Maybe you should Google tidal nodes. Oh yeah, the other point is there are sometimes more than 2 tides a day in certain areas.
I'm looking at the ocean right now.
Good. Look at tidal nodes. Google it.
Look up tide tables.
Okay. So are you going to address this point? Some areas don't have any tides. Some areas have more than 2 tides a day.
I think he's just kind of throwing shit out there and kind of hoping somebody else knows a little bit more of what he's trying to say. I don't agree with you guys. I think I'm a glober, as you guys would say. You know what I'm saying? Like I fucking
we have tides and don't have tides, and there are some that have more than 2 tides a day. You don't agree with that because I'm a flat earther.
No. I agree with that. I'm saying this. I'm saying this guy who is often he's trying to cook. But I think often he's just like kind of throwing shit out there and hoping somebody else maybe is a little bit more understanding of what he's trying to say, which isn't a bad thing always. But
well, how would you account for high tides and low tides without the moon? Like I live at the Pacific Ocean here, and it's like I can look at the tide tables for the whole year and
that's
know
lovely.
exactly what the tides
you need
are
to
going to be.
Google tidal nodes. I've already given you this answer. Some bodies of water don't have any tides. Some areas of water have more than 2 tides a day. They have 4.
Does that
2 up, 2
explain
down.
how the flat Earth can have tides?
Ben,
No,
Ben,
I'm just pointing out that it's got fuck all
He's
to
trying
do
to build
with
up
the
to a
Never
moon.
two
proved
quote
that it was
fallacy.
flat. I'm like, I
Sorry,
don't have any
fuck all
evidence
to
of
do
a
it.
flat
How many
Earth.
times? Right, I'm
Look,
going to
I
lose
would
myself.
argue. I
Right.
can't say specifically like for sure on this, but I would argue that the energy from the sun is what
What's
drives
talking, Luke?
all of this. It not only does it drive the wind, but it also drives the seas. Like the heating and the
Wait.
cooling and all of that, and depending on the geography of the inlet to your sea or whatever else, it's going to change all that stuff. Like you can have like high and low tides, but all of the movement, all of the energy being input into the system comes from this more local sun that heats up an area at a time.
So Jedi, say again, please.
That's all right. I forgot what I was fucking talking about now.
Well, anyways, yeah, he's trying to build up this Ben John. I forget. Ben is trying to build up to a two quote clay fallacy.
The what?
Two quote clay fallacy, meaning you don't have an argument to account for the tides. Therefore, my account is true. You see. So that's obviously fallacious because you're just returning criticism with criticism. That doesn't address or rebut the criticism said to you.
There's no evidence of the flat Earth. We have all the evidence in the world of a global Earth.
No, yeah. Hang on, I have a question.
What's funny is that he's just repeated the fallacy. Like he's just been told that he's committed this fallacy, and then the second you've pointed it out, he then repeats it. But dude, do you understand what he even said to you?
I don't know. I have a question though. I'm interested. You know what I'm saying?
We're not just going to skip past that,
But
right?
determined to talk.
The point
we're
is
very,
Ben and Jen,
very determined to talk. He is.
right.
Who is?
Ben and Jen, would you say that it's logically would you say that it's logical that in order for me to get strong, I need to go to the gym? Would you say that's fairly logical?
Yes.
Would you say that if someone said to me that I need to go to the gym to get strong, that I then said to them, well, you don't go to the gym, so why should I? Do you think that would be a good rebuttal?
No.
Okay, but that's essentially what... Oh, hold on, that wasn't even Ben and Jen saying that.
No. He's not speaking. He's muted. I'm filling in.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to shut you up then. Right, so Ben and Jen, do you want to unmute yourself?
Or not, up to you.
Wow, he doesn't want to talk at all now. What a coward.
Just to be a pain in the ass. You don't have to go to the gym. You can do it in your yard, in your living room.
Yeah,
you can do it at work.
Yeah, obviously.
You know,
we're trying to address the argumentation. But Ben and Jen's a coward.
Isn't it not so rich? I'm sorry, Crypto.
What do you need to know? Like, I don't know. I see high tides and low tides every day.
Yeah, no, we're trying to address logic first. Like, if you can't even engage with like basic logical discussion, then there's no point even having a conversation about conceptual
I know
stuff.
you can't. I go by tide tables when I go clam digging.
Yeah,
okay,
so
we heard you.
again,
We heard you.
if you can't address basic logic, then there's no point having a conversation with you.
I know you can't, but I can.
Well, no, you
Okay,
can't.
so let's see. Let's see. What was my critique to you?
There's no evidence of a flat Earth. There's all the
That's
evidence
not
in the
what I said
world
to
of
you.
a globe Earth.
That's not what I said to you.
So-
All right, close. Getting close.
You are Ben and Jen, have you got two brain cells to rub together? If so, can you try and follow this conversation? Because it's really simple. He's just told you that your line of reasoning is fallacious, and he's given the name of the fallacy, and I've even given you an example of the fallacy that a 5-year-old could understand.
He wanted me to stop the rotation of the Earth to prove that the Earth is not
Demonstrate that you've
rotating.
understood anything that either myself or Gregory has said? Because if not, you might as well just go away.
He wanted me to stop the Earth from spinning to show that the Earth.
Yeah, he's not engaging. He's trolling.
Yeah, you haven't got a clue
No,
what
I'm
we're
not.
talking
That's
about.
what he
bro.
wanted to do.
That
Like, how
was
do you
somebody
remove
else.
We're talking
variable?
way above you.
That was
How do
somebody
you
else.
remove the
Wasn't
variable
it like
of the
Ben
Earth
Jerry's or whatever
spinning
your fucking name is?
to
That was
stop
someone
the Earth
else.
from spinning and make
Yeah,
it
that was
flat?
someone else. Not on this subject.
Spaz
None of
out.
the three people that
I
are talking
cringe.
to
Why are
you
you guys all like
mentioned
this?
that.
Show how the Earth is flat, please. Thank you.
Okay, water.
Thermonuclear
I'll do
meltdown.
this. Excuse me. When contained and at rest, water is described as level, horizontal upon the surface. 72% of the Earth's surface is water. Therefore, the Earth can't be a ball if the water is laying horizontally.
There you have it.
That's according to a model of gravity that relies on Earth being
No, gravity
clear.
will give you curved water.
No, water's never level. It has surface tension. Even on the glass, even on the ocean, it's
Okay, here we
curved.
go. Look at the open chat.
Water's not flat.
Water is flat. You've probably looked at the marine table. Some of it's actually
It's not.
described
It
as
has surface
mean.
tension.
Excuse me, mean flat water. Is
Google
mean flat
surface
water
tension
not
of
flat?
water.
Excuse me, is mean flat water not flat?
Yeah, water's not flat on the top. It has surface tension.
Is it lying horizontal?
Mostly.
Thank
But
you.
it's curved. It's curved. Water is curved with the
Sorry,
Earth.
that's a contradiction. Horizontals don't curve.
I said mostly, but
Okay,
it's curved
so
with the Earth. It appears pretty flat, but it's curved with the Earth.
no,
Like 8
you have
inches
to
per mile.
understand this. Sorry, Ben and Jerry's fucking ice cream. You have to understand that it's measured that
Her
way
name is
and
Jen.
actually practically used as horizontal. The water lays
Right,
horizontally.
and that's a prediction of a model where the Earth is a sphere.
No,
Because all
otherwise
of
that
the
would be
water is
curved water,
equidistant
then
from the
wouldn't
center
it?
of mass
Strange
of a
woman he keeps
sphere,
interjecting.
which appears as flat to us as tiny little
No, it
insects
doesn't.
on the surface of the planet.
Excuse me. Appears and is measured as such. Also,
Right, well, how
because
do you
it
think we
lies
measure shit
horizontally.
if not
Excuse me,
another
strange
voice from
woman,
the
you
same
keep
account.
interrupting. Not going to stand this. So I'll say it again. The water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal plane of reference. If the
I
surface of
understand
water
that,
lies
which is a
horizontal,
prediction of a globe Earth model.
you just seem to want to talk, don't you? It's really weird. The water
Well,
lies
you
horizontally.
seem to want to
Unless
substantiate my
you
position.
can give me a
It's really
measurement of
weird.
Earth curve of water
It's
curving. Can you do
8
that?
inches per mile. It's curved.
This is
Can
so
you
silly.
give me that measurement then, please?
8 inches per mile.
No, not. I know that the radius is 3,959 miles and the curvature is said to be for that sphere 8 inches per mile squared. So can you give me that direct measurement, please?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the horizon. I can look to the left
The
and it goes
horizon.
down. I look to the right and it goes down.
Yeah, I'm just staring at something that's a
is
measurement.
that horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
I mean, when I watch the
You
ships
don't
go out to
understand what I
sea every
just
day,
said,
they
did you, fucking
disappear
ice
over the
cream man?
horizon and they come back and they reappear. It's like magic.
Yeah, you can make things disappear on a known flat surface. Also, you'd have to have a physical geometric horizon to make that claim at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Have you got that direct measurement, which would lead to the curvature of 8 inches per mile squared? Have you got that?
Just Google it. The curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I know what the curvature of the Earth is, my friend. I'm asking you for the measurement.
So denying your burden of proof.
I know what the model says. I want a measurement that proves the model.
It was measured.
Brilliant. And show me how, please. Give me the practicality, something that I can falsify and repeat myself. How was that done?
Post in
Hey,
the open chat.
Ben, Jen, do you guys know there's a text chat too?
Yeah.
Okay,
We
you're
can't
being
really
a
access the tax chat's question that are allowed.
Makes no sense. I still want this practical measurement, please. You said it's been done. I want to know how it was done so I can falsify it and verify it, please. Very simple.
It's already been shown to be the case. If you could disprove
okay,
the
could you
globe
show me
Earth,
how
you
you
would
done
win
it
the Nobel
again?
Prize. You
Yeah,
would
me,
turn
can you
science
show
on its
me-
head. You would make a mockery of science if you could show
Excuse
the
me,
flat
that's
Still
Earth to
denying
be
his
true.
burden of proof again. He's
Even
corpse
a
now.
Christian. You
Okay,
could
so
believe
you
the
seem to
Bible.
not give me what I'm asking for. You seem to be bigger and seem to be showing some kind of derision to me because I've got a question to show me how that was measured, please.
I don't think that's relevant.
It is.
It sounds like your
Directly
issue is
relevant.
with science
Literally
itself.
directly relevant. It couldn't be more relevant.
I'm saying you'd win the Nobel Prize if you could show the Earth to be flat.
That'd be awesome. I'm asking you to provide me with the methodology of how it was measured to be 8 inches per mile squared, as you so kindly pointed out. Yeah, I want that measurement.
Mostly like with lasers, with satellite
stuff.
Yeah, with ship, with shadows, the sun. You can measure it with
lasers, shall we?
locations.
Coherent scattergetting of various topics.
Yeah, so let's stick with the first one that you said, lasers. Can you provide me with a direct measurement using a laser? I can provide you with 50, which demonstrate the surface of water lays horizontally. I can provide them from the universe. I can.
You'd win the Nobel Prize. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
I don't want to take your money. You can take your $1 million.
Excuse me. Why do you keep talking through me, Sunshine?
Go ahead and provide the evidence, and you can win the Nobel Prize.
I can provide you with the measurements done by the University of Kentucky, the US military, for example, when they're configuring their infrared laser targeting systems that they use at vessels at sea. Now, I can demonstrate with those authorities that the water lays horizontally. You said that you can prove that the Earth curves with a laser.
So they took away the 8 inches per mile?
Show
you never prove that. You just say stuff.
Yeah, you have to
never
interrupt
said that water is flat.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Water curves at 8 inches per mile, and you're lying.
Excellent.
You haven't shown anything. You're just lying. You're pretending that water doesn't curve with the Earth, but water curves with the Earth.
All right. So, Sunshine, I've
there's a picture of the curved Earth right there in the chat.
Are you just going to talk through?
Yeah, take today off from being a douchebag and let the gentleman finish his sentence, please.
He won't. He's unable.
Yeah, you're coping and carping. They can't refute anything.
I can provide you with quite a lot of fucking material, over 50 laser tests. I've already can reference and will do the University of Kentucky and the US military with their laser targeting systems, infrared, if you will. Now, you've said that you can measure Earth curvature with a laser 8 inches per mile squared. That was your first claim. Stop it. Otherwise, you're going to be very disappointing. You said
already been proven long ago.
So show me it. Show me it with a laser. Show me it.
Don't have a laser on me right now.
You said it's already been done. You said that the Earth curvature been measured.
I literally watch ships go out to sea, and they
That's not a laser,
as they go away every single day.
That's not a laser, you drunk idiot. It's not a laser, is it?
You said
lasers.
I did.
You said Earth curvature been measured with a laser. That's not you watching a boat.
You haven't shown me that water doesn't curve.
I mean, he's thoroughly refuted by now. I mean, he's just dodging his burden of proving carping.
I mean, even raindrops are curved.
No, they're not. Only the ones that are less than 1 millimeter are sphered. The ones that are bigger have got a shape of a disc. Did you not know that?
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. They're shaped like a burger bun.
They're shaped like a raindrop.
A burger bun. I've already told you that the ones that are less than 1 millimeter will give this. Dude, again, I'll implore you to Google it. Very simple to understand. Now, back to your claim that the Earth curvature has been measured with lasers. That's not you watching a boat disappear to sea. That's you measuring it with a laser. I want you to provide me with that evidence so I can stop thinking the Earth is flat, please. Can you do that?
How does it feel to want?
Dodging his burden again.
Yeah, you're not going to give me what I want, what you fucking claimed.
Nope. I'm not hiring you to tell me what to do. I'm just telling you you've never shown any evidence of a flat Earth at all. Nobody ever has. No one has ever shown any evidence of a flat Earth, ever. None.
Still denying his burden.
Zero. All of the evidence in the whole universe
Still denying his burden still.
Spherical Earth.
So if he's going to go this way, can I just ask him something then? If he's going to be like this, can we just take it a slightly different direction? I mean, it's
we might as well move on.
He's going to repeat himself.
Yeah.
So if he's going to state what he just said, which he said 10 minutes ago, then let me ask him. So what logical reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
If you want to win the Nobel Prize and show that the Earth is flat, then you would want to do that.
Yeah, he didn't ask you that.
You're not even trying to answer, dude. Like, you're not even trying to answer at all.
You can do the impossible.
But still didn't ask you that. Buddy, do you know what the word doubt means? Like, are you even listening to what I said? Like,
I
I'll just
doubt what
say
you
it
say.
again.
Yeah,
I'll just say it slowly and
I
just
doubt what you
recognize
say.
it's a question.
I
So
doubt
yeah,
your fallacious claim. Yes, I know it's
wait,
false.
hold on. What you just said? I made a claim. I didn't make a claim. What claim did I
You
make?
claim that the Earth is flat.
No. I say I observe. I observe the Earth is flat. Now I'm asking you what
No, you're
logical reason.
guessing.
Dude, chill. I didn't finish,
You
dude.
can't say
Did
you
the middle of my
observed it. You were
sentence
just
interrupt the
guessing.
beginning
You
of
think
yours?
you observe.
Dude, chill. Just
You
slow down and
pretend that
chill.
you pretend that you
Oh, you're just
observe.
gonna talk over us. Fuck this shit.
You're
He's just
just
gonna talk
talking
over us. So
over
fuck it.
me. You're pretending you're.
Just another drunk chanter trying to impress his missus. I've had enough. Make them fuck off.
I don't know why you think someone like that would have a missus.
She was chattering in the background.
That was his mom.
Hey, Gregory is still server muted.
Then again, a lot of people are bad judgment of character, so things like that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, seriously, what a man-child to the core.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, so would observing boats go over the horizon not be a reason to doubt the Earth is hot?
Well, you say over as though it's a water hill, even though it's obviously not.
Well, that's what I observe.
No, you don't.
What do you mean?
Wait,
What do I
question
observe
though. Question. Do you observe it happening at 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height? Consistently? Do you observe it happening at 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer's height consistently, Scott?
Sorry, I had to mute myself. The helicopter flew right over my head. But yeah, I do not observe that. I don't know how many. I have no idea how far when the boats go over the horizon. I just see them go over the horizon.
Because you know they're supposed to start going over the horizon at 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height, but we've well established that that's not happening all the time.
I apologize for the
So let's
helicopter.
say
You guys can hear
this.
that.
So let's say this is appeal.
Yeah.
Let's say this is appeal. So if the Earth is a ball wrapped in water, then the water in the distance is going to have a visible cutoff point of its convex slope, and it will obstruct objects in the distance should it be further along enough. No matter how much you zoom in to that object in the distance that has now disappeared beyond that horizon point with your unaided eye. But we can zoom in to the object that is supposedly behind Earth curvature. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curvature. That's a deductive argument.
It's incorrect too, because you made an assumption and that it's incorrect.
What's the incorrect assumption?
Is that there's a particular place where the boats need to disappear.
Because there is a particular place where the boats need to disappear. This is the refutation to your critique, because it necessarily follows as you disrupt the answer. It necessarily follows from the premise that the Earth is a ball wrapped in water.
Yes.
That the horizon is supposedly, the horizon would be the cutoff point of the water hill wrapped around the ball. So you go past, around, beyond, over, pick your verb, that point in your field of view that supposedly is the horizon, the convex slope of the water away from you, then it would be obstructed behind a water hill. So no matter how much you zoom into that object, you will not see it because it's behind a non-transparent water hill. But we do zoom into objects in the distance and can see them, even though they supposedly went behind the water hill with the unaided eye. Therefore, the horizon is not the beginning of convex slope of a water hill around a ball.
Well, you made a fact claim in there, right?
The entire argument is a fact.
Can you identify the fact claim you made?
The entire argument consists of facts. That's why it's a deductively, logically sound argument.
But the argument,
Water Hill neighborhood.
deductive, whatever. I don't. It's true. You could bring boats back from the horizon beyond the horizon, have a case, but you can't, and you never have. I've seen the pictures you
Your
guys
sentence is
posted.
incoherent.
I've seen the pictures you guys posted, and you've never brought it back from beyond the horizon.
Okay, you're just being
You
invincibly
just can't do
ignorant.
it.
Okay, you're just being invincibly ignorant. So that's a patent demonstration. That's a patent empirical demonstration of zooming
I've
into
never
the object that is
demonstrated that.
supposedly, as you disrupt this answer, that's a patent.
I already heard your
empirical
answer. You said
as you
it
continue
once.
to disrupt this answer,
I already heard it.
as you
You don't
continue
need to
to
repeat
disrupt
it.
this answer.
All right, go ahead.
So moderators handle this. Okay, that's a patent empirical demonstration of zooming into objects in the distance that are seemingly, supposedly behind the water hill. That's what's demonstrated. So it's obviously not behind a water hill, because if it was, we couldn't zoom into it and see it in the shot.
I agree.
But we do, therefore, it's not obscured behind a water hill wrapped around a ball. It's a deductive argument. It's logically sound.
Hear that? There's a helicopter flying over me as logic is saying, put the axe down. What the fuck is going on around me?
So how long are we
Should
going to
I go
listen
into
in?
my house and lock my door? Shit.
So how long are we going to listen to in carp?
I didn't think I was carping.
Okay, so obviously this is
I'm
open.
going to
You've
move
been refuted.
indoors.
Right, so
Hold
this
on.
is right.
I'm going to
Just
move
to be clear.
indoors so the helicopter doesn't bug me.
Yeah, okay. So just to be clear, it's done. End of matter. You've been refuted.
It's not done. It's not done. You failed
Okay,
miserably.
what's your rebuttal?
Again. Your
What's
rebuttal
your
is you do not have this evidence you claim to have.
Right,
That's
so
my
more
rebuttal.
invincible ignorance. So a fallacious repetition of invincible ignorance.
Post the evidence.
Yeah, it's been posted. And look in the open chat.
No, post the evidence.
Yeah, it's in the open chat.
Okay. And what we're going to see is an image in which you can clearly see the top half of a boat, very clearly, but the bottom half is blocked off. And then when you zoom in, you can see the bottom half of the boat as clearly as you can see the top half. Is that what we're going to see?
Yeah, you're being dishonest. Yeah.
Is that what we're going?
You're just being dishonest.
What we're going to see?
Yeah, you're just being dishonest.
No, that's what I
Flatman and you're just being dishonest. Flatman and I have posted that same GIF repeatedly, where it zooms out from the zoom in shot. It zooms out.
And the boat gets really, really
position.
tiny?
It zooms out. It zooms out from the position where you can see the boat, and then zooms out, and now you can't see the boat any longer. Not a part of it is obscured. The entire boat is obscured when you go back to the default position, like your naked eye, which patently indicates that the horizon is not the beginning of a water hill.
Except that's not our claim. That's a claim you made up.
No, but it is. So either
No,
you're going to
it's
affirm
not
that is
our
the
claim.
logical. So either you're going to affirm that's the logical implication of your premise, or you're going to deny that's the logical implication of your premise. If you deny that it's a logical implication of your premise, then you're just being logically inconsistent, because it necessarily follows that if the Earth is wrapped around in water, then the horizon in the distance on the ocean is the beginning of a water hill. So.
No, that's not our claim. If you want to knock down our claim,
so
knock
you're
down
just
our
not being
claim, not
logically
one you
consistent.
made up. You're wrong.
Yeah, some more invincible
I'm sorry.
ignorance. You're just not being logically consistent with your own premises and invincible ignorance, as usual. So you're refuted. Next person. Anybody wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball? Anyone?
It's so cute how you claim victory when you came nowhere near it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're done. So
I'm trying
he's guilty of everything he's accusing you of. It's kind of funny,
Which picture is it? Which picture are we talking about where we bring the... Okay, so I finally got on my computer. So I'm looking at this one you posted, Gregory, and the ship going far, far away and getting tiny and you can't see it anymore. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. When I talk,
what I'm talking about.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. When I say I see boats go over the horizon, I'm not talking about this.
So this is
I'm
not
not
an
talking
instance
about
of that
this.
general type of event.
No, not even close. Not at all.
Yeah,
No,
you're being
not at all.
logically inconsistent again. It's
Not
obviously an
at all.
instance. It's obviously
No.
a particular instance of that type of
It's not.
event that you're
It's not.
referring to.
You
You just
say not
referred to
even
a type of event, and this is a particular instance of that type of event. You're just
Nope,
not being
Not
logically
even
consistent again.
close. Like it's
Not even
virtually
close.
identical. It's like not even
No.
close.
Like this is just silly. Like he's just
Just
failing to
gaslighting,
identify what he's asking about and talking about. That is a particular instance of the type of event you're talking about.
But it's not.
Well, of course, it's not an instance of a boat being obscure behind a water ball. That's the point. That falsifies your idea. That falsifies the false implication of your premise that the water is wrapped around a ball. Yeah, you're right. It's not an instance of the boat being obscure behind a water hill. You're right.
But this is not the evidence I put forward. If you need to, put different evidence that I'm not making a claim, you want to straw man my position, you're free to do
flagrant
that.
non sequitur.
You're free to straw man my position.
Flagrant non sequitur.
How is you not addressing my position?
Scott, the point of showing that Scott, the point of showing that GIF was not that this was your argument. Like, can you stop confusing yourself, please? That is an instance of an empirical demonstration that falsifies the false implication of your premise that the oceans are wrapped around a ball.
How does it do that?
Right, I just explained. So now you're being invincibly ignorant again.
It failed.
Yeah, you're being invincibly ignorant.
No, you're just failing miserably.
Yeah, you're invincibly ignorant.
I mean, there's plenty of images out there. There's that cruise liner that, I'm sure you've seen 100 times where you can only see the top of it, as it goes further and further away.
To something else that's irrelevant to the issue.
No, but that's what we're saying. That's what I've seen.
Yeah,
now,
and now you've seen this here, and now you've seen this here.
Yeah, and that's not an instance of what I'm talking about.
Right. That's an instance that falsifies the false implication of your premise that the Earth is wrapped in water.
It doesn't, though.
Invincible ignorance.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want, man. If you need to believe this, I know that's what I can do about it. But
bloviating.
Yeah, says the man who never shuts up.
Yep. Continue to bloviating.
You're funny, man. You're so funny.
Sarcasm.
So Scott, Scott, when you saw the observation of the cruise ship, was that during the day or at night?
The cruise ship is the one that we've seen. It's been posted many, many times here and elsewhere. I've never seen that cruise ship particularly, but I have seen other ships of somewhat equal size that I can only see the top half of them. And I can see the top half fairly clearly.
Okay, so walk with me here. Is it fair to say that the surface of the water on the ocean is cooler a few hours after the sun has gone down than it would be at noon when the sun is directly over the head of that same spot as it's heating up the surface of the water?
I guess, sure. Why not? Yeah.
So you would say water is cooler at night on the surface than during the day?
Oh, no. Sorry. No, it's warmer relative to the air because the water pretty much stays the same temperature night and day.
So the first few inches of the water are at equilibrium with the air surrounding it, above it?
I don't know what that means.
The surface of the water is the same temperature as the air, always. Yes or no?
No, hold on, Scott.
Never.
You accidentally
Never.
answered him correctly the first time. Like, if you're going to be honest, yes, while the sun is heating the surface of the water, that water will be warmer than after the sun has set by a few hours. You were correct when you answered that the first time. And
Right,
then
but
you
it's
changed
not.
it. You changed it to say that you're talking about relative to the air. That wasn't his question. His question was about the water itself. So relative to, say, noon to midnight, right? Like at midnight, the surface of the water will be slightly, not much, but slightly cooler than during the midday.
Okay, slightly. I'll give you, yeah, slightly, but it's not much.
Okay, so what I'm suggesting, and this is just from what I've been, looking at, my logic and my reasoning skills since I've been into flat Earth, I would suggest that the further an object gets away from your viewing point on the shore, if it's during the day, the surface of that water is warmer and not at equilibrium with the air around it. So it's going to create a mirroring, compounding effect on your observation of that object further away. Whereas if it's during the early morning, and you take that same observation, you will see further away because the water and the air are more at equilibrium with each other. So the compounding of the water vapor being evaporated by the sun at noonday is less. It's not as much.
What do you mean by seeing further away?
I'm saying that the observation from the shoreline in the morning, you'll be able to see further away because the water has not been heated up by the sun to create the evaporation and the mirroring effect that you'll see in the afternoon.
Yeah, no, you just repeated what I'm genuinely not sure what you mean by further away. You're saying you can see the objects touching the water further away? You could see you could see further water, or you can see just things off in the distance further.
Yeah, you'll be able to see things further away off into the distance earlier in the morning than you will later in the afternoon.
That's not been my experience. My experience is that you could see things throughout the entire day if they're tall enough.
Sure, you'll see things during the day. You'll see things throughout the day. But what I'm suggesting is that the reason why things disappear from the bottom up is because there is a mirroring effect that is caused by the sun heating up the surface of the water. So if it's doing that for 8 hours and you observe something at 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night, you're not going to see it as clearly as you would earlier in the day after the whole night has gone through and then the sun is coming up for the sunrise at 6 or 7 in the morning. So
how does this mirror? Well, but the boats disappear at all times.
Yeah,
there's never a time when the boats don't disappear.
Right.
Bottom up.
But what I'm suggesting is that the horizon is apparent. It's not a fixed geometrical ending point. There's not a terminal line that you're going to come to when you're observing things.
You don't even need to suggest it. It's been proven years ago. Okay, the horizon is not, and they don't even disagree with this anymore. The horizon is an optical location, not a physical one, and it moves forward and back. And I think Scott would even agree that in the crisp morning air, that you would have more of an ability to see farther with less refraction than in the late heated and polluted air.
Well, if we're bringing smog or fog or other kinds of things into the picture, but that has nothing to do with refraction, and I fear you conflated the two.
Of course it would, but I'm not even trying to bring that necessarily into it. Yes, I use it, but because it is yet another thing. But okay, so what he's arguing about the heat of the day. You know, like, okay, so the curvy cranes on the black swan image, right? Why do you think that happened? Well, because of heat. It's highly likely that they were actually venting the freaking stacks while that picture was being taken. But also, even if it was just on a hot day, like later in the day, you're gonna get more of that thermal like waving refraction type thing that you see, like the heat mirroring and shit that you see over a hot road on a late afternoon during the midsummer. You know, like that's that type of waving that you see early in the morning. You're way less likely to see that type of a thing, aren't you, Scott?
Sure. But I'm not sure how this applies to the boats going with horizon.
Well, because
and always disappearing from the bottom up.
But there has to be a definitive measurement of the globe, right? Like eventually you have to eventually whatever it is that you're watching travel further away from you. Let's say you're on California shoreline, and you see it traveling towards Japan. In your imagination, from what you were taught and what I was taught too, you know, I know what you know, but I also can see it from this perspective. That ship that's traveling towards Japan is underneath you. It's going below you, right?
It's going around the circle, yeah.
Yeah, so it's right. So it has to have a definitive curvature.
Yeah, and it does.
Where's the horizon start and end? Does it matter at which time of day it is, or is it always going to disappear at a certain distance?
Scott, you're pretty sneaky, dude. You definitely it's going around a circle. It is going around a circle and it's curving, but that's above us. That's not on the ground. It's the celestial sphere that is doing that. So what Scott said is correct. It is going around kind of like a circle, right? And it's going around the curvature, but not of the Earth. It's of the heavenly bodies. He's pretty good at what he does because he knows this. It's just that he's pretending.
Well, I'm just trying to be clear.
Yeah, but you're kind of like making it roll like, yeah, I'm agreeing with you because, you know, it has to be a globe, but you know it's not.
But I don't know that, and I know for a fact that it is. And here's an example.
The movement of the luminaries above, they're you can describe it as a sphere, and it's described as the celestial sphere, right? And you can say, yeah, it's curving, this and that. But that's not the ground, obviously.
You know, so I posted a little video of a boat where half of it's missing. It's a large vessel of some sort. And do you guys really think that if we zoomed in further, we could bring back the bottom of that boat?
You zoom in far enough, can you find Tokyo?
Here's a better question. How far away is that boat, and does it match with the geometry of your globe Earth?
But see, that's not my question, though. And it's interesting how you guys keep avoiding my question to ask the question you want.
I said it's a better question.
Yeah, I don't think it's a better question. I think the only interesting question is, what's blocking the bottom of that boat? And
not the curvature of the Earth, obviously.
What is it?
Is there Earth, or do you see Earth?
It's curving of the water.
I'm sorry.
What do we think it is?
Water doesn't curve like around balls. Everybody knows that. It can't be that.
You gotta understand this, right? A little bit of the wave, right? Like a centimeter would block half of that boat already from far away, bro. You gotta understand it. A little bit of the wave in the front of the boat will block half of the boat already.
And a big part of the boat is also under the water. A big part of the boat, it's underwater, isn't it?
Yes, but nowhere near as much as not showing.
And why is not the boat tilting with the curvature? Because look, it's not tilting with the curve. Why not?
I forget who it was, but a few weeks back there was a guy who tried to show a video of of a boat going out into the distance and disappearing bottom up. And in 5 seconds time, we went from seeing all of the normal amount of boat hull to literally it just dropped like it fell off the edge of the earth. Like in 5 seconds time, we saw nothing but the top of the fucking thing. We saw no hull. We saw only cabin in 5 seconds time. How far do you think it traveled? And do you think that that fits with the curvature rate of the earth?
It's interesting. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen the video, but I have posted a video that nobody wants to address.
Like or you're at least able to picture what I'm saying. And that's why you were so quiet. Yeah.
No, I would have to see the video to have any kind of idea of what's going on. Maybe I can figure it out. Maybe I can't. Maybe there's a good explanation. Maybe there's not.
How does a ship reach the curve and then just fall off the fucking edge of it?
I don't know. I've never seen the video. You're asking me to describe or explain something I have not seen. But I have seen stuff like what I posted. I've seen them with my own eyes, right? Sitting on the dock of the bay, as they say. Actually sitting on Huntington Beach Pier or at San Pedro Pier. I've seen it sometimes off the coast of San Francisco, standing on the Bay Bridge, but that's a pretty high thing, so the boats have to be really far away.
Show this evidence of this, the heating of the water changes our vision of the horizon. Because I've only heard people say it, but no evidence to like actually, prove this fact. That the heating of the water, the slight heating of the water changes because think about it, if you look up, the different oceans have different temperatures on top. It does vary very slightly though. Of course, the bottom of the ocean does not change temperature. So why can all around the world see the same thing, the same effect of the horizon of boats disappearing from the bottom? You can't just zoom in and see the same part of it. There'll still be some missing if we're different temperatures. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, I get why it doesn't make sense, because you're trying to rationalize what you were taught and what is actual. So why
one second.
What is rational? Dude, nothing is rational. Even better question.
Danny, can you repeat what doesn't make sense specifically? What did you say doesn't make sense?
Here's a better question. Why
can you repeat what doesn't make sense
in the world? What benefit does the governments of the world have?
Can you repeat what you said about what makes sense or what doesn't make sense? Can you repeat that?
To me, okay. So I was doing some research, and I'm no way an expert in this. All right, I'm going to throw it out there. I'm not an expert, so I'm just throwing out what I know, science.
Okay, so let's stick to what makes sense and what doesn't. Do you feel, does your senses indicate to you that the ground under your feet, it's moving, in motion, spinning?
I wouldn't feel that because the Earth is huge and I'm tiny.
Okay, so your senses are not telling you that that's happening yet. Are your senses telling you that it's moving or not moving? What are your senses telling you?
I would say I'm not moving, but that's because the Earth is so big.
Okay, so when you say what makes sense, it makes sense that it's not moving.
You're on a giant planet. You're not gonna. Let's
stick to because you said makes sense, right?
You wouldn't feel.
Danny, just relax, dude. Step by step. Let's get to the bridge together.
I'm trying to answer your question. You would not feel the movement of the Earth. Because you're trying to do a trick question in here, and it's not working, bud. That's not how this works. No, I'm not going to answer your question. You're just trying to throw a trick question.
It's pretty simple, Danny. You don't have to be triggered.
You do not feel the Earth moving because you are so tiny compared to the Earth.
Claiming the opposite will be nonsense, by definition.
But can the ant feel you moving when you move, and he's on your shoulder?
So Danny, so now we established that you don't feel the ground moving. Everybody agrees that the lack of evidence is not evidence. The lack of feeling the motion is not evidence of the motion. So claiming that it is moving will be nonsensical. Now let's move on to another of your senses. When you observed, right, the horizontal line, you observe this, and it's it's not curving, and then above that you see the sky moving, the luminaries moving. What would you claim the opposite? The opposite will be nonsense, Danny.
Luminary sky.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Nonsense.
Do you think, bro? How big do you think the Earth is? If the Earth is,
hey, which one of your senses
The
did
Earth
you
is
use
so
to
big,
establish the size of the Earth? Danny. Did you use any of your senses to establish the size of the Earth? Because you're trying to.
I have to use my senses. We have scientific fact and mathematics to prove that the Earth is round.
Scientific facts for sizes.
Literally experiments done.
Danny, that is a category error.
Prove the Earth is round.
When you start laughing and saying, you know how big the Earth is, we're gonna reverse that question on you. Do you know how big they claim the Earth to be?
He said science knows.
Yeah, it's 6,357 kilometers.
Do you think science establishes what is question? Like is it a what is? Science establishes the measurements. Go ahead, Luke.
How fast do you think the Earth is supposed to drop away from you? Like what rate?
Drop away from me? No, it's not dropping away from me. Gravity is holding me to the Earth. They're not going to drop away from me.
Stop. Let's pretend you're on the top of a ball. Okay.
Okay. I'd have to be really tiny, like microscopic size.
In all directions is dropping away from you. What rate do you think that's expected?
It's not dropping away from me. It's not dropping away because you're microscopic. Because gravity is 1, holding you to the Earth, and 2 is so big that you're not gonna feel the movement of the Earth. Again, I'm trying
nonsense.
I don't know why you don't understand how the perspective of a giant Earth compared to a tiny.
Let me just bring my. I wanna bring my sense or nonsense point to conclusion. So you're claiming, Danny, that nonsense makes sense. Well done.
Didn't say that.
Bro just said, bro, it doesn't make sense.
You just don't realize it. You just don't. I get it. You don't realize it. You don't get it. I get it. I get it that you don't get it. But it's nonsense.
I want to tell you. Do you know how big an inch is?
That middle schoolers do to prove that the Earth is round, the proof that proves the Earth is rotating, the proof that Earth is moving.
That's nonsense. None of that. You have none of that.
Better question. Why again?
You have none of that, Danny. I want to ask you a question, Danny. No. It's a single choice question.
Governments and the world of the world gain. Hold on.
Calm down, Linda.
No,
calm down, Linda.
Fine. You're not answering my question. You're not going to let me answer my question again because you can't answer.
Linda. Okay.
What does the government of the world gain to say that the Earth is flat?
You answer it one of two ways, okay? Just listen to the question here. Either the boat's going over the curve or the Earth's too big to see the curve. Which one do you pick?
It's both. It's not mutually exclusive, my dude.
Both. It's going over the curve, but too big to see the curve. Okay. You are genius. You're a genius. You should be a part of the music club.
Look, he doesn't want to listen, but what I was trying to get to is trying to get listen, Danny. Do you know what one? I know you're using metric, but you know what an inch is, right? Like it's about the width of your thumb, right? So that's about an inch.
Yeah, I know how much an inch is. Well, I don't know. You have a small thumb. That's an inch.
All right. So
width of your thumb. Sorry.
According to your model, according to your globe, it's not as big as you think it is, most likely. They tell you that in 1 mile of distance, that the Earth has dropped away from you by 8 inches.
Oh, right. Yeah. And?
In 1 mile, 8 inches. When you do the second mile,
you do know that the Earth is not perfect. Like that there's mountains and there's hills and stuff. So obviously you do know how that works.
Mountains.
So if I walk right that distance, right? So for example, in Wyoming, there's a part where it's completely flat for a good miles across.
I kind of agree with you. 8 inches isn't a lot, and over a mile you might not notice it. But when you do the second mile, it's squared.
Yeah, but again, you got to think about one, where we live, and on the crust of the Earth, where we live, and how it varies throughout the world. That also puts an effect on that, would it not? So say you're on an Earth, right? Cool. So let's take a ball, because you'll like your ball experiments, right? Let's take a ball, right? Let's say we put like a miniature of like a land on that ball, right? And it curves to the ball, right? You get me so far? Okay.
Yeah. No.
So
Okay.
So if that
before you do this, I've been trying to put it into perspective for you. Okay. No. Hold on. I've been trying to put it in perspective for you. In 10 miles, it's 66 feet. In 100 miles, it's 666 feet. It's not as big as you're saying. When you say not noticeable, it's so big. That's not true. It's not. I mean, I agree with you.
There's an even better question, which y'all still haven't answered. Why would the governments lie to us about the Earth being a ball, or instead of being flat?
Because then they need mental slaves that behave like beasts, like you.
You'll accept bank bailouts and over $1 million a day taken from each state for space exploration and CGI images, and
That you think
you're good with all that.
Slaves don't know that the Earth is a ball.
You're good with all that.
You know how the Earth was found out that? Do you know how the Earth was found out as round?
I want to share something with you. Your logic of seeing the boat go over the curve, but the Earth being too big to notice curvature, is kind of like my logic of me dating your sister after 8 months and her becoming pregnant. Well, she's not really pregnant.
buddy. There's
not really pregnant.
Wait.
I wasn't really dating her. I really wasn't dating your sister for 8 months.
How 3D works. Let me explain how 3D works for you. All right. Let me say.
You're really not pregnant, bud.
Hold on.
So don't worry. You won't be an uncle, or it's not mine.
Hold on.
Danny, it's not mine.
I'm going to explain it to you, buddy. I'm going to explain it to you. Hold on. There's a 3D plane. There's not 2D. There's not. There's the length of the Earth. So take a picture. Right. You're looking at the ocean. Right. There's the length of it, right, that we see across the one side to the other. We can't always see all the way down on the one side, but right, okay? And then there's also the opposite direction, the linear version. So you can't see the curvature on the long ways because we're too small, so we don't see the full curve. But we know that there's a curve because you see the boat slowly going linear, going away from you. You see it slowly go down, you see the bottom of the boat.
Nonsense.
It's crazy how 3D works. It's crazy that 3D exists.
Hey, we have an eclipse today.
That's a pretty good explanation, yeah.
Do you feel better now that you got that out?
I mean, you didn't refute it somehow? You figure out a way to refute it, bro?
This dude's letting the moose loose, huh?
You want me to dispute it, or as a hobby, as a civilian, I jump out of planes. Notice the picture I posted in the live chat. There's no curvature to that horizon. So forget about seeing your boat going over the curve.
Because you can't see.
Okay, Danny? That's not my child. Your sister might be pregnant, but it's not mine.
How many miles do you think that is? Do you think that small amount of the picture you took is going to show a full curvature, or even better, do you think it's a big enough piece of the Earth that's going to show the curvature?
Listen, Danny. Danny, you're not gonna see. Listen, on a cup of water, you're not gonna see the curvature. On a bathtub, you won't see it. On the lake, you won't see it. On the sea, you won't see it.
You may see it on a lake.
There's infrared that goes 700 miles and shows you the biggest water level that you can see. And you can't see any curvature between point A and point B. So where is it? It's nowhere to be found. You're just claiming it.
You can't, dude. Again, if y'all can't understand the basics of a 3D object, how babies understand how 3D
That's the problem that you're
works.
having, that you think that the earth under your feet is
I can't
an
help you all at
object.
this point.
You're
I
having
just
that
can't help
issue.
you all at this point.
I'm happy for
Yeah,
you and
you-
your son, but it's not mine, Danny.
And the idea that, bro, your logic of why okay, so again, and also the logic of this, by the way, all of the governments, every single government, including the ones that absolutely
That's
fucking
nonsense.
hate each other,
That's
are
nonsense.
all going this conspiracy of that
Do you know all the governments? Do you know everyone in the government? You don't. You don't know all these people.
internet, and we have
That
so
is a
many
stereotype fallacy.
people go to
That is a
space.
stereotype fallacy. That is a fallacy
It
of
is a
fallacies.
conspiracy. It is a conspiracy. We know what conspiracy is. It is a conspiracy, buddy.
All governments
All the
tell the
Earths in the
truth
world.
all
So
the
all the people, all the governments in the world, all of them, none of them are speaking. All of them are going to each other.
all
They're
the
not going
time,
to
Danny.
all the humans in the
Listen
world.
to your
The Earth
government,
is not
Danny.
flat. That it's round. That it's involved.
Listen, Danny,
your government. They're
you sound
telling you-
How are they
excited.
gonna
Just
keep that
relax your
secret,
diarrhea
bro?
of the mouth.
How are they going to keep that secret?
Dude, literally, they could actually be as confused as you, just thinking that, overthinking it. They want to believe that they live on a ball,
Bro,
but
there
they
are
don't.
so many people in this world that hate governments, especially our government. I'm speaking as an American. Our government that constantly go out and searching for misinformation and where the government lies and stuff.
Hey, I don't hate the government. I don't hate people, but when people say lies, you gotta call them the lies. You don't go out there actively hating people. But if there's someone saying a lie, you call it for what it is.
Lying at the same time.
Can you control your diarrhea of the mouth? Can you control yourself or no?
Bro, it's crazy. The logical fallacy.
Yeah, it is crazy that you acting like this, Danny. It sounds crazy.
The mental gymnastics is crazy. If y'all that's some crazy stuff.
Hey, there you go.
You realize that you haven't let anybody finish their sentence over the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny.
No, I've been talked over the whole time. But okay, buddy, sure.
Hey, Danny, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you grew up in America, right? Is that where you were born here?
Yeah, I live in America.
Did you go to public school or private school or?
I did go to public school.
Okay. So when you learned about the glob Earth and outer space and the solar system and interstellar travel and all that, was that something you came up with on your own or did you learn it in school?
Someone taught it to me. What does that have to do with anything?
Okay, so somebody else taught you reality and where you live and everything. You didn't come up with it on your own, right?
They showed me the science behind it and the proof behind it. They didn't just say, "Oh, well, the Earth is round. So there you go." I can see, and again, we can see other planets with telescopes. Why are all the other planets round and we're the only flat?
That's a fallacy, Danny. Think about it. You're already in your premise. That is a false premise, Danny. That is a false premise, Danny. Relax, bro. Replying to what you were saying.
You can't say why. Just all you can say is a fallacy.
Danny, you're already including. Listen, Danny, relax, dude.
Reason behind the Earth being flat,
Danny,
all the
it's
other
okay.
planets being round, including the moon, including the sun, all the planets in our solar system. Like it makes no sense.
So listen, Danny. When you are mentioning this, and then you add other planets, you're already trying to imply that the thing below your feet is a planet like those that you're looking in the sky. No one is denying that we can observe the natural phenomena we label planets. No one is saying add to that. But then what you're doing, you're adding a variable to your observation, and you're adding something that you're not observing. You're adding a nonsensical claim to the sensical claim. So you're saying the ground under your feet, it's spinning and curving like those lights in the sky. And that's where you're having an issue that you don't comprehend at the moment. Hopefully you can realize it eventually.
Would the Earth be so special? That seems like another assumption to be made.
That complete diarrhea of the mouth that basically meant nothing. Cool, thanks.
Okay. So reality doesn't mean anything for you, Danny, then. Danny, where do you look when you look at the ground? Do you look up or down?
Down is respected, but yes, down towards the Earth.
Oh, so you look down to look to the ground? Okay. So when you look at the planets, where do you look? Do you look up? Look up, right?
I can look up, yes.
So the planets that you looked up, are away from the thing that you're looking down, right? Those are not the same thing.
It's not down. It's up and out. It's actually out. It's not down technically. It's
but
out.
See all the nonsense that you have to conquer.
It's out away from the earth. It's not really up. It's our version of up, but it's away from the
out.
earth.
It's into the earth and away from the earth.
Correct. Yes, it'd be into the earth and out of the earth. Correct.
But you see all the nonsense that you put in together to be able to formulate an argument that is nonsensical.
It's nonsense. You're not explaining it.
Point and just not make any point, bro. That was some grade A gymnastics right there, my
Remember,
dude.
you said other planets. When you say other planets, you're including the Earth, right? So,
yeah.
So when you say other planets, what do you picture? Do you picture the solar system, right? That's what you're picturing. Other planets, the Earth included.
I see the stars. I see stars. I see stars. I see planets. Yeah, with a telescope, you can see the sun. Same way you can see the eclipse. We saw the eclipse today. We just saw the eclipse.
Yeah, even though the eclipse debunks the claim, but so when you say other planets, you mean this, right?
Dude just literally quoted happen. I guess we're all just delusional, bro. I guess we're just imagining the eclipse happening. Cool.
First of all,
I'm done.
The solar system, you should only be picturing one star.
Crazy.
In the solar system, you're talking about the sun, and you're calling that a star. There's no other stars in the solar system. But then,
the sun is a star, my dude. And
giving that answer,
the sun is a type of star. Yes, there are other stars in our galaxy.
In giving that answer, though, you just literally sounded exactly.
Do not know how. Wait. I'm sorry. Are you saying there's no other stars in our galaxy?
No, we were talking about your solar system.
Our solar system.
You were asked to describe what you see in your solar system. You said,
you see the sun.
Stars,
yes, you can see the sun.
Stars, I see galaxies. I didn't
say I saw galaxies. I didn't say that, but okay, sure. I said I saw stars. I can see the planets with a telescope. I can see the sun. You can see planets. That's all factual. That's all factual.
And when you point to the Earth, do you point with the telescope? Do you point up?
It's not up. It's in. It's towards the Earth. There's no up.
So there's no up in Danny's universe. In your mind, there's no up or down.
Because when, for example, say, okay.
That's nonsense, right?
Because if someone pointing out away from Australia is a different direction than me pointing out from here in North Carolina in the United States of America.
Don't you require curvature for that?
It's a 3D object. I don't know why you can't understand what 3D objects mean.
Wow.
And also to answer the person, yes, gyroscopes can also measure measure the Earth rotation about 15 degrees per hour. To answer that person's question about the gyroscope.
So you haven't measured the curvature across the lens, and you're already saying that Australia is under your feet.
It's not under my feet. Technically, they're. I don't know exactly. Let's see if I'm there. Technically,
you said there's no under, right? There's no under.
Well, I don't know exactly.
Below you?
I mean, the joke is, right, you dig down, you get to China, right? I don't know the exact.
Yeah, it is a joke. Not a funny one, but it is kind of like laughable, right?
I don't know where I'd end up if I dig down right now from where I am all the way through the Earth. I don't know exactly where I'd end up.
You know what's gonna happen? You won't be able to dig any further. You're gonna have to go back up.
A magma core. You can't take further because it's a magma core, and you can't.
Magma core. Wow.
You can only go down.
This guy's all in.
I think there's a limit to how far you can dig down.
Danny, do you know? Danny, do you know
fantasy
humans have dug into the Earth's surface? Do you know how deep that is?
I'll have to look up the exact amount. I know there's a record. There's a people who actually did the. Let me look it up real quick. There's the deepest hole.
Yeah, Google it. Do that.
Hole
get on Google.
In the world. Let's see. Okay, here we go. The Koala Super Deep Borehole SG3 retains the world record at 12,262 meters, or 400,230 feet. Reached in 1989, and is still the deepest artificial point on Earth.
And it's also the same depth of the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest depth of our oceans. So beyond that, humans cannot go beyond that depth. So to claim there's a magma, Danny, I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence. If you don't mind, Linda, please just be quiet.
All I said was yes.
So humans cannot go beyond that. So to say that beyond that is a molten core of iron that's gravitational magnetic, or it's a core of yogurt, or it's a cheese core, is all speculation. It's all bullshit. Nobody can verify it. So there you go. Thanks, Linda.
Then what do you mean they can't verify it? There's a reason why they didn't go further down the hole. Temperatures in the crust increase about 15 Celsius per kilometer, so you can't get down very far without your equipment starting to melt.
Right, and we also see like the molten material below the surface, right? From below there, we see the molten material. We call it lava, we call it magma, and we see this in volcanoes. So like, it's not like we completely don't know, have an idea what's down there.
We use we also use sonar. Technology. We can also use sonar technology to know what kind of stuff is under.
Hundreds of miles deep where you cannot get to. It's this or that. You just can't do that. Thank you.
What? Dude, you like doing word vomit and then like not explaining your point at all?
I just said. What part didn't you get? You can't. You can only speculate
down because you can't go all the way through the Earth because it gets too high.
There's no radar. There's no drills. There's nothing going further to confirm anything. It's all speculation.
No, it's not all speculation. We literally use. How do you think we know what's in our Earth's core? We use sonar and stuff to
knows what's in the Earth's core. There isn't a core to the Earth.
Iron core. You can eat it, dude. Google is a free resource. You can use it.
Why don't you Google a magnet being heated to melt like iron and it loses its magnetivity?
Right.
How about
it's a free resource. Okay, Google's a free resource. Use it to find a citation for what you just claimed and bring it back to us.
Yeah, I'm gonna write this second. Probably won't take very long.
Yeah, just go ahead. Do it. Don't say anything else till you do. Thanks.
I would like to point out that education without demonstration is indoctrination. Like if I were to tell you how to fish the lakes here in East Texas, right? It's tricky because they're man-made and there's trees. If I tell you how to do it, there's trees in the water, dead trees. If I tell you how to do it, that's totally different than demonstrating how to do it.
Busy looking up government information to reaffirm what he thinks he knows.
Yeah, see, I knew this was gonna happen. Even if I do look up a paper, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that's the government."
You're a friggin' mind reader, Danny.
Yeah, get the citation. Don't worry about what he's saying. Just get it.
Not gonna matter because you're gonna be like,
just get it.
Propaganda. So it doesn't.
I'm not gonna listen to you till you get it, because at this point, you're just a bullshitter.
I'm a bullshitter.
Yeah, you are. Like, why do you keep going on? Just get the citation that backs what you said. You don't need to say anything else.
Show this paper that shows it. You're not going to sit there and go,
okay, why are you still talking? Go to Google. You said it's a free resource. It's really easy to use. Go use it and Google up the citation for the thing you just claimed about using radar to determine that the Earth has an iron molten or not molten core, whatever the case may be. Go ahead.
Travel time curves are constructed.
You fucking idiot. You know that you're just muted and nobody's hearing you. Go get us the resources that we need.
Structure of the core.
You're just reading off of it.
Yeah, don't read anything off. Just post it in the chat.
Yeah, of course. You're going to say it's fake.
It doesn't matter what I'm going to say. Go get it.
Right here. I'm reading it to you.
Don't need you to read anything to me. You haven't posted anything. Just start there.
To you, but again, as I knew it was going to happen, I'm going to give you this.
You haven't given anything. You haven't made a post yet.
Talk over me, bro. But sure, bud.
Okay, go get it and post it so we can look.
Boom. Right there.
Okay, so that would be a source. What's the site? Like, to have a citation, we need a quotation, a paraphrase, something from it. So
how about you? Okay, how about you actually go through the paper and?
No, this will be your homework because it's your claim and it's your reference, right? So you're going to go through it and you're going to find out what you want to quote that makes the point that you just tried to make here. Okay?
citations on it. You're bullshit.
No, it's not a citation. You need a paraphrase or a quotation from the reference for it to actually be a citation. So get that together and we'll look.
Oh, it's bullshit, bro. Yeah, I knew that was.
Yeah, I'm not going to read your entire elephant hurl. Okay, this is your homework. It's your claim. You're the one who has to research it and find the information that substantiates it, not me. Almost there. You have a link that you say does substantiate it. So now just find the information within it that does, and we can look at that. Thank you.
Bro, so foolish.
Okay, is there anybody else here? He's bricked.
How did you not know how to cite a source? I thought he went to school.
Was citing the source. Kept muting it.
He couldn't confirm his Earth
No,
core.
that's not how you cite your source. You take a snippet from the source, like a paragraph or a sentence that's backing up your argument, and then you cite the link to the source.
He's still typing when he could have just done what you just said. Could have just copy-pasted the citation, the quotation, the snippet, whatever it's going to be, but he's just typing other bullshit now. What's the matter with you?
How do you guys not understand that? Seriously.
And then he says, or you could read the paper. No, you could. You read your paper, find the information within it that substantiates what you said, and post that verbatim. Please, thank you.
Gentlemen, remember it was like about a year ago or so, they started claiming that Earth's core was slowing down and starting to spin in the opposite direction. It was like such rubbish. Like, really? Oh my God.
Bullshit, bro.
Okay, so we're not going to hear from you until you get the snippet from your source that we asked you for. I don't understand how this could be this difficult.
One of the things that helped me see through what was being presented in that was they came up with a new word. I think it was disecadal, meaning every like so many decades, the Earth's core starts spinning in the opposite direction. It's been spinning for so many decades. I think they were claiming like every 50 or 60 decades, it starts going the opposite direction. Like, what rubbish, man. Never heard that before. All of a sudden last summer, they're making these claims.
How they keep
How do you tell the difference between they never said that before and you didn't hear it before?
Sorry, pardon me, the difference between them never saying it before and me never hearing it before, being
how would you be able to tell?
Being here for 5 decades, I think I might have heard that claim along with the gravity and all the other claims they make somewhere along the line. I would have heard that once or twice or 4 or 5 times. You know, I hear about so many other claims so often. All of a sudden, out of the blue, about a year and a half ago, they started making these claims about what the Earth's inner core is doing. But they never talked about it before, as far as I can recall. Like, you're right, I could be wrong. I've been wrong twice. So I could be wrong a third time here. You know, maybe they did talk about it for all the time, and I just never heard any of my friends or colleagues mentioning it. It went over my head, I guess. And then I heard it like last summer or whatever. Odd.
Yeah, not sure about that.
So what do you guys think about the eclipse?
It was beautiful.
Yeah, I was in the path of totality.
Same here.
So what's the flat earther explanation for the eclipse?
That's the thing. I guess people have different opinions once they're flat earther. We know all you globers have the exact same opinion, the opinion that was told to you. But we tend to think for ourselves. But I believe that the moon went in front of the sun, blocked it out. Crazy, right?
Why was the moon black? Because we were staring at its shadow? I was just asking Larry.
Yeah, the moon was black because of exposure. So I'm not sure if the moonlight gives off its own light the same way that the sun does. I think in the book of Enoch it talks about how it's like 7 times or something like that not as bright, so I wouldn't expect you to see it, honestly.
So it's like invisible?
Well, I mean, something was there, right? But what was it?
Oh, because you said you think it's the moon, so I'm just asking
Right.
why you think it's the moon.
Exposure.
You see the moon?
I think what I saw was the moon. I believe it.
Okay.
But do I know it? No, not really.
All right.
Do you know that you don't know it?
You know, I
That's
don't
the
know
point,
that
yes.
either.
Yeah, that's still a knowledge claim.
Wait, saying I don't know is a knowledge claim?
Yeah, it's a claim about your belief towards the proposition, retard. It's a knowledge claim.
You had to throw in the retard in there, huh? To make you feel good?
Dude, what was that?
He's boosting his ego. He takes a victory wherever he can get it, you know?
Discord debaters, man.
I know.
Says it to one of the most polite flat earthers on Discord too. Like, what a champion.
He's a fun guy.
his name is Goat Debater, yeah. Go figure.
Funny.
So, like, how does the moon emit light? Like, do you know what's going on, or is it just like you see it and that's just how it is?
You ever seen a lunar eclipse?
I think so.
Right. Was the moon glowing red for you?
Fuck, I don't remember, bro. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
it glows
completely
red for
honest.
me. Okay, well, pretty rememberable.
Here, give me a hot minute to bring up an
Go
image of the lunar
Take your
eclipse
time.
to jog my memory.
Right, so you're told that light is coming from the Earth. The light you see coming from the moon. I don't know how you could verify that, but to me it looks like the moon glows red. I'm not saying that light from the sun does not bounce off of it. It appears that way.
I'm not sure about that one, Chief.
Why does it
Because
go
like you
red
can see
if
the
it's
moon. Yeah, like you can see the moon in other circumstances where it's not red. So like unless you think the moon can change colors or there's something else going on. I don't know what it is.
Does the moon glow red during a eclipse?
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't say the moon is glowing. That seems to suggest that I say the moon appears red during a lunar
Okay,
eclipse.
so you're saying that light comes from the Earth. I'm saying it comes from the moon. What do we actually observe?
Well, that's the thing. We have to make inferences. We can't tell. Like, it's like the same thing that happens when like our explanation is that it's similar to how like light just scatters, right? When it comes into a certain medium or passes through something. That'd be the Earth's atmosphere in the lunar eclipse, I believe. Right? So like it's kind of like the same thing that happens when like a ray hits your ear and you kind of see all that like red light pass or glow off your ear. It's not that your ear is red, it's just that, light is scattering within the stuff in your ear, causing it to, I don't know. I'm not good at explaining things, but you see where I'm going with it, right? There's other things that we could explain it with. Make
Well, see,
inferences, rather.
the thing is that like there's still light reflecting off of the moon. It's just less light because it's in the shadow of Earth. It's not complete darkness. It's just a little bit of light. The certain wavelengths of light being red, which is rather stable and it travels pretty far, gets reflected.
Yeah.
So
it's making the moon
at least that's
red?
the Google explanation. I bet there's more scientific, better explanations there. But
Yeah, they
I
say
don't
it's
feel
kind of
like
like the
going that
prism
deep.
effect. It's like a light scattering, diffraction, not diffraction, but refraction. And like when light passes through a prism and the light starts scattering.
Well,
It's
like
different components.
I don't know if you saw the eclipse in the path of totality, but when the moon is actually fully in front of the sun, you can actually see that the sun is actually white, not yellow.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I mean,
It's a
well,
common misconception that our sun is yellow, but our sun is actually white.
yeah. The explanation is that like at different times of the day, like the stuff in the atmosphere will kind of cause the light from the sun to appear different.
Well, it's particles that reflect the light, and we see reflected light, right? Or we see light when it bounces off of stuff and goes into our eyeballs. And the reason why the sun is yellow or red, colors can vary depending on the particles in the atmosphere. The particles in our atmosphere reflect yellow more than any other color, so we see yellow. Which is neat, I think. So, like, shit. What other...
That's not true. The sun is very yellow.
No, the sun ain't yellow. It looks yellow, but it ain't yellow.
It's technically white, isn't it?
It is white because
I was gonna say it's white.
It beams off all wavelengths equally.
Yeah.
And
By the way, I sent that link to YouTube. By the way, our flat earthers doing an experiment and just proving the Earth is round. They tried to debunk it using an experiment and failed miserably.
Yeah.
Okay, go into detail about that. Yeah, go into detail about
funny.
that.
Go into
Okay,
detail. The fact they said in the video. If you watch the video.
Okay, they
that
said
if the Earth is flat. When they put the light through the holes, it should perfectly shine through. You should see the light. You know what happened? They didn't. You know why? Because the Earth is round. It's crazy. They tried to prove it, and they were wrong.
Can you demonstrate the curvature that caused them not to see the light? Can you demonstrate that it didn't have to do with anything else?
I could remake the experiment and do the same thing would happen. You wouldn't see the light through it.
Okay, so would you have seen it if there wasn't a curvature drop?
You would see it if there was a curvature, because if it was a flat Earth, it would be flat, and you would see through the holes. You would see it's literally the flat Earthers, the whole thing. They literally said it themselves on the video. Like, watch the video, dude.
Are you sure that maybe diffraction didn't cause you not to see it? What did they use? What kind of laser? Was it a laser? Wow, was it a laser?
You all love that word, don't you? Bro, it was nighttime.
So what did they use? Tell me what they used. Was it a laser?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, keep server muting. Yeah,
Yeah, so just don't bother talking about that. Just tell me what they used. Just focus on the question. Was it a laser? I guess he doesn't know. Somebody else will have to tap in. You go ahead.
Are you gonna
know.
let him? Are you gonna let him?
No, because he's not talking about anything relevant. He's talking about circuit rates and shit like that. I just had one simple question. Didn't want to answer it, so maybe you can answer it. Did they use a laser?
I'm unaware of what video he's talking about. I haven't watched it.
Okay, let's see if he had enough time to Google it. We'll take him off mute. Is that what they used? A laser?
So are you gonna keep muting because you can't prove the point?
Okay, he still hasn't had enough time to Google it. So
You could just watch the video. He posted it in the side chat.
Well, he could just watch his own video, get the information that he needs to know about his own claim, and then bring it back to us. But I mean, so far he just keeps bringing up claims that he doesn't really know that well, and then he gets bricked on a really basic question about it, and then he starts talking about us and whining about getting muted and crap, and it gets really boring. So
you could just watch the side video.
No, I just responded to that. You're just saying the same thing again. So he could watch his video and find the information that he needs to support his claim instead of coming here and asking someone else to do his homework.
But his whole thing was talking. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
What's interesting is that Danny and others present the same information over and over again, like it's the first time I've ever heard it before.
So anyway, they used a flashlight. They didn't have a laser. I think they acquired one, but the collimator broke and they did something stupid instead. They used a flashlight. Light diffracts when it goes through holes. It spreads out and stuff like that. Probably wouldn't have seen it anyway. So I want to know how he knows specifically that it wasn't seen, in fact, due to curvature drop. Is there a direct measurement of that drop? Go ahead, sir.